During the awakening ceremony in Chapter 1, I became the biggest joke in the whole school. On the high platform, the place was bustling with noise. The annual Ability Awakening ceremony at the 7th Ability High School in Donghai Base City is drawing to a close. My name is Hu Ming, and I'm standing at the end of the line right now, feeling like a death row inmate about to be publicly executed. Damn, my heart is pounding like a drum. I clenched my fists tightly, my palms already soaked with sweat. I've been in this world for 18 years, all for what? All for this day. In this messed up world where monsters roam and superpowers reign supreme, awakening is the only way out. Whether you're a superior being or a lowly dog, it all comes down to this today. Next up, Class 2 of Senior 3, Lin Feng. As the head of the teaching department shouted, a handsome boy wearing a limited edition combat uniform and with his hair slicked back walked onto the platform amidst gasps of surprise. Lin Feng, the eldest son of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea, is also my mortal enemy. The moment he stepped onto the stage, the screams from the girls in the audience nearly blew the roof off the stadium. Wow! It's Senior Lin Feng. He's definitely going to awaken in A-level ability. A grade? That's too narrow-minded. I heard that Senior Lin has already been decided, and he's guaranteed at least an A+. I pursed my lips, feeling a wave of nausea. TCH, a bunch of infatuated girls. Lin Feng placed his hand on the black awakening stone tablet, which was taller than a person, closed his eyes, and looked arrogant. Buzz. The next second, the stone tablet trembled violently, and a dazzling cyan beam of light shot into the sky, almost piercing the ceiling. The light was so intense that everyone subconsciously squinted. Holy crap! That light! It's definitely a grade. A level wind-type ability, Son of the Storm. My god, our school has produced another top genius. The head of student affairs looked at the numbers on the instrument, his voice trembling with excitement. Lin Feng. A level superpower. Congratulations, Lin Feng. The entire venue erupted in cheers. Lin Feng reveled in the thrill of being the center of attention, his gaze sweeping across the entire room before finally settling precisely on me. A smirk of undisguised contempt and provocation curled at the corner of his mouth. That look seemed to say, see that? Trash, this is the difference between us. I ignored him and instead turned my gaze to another direction in the crowd. There stood a girl with a ponytail, wearing a white dress. Her name was Zhao Qian, the prettiest girl in our class, and the girl I had a crush on for 3 years. At that moment, she was looking at Lin Feng on the stage with starry eyes, her pretty face slightly flushed. Her adoring look was like a needle piercing my heart. I took a deep breath and forced myself to look away. Hu Ming, stop thinking about it. In this world, without strength, even breathing is wrong. The last one, Class 3 of Senior 3, Hu Ming. Finally, it was my turn. The clamor of the entire venue fell eerily silent for a moment the instant my name was called. All eyes turned to him. There was curiosity, there was anticipation, but more than anything, there was a desire to watch the spectacle. After all, my past 18 years have been incredibly ordinary. So ordinary that I'd be lost in a crowd. But only I know that I'm not from this world. I'm a damn transmigrator. According to the laws of online novels, transmigrators must have a cheat code, and today is the day I, Hu Ming, defy fate and soar to the sky. We must succeed. We absolutely must. I roared wildly in my heart as I walked step by step onto the high platform. As he passed by Lin Feng, he chuckled in a voice only the two of us could hear. Trash, do you want to embarrass yourself by going up there? I advise you to get down now and at least retain some dignity. I paused, without looking at him. Idiot. What did you say? Lin Feng's expression changed instantly. I couldn't be bothered with him anymore and walked straight to the awakening steel. Offstage, homeroom teacher Ms. Sun pushed up her glasses and said to her colleague with anticipation, Hu Ming is usually quiet and unassuming, but his academic performance and physical fitness tests have always been among the top 3 in the grade. I always felt that he could give us a surprise. I heard it. I could feel countless eyes on me. Bring it on. My cheat code. My system. My old man. Let me use an SSS-level mythical superpower to dazzle all of your eyes. With a sense of pilgrimage, I slowly placed my trembling hand on the cold stone tablet. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The stone tablet remained completely still. There was no response. Discussions began to rise from the audience. What's going on? The stone tablet isn't responding. No way? He can't even awaken an F rank? He's a complete waste. My heart sank little by little. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I closed my eyes and frantically mobilized my mental energy, desperately trying to communicate with the stone tablet. Move. You fucking move. Perhaps my prayers worked. Buzz. The stone tablet finally emitted a faint tremor. Immediately afterwards, a wisp of white light, barely thicker than a hair, tremblingly shone from the stone tablet. The light was faint and dim, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. The entire venue fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared wide-eyed at that pitiful sliver of white light, as if they were witnessing the most unbelievable thing in the world. The head of the teaching department walked up to the instrument, glanced down at it, then looked up at me, his eyes filled with pity and disappointment. He cleared his throat and, in a completely emotionless tone, announced my death sentence. Hu Ming, awakened superpower, D level, lightning speed. Grade D. The lowest level of superpower. It can't even be considered a true combat ability. Its only use is to make a tiny spark of electricity appear at the fingertips, which is probably useful for lighting a cigarette. Put. I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't help but laugh. Immediately afterwards, a wave of laughter, like a tsunami, engulfed me from all directions. Ha 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 ha. That's hilarious. D rank? I thought I was seeing things. Lightning speed? That's a superpower? I thought it was a lighter. A surprise? Teacher Sun, he really gave us a huge surprise. Mr. Sun, the homeroom teacher, instantly turned a deep purplish red. He glared at me fiercely, his eyes filled with disgust as if he were looking at a lump of mud that could not be plastered on a wall. I stood frozen in place, my whole body ice cold. My gaze unconsciously drifted back to Zhao Qian. This time, she didn't look at Lin Feng, but looked at me instead. But there was not a trace of sympathy in her eyes, only undisguised disappointment and contempt. She even shook her head slightly, as if ashamed that she had once had even a slight liking for me. Then she turned away and never looked at me again. Waste is waste after all. Lin Feng walked up to me. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a poison knife, stabbing me hard in the chest. Hu Ming, you're not even worthy of my attention anymore. He patted me on the shoulder, shook his head condescendingly, and then walked away gracefully amidst a crowd of cheers and applause. I stood on the stage, like a clown. 18 years of anticipation. 18 years of forbearance. But what we got in return was this ridiculous result. A time traveler? A cheat system? Ha ha. It's all bullshit. I walked down from the platform, dejected and disoriented, surrounded by all sorts of sarcasm and ridicule. Those voices seemed to transform into tangible blades, cutting away my dignity piece by piece. My world is shrouded in gray. Is this really all I'm destined to do in this life? I'm not reconciled. Why should I? Why is it that an idiot like Lin Feng can awaken an A-level superpower, while I, a transmigrator familiar with all sorts of tricks, can only get a trashy D-level superpower? God, are you fucking messing with me? My heart was roaring silently, anger and despair almost consuming my reason. Just then. The moment I fell into the endless abyss. A cold, mechanical, and emotionless voice suddenly resounded in the deepest recesses of my mind. Bite. In Chapter 2, at the moment of despair, the God-level choice system was activated. Bite. The voice was ethereal and mechanical, as if it came directly from the depths of my soul. I jolted awake, stumbled, and almost fell flat on my face. Hallucination? I must be crazy. I'd been driven insane by those idiots. I chuckled self-deprecatingly, dragging my leaden legs forward. The stares and undisguised whispers around me felt like countless steel needles pricking my entire body. Look, that's him, that useless D-level lighter ability user. How pathetic. He's quite handsome, but it's a pity he's a good for nothing. What good is being handsome? In this world, strength is everything. His life is over. Finished? Yeah, it's over. After 18 years of a pipe dream, I've finally woken up. I ignored everyone, wanting only to find a secluded corner to quietly lick my wounds. Like a ghost, I crossed the playground, circled the teaching building, and arrived at a corner of an abandoned equipment room behind the gymnasium. The place was filled with old mats and rusty equipment, and smelled musty and musty. Nobody ever came here. I leaned against the cold wall, slowly slid down to the floor, and buried my head deep between my knees. Humiliation. Anger. Unwilling to accept it. Countless emotions churned within me, almost tearing me apart. Why? What did I do wrong? I don't belong to this world. I just want to live like a human being. Is that wrong? My eyes were bloodshot, my teeth were clenched so hard they were grinding, and a low, beast-like growl escaped my throat. Just as I was about to completely lose control of my emotions. Bite. That damned voice rang out again. And this time, it was countless times clearer than before. Who? I suddenly raised my head and looked around warily. There was no one there. Who's playing tricks? Get out here! I roared in a low voice. There was no response. Hold! Frustrated, I slammed my fist on the ground, scraping my hand and drawing blood. It seems I was really quite provoked. I was panting heavily, preparing to stand up and leave this awful place. But the moment my gaze moved upward, my pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. In front of me. In the void less than half a foot away from me. A semi-transparent virtual panel, emitting a faint blue glow, was quietly floating there. It felt like a holographic projection from a science fiction movie. I was stunned. He froze, like a stone statue, forgetting even to breathe. I blinked hard, but the blue panel in front of me was still there. I raised my trembling hand and slapped myself hard across the face. Snap. Crisp and clear. It's burning hot. This isn't a dream. This is fucking real. I stared intently at the panel, where lines of futuristic text flowed slowly like a waterfall. Detection indicates that the host's soul has been back in its original place for 18 years. The host is currently facing a major life decision and an emotional low. World lines converge, causality locked in. All activation conditions have been met. The God-level selection system is officially activated. A God-level selection system? Boom! These 6 words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in my mind. I was completely stunned. System. It really is a system. In online novels, every protagonist has an overpowered cheat ability. Me. I have one too. An indescribable ecstasy, like a volcanic eruption, suddenly surged from the deepest part of my heart and instantly swept through my limbs and bones. Every cell in my body was trembling wildly and screaming with excitement. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. I knew it. I knew it. I fucking knew it. As a transmigrator, how could he not have a cheat system? It's not that he doesn't have one, it's just that it's late. All the humiliation, resentment, and despair from before were completely washed away by this sudden and overwhelming joy. I just want to burst out laughing. All I want to do is look up to the sky and roar. I want to rush back to that stadium, point at that idiot Lin Feng, point at that gold digger Zhao Qian, point at that snob teacher son, and tell them. You're all blind. I am not a piece of trash. I am a god that you can only look up to for the rest of your lives. Ha ha ha. I couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. But as soon as the laughter left my mouth, I quickly covered it, forcefully suppressing the urge to burst out of my throat. No. Don't laugh. I bit my lip hard, a strong taste of blood filling my mouth, using the pain to keep myself calm. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh, almost drawing blood. Calm down. Hu Ming. You must calm down. The system is my greatest secret, a trump card capable of overturning the entire world. It must never be revealed until I possess absolute power. I saw the true colors of those people clearly just now. This world is far more realistic and cruel than I imagined. Once my secret is exposed, what awaits me is probably not flowers and applause, but endless pursuit and a cold dissection table. I took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, my chest heaving violently. It took a long time before I finally calmed my heart, which was pounding so hard it felt like it was going to burst out of my chest. My gaze returned to sharpness and composure. I focused my mind on the blue panel in front of me. System, are you there? I asked silently in my mind. The text on the panel changed instantly. Host, I'm here. You can really communicate. My last shred of doubt vanished, replaced by boundless excitement. What are your functions? I asked eagerly. This system, named the God-level choice system, aims to assist the host in making optimal choices at crucial junctures in life, thereby reaching the pinnacle. Whenever the host faces a choice, the system will provide different options. Choosing different options will yield different rewards. Rewards include, but are not limited to, cultivation techniques, combat skills, divine artifacts, elixirs, rare and precious materials, and opportunities to change one's destiny. Holy crap! I gasped. This system is fucking too domineering. It's practically a cheat code tailor-made for me. With this, what's the point of a level genius Lin Feng? What's the point of this damn big family? Before Lao Tzu, they are all nothing but clay chickens and earthen dogs. I suppressed my excitement and continued to ask in my mind, then what about my D-level ability just now? Host, there's no need to worry. The words on the panel carried a cold confidence. The awakening you just experienced was merely the final step in activating this system. Now, the system will issue your first beginner's task. Mission name, a God tier choice. Mission description, the awakening of trash cannot define the host's future. The true destiny will be chosen by the host himself. The next second, the entire blue panel shone brightly. All the previous text disappeared, and in its place appeared 3 brand new options, each radiating a different light, before my eyes. The first option emitted the same faint white light as the awakening stone tablet. The second option was enveloped in a dazzling blue light. And the third option. It was an indescribable golden sphere of light, as dazzling as the sun. Just looking at it makes my soul tremble. On the panel, a brand new line of large characters slowly appeared. Host, please choose your awakened ability again. Chapter 3, do I even need to choose? I want SSS level mythical superpowers. My gaze was fixed intently on the 3 options in front of me. The feeling was like a beggar who hadn't eaten for 3 days suddenly being presented with a Manchu Han imperial feast. No, it's even more exaggerated than that. I greedily read through the detailed explanations following each option, word by word. Option 1, maintain the status quo and awaken the D rank ability lightning speed. Reward, 100,000 federal credits. I almost burst out laughing when I saw this option. 100,000? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? Just for this little bit of money, you want me to be a useless person for the rest of my life, to continue being ridiculed and trampled on? Roll. My gaze, filled with undisguised disdain, shifted to the second option. Option 2, reverse awakening and obtain the A rank ability Body of Thunder. Reward, 1 A-level matching combat skill, 9 movements of thunder. Body of Raging Thunder? Ha, that sounds pretty intimidating. Isn't this just a copy of Lin Feng, that pretty boy who awakened the Son of the Storm? If I choose this, I can probably become the genius in other people's eyes, get into a top university for people with superpowers, and even make a gold digger like Zhao Qian look at me with new respect. That sounds like a good option. But I went through all this trouble, time traveling for 18 years, enduring 18 years of scorn and ridicule, just to become a mere A-level genius? Just to stand on the same level as someone like Lin Feng? What a joke. What I want is not to catch up with them. What I want is to trample them, along with all those who look down on me, under my feet, so that they don't even have the right to look up at my back. My heart was pounding wildly with excitement. My gaze, filled with the piety of a pilgrim and the ambition of a raging fire, finally landed on the third option, which was enveloped in endless golden light. Option 3, Myth Descends, awakening the unique, growable, SSS-level mythical power across all realms, myriad manifestations Divine Thunder. Reward, accompanying divine artifact Ancient Thunder Dragon Soul Weapon Dragon Gallon Silver Spear Sealed. SSS rank. Uniqueness. It can grow. Mythical powers. Companion artifact. Every word felt like a massive, heavy hammer, slamming into my heart. It made my blood boil and my scalp tingle. That's what you call a cheat code. This is the kind of treatment a time traveler should get. With these 3 options laid out together, is there any need to choose? This isn't a multiple choice question at all. This is an easy question. This is an insult to my intelligence, a total freebie. Ha ha ha. I could no longer suppress my inner elation, and in this empty corner, I laughed softly and heartily. System, do you think I'm out of my mind? In my heart, I faced that blue panel and posed a soul-searching question. The system fell silent, a rare occurrence. I choose. I choose. My gaze instantly hardened, and I roared with all my might. I want the third one. Bite. Host selection confirmed. Infusing the host with an SSS level mythical ability Universal Divine Thunder. The infusion process will completely reshape the host's body and may cause severe pain. Please be prepared. Pain? I gave a cold laugh. Compared to the humiliation of being abandoned by the whole world, what is any physical pain? Bring it on. Let me see just how powerful mythical level strength really is. The thought had just crossed my mind. Boom! A fierce thunderclap from the primordial wilderness suddenly and without warning exploded in the deepest part of my soul. In that instant, my consciousness went completely blank. Immediately afterwards, a golden energy that I cannot describe in any words, which was extremely violent, holy, and domineering, was born from nothingness like a cosmic torrent that burst its banks and surged wildly into my limbs and bones. Excruciating pain. The pain was unimaginable. I suddenly curled up like a shrimp, my veins bulging all over my body, each one as ferocious and terrifying as a writhing dragon. I feel like my body is a balloon that has been inflated to its limit, and it could burst at any moment. That golden lightning energy wasn't transforming my body at all, it was destroying it. It is using the most savage and unreasonable methods to grind every bone, every meridian, and every inch of flesh in my body into the most primitive powder. Then, with its supreme and divine power, it will reshape me into a divine body. Click. Click. I could clearly hear my bones breaking inch by inch and then rebuilding inch by inch. That kind of excruciating pain that penetrates to the bone is enough to break even the most determined person instantly. But I didn't. I clenched my teeth so hard that my gums bled, and my mouth was filled with the metallic taste of rust. Instead of breaking down, I burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Come on. Go even harder. This little bit of pain is nothing. My consciousness, caught between excruciating pain and ecstasy, entered a mysterious and profound state. I saw that golden lightning had replaced my blood, surging and roaring in my veins. I saw countless golden runes, more dazzling than the stars, rising and falling on my bones. I feel like I'm being torn apart, and at the same time, I'm getting stronger at an unprecedented speed. Strength. An endless sense of power surged forth from the depths of my new body. I even had a kind of illusion. If I wanted to, with just a light punch, I could blast this wall, along with the entire stadium, into dust. I don't know how much time has passed. Perhaps it will be a century, or perhaps just a moment. The excruciating pain, like the tide, slowly receded. Instead, it brings an unprecedented sense of comfort and power. I slowly stood up from the ground. The whole world has become different in my eyes. The distant chirping of cicadas, the rustling of leaves in the wind, and even the whispers of two student lovers dozens of meters away, all reached my ears clearly. In the air, those free-floating, invisible energy particles were now clearly visible to me, like fireflies in the night. I gently clenched my fist. No sound was made, but the air around the fist let out a mournful cry of unbearable strain, forming a visible white shockwave. This is it the power of an SSS-level mythical superpower? That's incredible. That's just fucking amazing. I looked down at my hands. Fair skin and slender, she looks no different from before. But only I know the earth-shattering power contained in these hands. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Crack! A golden arc of electricity, thinner than a strand of hair, jumped from the tip of my index finger to the tip of my middle finger without warning. It made a crisp, light sound. I was stunned for a moment. Immediately afterwards, crack! 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 More and more, brighter and brighter, golden arcs of electricity began to jump, flash, and chase each other uncontrollably between my 5 fingers. They were like a group of mischievous golden elves, newly born into the world, filled with endless curiosity about my brand new body. I looked at my right hand, which was shrouded in a faint golden light, and a cold smile slowly curved my lips. Linfoam, are you ready for my surprise? Chapter 4, The Awakening Stone Tablet exploded on the spot. Everyone was stunned. Inside the stadium, the awakening ceremony has come to a close. Most students had already begun to leave in 2s and 3s, their faces beaming with anticipation for the future. Those who had awakened abilities of sea level or higher were surrounded by a group of people, treated like stars around the moon, enjoying immense prestige. And I, Hu Ming, remained that forgotten creature in the corner. The gazes directed at me were filled with contempt, pity, and schadenfreude. Sigh, this is terrible. Awakening to a D rank is worse than not awakening at all. At least I could have remained an ordinary person. Who says otherwise? From now on, he won't even be able to lift his head in front of people with superpowers. Alright, stop talking about that good for nothing, it's bad luck. Let's go celebrate Senior Lin Feng awakening his A-level ability. These sounds, though not loud, buzzed into my ears like flies. If this had happened a few minutes ago, I probably would have been so ashamed I'd want to crawl into a hole. But now I just find it kind of funny. A group of ants, in their self-righteousness, gossiped about a giant dragon that was feigning sleep. On the high platform, the dean of students, microphone in hand, was delivering a passionate concluding speech. I hope all students will cherish their youth, diligently cultivate, and contribute their strength to protecting our East China Sea-based city and the future of humanity. I hereby declare this year's ability awakening ceremony a complete success. He hadn't finished speaking. Because I moved. Just when everyone was preparing to leave, just when the label of trash was about to be permanently welded onto my forehead. I, Hu Ming, turned around. Then, step by step, against the flow of people, they walked back to the high platform. My movements weren't fast, but they were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Ha! Isn't that Hu Ming? What is he trying to do? Has he gone mad? Damn, is this piece of trash unable to take the blow and trying to go on stage to commit suicide? The students who were leaving stopped in their tracks, the teachers who were about to leave frowned, and even the dean of students who was giving a summary was stunned. All eyes were fixed on me, filled with incomprehension, doubt, and deep mockery. Hu Ming! You stop right there! A sharp shout came from behind me. She is my homeroom teacher, Ms. Sun. He rushed up to me and blocked my way, his face flushed red with anger. What are you trying to do? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough today? He lowered his voice and roared at me in an almost shouting tone, the ceremony is over. Get down here right now. Don't embarrass me or the entire senior 3-3 class here. His spittle was practically spraying onto my face. I looked at him, his eyes were as calm as a stagnant pool. There was a time when I also regarded him as a mentor and had great respect for him. But just now, when I awakened my D-level ability, his undisguised disgust and contempt made me see through his hypocritical face. I couldn't be bothered to waste my breath on him. They couldn't even be bothered to utter a single word. I simply walked past him quietly. He reached out to grab my arm, but his hand was blocked by an invisible force when it was still half an inch away from me, and he could not move forward an inch further. You! Teacher Sun's face showed an expression as if she had seen a ghost. I ignored his shock and continued forward. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. I stepped onto that high platform once more. I walked to the monument that had brought me endless humiliation, but also new hope. The audience erupted in chaos. Holy crap! He actually made it up there. What's this kid trying to do? Does he think that if he touches it again, he can go from D level to C level? Ha ha ha, stop kidding. This is absolutely the funniest joke I've heard all year. Lin Feng, who was being praised by a group of people in the crowd, also noticed this scene. He stopped, crossed his arms, and a cruel smirk curled at the corner of his mouth as he watched me with great interest, as if I were a clown putting on his final, and most ridiculous, performance. Hu Ming, you really are courting death. He muttered to himself. I can hear you. I could hear everyone laughing at me. I could feel everyone's contempt. My heart remained completely unmoved. Because from now on, I am no longer from the same world as them. I slowly raised my right hand. That hand, which had just been completely reshaped by the divine thunder of myriad manifestations. Under everyone's watchful eyes. Amidst countless stares that looked at him like he was an idiot. I gently placed my hand once again on that cold stone tablet. This time, I no longer suppressed the world-destroying power within me. Open it for me. In my heart, I let out a silent roar. Buzz. There were absolutely no warning signs. The instant my palm touched the stone tablet, a golden beam of light, 10 or even 100 times brighter than when Lin Feng awakened, suddenly shot into the sky from the stone tablet. That light. Domineering. Sacred. Brilliant. It was as if a sun had appeared out of nowhere, instantly swallowing up all the light inside the stadium. The sudden, intense light stung everyone's eyes, causing tears to stream down their faces. Ah! My eyes. What is this? How is this possible? But this is just the beginning. Rumble. The entire awakening steel began to groan in despair, unable to bear the weight any longer. It's shaking violently. It's shaking wildly. One after another, golden lightning snakes, as thick as an infant's arm and visible to the naked eye, surged wildly from my palm as if they were alive, instantly covering the entire stone tablet. Click. A crisp sound. A crack appeared on the surface of the stone tablet. Immediately afterwards. Click. 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 Countless cracks, like a spider web, spread wildly to every corner of the entire stone tablet in just 1 second. Golden lightning bolts shot out wildly from those cracks. An aura of destruction sent chills down everyone's spine and made their souls tremble. No. No. Retreat quickly. The principal on the stage was the first to react. His face was filled with horror, and he roared at the audience like a madman. But it was too late. The awakening stone tablet finally couldn't withstand the power from the myth and reached its limit. Boom! A deafening roar, as if it would turn the whole world upside down. The awakening stone tablet, which had stood for decades and witnessed the birth of countless geniuses, exploded before everyone's eyes. It turned into dust everywhere. A terrifying shockwave, mixed with countless rubble and dust, swept wildly in all directions like an invisible wall. Ah! The students below the stage were like ants hit by a giant wave, screaming, staggering, being overturned and rolling on the ground. The entire stadium was plunged into apocalyptic chaos and darkness. I don't know how much time has passed. As the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. When light returns. All the survivors struggled to their feet, and then, without prior arrangement, turned their horrified and incredulous gazes toward the center of the platform. There. The place where the awakening steel was originally placed is now just a bottomless pit. In the center of the large pit, I, Hu Ming, stood there unharmed. There wasn't even a single wrinkle on the hem of my clothes. Strands of dazzling golden electric arcs, like playful sprites or sacred serpents, slowly swirled and moved around my body, making soft crackling sounds. At this moment, I feel like a god. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, their mouths agape, forgetting even to breathe. Finally, someone, with a trembling voice that sounded like a sob, broke the deathly silence. What is that? Chapter 5. The entire school's faculty and students were collectively petrified. Dead silence. A deathly stillness, like that of a tomb. The entire stadium seemed to have been muted. The chaotic scene just moments before was now eerily quiet. Everyone remained frozen in place, like a group of sculptures collectively petrified. Without exception, their eyes were all fixed on the center of the platform. Staring at the boy standing on the edge of the deep pit, his body still surrounded by faint golden arcs of electricity. Staring at me. Their eyes were incredibly complex. There was fear, horror, bewilderment, and disbelief. The only thing missing was the previous contempt and mockery. Cough, cough, cough. Finally, a teacher coughed, choked by the thick smoke. The sound was like a stone thrown into a stagnant pool, instantly breaking the eerie silence. Immediately afterward, people who had come to their senses began to gasp in shock. Hiss. The sounds of gasps rising and falling filled the stadium, creating an eerie symphony. What did I just see? A student murmured in a dreamlike voice. The awakening stone tablet, it exploded, another person stammered in response. That golden lightning was created by Hu Ming? This question reflects the sentiments of everyone. But no one could answer that. Because everything that was happening before their eyes had completely exceeded their understanding and that of everyone in this era. What is the awakening stone tablet? It was made of obsidian star gold, the hardest known material containing the laws of space. Let alone a newly awakened student, even a full force attack from a B level or a level expert would not be able to leave a single scratch on it. But now, it's exploded. They were fried until there wasn't even a crumb left. What the hell does that even mean? Quick! Go check it out. Just as everyone was still in a state of mental blankness, a loud shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, jolted everyone awake from their daze. Principal Gao. This normally composed a level peak expert, who remained unfazed even in the face of a collapsing mountain, now had a deathly pale face and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He led a group of equally ashen-faced instructors as they scrambled up the platform. Instead of coming to see me immediately, they rushed to the edge of the pit and peered inside. He glanced at everyone's bodies and they all trembled violently. It's over. The head of student affairs slumped to the ground, his face ashen. It's completely over, even the foundation has been melted down. Principal Gao didn't speak. He just slowly raised his head and stared at me with the look of someone looking at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. His lips were trembling violently. Student Hu Huming. He spoke, his voice hoarse like a broken bellows. What's going on? All eyes in the room were once again focused on me. Looking at their faces, each one etched with horror, I felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration. I slowly absorbed all the golden arcs of electricity that had begun to dissipate from my body. Then I gave Principal Gao, whose face was full of terror, a slightly apologetic, harmless smile. To others, that smile was more terrifying than the devil. I'm sorry, Principal. My voice wasn't loud, but it reached the ears of everyone present clearly. I think I wasn't fully awake just now, and I was a bit groggy and didn't control my strength well. Now, this is my true superpower. I said this in a very casual way. But to others, it was no less than a magnitude 18 cosmic earthquake. Still half asleep? Did you not control your strength well? So, that D-level lightning-fast attack just now was just a product of your sleepiness? After waking up, he immediately destroyed the awakening stone tablet? Is this even human language? At that moment, my words shattered everyone's worldview. In the crowd, our homeroom teacher, Mr. Sun, gaped, his face displaying an incredibly complex expression. He looked at me on the stage, his eyes filled with regret and fear, his legs trembling like a leaf. He knew he was finished. He just now offended a god he could only look up to for the rest of his life to the point of death. Zhao Qian, the class beauty, turned deathly pale. She stared at the boy she had once despised and ignored, now standing atop a high platform, receiving the gaze of everyone. Even the principal looked up to him. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand, the pain almost suffocating her. What kind of existence did she miss? And at the very back of the crowd, Lin Feng, the arrogant A-level genius who was just moments ago, was now clenching his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, and he didn't even feel the blood flowing out. His face was no longer filled with arrogance and disdain, only deep jealousy, resentment, and a hint of something he himself was unwilling to admit. Fear. No, impossible, Principal Gao muttered to himself, unable to accept this reality. This is illogical, it has never happened before. Like a trapped beast, he paced anxiously for a couple of steps before suddenly pulling out a palm-sized, silver-white precision instrument from his pocket, as if he had just remembered something. A portable high-precision energy source detector. Someone recognized the device. This was specially designed for those who couldn't use it. Incredibly, when the instrument's pointer skyrocketed and finally burned out, he gasped and trembled as he uttered a few words. God. Mythical level. Chapter 6. The school beauty is shocked. This good-for-nothing is actually a peerless genius? Mythical level. When Principal Gao mustered all his strength to squeeze out those 4 words, the whole world seemed to freeze for a second. Immediately afterwards, boom! Emotions that have been building up to their peak erupt like a supervolcano that has been accumulating for millions of years. The entire stadium erupted. What? Mythical level? Did I hear that right? SSS level? Are you kidding me? In the 50 years since our Donghai base city was established, we haven't even produced a single S level. My God. My God. I was just laughing at a future god? No wonder. No wonder the awakening stone tablet exploded. It couldn't withstand the power of a mythical level ability. That explains everything. An uproar. An unprecedented uproar. If the explosion of the stone tablet brought them fear and confusion, so now, the words mythical bring them an unparalleled and ultimate shock that overturns their worldview. Everyone's gone mad. The way they looked at me changed completely. That's the look that only mortals have when they look up at a god. It was filled with awe, fanaticism, and a deep-seated fear. On the high platform, Principal Gao was so excited that he was trembling all over. The way he looked at me was even more affectionate and ardent than when he looked at his own father. Hurry! Hurry, 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 he roared incoherently at the instructors behind him. What are you all standing around for? Seal off the entire school immediately. Not a single word of what happened here today is to be circulated. Anyone who violates this rule will be charged with treason. Yes. All the instructors were instantly jolted into action and rushed out like madmen to carry out the orders. Joke. SSS level mythical ability user. What does this mean? This is a walking natural disaster. It is the pillar of the future nation. It is a strategic entity capable of changing the course of human civilization. Let alone just blowing up an awakening stone tablet. Even if I demolished the entire 7th high school today, the principal would still have to bow and scrape and hand me a hammer. Hu Ming. No, young Master Hu. Principal Gao rubbed his hands together, his old face beaming like a chrysanthemum as he cautiously approached me. Is there anything else you need? Just say the word, and our school will do anything for you, even go through fire and water. Looking at his obsequious face, I couldn't help but find it amusing. That's real strength. When you are weak, all the malice in the world will come your way. When you are powerful, the whole world will treat you kindly. I ignored him and slowly scanned the faces of the people in the audience, which were flushed with excitement and fear. I am searching. Looking for those old friends who impressed me just now. I found the first one very quickly. My homeroom teacher, Ms. Sun. He was slumped on the ground, his face ashen and his body trembling like a leaf in the autumn wind. The moment our eyes met, he shuddered violently, and a foul, damp smell emanated from his crotch. He was so scared he peed his pants. I disdainfully looked away. This kind of trash isn't even worthy of my attention. My gaze continued to move, landing on that beautiful white figure in the crowd. Zhao Qian. The girl I had a crush on for 3 years. At this moment, she stood there blankly, her pretty face deathly pale. She looked at me, her beautiful eyes filled with deep regret and pain. Why? She couldn't understand why this boy, whom she had always looked down on, and who, just a dozen minutes ago, had been despised as not even worthy of carrying my shoes, had suddenly transformed into a mythical genius that even Lin Feng had to look up to. What did she miss? She missed the chance to rise to the top and become a divine partner. She missed out on a legendary opportunity that should have been hers, an opportunity that would have driven every woman in the world mad with envy. She was filled with deep regret. If she could turn back time, she would never have cast that contemptuous look at Hu Ming when he was at his lowest point. She would have rushed up to him and given him a hug, or even just an encouraging smile. But now, it's all too late. A perpetual chasm called myth has separated her and me. Looking at her tearful appearance, I felt nothing. A simp? Sorry, I've had enough of that in my past life. In this life, I only believe in absolute strength. My gaze swept over her without lingering for a moment. Final. My gaze fell on that person. Lin Feng. He remained standing there, his hands clenched tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hands. His face looked even worse than Zhao Qian's. It was an expression twisted to the extreme, a mixture of jealousy, resentment, unwillingness, and fear. A level genius? The eldest son of one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea? These halos that he was once so proud of are simply a huge joke in the face of the 6 words SSS level mythical superpower. What a joke! He felt like a clown. I could feel the venom in his eyes, which seemed to materialize. But I don't care. In my eyes now, he's no different from an ant that I could step on at any moment. Just then, I suddenly sensed a gaze that was different from mine. That gaze was not as fervent and fearful as the others, but rather filled with inquiry, curiosity, and a hint of appreciation. I looked in the direction I felt. In a corner of the stadium. A tall, slender girl with a cool and aloof demeanor stood there quietly. She wore a simple blue tracksuit, yet it couldn't conceal her breathtakingly beautiful curves. Her exquisitely flawless face remained expressionless, like an unyielding iceberg. Cold Moon Heart. The pride of the Lung family, one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea. In the entire 7th high school, he is the only one who can rival Lin Feng in terms of looks, family background, and talent, and even slightly surpass him. It is said that she also awakened an S-class superpower. At this moment, this ice-cold school beauty is staring at me intently with her eyes as clear as autumn water. At the moment our gazes met in the air. The corners of her mouth actually turned up slightly. That smile was like a snow lotus quietly blooming atop an iceberg, pure and exquisitely beautiful. Was she smiling at me? That's interesting. I looked away and ignored the reactions of the crowd below the stage. This show should come to an end. Under the awe-inspiring gaze of Principal Gao and countless teachers and students, I slowly walked down from the platform. Wherever I passed, the crowds parted to the sides as if Moses had parted the sea, making way for me. No one dares to block my way. No one dares to look me in the eye. I walked slowly, step by step. Finally, I stopped in front of one person. Lin Feng. I looked calmly at his face, which was contorted with jealousy and anger, and spoke. My voice, though not loud, was like a thunderclap that exploded in the deathly silent stadium. What did you just call me? Chapter 7, The Accompanying Divine Weapon, the Dragon Gallon Spear. Piercing the heavens. I didn't stay at school for long. Escorted by a group of school leaders and teachers with almost fawning manner, I politely declined Principal Gao's offer to immediately move into the S-level luxury mentor apartment and left this place that had given me a new life but also shamed me without looking back. I need a place, a completely quiet place where I won't be disturbed, to properly process everything that happened today. We traveled at a brisk pace. Ignoring the admiring glances from passers-by, I returned to my rented place as quickly as possible. A low rent room of less than 15 square meters in a slum. Dark, damp and cramped. The air is always filled with a persistent musty smell. This is where I have lived for the past 18 years. Bang! I turned around and slammed the paper-thin iron door shut, completely shutting out the noisy world outside. The room was dimly lit. I didn't turn on the light. The darkness actually excites me more. Ah! I could no longer suppress my inner joy. I opened my arms, tilted my head back, and let out a long suppressed, exhilarating, silent roar. Cool. That was fucking awesome. I punched the air hard, and the force of the punch made the old book on the table rustle loudly. I feel like I can see Lin Feng's face again, like he's eaten shit. I saw the look of regret in Zhao Qian's eyes. I saw Teacher Sun's pathetic state of being so scared that she wet herself. I saw the expressions on the faces of all the teachers and students in the school, as if they had seen a ghost. Ha 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 ha. I laughed and jumped around like a madman in this small space, unrestrainedly venting my emotions. This is the feeling of power. This is what it feels like to be in control of your own destiny. It took me more than 10 minutes to gradually calm down. I was breathing heavily, my chest heaving, but a cold, exhilarating smile was plastered on my face. This is just the beginning. I muttered to myself. I walked to the bedside, sat down, closed my eyes, and let my mind sink into the depths of my head. System. Host, I'm here. That familiar blue panel reappeared before my eyes. Open my rewards list. Command received. A faint light flashed on the panel, and a brand new interface popped up. Rewards for the beginner quest godlike choice have been distributed. Reward 1, SSS level mythical ability Myriad Divine Thunder already fusioned. Reward 2, Companion Artifact Dragon Gallon Silver Spear to be claimed. My gaze immediately fell upon the second reward. Companion Artifact. This thing can get a man's blood pumping more than any superpower. Get it. I gave the order without hesitation. Confirmed receipt of the Companion Artifact Dragon's Gall Silver Spear. The artifact has been stored in the system space. The host may retrieve it at any time. System space? With a thought, a virtual storage compartment, similar to a game backpack, appeared in my mind. Of those countless gray squares, only one was lit. A silver-white spear lay quietly in that compartment. It seemed as if a faint layer of chaotic energy enveloped it, making it difficult to see clearly. Take out. Buzz. My words had barely left my mouth. The air in the entire room seemed to freeze in that instant. An indescribable, primordial, cold and violent aura of killing intent appeared out of thin air without warning and instantly filled the small rented room. The temperature in the room suddenly dropped to freezing. I could even see the white breath I exhaled. The next second, a long spear appeared suddenly and silently in front of me. One end rests against the ground, while the other end leans diagonally against the wall. I looked at it. He was completely mesmerized. What kind of divine weapon was that? The gun's body was an unusual silvery white, neither gold nor jade. The silver seemed to absorb all surrounding light, deep and mysterious. Countless lifelike thunder dragon patterns were carved into the gun's surface, dragons that appeared ready to spring to life at any moment, ready to devour their prey. The spearhead, with its perfectly streamlined blade, gleamed with a chilling, menacing light. It didn't feel like a weapon, it was more like the deadliest fang of an ancient beast. The entire spear stood there silently, emitting no light. But the supreme sharpness it exuded, as if it could pierce a hole in the heavens and earth, made even its master feel a chill run down my spine. Is this my weapon? Slowly, I reached out my trembling hand and grasped the cold gun barrel. It's extremely heavy. I'm sure this spear, which doesn't look very thick, weighs at least 1,000 pounds. An ordinary person, let alone waving it, probably couldn't even pick it up. But the moment I held it, an indescribable, blood-connected feeling instantly spread from my palm throughout my entire body. It's like an extension of my body. The myriad divine thunder within me seemed to sense its presence and began to surge uncontrollably and joyfully. Rise! I gave a low shout and suddenly exerted force in my arm muscles. I easily lifted that incredibly heavy dragon gallon silver spear from the ground and held it firmly in my hand. Good! What a brilliant gun! I lovingly stroked the cold gun barrel, feeling the thunderous power that shared the same origin as me. I could sense that inside this gun, there was a powerful and ancient soul, sleeping soundly. System, view its properties. Command received. A property panel that only I could see appeared on the gun. Weapon name, Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear. Weapon tier, accompanying divine artifact unique. Current status, under seal first seal. Innate skill 1, indestructible under the sealed state, it can ignore all physical and energy attacks of rank A and below. Innate skill 2, Thunder Dragon's affinity in sealed state, the power of thunder type abilities is increased by 20%. Conditions for lifting the lockdown? Holy crap! Looking at these bizarre attributes, I couldn't help but swear. Just by being sealed, can it ignore all attacks below a rank? And it can even amplify my lightning type ability by 20%? If all the seals were broken, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? Wouldn't that mean we'd shoot a hole right through the sky? The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. I gripped the spear and casually twirled it in the cramped room. Call! The tip of the gun sliced through the air, accompanied by a muffled, piercing shriek, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. I didn't even use any superpowers. It's just pure physical force. Again! My eyes narrowed, and a wisp of golden lightning power flowed from my arm into the gun. Buzzing. The entire spear, a gleaming silver spear, seemed to be an ancient thunder dragon awakening from its slumber, emitting excited roars. The originally dull thunder dragon patterns on the gun barrel instantly lit up with a dazzling golden light. Strands of destructive lightning energy leaped and coalesced wildly at the tip of the spear. I could feel that if I thrust that gun out, not only this rented room, but the entire building would probably turn to ashes in an instant. I quickly withdrew my power. The golden light faded, and the spear returned to its ancient and simple appearance. I broke out in a cold sweat. The power of this thing is absolutely terrifying. I'll have to find a secluded spot later to properly test its power. System, I asked in my mind after calming myself down, what are the conditions for breaking this first seal? The question marks on the panel slowly faded away. A brand new line of large, golden characters appeared. Conditions for breaking the first seal: choose 1. 1. Absorb a drop of true dragon blood, which possesses the bloodline of a divine beast. 2. Find and absorb a rare and precious herb containing the power of ultimate lightning. I stared at the two conditions, stunned. A true dragon? Isn't this thing something that only exists in myths and legends? And those rare and precious materials, just hearing that name doesn't suggest they're anything ordinary. I couldn't help but ask the system the question that had been bothering me the most. Do dragons really exist in this world? Chapter 8A rank combat skills are awesome? I want them all. Bite. Regarding the host, there are no native dragons in this world. However, deep within certain high-level dimensional rifts dwell sub-dragon species of demonic beasts possessing true dragon bloodlines. Defeating them also offers a chance to obtain true dragon blood. Sub-dragon species? I see. To put it bluntly, they are just some dragon's grandsons with impure bloodlines. However, something is better than nothing. As for the Heavenly Treasures system, it didn't provide any hints, so it seems I'll have to find it myself. I put the dragon gallant silver spear back into the system space, and only then did that suffocating, terrifying aura finally disappear. I breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. It seems I need to improve my strength as soon as possible. I muttered to myself. Whether it's to unlock the divine artifact or to live a more carefree life in this messed up world, strength is the foundation of everything. However, if you want to improve your strength quickly, you can't just rely on working in isolation. Cultivation techniques, combat skills, and cultivation resources are all indispensable. I'm penniless, where am I supposed to get these things? The answer is self-evident. School. That's the 7th Ability High School where I just blew up the Awakening Stone tablet. I bet Principal Gao and his colleagues are now frantically trying to find me, like ants on a hot plate. What does an SSS-level mythical ability user mean to them? It signifies supreme glory. This means an influx of countless educational resources. This means that he, as the university president, may very well climb another step up before retirement by virtue of this meritorious service. Therefore, I am not worried at all that they will hold me responsible for destroying the stone tablet. They now treat me like an ancestor, treating me like royalty. And I can take advantage of this to openly and legitimately fleece the school. With that in mind, I no longer hesitated. I straightened my clothes, opened the creaking iron gate, and went out again. Half an hour later. Principal's office. I sat down with an air of superiority on that expensive leather sofa that used to be reserved only for university presidents. In his hand, he was also holding a cup of premium De Hong Pao tea, which was said to be a private collection of the university president. And across from me, Principal Gao, the dean of studies, and our homeroom teacher, Miss Sun, stood there like 3 wooden stakes, perfectly straight. Each of them had a fawning yet restrained smile on their face. In particular, Teacher Sun's old face turned deathly pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he didn't dare to breathe loudly. The speed at which his attitude changed from arrogant to obsequious was simply astonishing. Cough cough. Principal Gao cleared his throat, breaking the awkward silence. That student, Hu Ming, he carefully chose his words. First of all, on behalf of the school, I extend my warmest congratulations to you. You are truly the pride of our 7th high school. You are the pride of our entire Donghai city. I took a sip of tea and didn't say anything. He only glanced at Teacher Sun standing next to him out of the corner of his eye. Principal Gao was a shrewd person, he understood what I meant instantly. His face immediately darkened, and he sternly reprimanded Teacher Sun Jiqiang. What are you standing there for? Apologize to Hu Ming right now. Teacher Sun trembled all over and almost knelt down on the spot. He strode up to me, bowed deeply at a perfect 90-degree angle, and said in a tearful voice, Hu Ming. I'm so sorry. I was wrong. I was blind. I looked down on people. I'm just a nobody. Please, sir, don't hold a grudge against someone as insignificant as me. As he spoke, he even raised his hands and slapped himself hard across the face twice. Smack. Smack. The sound was clear and resonant. Seeing his ugly state, I felt no emotion whatsoever. Is it pitiful? Not at all. I just think it's boring. All right. I spoke softly and put down my teacup. Teacher Sun felt as if she had been granted a pardon, and immediately stopped what she was doing, looking at me expectantly. I received your apology. I looked at him and said, word by word, but I don't accept it. Teacher Sun's face turned deathly pale again in an instant. I don't have many good points, except that I hold grudges. I forced a cold smile. So, starting today, I don't want to see you at 7th high school again. Get lost. Teacher Sun was struck dumb, as if by lightning. He opened his mouth as if to beg for mercy, but when he met my emotionless gaze, all the words stuck in his throat. In the end, he staggered out of the principal's office, looking utterly dejected, like a stray dog that had been driven from its home. I know his career is over. After dealing with this little piece of trash, I felt much better. The principal and the dean of students watched in trepidation, barely daring to breathe. All right, principal. I turned my gaze back to the high school. Let us get down to business. Yes, yes, yes. Please tell me. Please tell me. Principal Gao nodded and bowed, acting more like a grandson than a servant. It's very simple. I held up 3 fingers. First, I need an S-class training room with the highest concentration of source energy, open to me 24 hours a day. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I'll have someone vacate my private training room for you right away. Principal Gao assured him, patting his chest. Secondly, all the cultivation resources at the school, including but not limited to potions, demon cores, and high-energy food, are supplied to me in unlimited quantities. No problem. Principal Gao gritted his teeth, though it hurt, and readily agreed. Third, I said slowly, looking at him, I want to enter the school's armory and choose anyone. No, all the combat techniques that I fancy, I want them all. A-level combat skills can fetch an astronomical price on the market, and even then, they are often unavailable. As a key high school in Donghai City, 7th High School only has 5 A-level combat skills in the entire arsenal. Each one is the principal's precious treasure. My request can be described as greedy. However, Principal Gao hesitated for less than 3 seconds before slapping his thigh and declaring with boundless confidence, no problem. Let alone a grade, as long as you like it, even if you empty the entire armory, I, Principal Gao, will not say a word. Good. That's spot on. I nodded in satisfaction. Then it's settled. 10 minutes later. I stood in front of the armory, the most heavily guarded place in 7th High School. The armory, built underground and constructed of an alloy 3 meters thick, is said to be impervious even to a full-force attack from a B-level ability user. Young Master Hu, please. Principal Gao personally led the way, his face beaming with a warm smile. After passing through a long corridor, we arrived at a huge room that resembled a library. Rows of bookshelves were neatly arranged, filled with all sorts of combat technique manuals. This is our school's armory, Principal Gao proudly introduced. It houses 1,327 combat techniques ranging from D to a rank. I nodded and went straight in. I ignored the D grade and C grade junk and went straight to the deepest part of the armory. There are 5 jade platforms protected by special energy shields. On each jade platform, a simple, ancient book, emitting a faint glow, floats silently. Rank A combat skill. Blazing Blade Technique, Mysterious Ice Sword Technique, Earth Shield, Swift Wind Step, and a Lightning Attribute Spear Technique, Thunderbolt Spear Technique. Principal Gao followed behind me, explaining with a pained expression. I ignored him. My mind is completely absorbed into the system. System, scan these combat skills and find the one that suits me best. Ding. Scanning begins. Scan complete. 3 A-level combat skills were detected, showing a high degree of compatibility with the host's special ability attributes. 1. Thunderclap Spear Technique, a lightning attribute spear technique, characterized by its wide-ranging, powerful, and fierce attacks. Compatibility, 65%. Rating, trash. 2. Swift Step, a wind attribute movement technique that is graceful and agile, with extremely high speed. Compatibility, 48%. Rating, utterly trash. 3. Shield of the Earth, Earth attribute defensive combat skill, as stable as a mountain. Compatibility, 22%. Rating, are you serious? Looking at the system's evaluation, I couldn't help but twitch my lips. Goodness. The A-level combat skill that the principal cherished was actually considered less than trash by the system? Young Master Hu, which book have you taken a fancy to? Principal Gao asked cautiously when he saw that I hadn't made a move for a while. I turned around and looked at him, then at the librarian standing silently at the door, the one responsible for guarding the armory, an ordinary-looking old man surnamed Wang. I shook my head and slowly began to speak. My voice wasn't loud, but it was clear and echoed throughout the entire armory. These A-level combat skills are all garbage. I wouldn't even look at one of them. Chapter 9, his cultivation speed was too fast, and he tore down his house. Rubbish. When those 2 words were lightly uttered from my mouth, the entire armory fell into a deathly silence. The smile on Principal Gao's face froze. He stared at me with his mouth agape, his expression as if asking, dude, are you kidding me? Rank A combat skill. Each one is a treasure that would make a second-rate family fight tooth and nail for it. In Donghai City, any A-level combat skill that gets out of circulation can cause a bloodbath. But now, I, Hu Ming, a high school student who has just awakened his superpowers, am saying that they are all trash? Isn't this a bit too much of a show-off? Young Master Hu, Principal Gao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and chuckled dryly, are you kidding me? These are all A-level combat skills. I know. I nodded, looking completely matter-of-fact. But in my eyes, they're just trash. I'm telling the truth. Based on the system's evaluation, these so-called A-level combat skills are, in my eyes, no different from garbage. But to the principal, this was a blatant provocation and humiliation. His expression turned somewhat grim. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone a school principal, a top-level or rank expert. He can tolerate me blowing up the stone tablet and making all sorts of unreasonable demands because I am an SSS-level genius and the future of the school. But he could not tolerate my contemptuous insult to the martial arts heritage of the entire 7th high school, and even the entire Donghai city. Hu Ming. His tone became more serious. I know you're a legendary genius with high standards, which is normal. But you can't just say whatever you want. Oh? I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. So, Principal, you think I'm just talking nonsense? Humph. Principal Gao snorted coldly without saying a word, but his meaning was self-evident. I laughed. This is exactly the effect I wanted. If I don't trample your pride under my feet, how will you willingly offer me all the benefits? My gaze didn't fall on Principal Gao, but instead turned towards the doorway. I turned to the librarian, who had been silently wiping the bookshelves with his head down since I came in, as if he hadn't heard or seen anything. Old Wang. Teacher Wang, I looked at him and slowly began, do you think so too? Old Wang, who was wiping the bookshelf, stiffened slightly. He slowly raised his head. It was an ordinary face, covered with wrinkles, and its eyes were somewhat cloudy, like one of the millions of retired old men you could see anywhere. But, in that instant when our eyes met, a sharp glint, barely perceptible, flashed in his cloudy old eyes. Master. I immediately understood. This guy is definitely a hidden master. Moreover, his abilities are probably far superior to those of the university president. Oh? Old Wang put down the rag in his hand and looked at me with interest. Little guy, you've got quite the nerve. So tell me, why are they considered garbage? His voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable air of authority. Upon hearing Old Wang speak, Principal Gao instinctively took a half step back, barely daring to breathe. Interesting. It seems I was right. Okay. I nodded and, without saying a word, walked directly to the lightning attribute spear technique, Thunderbolt spear technique. Take this one for example. I pointed to the manual floating in the energy shield and spoke eloquently. The Thunder Spear technique emphasizes overwhelming the opponent with momentum, striking like thunder, and pursuing the ultimate explosive power and destructive force. Sounds pretty good, right? But its creator overlooked the most important point. Lightning is not just about violence. Lightning also represents ultimate speed. This spear technique only pursues power, completely abandoning speed, resulting in clumsy transitions between spear moves and numerous flaws. If you were to face a strong opponent of the same level, you would lose your head within 3 moves. What is this if not garbage? My words, like the resounding toll of a great bell, echoed in the silent armory. Principal Gao looked completely bewildered, finding the explanation impressive but not entirely incomprehensible. But in Old Wang's murky eyes, a burst of brilliant light suddenly erupted. For the first time, the expression on his face became serious. I didn't stop. I walked up to the original technique, Swift Steps. And this one, Swift Step, which claims to be as fast as the wind and come and go without a trace. But in my opinion, it's a complete joke. Its method of exerting force is completely wrong. It only knows how to use the power of its legs, but it doesn't know how to mobilize the blood and chi of its whole body, let alone use wind-type abilities to resonate with the wind elements in the world. With this training method, you'll never reach your true speed limit. Moreover, it's extremely damaging to your knees. If you don't end up with hemiplegia, you'll be considered exceptionally gifted. What else could it be but utter garbage? At this moment, Old Wang's expression completely changed. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at a monster. Because the 2 points I'm about to make directly address the core flaws of these 2A-level combat techniques. These flaws are something that even the creators of these combat techniques themselves might not be aware of, let alone the university president. But I, a kid who hasn't even grown a full beard yet, only took one look and pointed it out incisively. This can no longer be described as genius. This is a monster. Who are you? Old Wang's voice trembled slightly. Who I am is not important. I shrugged, looking completely nonchalant. What's important is, am I right? Old Wang fell silent. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Yes, you're absolutely right. He looked at me, his eyes filled with an extremely complex expression. Little one, you win. Now, tell me, what do you want? It's simple. I snapped my fingers. Give me these 3 trash rubbings. I'll take them back and study them myself to see if I can turn trash into treasure. I'm referring to Thunderbolt Spear Technique, Swift Wind Step, and that book, Shield of the Earth. 1 book for attack, 1 book for speed, and 1 book for defense. Although from the system's perspective, they are all garbage. But that's only because they are all incomplete. One of the most powerful functions of my system is deduction. Given enough material, it can fuse these fragmented garbage into a perfect, truly divine skill. Good. Without the slightest hesitation, old Wang waved his hand. The 3 energy shields protecting the A-level combat skills vanished instantly. 3 streams of light flew out from the 3 secret manuals and landed in front of me, transforming into 3 jade slips that emitted a faint glow. Take it, old Wang said with a touch of emotion. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far you can turn trash into treasure. These things. You will see. I put away the jade slip, smiled slightly at old Wang. Then, under the horrified gaze of the university principal, she turned and walked away with an air of nonchalance. Back to that low rent room, less than 15 square meters. The first thing I did was sit cross-legged and stick the 3 jade slips to my forehead. System. Based on these 3 A-level combat skills, deduce and fuse them into an S-level gun technique that is most suitable for me, integrating offense, speed, and defense. Ding. Command received. Deduction begins. Material analysis in progress. Defect removal in progress. Integration of strengths. Deduction complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the S-rank combat skill Thunder Dragon Strike. Boom. A massive flow of information instantly flooded my mind. The moves, the mental techniques, the power generation skills, everything seemed to be innate, and I mastered it instantly. I suddenly opened my eyes. A golden bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared in his eyes. Excellent. What a brilliant move, Thunder Dragon Strike. I couldn't help but roar to the sky. I picked up the ordinary iron spear that I had carelessly tossed aside on the bedside table for practice and stood up. The power of the myriad divine thunder within his body circulated wildly according to the mental cultivation path of Thunder Dragon Break. An unprecedented, violent sense of power burst forth from my body. Break! My eyes narrowed, and I thrust the iron spear in my hand suddenly at the wall in front of me. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. Only one, almost invisible to the naked eye, golden spear light, as thin as a hair, flashed and disappeared from the tip of the spear. The next second, the thick concrete wall in front of me suddenly and silently developed a fist-sized hole, open from front to back. The edge of the hole was as smooth as a mirror, with traces of charred marks left from being burned by high temperatures. Holy crap! I was startled by the astonishing scene before me. This is just the effect of a casual strike using less than 1/10 of my strength. If they used their full power, what would happen? Just as I was shocked by the terrifying power of Thunder Dragon Break. Suddenly, a terrified scream came from next door. Ah! Murder! Help! My wall, how did a hole appear in the wall? Immediately afterwards, there was a series of clattering sounds as pots and pans fell to the ground. Hold! They've gone too far. I stared at the hole in the wall that was still emitting wisps of smoke, and my lips twitched involuntarily. This is troublesome. How should I explain this to the landlord and the neighbor next door who was terrified of me? Hey auntie, do you believe in light? Chapter 10 Practical Lesson. One move completely stunned the teacher. I lost $30,000 federal dollars. In addition, 1 month's rent. Finally, after swearing to the terrified fat woman that I had been conducting a great scientific experiment the night before and that it would never happen again, I managed to appease the landlord and slink away from that low-rent building that no longer belonged to me. Oh shit. It was truly a case of dying before even getting started. Before he could even show off his newly acquired superhuman skills, he ended up homeless. I stood in the cold morning wind, looking at the few hundred federal dollars left in my pocket, and couldn't help but sigh. It seems that making money has officially become a priority for me. However, before that, I have another good show to put on. I looked up at the most conspicuous building of the 7th high school in the distance, the Comprehensive Combat Training Hall, and a malicious smile slowly crept onto my lips. Comprehensive Combat Training Hall. The practical lesson for Class 3 of Senior 3 is in progress. But the atmosphere in today's class was unusually strange. All the students subconsciously maintained a safe distance from the lone figure standing in the center of the field. The look in their eyes as they gazed at that figure was incredibly complex. There was awe, envy, and jealousy, but more than anything, there was fear. That's right. That figure was me. Since yesterday, when I single-handedly destroyed the Awakening Stone tablet and was personally certified by the principal as having SSS-level mythical superpowers, my status at the entire 7th high school has undergone a dramatic 180-degree reversal. Once a D-level waste, now the god of thunder. Once the laughingstock of the whole school, now the school's prized possession. This stark contrast instilled in everyone a deep-seated awe for me. They don't even dare to speak loudly to me. Quiet. Just then, a loud, energetic shout came from the doorway. A burly, middle-aged man with a muscular build, resembling a bear, strode in. He is our class's practical course teacher, Joe Boppy, no, Teacher Joe. A genuine, high-level B-grade superhuman. He was known for his brutal training methods and fiery temper, and he held absolute authority over us students, with no room for argument. But today, Teacher Joe managed to force a smile that looked more like a grimace than a cry. His gaze immediately locked onto me. He cleared his throat and said in an unprecedentedly gentle tone, "How is Hu Ming's recovery going? You must have used up a lot of source energy yesterday. Why don't you rest for a while today?" The whole class was dumbfounded. Is this still the same Joe Boppy who would punish people by making them run 100 laps around the track at the drop of a hat? That kind and gentle tone, that caring gaze. Hold. We must be doing it wrong. Looking at Teacher Joe's cautious demeanor, I couldn't help but find it amusing. No need, Teacher Joe. I shook my head and said calmly, I've recovered very well. Besides, I'd like to test just how powerful my newly awakened ability really is. Oh. Good. Teacher Joe's eyes suddenly lit up. That's exactly what he was waiting for. Not only him, but everyone present, including those classmates who were pretending to train but actually eavesdropping, all showed expressions of great anticipation. SSS-level mythical superpower. Just how strong is it? Was yesterday's earth-shattering explosion just a flash in the pan? Everyone's heart was filled with boundless curiosity. Ha ha ha. Great. Teacher Joe clapped her hands excitedly. Since Hu Ming is so interested, I'll personally be your practice partner for today's lesson. Students, get to the edge of the field. Quickly. At his command, all the students retreated like a tide to a safe area dozens of meters away, giving us a huge open space. All eyes were fixed on us. Even my breathing was unconsciously held back. Come on, Hu Ming. Teacher Joe walked to the opposite side of me and stood still. He stretched his muscles and bones, and his entire body immediately crackled and popped like popping beans. A fierce aura suddenly erupted from him. My superpower is a B-level strong system, immovable stone Buddha. My forte is defense. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his face filled with powerful confidence. Go ahead and attack me with your strongest moves. Remember, don't hold back. Let me see just how powerful this legendary mythical level superpower really is. As he spoke, he let out a low growl. Drink. His muscles visibly expanded rapidly. His already imposing body grew another half-meter in just a few seconds. His exposed skin quickly turned a rock-like grayish-brown. The whole person looked just like an angry Vajra pulled from the ground. Holy crap! It's Teacher Joe's signature move, Stone Buddha Golden Body. I heard that Teacher Joe once used this move to withstand a full-force attack from a peak C-rank monster without sustaining any injury. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if Hu Ming can break through Teacher Joe's defenses. Hearing the exclamations of the students around him, Teacher Joe's confidence grew even stronger. He beckoned to me with his finger and said in a deep voice, "Come on, kid. Let me see what you've got." I couldn't help but laugh at his self-righteous attitude. Teacher Joe, I said kindly, carrying the iron spear I'd grabbed from the weapon rack for practice, I advise you to add a few more layers of defense. Because I'm afraid you might die if I use this move. My words were spoken very softly. But to Teacher Joe, it was no less than the most arrogant provocation. Arrogant. Teacher Joe was furious. He felt looked down upon by a mere brat. Stop talking nonsense. Show me what you've got. If I take even half a step back, I'll change my surname to yours today. Yeah? My smile widened even further. Then you'd better stand firm. The words fell the moment they left his lips. The smile on my face vanished instantly. Instead, there was only a cold indifference. The power of the myriad divine thunder within my body was circulating wildly according to the mental cultivation path of Thunder Dragon Break. I'm too lazy to even take out my dragon's gallant silver spear. Only 10% was used. Only 1/10 of its power. Break! I gave a low shout and pointed my iron spear at Teacher Joe, making a feint from afar. Call out. A golden spear light, several times more condensed than the one in the rented room, almost invisible, flashed by like lightning piercing the night. That speed was incredibly fast. Everyone present, including Teacher Joe, a B-level strong system ability user, didn't see what happened at all. They only saw me casually swing the iron spear in my hand. Then. And that was the end of it. The angry expression on Teacher Joe's face was still frozen there. He hadn't even reacted yet. The next second. Put. A soft sound, like cloth being torn. Teacher Joe's proud stone Buddha golden body, which he claimed could withstand the full force of a sea-level peak monster's attack, suddenly and silently developed a fist-sized hole in his chest. The edge of the hole was as smooth as a mirror. Well. Teacher Joe lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the bloody hole in his chest that was still emitting blue smoke, and made a series of incomprehensible hoarse sounds from his throat. Immediately afterwards, his massive, mountain-like body fell straight backward. Boom! A loud bang. He was actually sent flying by the remaining force. It flew more than 10 meters away. Finally, it slammed hard into the wall of the training hall, which was made of special alloy. Boom! Another loud bang. He actually managed to smash a human-shaped dent into the half-meter-thick alloy wall. Teacher Joe was completely embedded in the wall. His limbs convulsed, he foamed at the mouth, and his eyes rolled back. He fainted on the spot. Once again, the entire venue fell into a deathly silence. All the students were stunned, as if struck by lightning, and stood there frozen in place. They looked at Teacher Joe, whose fate was unknown, on the wall, and then at me in the center of the field, slowly putting away my iron spear with a calm and collected expression. My mind went completely blank. Finally. A girl with a weak heart couldn't bear the extreme fear. Her eyes rolled back, she screamed, and she fainted on the spot. The boy next to her was muttering to himself in a trembling voice, almost crying. My God, is this damage that a carbon-based life form can inflict? Chapter 11 School Bully Linfoam provokes you? You're tired of living. The practical training sessions couldn't continue. Or rather, no one dared to go up anymore. After several daring students frantically pried Mr. Joe off the wall, he was immediately carried on a stretcher and taken to the school's medical center. It is said that he did not die, but all his ribs were broken and he suffered severe internal bleeding. He will probably spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. A B-level expert, now useless. This news swept through the entire 7th high school like a Category 12 hurricane in just 10 minutes. The first reaction of everyone who heard this news was disbelief. Are you kidding me? A student who had just awakened his superpowers instantly killed a seasoned B-level expert with a single move, and that expert was a defensive type. Do you think this is a novel? But when they saw the human-shaped crater that was carried out of the combat training hall, covered in blood and barely breathing, everyone fell silent. Instead, there was a deep-seated fear and a soul-stirring awe of that name. Hu Ming. This name became an absolute taboo at the entire 7th high school. One god. A demon. A supreme being whom everyone must look up to, and who dares not even speak of. As for me, the one who started all of this, I acted as if nothing had happened and leisurely returned to the classroom amidst the horrified stares of my classmates. I even had the leisure to whistle at Zhao Qian, the class beauty who had been trembling with fear since I walked in and almost hid under the table. Hey, Qian, you look really pretty today. Zhao Qian trembled all over, her pretty face turned pale, and she didn't even dare to lift her head, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into on the spot. Looking at her trembling, regretful expression, I felt utterly bored. Cut. The skill level is too low. They didn't even have the interest to let me continue teasing them. Bored out of my mind, I lay on the table and started thinking about which cafeteria I should go to for lunch to rip off Principal Gao. However, when I want some peace and quiet, there are always some clueless flies that insist on getting on my face. The bell rang to signal the end of get out of class. I hadn't even had a chance to move. Bang! A loud bang. The door to our senior class 3 was kicked open from the outside. A handsome young man, dressed in a limited edition combat uniform with slicked back hair but a face so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, stood menacingly blocking the entrance with 7 or 8 intimidating-looking henchmen. Lin Feng. This guy actually dares to come looking for me? The entire classroom fell into a deathly silence instantly. All the students instinctively held their breath, not daring to even breathe loudly. All eyes were on me and Lin Feng. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, like the calm before the storm. Hu Ming! You fucking get out here! Lin Feng pointed at me, his voice sharp and distorted with extreme anger and jealousy. He stared at me intently, his eyes filled with such venom that it seemed he wanted to devour me alive. On what grounds? He couldn't understand it. How could this piece of trash he had always trampled underfoot rise to become a legendary SSS-level figure admired by all? Why is it that the A-level genius title he earned after more than a decade of hard training becomes worthless, even a joke, in front of this good-for-nothing? He is not convinced. He was unwilling to accept it. The jealousy in his heart was like a venomous snake, frantically gnawing at his reason. He knew that if he didn't do something, he would be crushed by Hu Ming, the good-for-nothing he used to despise, for the rest of his life, with no chance of ever turning the tables. So, he came. He arrived with the Lin family's most elite guards. What he needs to do today is to drag Hu Ming, this so-called myth, down from his pedestal in front of everyone. Then, use your feet to crush them hard into the mud. He wanted everyone to know what would happen if they offended the eldest son of the Lin family in Donghai City. Even if you're an SSS-level genius, you still have to be respectful to me. As I watched his blustering yet cowardly demeanor, I slowly stood up from my seat. I didn't say anything. I simply walked towards him, step by step. I walked very slowly. Every step seemed to be stepping on the heartbeats of everyone present. The entire classroom was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. What's wrong, young Master Lin? I walked up to him and stopped, a faint, amused smile on my face. You were so scared yesterday that you peed your pants, but today you changed into new ones, and now you think you're all invincible? My voice isn't loud. But in the deathly silent classroom, it clearly reached everyone's ears. Put. I don't know who it was, but the first person couldn't help but laugh. Immediately afterwards, the entire classroom erupted in suppressed laughter. Lin Feng's face instantly turned a deep liver color. The fact that he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground yesterday under the pressure of my SSS-level superpower has become the biggest stain and disgrace of his life. Now I've actually exposed this matter so openly in front of so many people. This is more painful for him than killing him. You fucking want to die. Lin Feng was enraged. His reason was instantly consumed by anger. He roared, and a bright blue light emanated from his body. A level wind-type ability, Child of the Storm, unleashed at full power. A violent hurricane swept out from him, blowing the desks and chairs in the classroom all over the place. All of you, get him. Cripple him. He pointed at me and roared madly at the group of followers behind him. If anything happens, the Lin family will take responsibility. Those 7 or 8 henchmen were already poised to strike. The moment they received the order, they all unleashed a powerful aura and pounced on me like hungry tigers. Even the weakest of these people are at the peak of E level. 2 of them even reached level D. To ordinary students, this was simply an irresistible and destructive force. A chorus of terrified screams erupted in the classroom. However, faced with an attack that could easily destroy the entire classroom, I, however, couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I just looked at Lin Feng, who was hiding behind everyone with a ferocious and smug expression, and shook my head. That's it? I pursed my lips, my tone filled with undisguised disappointment. Too weak. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I moved. I'm too lazy to even use Thunder Dragon Break. I simply wrapped a wisp of golden lightning power around my right fist. Then, he casually threw a punch at the D-level ability user who was charging at the front. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. There was only one sound, a dull thud like that of a pile driver. Boom! The sinister grin on the face of the so-called D-level Lin family guard remained frozen in place. The next second, it was as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. His combat uniform exploded instantly. He was sent flying backward at more than 3 times the speed he had come from. Boom! He crashed hard into another companion behind him. The 2 of them, like a string of candied hawthorns, continued to fly backward. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds rang out. Those 7 or 8 menacing Lin family guards were all pierced through by my casual punch in just 1 second. Finally, 7 or 8 people, like a pile of rubbish, were all stacked together and embedded hard into the wall at the end of the corridor. One by one, they coughed up blood, their fate unknown. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. And it was a decisive, crushing victory. The entire classroom, along with the entire corridor, fell into a deathly silence once again. Everyone stared at my unremarkable fist, which was still wreathed in faint golden arcs of electricity, as if they had seen a ghost. My mind went completely blank. Lin Feng was also dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed in disbelief at the pile of his most elite guards, now barely recognizable as human figures, and then at me, standing motionless, not having moved an inch. A chill ran from the soles of his feet straight up to the top of his head. He was scared. He finally realized just how terrifying a being he had provoked. I ignored the shock of the others. My gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng. I looked at his face, which had turned as white as paper from fear, and slowly raised my hand. A golden arc of electricity danced merrily at my fingertips. I looked at him and slowly began to speak. My voice, though not loud, sounded like a death sentence from the deepest hell. How do you want to die? Chapter 12 One Hit Kill. This is mythical level strength. How do you want to die? When those words, so light and casual, as if asking have you eaten today, came out of my mouth, Lin Feng completely broke down. The last trace of color drained from his face in an instant. A chilling cold mixed with the fear of death overwhelmed him like a tidal wave. He wanted to run away. He had never wanted to escape a place as much as he did now in his life. But he can't escape. My energy has locked onto him tightly. He felt as if he were being targeted by a terrifying beast from the primordial era. He couldn't even muster the courage to move a single finger, let alone run away. No, don't kill me. Under extreme fear, the once arrogant young master of the Lin family finally abandoned his ridiculous dignity and began to beg for mercy in a trembling voice. Hu Ming. No. Grandpa Hu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have come to provoke you. Please, just ignore me and let me go. With a plop, he actually knelt down right in front of everyone. The entire corridor fell into a deathly silence in an instant. All the students watching looked at the A-level genius kneeling on the ground, weeping and kowtowing repeatedly, as if they had seen a ghost. My mind went completely blank. Is this really the same Lin Feng who always looks down on everyone and thinks they're nothing but ants? The contrast is just too great. However, faced with his clumsy performance of begging for mercy, I, however, couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. Let you go? Are you kidding me? I've always believed in the principle of cutting the weeds by the roots and killing the snake completely. If I let him off so easily today, what awaits me is the Lin family's endless and insane revenge. I don't want to have to be on guard against sniper shots coming from any corner while I'm eating or sleeping. Therefore, he must die today. Or, it's worse than death. It's too late. I looked at him and slowly shook my head. I raised my hand, and the golden arc of electricity at my fingertips began to grow brighter and more violent. A destructive aura sent chills down everyone's spine. Stop. Lin Feng also felt the threat of death. Begging for mercy is useless. The fear in his eyes was instantly replaced by a mad, venomous resentment. Even a rabbit will bite when cornered. What's more, he's an A-level genius. Hu Ming. You forced me to this. He suddenly leaped up from the ground, his face contorted in a ferocious grimace, and let out a beastly roar at me. Even if I die today, I'll drag you down with me. Storm Fury. He roared and unleashed all the wind-based abilities within him without reservation. Call. A blue hurricane, several times more violent than the one that had been in the classroom, suddenly swept out from the center of him. Countless sharp cyan wind blades, formed from a high concentration of wind elements, swarmed towards me like locusts, relentlessly tearing me apart. The sheer scale of it was terrifying. The walls of the entire corridor were slashed with terrifying, bone-deep cuts by those incredibly sharp wind blades. Ah! The students watching were so frightened that they scrambled back, afraid of being caught in the terrifying wind blades. However, faced with this full-force attack from an A-level ability user, powerful enough to instantly shred a building into pieces. But I remained standing in the same spot. I didn't even move a single step. I simply covered my body with a faint wisp of golden lightning. It formed a layer of golden armor, as thin as a cicada's wing. The next second. Jingle bells. Countless cyan wind blades, enough to easily slice through a tank, slashed fiercely at the thin layer of golden armor on my body. Then, just like raindrops hitting glass, besides producing a crisp, pleasant metallic clanging sound, not even the slightest trace could be left on my armor. Not even the hem of my clothes was stirred. What? Lin Feng was stunned. He looked at me, who was bathed in his strongest killing move yet remained calm and composed. Not even a single strand of my hair was disheveled. The ferocity and madness on his face froze instantly. Instead, there was only a deathly, ashen despair. No, impossible, he muttered to himself, utterly distraught. This is absolutely impossible. This is the A-level superpower he is so proud of? Is this his strongest attack, the one where he risked everything? We can't even break through their defenses? Gap. This is the absolute gap between mythical level and a level, like an insurmountable chasm. Is the performance over? Looking at his distraught appearance, I slowly spoke. My voice, though not loud, was like a massive hammer, slamming into his heart. If it's over. Well, it's my turn now. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I moved. I'm too lazy to even use any techniques. I simply took a step towards him. Call out. A golden bolt of lightning flashed and disappeared in an instant. Everyone present, including a level genius Lin Feng, didn't even see what happened. They simply felt as if a golden lightning bolt had ripped through the sky before their eyes. The next second, when they regained their sight, I had already appeared silently behind Lin Feng. I remained unchanged, maintaining that calm and composed posture as if I had never moved. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was frozen in place as if he had been frozen in place, not moving at all. His face, still bearing traces of horror and despair, slowly turned black. A burnt, smoky smell of protein began to fill the air. Well. A series of unintelligible hoarse sounds came from his throat. Immediately afterwards, his expensive, limited edition combat suit shattered into pieces, turning into dust that filled the sky. His entire body was charred black, like charcoal that had been struck by lightning for 7 days and 7 nights, and he fell straight backward. Bang! A dull thud sounded as someone fell to the ground. This arrogant young master of the Lin family, an A-level genius. Completely, it has lost all vitality. One move. Again, they only used one move. It can't even be called a move. We simply brushed past each other. An A-level genius, just like that, wasted. The entire corridor fell into an absolute silence that was more than 10 times more desolate than before. Everyone's brains were completely stunned by this shocking scene. Finally, the student who was closest to the scene couldn't withstand the extreme visual impact and mental terror. His eyes rolled back, he screamed, and he immediately started foaming at the mouth and convulsing. The bolder one next to him muttered to himself in a trembling, tearful voice. Did he just teleport? Chapter 13 The Beautiful Instructor's Favor. I want this kid. Teleportation? Of course not. That was simply the speed reached its limit under the enhancement of the Thunder Dragon Break movement technique. It's so fast, even an A-level ability user's dynamic vision can't capture it. I looked at the charred, unrecognizable mass on the ground and nodded in satisfaction. You will not die. I always exercise restraint when I take action. However, it only shattered all the meridians in his body. From now on, this once arrogant young master of the Lin family will have to completely say goodbye to his identity as a superhuman and spend the rest of his life obediently in a wheelchair. This is more painful for him than killing him. Killing people. Finally, one of the braver students snapped out of his shock and let out a terrified scream. The entire corridor erupted in chaos. All the students watching screamed and cried as if they had seen a ghost, scrambling back as if they were afraid that I, the god of death, would be their next target. The whole scene was in complete chaos. But I acted as if nothing had happened, picked at my ear, turned around, and prepared to go back to the classroom for another nap. However, I just turned around. Stop right there. A thunderous roar, like the sound of a great bell, exploded from the other end of the corridor. The voice, seemingly carrying an undeniable authority and power, forcefully suppressed the chaotic scene. All the students who were fleeing instinctively stopped in their tracks. I stopped in my tracks. I turned around and looked in the direction from which the sound came with great interest. I saw a tall, stern-faced middle-aged man in a specially made black combat suit striding toward me. His eyes were as sharp as a hawk's. He exuded a fierce and ruthless aura that could only be honed by years of walking on the edge of life and death. Master. Another expert. Moreover, his strength is definitely far superior to that teacher Joe whom I defeated in one move. It's Instructor Lee. Our school's elite instructor, Lee Zhenbang. A level powerful ability user. It is said that he once single-handedly killed a peak sea-level monster. This is going to be interesting. No matter how good Hu Ming is, he can't possibly be a match for Instructor Lee, right? The students around them all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw who it was. It was as if they had found their pillar of support. Li Zhenbang. This name is legendary throughout the entire 7th high school. He was an idol whom all students both respected and feared. Li Zhenbang ignored the surrounding students' comments. His gaze remained fixed on me the entire time. His eyes were filled with complex emotions. There was shock, admiration, curiosity, and a faint sense of apprehension. He strode to the center of the field and first glanced at the 7 or 8 Lin family guards on the ground who were still unconscious. Then, they walked up to the charred remains that were no longer recognizable as human. He crouched down, reached out, and probed the charred neck. It's still breathing. He breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, turned to look at me, and slowly began to speak. His voice was deep yet resonant. Did you do this? Yes. I nodded, looking completely at ease. Why? He wanted to kill me. I pointed to Lin Feng on the ground and then to the group of guards on the wall. They were all accomplices. My answer was simple and direct. But everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Good heavens! Isn't that reason powerful enough? Li Zhenbang was also taken aback. He clearly didn't expect me to answer so decisively and confidently. He was silent for a moment, then nodded. Good. He only said one word. Then he turned around and shouted at the students who were still peeking around with gossipy expressions, "What are you all looking at? Haven't you had enough of the show? Don't you have class? Get out of here in 10 seconds. Otherwise, all of you will run 100 laps around the track with weights." At a single command, those students ran faster than rabbits. Within seconds, the entire corridor became empty. All that's left is me, Li Zhenbang, and that pile of half-dead garbage on the ground. You, come with me. Li Zhenbang glanced at me, turned around, and walked towards the instructor's office at the end of the corridor. I shrugged and followed. Instructor's office. Li Zhenbang personally poured me a cup of hot tea. This treatment left the young instructors following behind him completely stunned. Tell me, Li Zhenbang said, sitting across from me and getting straight to the point. What exactly happened? I didn't hide anything either. I recounted to him in detail how Lin Feng brought people to ambush me, how he verbally humiliated me, how he tried to force me to take action, and finally, how he became enraged and tried to kill me to silence me. Of course, a little bit of artistic embellishment was done in it. For example, they exaggerated Lin Feng's viciousness and their own innocence. After listening to my story, Li Zhenbang remained silent. His face, sharp and resolute as if carved by a knife and axe, was expressionless. The atmosphere in the office became somewhat oppressive for a moment. Just when I thought he was about to say something, some official nonsense. But then he suddenly laughed. Well done. His eyes were filled with undisguised admiration as he looked at me. The Lin family, these parasites who rely on their ancestors' legacy to act arrogantly and domineeringly, deserve to be taught a lesson long ago. Don't worry, I'll cover this up for you. Lin Feng provoked me first and then injured me. You acted in self-defense. Even if the head of the Lin family came in person, he wouldn't get the slightest advantage from me. His words were resolute and unwavering. Good heavens! I couldn't help but freeze for a moment when I looked at him. I had prepared a whole bunch of arguments to argue with him. To my surprise, he was even more decisive than me. Thank you, Instructor Lee. I genuinely felt a sense of goodwill towards him. No need to thank me. Li Zhenbang waved his hand, his eyes becoming somewhat ardent as he looked at me. I simply admire you. Hu Ming, you are the most monstrous genius I have ever seen in my life. Without a doubt. Your future is limitless. You absolutely cannot let it be ruined by the Lin family, these lowlifes. So? Interested in joining our military? He looked at me like a big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood with a lollipop. If you nod, I guarantee the Lin family will never dare to cause you any more trouble. Here comes another one, trying to recruit me. I shook my head, somewhat helplessly. Thank you for your kind offer, Instructor Lee, but I'm not interested yet. I haven't finished speaking yet. Bang! The office door was violently kicked open from the outside. A fiery, beautiful figure burst in from outside. Li Zhenbang. You old bastard. You want to steal my man again? The newcomer was a tall, curvaceous woman dressed in a tight-fitting red combat suit. Her long, fiery red hair was tied into a high ponytail. Her delicate, angelic face carried a hint of devilish wildness and unruliness. His whole being was like a walking humanoid flame. It's brimming with deadly allure. Xia Lioli. That's the beautiful instructor from the military's special recruitment office who contacted me yesterday after the awakening ceremony. Ahem, Li Zhenbang coughed twice, clearly embarrassed when he saw her. Lioli, what brings you here? Why am I here? Xia Lioli stood with her hands on her hips, her eyebrows raised, like a little female leopard whose tail had been stepped on. If I hadn't come, my military's once-in-a-century genius would have been lured to your city guard by you, you old fox. As she spoke, she strode forward with her long, straight legs long enough to make any man's blood boil and walked straight up to me. She stood there, looking down at me from her high vantage point. A strong, alluring scent, a mixture of sweat, gunpowder smoke, and a faint jasmine fragrance, instantly enveloped me. Her eyes, as bright as rubies, were filled with undisguised admiration as she looked at me. Fighting spirit. She extended a fair, slender hand, covered in calluses, and offered it to me. Her red lips curled slightly upwards, revealing a wild yet confident smile. Hu Ming, right? My name is Xia Lioli. Interested in fighting me? Chapter 14, The Iceberg School Beauty Lang Yuexin actually challenged me to a battle? Let's fight. I couldn't help but smile as I looked at the striking, spirited, and fiercely competitive red-haired female instructor in front of me. Interesting. That's so interesting. Yesterday, after the awakening ceremony, the Ice Queen of the school, Lang Yuexin, was the first to show me kindness. Today, it was this fiery beauty from the military again who challenged me first after I crippled Lin Feng in one move. Oh, my damn, irresistible charm. I stood up without shaking her hand, and walked directly to the open space in the center of the office. I beckoned to her with my finger. However, I have limited time. One move. If you can still stand after one move, I'll admit defeat. My words were spoken very softly. But to Li Zhenbang and the other young instructors in the office, it was no less than a magnitude 18 earthquake. Mad. That's fucking insane. That's Xia Lioli, the military's most dazzling rising star. At only 20 years old, he is already a peak B rank expert. His mastery of the wildfire spear technique is unparalleled. It is said that he once directly confronted a monster that was almost a rank during a mission. Although in the end, he narrowly lost by half a move. However, his strength is absolutely at the top of the pyramid among the younger generation in Donghai City. But now I, Hu Ming, a high school student who has only awakened my superpower for less than 24 hours, am saying that I can make her unable to stand up in one move? This can no longer be described as arrogant. This is simply the greatest humiliation for a top-tier expert. Ha 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 ha. Li Zhenbang hadn't had a chance to say anything yet. Xia Lioli, however, burst into a hearty, bell-like laugh first. She laughed so hard she was doubled over. Those magnificent breasts, enough to drive any man crazy, were even more turbulent and breathtaking. Good. 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 She said good 3 times in a row. Looking into my eyes, which shone like rubies, she saw not anger, but rather a stronger sense of admiration and fighting spirit. That's awesome. I love it. She had barely finished speaking. Boom. A surge of fiery red energy, as hot and violent as a volcanic eruption, suddenly swept out from her petite body. The temperature in the entire office suddenly rose. The air itself seemed to distort due to the terrifying heat. Rank A ability, Red Lotus Karmic Fire. Activate. She let out a delicate shout, and a flash of light appeared in her hand. A magnificent spear, its entire body a deep crimson, with flames burning at its tip, appeared in her hand in an instant. Kid. Watch closely. This move is called Wildfire 100 Strikes. She let out a long howl, and the flaming spear in her hand suddenly trembled. Buzzing. The next second, gunfire filled the sky, appearing out of nowhere. Hundreds and thousands of scorching spear beams formed from flames swept towards me like a raging storm. The sheer scale of it was terrifying. It felt like it wanted to burn me and the entire office to ashes in an instant. However, faced with this terrifying attack, which would make any B-level ability user turn pale with fear, but I remained standing in the same spot. I'm too lazy to even take out my dragon's gallbladder silver spear. I simply raised my right hand. A thin, golden arc of electricity, as fine as a hair, slowly condensed at the tip of my index finger. Then, he gently pointed at the countless gun shadows in the sky. Break! My voice was very soft. It was like a divine decree from the heavens above. Call out. A golden spear light, almost invisible to the naked eye, flashed past my fingertips. There was no earth-shattering fanfare. There was no aura of world destruction. There was only one beam of golden light, moving at an extreme speed. That golden light seemed tiny. But it is like an indestructible divine sword. It easily tore through the sky filled with gunfire. Then, with an utterly unreasonable and devastating force, it precisely struck the tip of Xia Liuli's flaming spear. Bite! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The next second, on Xia Liuli's beautiful face, there was a look of shock and disbelief. The flaming spear in her hand was made of a special alloy. Shattered into pieces. It turned into dust that filled the sky. Immediately afterwards, the unstoppable golden spear light, its momentum undiminished, grazed her cheek and flashed past. Put! A soft, tearing sound rang out. Xia Liuli froze on the spot. She lowered her head in disbelief. All that could be seen was that the tight-fitting red combat uniform she wore, made of special fireproof material, had been torn open from her collarbone to her lower abdomen, leaving a clean rip. A horrifying wound, deep enough to expose bone, appeared on her snow-white, flat abdomen. Blood gushed out like a spring, instantly staining the front of her clothes red. Well. She opened her mouth as if to say something. But an irresistible, violent force of thunder suddenly erupted within her. Suddenly, everything went black before her eyes. He just slumped backward like that. One move. Seriously, it only took one move. Half an hour later, I have already left the instructor's office. As for that fiery beauty I defeated in one move. Of course, Li Zhenbong and his team were responsible for sending them for treatment. I reckon she'll be much more well-behaved when she wakes up. As I pondered this, I strolled leisurely toward the school gate. It's time to go outside the city and hunt some monsters to make some money. However, I had just arrived at that grove of small trees filled with cherry blossoms. A beautiful, icy figure, as aloof as an iceberg, appeared out of nowhere and blocked my way. Is it her? I raised an eyebrow. The person who came was the only ice queen in the school who had ever shown me a kind smile during the awakening ceremony. Cold Moon Heart. She was still wearing that simple blue tracksuit. Her exquisitely beautiful face, like a work of art, remained expressionless. But I saw in her eyes, clear as autumn water, an unprecedented solemnity and fighting spirit. She just looked at me quietly. A long time. She slowly took out a beautifully crafted light blue envelope from her bosom. The envelope also emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance, as cool and refreshing as a snow lotus. She handed the envelope to me. Her voice, like her personality, was cold and devoid of any emotion. Next week's simulation battle, I'll show you that SSS rank doesn't mean invincible. Chapter 15 New System Feature. Even killing a chicken gives you a reward? Another one? Looking at the aloof school beauty in front of me, who still had a don't touch me expression even when she handed me the challenge, I felt completely overwhelmed. What happened? Did my SSS level mythical ability cause me to stumble upon a den of beauties? Why are they all crying and begging to fight me? Moreover, each one is more ferocious than the last. One of them is the military's fiery hot pepper. They'll start fighting without saying a word when they meet. One is the school's iceberg snow lotus, who is clearly full of fighting spirit towards me but still insists on going through the formalities and issuing a challenge. Miss, aren't you being a little too particular? Let's fight then, why bother issuing a declaration of war? Somewhat helplessly, I reached out and took the light blue envelope that still carried Lung Yuexin's faint fragrance. It feels cool and smooth to the touch. Okay, I'll take it. I casually stuffed the envelope into my pocket, looking at her clear, calm eyes with a smile, and said, but I must warn you, I'm going to hit you really hard. If you cry, I won't be responsible for comforting you. Long Yuexin's usually icy and beautiful face flushed slightly, a rare occurrence. But it was fleeting. You won't have that chance. She coldly uttered those words, then turned and strode away without looking back, her long, shapely legs encased in blue sweatpants. Only a stunningly beautiful, aloof, and solitary figure remained. I watched the direction she left in and couldn't help but touch my chin. Interesting. One is like fire, the other is like ice. I wonder what interesting chemical reaction will occur when ice meets fire. I shook my head, trying to stop thinking about all this nonsense. Women will only slow down my gun firing speed. The most urgent thing is to make money. Upgrade. Half an hour later. Donghai Base City, South Gate. This is the only passage leading to the wilderness area outside the city. Every day, thousands of people with superpowers come and go from here. Some of them belong to elite teams from major guilds. Some are lone wolf freelancers. But they all have only one goal: hunt down monsters. Obtain demon cores and materials. Then they could exchange it for a huge amount of wealth that would allow them to live a life of luxury. Wilderness. This is a place where crisis and opportunity coexist. It's hell for the weak. Indeed, it is a paradise for the strong. It is also me, Hu Ming, the future. ATM. I wore the most ordinary black combat uniform that I had casually borrowed from the school's logistics department, and carried an unremarkable practice rifle. I blended into the crowd and walked out of the city gate. Rumble. The massive city gate, tens of meters thick and made of a special alloy, slowly closed behind me. A wild wind, filled with the scent of blood, decay, and savagery, rushed towards us. Outside the city walls lies a completely different, apocalyptic scene. The earth was scorched black. Everywhere you look, there are huge, terrifying craters, like those from a meteorite impact. All sorts of bizarre and mutated plants are growing wildly. In the distance, terrifying roars, like the howls of wild beasts, could be faintly heard. I took a deep breath and felt not the slightest fear, but rather a sense of exhilaration, like a fish returning to the sea or a dragon returning to the abyss. This is the real battlefield that belongs to me. Just when I was preparing to make my move. Bite. That familiar blue panel popped up without warning. Host detected entering the wilderness area for the first time. New player tutorial quest officially begins. Task name, a first try. Task description, as a newbie just embarking on your journey, you need to find an easy opponent to test your strength. Mission objective, proceed to the safe zone 800 meters ahead and hunt down an F-rank monster, the Iron Skin Boar. Task reward? Safe zone? Tin-skinned pig? I couldn't help but purse my lips as I looked at this beginner's task, which was so simple it was almost insulting to my intelligence. What's going on? I am a supreme being, an SSS-level mythical superpowered being who can annihilate heaven, earth, and even the air. You're actually asking me to kill an F-rank ironhide pig that doesn't even have any superpowers? What's the difference between that thing and a domestic pig, except for its thick skin and flesh? Killing it would only dirty my hands. Bite. Friendly reminder, complete the newbie tasks for a surprise. The system's voice carried a rare hint of playfulness. Surprise? I raised an eyebrow. Okay. Since you've put it that way, I'll reluctantly go through the process. Following the system map's guidance, I slowly walked towards the so-called safe zone. The so-called safe zone is actually a buffer zone right next to the city wall. Most of the monsters here are low-grade F-rank monsters. Normally, only novice students who have just awakened and have little combat experience come here to practice. For an expert like me, coming here is like a game of cat and mouse. Soon. I found my mission objective in a grove of trees overgrown with mutated shrubs. A wild boar, about the size of a small calf, covered in a layer of black, armor-like hide. It was bowing its head and frantically burrowing at the ground with its two long fangs, seemingly searching for some kind of edible plant root. They were completely unaware of the impending danger. I felt a pang of guilt looking at it. Never mind. Whether you die sooner or later, you're going to die anyway. May you be reborn into a better family in your next life. I sighed and took the practice spear from behind my back. They don't even bother using their superpowers. Just like that, he simply thrust his spear at the tin pig that was still working hard. Call out. A whooshing sound rang out. The poor tin pig didn't even have time to let out a scream. Its head exploded instantly, just like a watermelon that had been punctured. Red and white splattered all over the ground. Sold out instantly. A guaranteed instant kill. I sheathed my spear, looked at the headless corpse still twitching on the ground, and shook my head. Oh, my sins, my sins. Just as I was about to turn around and leave. Bite. The system notification sounded again. Congratulations, host. You have completed the beginner's quest to first try. Settling your reward. The next second. A system notification sound, one I will never forget, suddenly exploded in my mind. Ding. Defeat F-rank monster Iron Skin Pig X1. Congratulations, host, you have gained 10 experience points and 1,000 federal coins. Chapter 16 The Wilderness Outside the City, This is My Paradise. Experience points? Federal currency? I froze on the spot. I was completely stunned. Did I hear something wrong? System? I called out tentatively in my mind, what did you just say? Bite. The host has gained 10 experience points and 1,000 federal credits for defeating one F-rank monster, Iron Skinned Pig, but the system repeated itself tirelessly. Boom. This time, I heard it clearly. My brain felt like it had been hit head-on by a nuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons. An indescribable ecstasy, more than 10 times stronger than when I awakened my SSS-level superpower, overwhelmed me completely in an instant, like a landslide and a tsunami. Killing monsters can drop experience points? Killing monsters, and they even drop money right away? What the hell is this amazing system? Suddenly, I brought up my personal attribute panel. 2 new attribute bars appeared in the upper left corner of the panel. Host, Hu Ming. Rank, Beginner F10 100. Special ability, SSS rank Omnipotent Divine Thunder. Combat skill, S rank Thunder Dragon Strike. Federal currency, 1,000 yuan. I looked at the crystal clear experience bar and the amount of money that shone with an alluring glow. I can't hold back any longer. Ha 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 ha. I burst out laughing. They laughed so hard they were doubled over. I laughed so hard I almost cried. It's out. This is fucking real, we're going to make a fortune. What about other superhumans who want to level up? They had to work hard to hunt down monsters. Then they dragged the monster's corpse back into the city. Sell it to those unscrupulous material suppliers. In exchange, they received meager cultivation resources. Finally, it takes another 10 days, half a month, or even 1 or 2 months to go into seclusion and cultivate diligently in order to barely improve one's strength by a tiny bit. But what about me? I don't need to go through all that trouble at all. All I want is to kill monsters. Keep killing monsters. It will be like taking a rocket, with crazy upgrades. And the most bizarre thing is, I don't even need to collect the body. After killing them, you can just pack your bags and leave, and the money will automatically be credited to your account. This is no longer about winning at the starting line. This guy was born right at the finish line. Heaven, this is my real heaven. I looked at this desolate area in front of me, which others would see as fraught with danger and like hell. My eyes are red. What I saw was not some ferocious monster. What I saw were mobile experience packs walking on 2 legs. They are like glittering, mobile treasure troves. What are you waiting for? Dry. Give it to them, kill it. Roar. I let out a roar that was even more excited than that of a demonic beast. Then, he transformed into a golden lightning bolt and rushed out of the so-called safe zone without looking back. A great F-Iron Skinned Pig? One only gives 10 experience points and 1,000 coins? Are you trying to fob me off like a beggar? If I'm going to do something, I'll do something even more advanced. 10 minutes later. I have already ventured 5 kilometers into the wilderness. The environment here is clearly much more dangerous than the safe zone. A strong smell of blood filled the air. The ground was littered with the grim white bones of enormous, unidentified monsters. From afar, terrifying roars that sent chills down your spine could be heard every now and then. I felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, they became even more excited. The weirdness here is truly something else. Just then. A whoa! A mournful wolf howl came from behind a pile of rocks to my left. Immediately afterwards. Swoosh! 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 Three ghostly, azure figures suddenly darted out from behind the pile of rocks at an incredible speed. It formed a shape, completely surrounding me in the middle. Those were three giant wolves, each larger than an adult bull. Their entire bodies are covered with a layer of bluish-green hair that looks like steel needles. Pairs of emerald green eyes flashed with a cruel and bloodthirsty glint. E-rank monster. Wind wolf. Moreover, three of them came at once. If it were any other newly awakened newbie, they would probably be so scared they'd wet their pants on the spot when they saw this. But I laughed. Good timing. I licked my dry lips, my eyes sparkling with excitement. Perfect, I'll use you guys to test the true power of my S-rank combat skill. Oh whoa. Those three wind wolves clearly didn't take me, a seemingly weak human, seriously. In their eyes, I was just a delicious lunch delivered to their door. One of the wind wolves that was closest to me launched the first attack. It pushed off the ground with its hind legs. Its entire body transformed into a streak of azure lightning, and it opened its gaping maw, powerful enough to easily crush steel, and lunged fiercely at my neck. Quick! That's incredibly fast. But I'm faster than it. Court death. I snorted coldly and suddenly jerked the iron spear in my hand. Thunder Dragon Break. Starting stance. Buzzing. That ordinary training spear seemed to come alive in my hands. It emitted a series of excited tremors, like the roar of a dragon. Strands of golden electric arcs danced and flickered wildly on the gun's body. Die. My eyes narrowed, and the iron spear in my hand, like a dragon emerging from the sea, pierced the air with a piercing sound, striking the gaping maw of the wind wolf with pinpoint accuracy. Put. A dull thud, like a hot knife cutting through butter. With the support of me and my SSS-level mythical ability, that ordinary iron spear unleashed a terrifying sharpness it had never possessed before. It easily pierced the wind wolf's gaping maw. Then it pierced through the back of its head. Red and white splattered all over me. Sold out instantly. Another instant sell out. Ding. Congratulations. You have defeated an E-rank monster, the Wind Wolf. Congratulations. You have gained 50 experience points and 5,000 federal credits. Listening to that heavenly notification sound in my mind, my smile widened even further. Meanwhile, the other two wind wolves were originally preparing to attack from both sides. After witnessing the gruesome death of his companion, they all instinctively stopped in their tracks. For the first time, a human-like look of fear appeared in their emerald green eyes. Run! They want to run away. But it was too late. Trying to run now? Don't you think it's a little too late? I sneered and took a wrong step. Thunder Dragon Break. Body techniques. Call out. My figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, I appeared like a ghost on the left side of one of the wind wolves. Die. I unleashed a sweeping shot. Put. The E-class wind wolf didn't even have time to react. Its enormous wolf head shot skyward. The scalding wolf blood shot into the air like a fountain. Ding. Congratulations. You have defeated an E-rank monster, the Wind Wolf. Congratulations. You have gained 50 experience points and 5,000 federal credits. Only one remains. The surviving wind wolf was utterly terrified. It let out a mournful howl, tucked its tail between its legs, turned around, and tried to escape into the pile of rocks behind it. But how could it possibly be faster than me? I told you, you can't escape. The icy voice, as if from the deepest hell, resounded like a death sentence in its ears. It turned its head in alarm. Suddenly, I found myself standing right in front of it. I looked down at it from my vantage point. My face wore a cold, devilish smile. The ordinary iron spear in my hand is crackling with golden lightning powerful enough to destroy everything. Goodbye, little puppy. I thrust my spear down with a sudden burst of power. Put. The spear tip pierced through its skull. It was pinned firmly to the ground. Ding. One E-rank monster wind wolf has been killed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 experience points and 5,000 Federation coins. The battle is over. The whole process was smooth and seamless. It didn't even last 10 seconds. I slowly sheathed my spear. Although he looked somewhat disheveled, covered in the stench of wolf blood. But inside my heart, there was an unprecedented fervor. I looked at my experience bar, which had surged dramatically, and the huge sum of 15,000 yuan in my account. My gaze slowly shifted to the depths of that wilderness, filled with unknowns and dangers. My eyes are burning with a raging fire. This is far from enough. Chapter 17. While others slaughter pigs, I slaughter the elite-level Wind Wolf King. This is insane. I went completely berserk. For the next hour, I was like a tireless human killing machine. I wielded that ordinary iron spear and unleashed a bloody storm in this perilous, rocky forest. Every living thing I see, whether it's a group of 3 or 5 E-class windwolves, still the cunning and treacherous F-rank peak, the groundhog, or perhaps a thick-skinned, F-grade armored rhinoceros. Without exception, they all became victims of my gun. Put. 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 The spear flashes, like a dragon. Gun withdrawn, blood drawn. I'm too lazy to even use those powerful killing moves from Thunder Dragon Break. It's just the most basic stabbing, picking, sweeping, and chopping. Combined with SSS-level mythical superpowers, it possesses earth-shattering power. And that S-rank combat skill, with its unpredictable and divine movements. That's enough to let me roam freely in this area where the general level is no higher than E. Ding! One E-rank monster Windwolf has been defeated. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 experience points and 5,000 federal credits. Ding! One F-rank monster Drilling Rat has been killed. Congratulations, host. You have gained 15 experience points and 1,500 federal credits. Ding! Defeat F-rank monster Armored Rhinoceros X1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 experience points and 2,000 federal credits. The system notification sound, as melodious as heavenly music, kept flooding my mind like a virus. My experience bar was skyrocketing at a speed visible to the naked eye. 90-100. 95-100. Immediately. The upgrade is coming soon. I licked my slightly chapped lips, and the red light in my eyes intensified. Just as I was preparing to press on and make a final push to reach E-level. A whoa! A terrifying wolf howl, completely different from the ordinary wind wolves before, filled with endless anger and majesty, suddenly boomed from the depths of the chaotic rock forest without warning. The sound wave seemed to transform into a tangible sound wave, actually causing the rubble around me to vibrate and buzz. Immediately afterwards. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble violently. It felt as if a massive army was charging towards me. Not good. My heart skipped a beat, and I instinctively did a backflip, leaping onto a huge rock that was more than 3 meters high. I looked down in the direction from which the sound came. I only glanced at it. My pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinpoints. All I could see was my surroundings. A blue ocean had appeared out of nowhere. Those are endless wind wolves. Hundreds and thousands of windwolves, even larger and more ferocious than the ones I had killed before, surged out from all directions of the chaotic rock forest. Their emerald green eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty ferocity, ready to devour anyone who dared to bite them. They surrounded the boulder I was on, layer upon layer, making it impossible to get through. And there, behind the endless pack of wolves, a massive, cyan figure, as large as a small mountain, slowly emerged with heavy steps. That was a terrifying giant wolf, more than 3 times the size of an ordinary wind wolf. Its entire body was covered with a layer of hard fur that resembled blue armor. It even has a sharp, spiraling horn growing on its forehead. Its large, lantern-sized emerald green eyes were filled with human-like violence and anger. It just stood there quietly. A terrifying pressure, belonging to those in power, crushed down on me like Mount Tai. D-rank elite monster. Wind Wolf King. The absolute overlord of this region. I looked at its eyes, which were filled with anger. In an instant, I understood. This guy's here for revenge. I killed all of his followers and his henchmen. As the leader, it naturally couldn't sit still. A whoa! The Wind Wolf King roared to the sky. It raised its head, and its wolf claws, sharp as steel knives, pointed at me from afar. The order for a general offensive has been issued. A whoa! The next second, the hundreds and thousands of windwolves, poised to pounce, charged towards the boulder where I was, unleashing a torrent of blue energy that sent chills down my spine with their terrifying roars. That scene was 100 times more shocking than any Hollywood apocalyptic blockbuster. If it were any other ordinary F-rank rookie who saw this scene, let alone fighting. They would probably be so terrified on the spot that they would die suddenly. But I laughed. I felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, they became even more excited. Ha ha ha. Well done. I burst into a hearty laugh. Perfect timing. I'm just a little bit more experience away from leveling up. Today, I'll use you bunch of blind beasts as stepping stones for me. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I moved. I did not back down. Instead, he took the initiative and jumped off the 3-meter-high boulder. Like a golden meteorite crashing into the endless pack of blue wolves. Thunder Dragon Break. Kill them all. Boom. I unleashed all the power of the myriad divine thunder within my body without reservation. Golden lightning shot into the sky. I felt as if I had transformed into a blazing golden sun. The iron spear in my hand let out a cry of exhilaration, as if it could no longer bear the weight. Put. 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 I simply swept out with a single shot. The 7 or 8 wind wolves in front of me, especially the ones charging at the front, didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their enormous wolf heads shot skyward. The scalding wolf blood was like a rain of blood. Ding! Congratulations! You have defeated an E-rank monster, the Wind Wolf. Congratulations! You have gained 50 experience points and 5,000 federal credits. Ding! 1 E-rank monster Wind Wolf has been defeated. Congratulations, host. You have gained 50 experience points and 5,000 federal credits. Bite. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, beginner E rank. Boom! A terrifying power, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted from my body. I've leveled up. Ha ha ha. That's awesome. I feel like I have inexhaustible energy. I let out a long, exhilarating howl and transformed into a golden bolt of lightning, charging headlong into the endless pack of wolves. Kill. 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 I was completely blinded by rage. The iron spear in my hand seemed to have transformed into the scythe of death. Every swing of his sword brings forth a storm of blood and carnage. They can harvest vast swaths of vibrant life. I fought my way in and out of the wolf pack 7 times. I'll fight my way from the east to the west. They marched from the south to the north. My entire body was completely stained red with the foul-smelling wolf blood. I looked like a peerless killing god who had crawled out of the deepest hell. Those fearless wolves were finally scared. They watched the terrifying figure moving through the wolf pack as if it were nothing. For the first time, fear appeared in their emerald green eyes. They began to instinctively back away. However, just then, the Wind Wolf King, who had been watching the battle intently, finally couldn't sit still any longer. It let out a furious roar. Its body shone with a bright blue light. A hurricane, several times more violent than before, swept out from its center. It's going to take matters into its own hands. It transformed into a streak of blue lightning, appearing before me in an instant. It raised its wolf claws, sharp as divine weapons, and with a terrifying force capable of tearing everything apart, slammed them down hard on the top of my head. Quick! That's incredibly fast. A full-force attack from a D-rank elite monster. Enough to instantly turn a heavy tank into scrap metal. But I laughed. I've been waiting for you for so long. I let out a roar of excitement. I will neither dodge nor evade. I poured all the power I had just gained into the iron spear in my hand without reservation. Thunder Dragon Break. Die. I thrust my spear out suddenly. A destructive golden spear light, several times more condensed than before, suddenly erupted from the tip of the spear. Boom! The spear tip and the wolf's claws collided violently. The next second. Put! A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. That arrogant, D-rank elite Wind Wolf King. Its terrifying wolf claws are powerful enough to shatter steel. Along with its entire forelimb. It was actually torn apart from the root by my ordinary shot. The scalding hot wolf blood shot into the air like a fountain. The Wind Wolf King let out a piercing, painful howl. It wants to run away. But it was too late. I will not let those in power get away with it. I lunged forward. The iron spear in my hand thrust out once more, like a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Put. This time, the tip of the gun pierced precisely through its eye socket. Then, it emerged from the back of its head. Ding! You have defeated a D-rank elite monster, the Wind Wolf King X1. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 experience points and 50,000 federal credits. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, mid-E rank. I slowly sheathed my spear. Hot wolf blood was still dripping from my body. My eyes were filled with a frenzied killing intent. I watched as the wolf pack descended into utter chaos due to the death of their leader. A cold smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. Now, it's your turn. Chapter 18. A shot through the heart. Lightning ignites the entire arena. Massacre. A one-sided massacre with no suspense whatsoever. When that D-rank Wind Wolf King, with its head pierced by my spear, fell into a pool of blood, dying with its eyes wide open in contemplation. The remaining ordinary wind wolves completely lost all fighting spirit. Their emerald green eyes were filled with a deep-seated fear. They watched as the terrifying figure, covered in blood and resembling a demon, wielded a long spear and walked towards them step by step. They crashed. They let out mournful howls, tucked their tails between their legs, and turned to flee in all directions. But it was too late. Trying to run now? Did you get my approval? As I watched the wind wolves scurrying about like headless flies, a cold and cruel smile slowly crept onto my lips. Myriad Divine Thunder. Thunder Prison. I gave a low shout and slammed the iron spear in my hand into the ground. Rumble. Within a radius of 100 meters from me, countless, arm-thick, ferocious golden lightning snakes suddenly burst forth from the ground without warning. They soared into the sky. Then they intertwine and connect. In just 1 second, an enormous golden cage was formed, constructed entirely of pure lightning power. All the wind wolves that tried to escape were trapped inside. Woo. Those wind wolves were utterly desperate. They frantically rammed against the fence made of lightning. But what greeted them was only a series of crackling sparks. And the terrifying smell of burning flesh. This is Thunder Prison. The only large area control skill recorded in Thunder Dragon Break. This was also the first time I had used it in actual combat. The effect is outstanding. All right. I watched those pitiful creatures howling and struggling in the Thunder Prison, yet with nowhere to escape. I slowly raised my hand. The game is over. Thousands of thunders from heaven. I whispered. It was as if a death poem from the deepest hell was being sung. Rumble. The next second, the sky above was filled with a dramatic change in color. The once clear and cloudless sky has now been filled with thick, dark clouds, as heavy as mountains. Strands of destructive golden lightning, as thick as buckets, rolled and roared wildly in the clouds. It seems as if it might break free from its constraints and descend to earth at any moment. Destroy everything. Fall. I slowly uttered a single word. It was as if his words became law. Boom. A massive golden lightning bolt, several times more terrifying than the one that destroyed the awakening stone tablet, tore through the sky like a divine sword of judgment and slashed down fiercely. Right in the center, at the very heart of Thunder Prison. That instant, the whole world has fallen silent. It also lost all its colors. All that remained was a vast expanse of white, blinding golden light. I don't know how much time has passed. As the light slowly fades away, when sound returns to this world, the once noisy and chaotic battlefield has completely disappeared. Instead, there was a terrifying, glass-like giant crater, tens of meters in diameter and bottomless. A few strands of destructive golden electric arcs, crackling and popping, still lingered at the edge of the giant crater. As for the hundreds or thousands of wind wolves trapped in the Thunder Prison, they have long since left not even a trace of residue. They were completely wiped out of this world by that devastating blow. Ding. Kill the rank monster Wind Wolf XN. Ding. Experience points overflowed. Level up. Current level, beginner D rank. Call. I knelt on the edge of the giant pit, panting heavily. His face was also a little pale. That move, 10,000 Thunder's heavenly pull, almost drained all the lightning power from my body. Cool. That was fucking awesome. This is the true power that a mythical level superpower should have. just as I was immersed in the immense joy of my rapidly increasing strength. Slap! 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 A series of crisp claps suddenly rang out from behind a boulder not far behind me. Immediately afterwards, a rough voice, full of heart and appreciation, came over. Good. Good lad. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Who? A chill ran through me, and I turned around abruptly. All I could see was a burly, dark-skinned, one-eyed man with a hideous scar on his face slowly emerged from behind the boulder, leading 4 equally imposing men and women. They were all wearing the same style of black leather armor. Each of them exuded a fierce and bloodthirsty aura that only mercenaries who have spent years licking blood off the blade possess. Master! These 5 people are all experts. Especially that one-eyed burly man who was leading the group. His strength has definitely reached the peak of D rank. He's even 3 points stronger than the Wind Wolf King that I killed with a single shot. Who are you? I gripped the iron spear in my hand tightly. It was already cracked from withstanding my terrifying strength, and I watched them warily. Ha ha! Little brother, don't be nervous. The one-eyed burly man seemed to sense my hostility and quickly waved his hand, revealing what he thought was a friendly smile. We mean no harm. We are the iron-blooded mercenary squad. My name is Lu Taiju, and I'm their captain. We just happened to be passing by and witnessed your heroic figure, young man, single-handedly wiping out the entire pack of windwolves. I truly admire you. I admire you so much, I'm completely in awe. As he spoke, he clasped his hands in a fist salute to me, his eyes filled with undisguised awe and admiration. It turns out someone saw it. I understood and slowly loosened my grip on the gun. What is it? I asked casually. Ahem, Lu Taiju coughed twice, somewhat embarrassed, and rubbed his hands together. It's like this, little brother. Look at the corpse of that Wind Wolf King, it's still there. That thing is a really good one. Especially the great demon core in its head. If you take it to the city's purchasing station, you could easily sell it for $1 million federal dollars. 1 million? My eyes suddenly lit up. What I need most right now is money. However, Lu Taiju suddenly changed the subject. You should also understand the principle of not flaunting wealth, little brother. It's very dangerous for you to be carrying such valuable items alone in the wilderness. What if we encounter some people with ill intentions? He phrased his words very tactfully. But I understood what it meant. This is a kind reminder to me. The most terrifying thing in the wilderness is never monsters. Rather, it is the human heart. Thanks for reminding me. I nodded to him. Although I'm not afraid of anyone trying to steal it. But I still appreciate their kindness. Ha ha ha. Don't be so polite. Lu Taiju waved his hand heartily. I think you're a straightforward guy, young man. How about it? Want to join us for a ride? We're just in time, we're heading back to the city too. It'll be good to have someone to look out for you on the road. Of course, we would never take advantage of you for nothing. We can afford the materials for the Wind Wolf King, we'll pay for them. Or I can help you contact the best buyers in the city. I guarantee you'll get the highest price. Oh? I raised an eyebrow. That's a good suggestion. I'm in a good position right now, and I'm also missing a knowledgeable guide. Just as I was about to nod in agreement, a burst of applause, filled with a chilling and mocking tone, suddenly erupted from another grove of trees behind us. Slap! 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 That's so touching. Lu Taiju, you're really wasting your talent by not becoming an actor. Immediately afterwards, a dozen or so burly men, dressed in identical black snakeskin combat uniforms and with eyes as cold as venomous snakes, slowly emerged from the woods. The leader was a tall, thin young man with a deathly pale face and thin, knife-like lips. He also had a lifelike black king cobra tattooed on his neck. The moment he appeared, the expressions on Lu Taiju's and the 4 teammates behind him changed instantly. King Serpent? Lu Taiju was speechless and exclaimed in shock. His eyes were filled with deep apprehension and fear. The sinister young man known as King Snake ignored him. His greedy, venomous gaze was fixed on the corpse of the Wind Wolf King. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked his thin, knife-like lips. A cruel and greedy smile appeared on his face. This Wind Wolf King and this kid are mine, the King Serpent Mercenary Group. Chapter 19. I struck it rich. A monster sold for $1 million. King Serpent Mercenary Group. When those 5 words pierced my eardrums like the fangs of a viper, Lu Taiju and the 4 members of the iron-blooded mercenary squad behind him turned deathly pale instantly. King Snake, what are you doing here? Lu Taiju's voice trembled slightly. His eyes were filled with deep apprehension and fear. King Serpent Mercenary Group. This is something that third-rate teams like their Ironblood mercenary squad, who only dare to dabble in the outskirts of the wilderness, can't compare to. This is a renowned top-tier second-rate mercenary group in the southern part of the entire Donghai Bay City. The leader of the group, King Snake, is a ruthless and merciless peak D rank expert who kills without blinking an eye. It is said that countless monsters died at his hands. There are also quite a few human beings with superpowers. This guy is a cold-blooded venomous snake in human skin. He. The sinister young man known as King Serpent let out a cold laugh as unpleasant as an owl's. Why am I here? Of course, I can smell the wonderful scent of money. His greedy, venomous gaze was fixed on the now cold corpse of the Wind Wolf King. Then I looked at the terrifying crater, which was tens of meters in diameter and looked as if it had been bombarded by a meteorite. A fleeting, almost imperceptible look of shock and greed flashed in his eyes. It is capable of causing such terrifying destruction. Absolutely not, Lu Taiju, a piece of trash at the peak of D level, could do that. Therefore, there is only one answer. The King Serpent slowly turned its head. His gaze was like 2 venomous snakes, their tongues flicking, fixed on me. It landed on my face, which was too young. His eyes first flashed with a deep shock and disbelief, just like Lu Tieju's. Immediately afterwards, that shock transformed into an even stronger greed and killing intent. Genius. A peerless genius who could shake the entire Donghai city. If only we could nip this genius in the bud. Then, take all his secrets for yourself. Wouldn't that mean King Serpent is about to rise to the top in one step? Kid. The King Serpent stuck out its scarlet tongue and licked it, then spoke in a hoarse voice from its thin, knife-like lips. Hand over the corpse of this Wind Wolf King, and everything you own. Then kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me. I can consider leaving you a complete corpse. He spoke casually. Yet it is filled with undeniable domineering and cruelty. He didn't even bother to ask who I was. They didn't even bother to ask me if I agreed or not. It was as if in his eyes I was just a lamb to be slaughtered at his mercy. King Snake. No way, this is too much. Lu Taiju finally snapped out of his shock. Although he was afraid of King Cobras. But more importantly, he was a man of courage and integrity. He took a step forward. He shielded me behind him. He gripped the cleaver in his hand tightly, glaring angrily at the King Snake. This young man is a friend of our iron-blooded mercenary team. If you want to touch him, you'll have to step over my dead body first. He and the 4 teammates behind him did not hesitate at all. They all drew their weapons and stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Taiju. This created a stark confrontation with the dozen or so menacing members of the King Serpent mercenary group. Although they were all pale-faced and their legs were trembling slightly. But their eyes were filled with a resolute determination to die for their cause. Oh? Wanshi raised an eyebrow, seemingly somewhat surprised. Lu Taiju, are you fucking tired of living? You bunch of trash who aren't even D-level dare to talk back to me? I think you really don't know how to write the word death. His voice instantly turned icy cold. A terrifying aura, typical of a peak D-level expert, erupted from his body. They ruthlessly crushed Lu Taiju and his 4 companions. Thump! The 4 team members behind Lu Taiju, whose strength was only at the E level, didn't even have time to react. They felt as if they had been hit hard by an invisible mountain. One by one, their faces turned deathly pale, blood gushing from their mouths, their legs buckled, and they collapsed to their knees. Only Lu Taiju was still alive, gritting his teeth and struggling to hold on. His veins were bulging all over his body. My legs were trembling violently, like a leaf falling. But he remained, like an unyielding javelin, stubbornly blocking my way. Not a single step back. He's still a guy with some backbone. Wanshi, looking at Lu Taiju who was struggling to hold on, revealed a cruel smile, like a cat playing with a mouse. Unfortunately, backbone is the most useless thing in this world. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. A wisp of dark green poisonous mist, filled with a corrosive aura, slowly condensed in his palm. Since you're so eager to die, then I'll grant your wish today. However, just as he was preparing to strike, he delivered the fatal blow. A clean, slender hand, yet containing terrifying power capable of destroying everything, landed on Lu Tieju's broad shoulder without warning. Immediately afterwards, a golden lightning force, 10 or even 100 times more domineering than the King Serpent's pressure, suddenly erupted. In an instant, the King Cobra's chilling, poisonous mist pressure was completely washed away. Lu Taiju felt a sudden lightness all over his body. The terrifying pressure that had almost suffocated him vanished without a trace in an instant. He turned around, somewhat taken aback. I realized that I had somehow walked up to him. A faint, almost imperceptible, cold smile graced my face. "Thanks, Brother Lu." I nodded at him. "However, leave the rest to me." I spoke slowly as I walked past him. I walked step by step toward the king snake, whose expression changed drastically because of my appearance. You. Wang Shi watched as the young man strolled leisurely toward him. For the first time, a human-like fear appeared in his eyes, which were like those of a venomous snake. Just now, that moment of intense pressure confrontation. He lost. A crushing defeat. Completely. This kid is definitely not some lamb to the slaughter. This is a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex wearing human skin. Run. Only this one thought remained in his mind. He didn't hesitate at all. He turned around and thought, I'm going to run away. But it was too late. Trying to run now? Don't you think it's a little too late? The icy voice was like a death sentence from the deepest hell, exploding in his ears. He turned around in horror. Before I knew it, I had appeared before him like a ghost. I looked down at him. My face wore a cold, devilish smile. In my hand, without my noticing, appeared a magnificent divine spear with a completely silver-white body and countless lifelike thunder dragon patterns carved on it. Genshin's silver spear. I said that. I will leave you a complete corpse. But, the premise is, you have to die first. I thrust my spear out suddenly. Put. That ugly head, filled with horror and disbelief, shot into the sky. Scalding blood stained the entire scorched earth. The battle is over. Lu Taiju and his 4 teammates stared blankly at him as if they had seen a ghost. I slowly retracted the dragon-gallant silver spear. Then, he walked over to the corpse of the Wind Wolf King, which was already cold. With a swift movement, the knife fell. They cleanly and efficiently dug out the D-grade demon core that was still emitting faint energy fluctuations. 1 hour later. The largest material purchasing station in the southern part of Donghai Base City. Holy crap! Top-tier quality, a D-grade Wind Wolf King demon core. The fat appraiser, who was usually very knowledgeable, was shocked when he saw the demon core I had taken out. My hand trembled, and I almost dropped my magnifying glass. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at a god of wealth. Little brother. Our purchasing station will take this demon core. 1,200,000. No. 1,300,000. Federal dollars. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Half a minute later. He heard a series of bank transfer notifications coming from his old communicator. Looking at that long string of 0, I felt a little lightheaded. 1,300,000. This is a fortune I've never seen in my 2 lifetimes. It's out. This is fucking rich. Just as I was immersed in the immense joy of becoming rich overnight. A melodious voice, full of maturity and charm, suddenly rang out from behind me. Little brother, would you be interested in discussing a bigger business deal with me? Chapter 27 Star Pavilion, an unexpected encounter with a sexy and charming mature woman. A bigger business? I slowly turned around. All I could see was... Behind me, without my noticing, stood a stunningly beautiful older woman, a woman who could make any man fall head over heels for her. She looked to be about 25 or 26 years old. Her long, wavy hair, like seaweed, was casually draped over her shoulders. On her delicate and charming oval face, she wore perfectly applied makeup. Especially her pair of peach blossom eyes, which seemed to speak volumes, were full of captivating charm and endless allure. Her figure was as voluptuous as a ripe peach. A well-tailored red bodycon cheongsam perfectly accentuated her stunning S-shaped curves. The slit in the cheongsam is very high. It drove all the way up to the groin. As she moved, her 2 perfectly rounded, slender legs, encased in black stockings, exuded a deadly allure and were occasionally revealed. She looked like a peerless enchantress who had stepped out of a painting. She possesses a captivating, mature, and intellectual charm. Glug. The tough guy next to me, who just moments ago seemed so bold and fearless, was Lu Taiju. The moment he saw this woman, he subconsciously swallowed. A rare, slight blush appeared on his weathered, dark face. Even his eyes darted around, and he dared not meet her gaze. Ms. Qin. What brings you here? The fat appraiser, who had looked shrewd and tried to lower my price, shuddered the moment he saw this woman. He scrambled out from behind the counter, bowing and scraping before her with an extremely obsequious smile on his face. If I don't come soon. The stunningly beautiful and mature woman known as Boss Qin had her red lips slightly upturned, forming a captivating arc that seemed to be both a smile and a frown. Her voice possesses a unique charm that is languid and magnetic, like a cat's paw. You're going to make our 7-star pavilion lose all face because of this blind fool. As she spoke, she slowly extended a slender finger adorned with bright red nail polish. He gently tapped the fat appraiser's forehead, which was drenched in cold sweat from fear. You want to buy a near-perfect, peak-level D-grade demon core for 1.3 million? Xian Duo, you've really got a clever plan. It seems you don't want your bonus this month. The fat appraiser named Xian Duo heard the word bonus. His face turned pale instantly. With a plop, he immediately knelt down. Boss Qin. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I was blind to your worth. I was blinded by greed. He clung to the woman's leg, crying with snot and tears streaming down his face. Please, give me another chance. I'll never do it again. Roll. The woman parted her red lips slightly and slowly uttered a single word. Yes, yes, yes. Shen Duo felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled away, disappearing into the back room of the purchasing station. The whole process was smooth and seamless. It didn't even last 3 seconds. The woman, beautiful as an angel, wore a captivating smile with alluring charm throughout. It was as if the domineering female CEO who could decide a person's career with a single word was not her at all. Goodness. As I watched this dramatic scene unfold, I couldn't help but whistle inwardly. This woman is no ordinary person. He's a ruthless character. Alright, the flies are gone. The woman slowly turned around. Her captivating, almost electrifying eyes fell upon me. She gave me a charming smile that could make any man fall head over heels. Little brother, let's get to know each other again. My name is Qin Yashuan, chief auctioneer and head of Qixing Pavilion in Donghai City. She stretched out a slender, jade-like hand, as smooth and warm as white jade, and offered it to me. My men were being rude and gave you an insulting price. I am here to apologize to you on his behalf. Our 7-star pavilion is willing to pay 1.5 million to acquire this demon core. Of course, if you would do me the honor of coming upstairs with me for a cup of tea. Perhaps we can discuss a price that will satisfy you even more. Her words were very sincere. But I saw a subtle shrewdness in her smiling, peach blossom eyes. To explore. She was testing me. She was there, assessing my worth. Can. I laughed. I reached out and gently grasped her soft, boneless hand. Instantly separate. But these friends of mine, I said, pointing to the 5 people beside me, including Lu Taiju, who had been frozen in place ever since Qin Yashuan appeared. No problem. Qin Yashuan snapped her fingers. Xia Chui, take these distinguished guests to the VIP room and serve them the best tea and refreshments. Yes, boss. A beautiful maid in a light blue cheongsam appeared behind her at some point. 10 minutes later. 7-star pavilion, top floor. Inside a luxurious private room decorated in an antique style, full of elegant charm. Qin Yashuan and I sat facing each other. Between us was an expensive coffee table made of 1,000-year-old sandalwood. A pot of premium Longjing tea, its aroma filling the air, was brewing on the coffee table. Little brother, what's your name? Qin Yashuan gracefully poured me a cup of tea and asked with a smile. Hu Ming. Hu Ming. Qin Yashuan's beautiful eyes lit up. A good name. May I ask which family's young talent Hu Ming comes from in Donghai City? How come I've never heard of you before? They've arrived. Now, here comes the main topic. I picked up the teacup and took a small sip. I am an orphan with no father or mother. I said calmly. Oh? Qin Yashuan's expression remained unchanged, but a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed deep in her eyes. An orphan with no power or influence? He actually managed to hunt down a peak D rank Wind Wolf King all by himself? This. How is this possible? Young brother Hu Ming, whose master do you possess such extraordinary strength? Self-taught. Qin Yashuan remained silent. She looked at the boy sitting opposite her, who seemed nonchalant, as if he were talking about something trivial. For the first time, a genuine look of seriousness appeared in her peach blossom eyes, which had seen countless people. Orphaned. Self-taught. Yet, at less than 18 years old, he already possessed terrifying strength enough to easily hunt down peak D-level monsters. This can no longer be described as genius. This is simply, without a doubt, monster. All right, Mr. Qin. I put down my teacup and watched her slowly speak. You figured out everything about me. Isn't it time to talk about the price of my demon core? Giggle giggle, Qin Yashuan laughed heartily at my blunt words. Your little brother is really not cute at all. She rolled her eyes at me, and the unintentional charm she exuded was enough to make any man's mouth dry. All right. She stopped smiling and her expression became serious. 2 million. I'll offer 2 million for this demon core. And I can also give you a free VIP card from our 7-star pavilion. From now on, you can enjoy a 20% discount on all your purchases at our 7-star pavilion. Furthermore, our 7-star pavilion holds a large-scale auction every month. At that time, countless rare and precious treasures that can never be seen in the outside world will be auctioned off. With this card, you will have priority in bidding. How about it? She looked at me with a face full of powerful confidence. She believed that no one could refuse her exorbitant price. I was indeed tempted. But I know it even better. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. What are the conditions? I looked at her and asked, getting straight to the point. Talking to smart people is effortless. Qin Yashuan nodded in satisfaction. My conditions are very simple. I hope that in the future, all the high-quality demon cores and materials that you hunt will be of high quality, little brother Hu Ming. They can all be given priority and sold to our 7-star pavilion. Of course, we will also offer the highest price in the market. I can even use my personal privileges to provide you with inside information about high-level demonic beasts or even rare natural treasures. This is a win-win collaboration for us. Her eyes, which held a captivating allure, were filled with sincerity as she looked at me. I fell silent. It has to be said. The conditions offered by this woman were simply too tempting. A partner with abundant financial resources, a mysterious background, and access to a wealth of intelligence. This is exactly what I need right now. Good. I nodded. I promise you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Qin Yashuan's face broke into a genuine, radiant smile. She stood up, walked to me, and extended her slender, jade-like hand, warm and smooth as white jade. To celebrate our successful collaboration. She blinked her captivating, alluring eyes, her voice brimming with deadly seduction. Little brother, are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner. Chapter 21, Spent by a Rich Woman? I love it. I looked at the stunningly beautiful mature woman in front of me, whose every smile and frown exuded a fatal allure. Listening to her alluring invitation, which seemed to penetrate right into one's bones. I laughed. Have a meal? I mimicked her languid posture and slowly leaned back on the leather sofa behind me. I crossed my legs. I gave her what I thought was a very handsome smile. As long as you're not afraid of being eaten out of house and home by this poor boy, sister. Of course I'm free. Giggle giggle. Qin Yashuan was amused by my unrestrained reverse teasing and laughed heartily. She extended a slender finger painted with bright red nail polish and lightly tapped me. Those charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with wonder. Your little brother is becoming more and more to my liking. Rest assured. Let alone a meal. Even if you want to take over the entire 7-star pavilion. Sister, I can afford it too. Half an hour later. 7-star pavilion, the top floor. A top-tier private restaurant that is not open to the public. There is only one table in the entire restaurant. The dining table is carved from a single piece of priceless, 1,000-year-old warm jade. On the table is a top-grade steak made from the tenderloin of an A-grade monster, personally prepared by a Michelin 3-star chef. The glass contains a rare red wine that has been stored in a cellar for over 100 years and is a relic from the old days. Outside the window is the most bustling and dazzling night view of the entire Donghai Bay City. Across from me sat the most beautiful, wealthiest, and most mysterious woman in the entire Donghai city. The value of this meal is enough to make an ordinary wage earner work a lifetime. But I'm now leisurely enjoying all of this as if nothing's wrong. It's as if I was born to sit here. Give. Qin Yashuan pushed a gorgeous card made of pure purple gold, engraved with 7 dazzling stars, in front of me. You're 2 million, and this purple gold VIP card. From now on, you will be the most honored guest of our 7-star pavilion. I picked up the extremely heavy purple gold card and casually fiddled with it. Sister Qin, aren't you afraid that I'm a liar? I looked at her with a half smile and asked, what if I take your money and never come back? Giggle, Qin Yashuan chuckled, covering her mouth. Little brother, you underestimate your sister's taste. When I, Qin Yashuan, invest, I only look at the people, not the things. I believe your future is definitely worth more than just 2 million. And she abruptly changed the subject, a sly glint flashing in her alluring peach blossom eyes. I'm a very vengeful person, you know. If someone really dares to cheat me out of my money, I will make him know what it means to wish he were dead. She spoke very softly. Yet it carried an undeniable, cold, and domineering aura. This woman is indeed extraordinary. She is a thorny, poisonous rose. Stunning, yet deadly. Don't worry. I put away the card and shrugged. I don't have many redeeming qualities, but I am a person of my word. I hope we can have a pleasant collaboration. It's a pleasure to work with you. Qin Yashuan raised his wine glass with satisfaction. The meal was very enjoyable. Qin Yashuan did not try to probe my background again. We chatted like old friends who had known each other for years, about everything under the sun. From the strange and unusual stories of the wilderness. The conversation turned to the power structure of Donghai City. It also explores the love, hate, and grudges between various powerful forces. They talked about the romantic affairs of those important figures who are rarely seen in public. I discovered it. This woman is not only incredibly beautiful. Her knowledge and eloquence far surpass those of ordinary people. Chatting with her is a pleasure. Unconsciously, a bottle of red wine worth millions was already empty. It's getting late, the sky is clearing up. I stood up, ready to take my leave. I should go back too. Go back? Qin Yashuan looked at me with a playful smile in her beautiful eyes. Go back to where? Go back to that less than 15 square meter apartment with no windows. Is it a low-rent housing unit? I was stunned. She even knew exactly where I lived? This woman's power is more terrifying than I imagined. Little brother, don't look at me like that. Qin Yashuan said with a smile, as if she could read my mind. Isn't it normal for a qualified businessman to conduct a little background check on their business partners before investing? And she stood up and strode towards me, her long, shapely legs encased in black stockings. An intoxicating aroma, a blend of the rich fragrance of red wine and the scent of a mature woman, instantly enveloped me. She stretched out a slender, warm, and smooth finger and gently touched my chest. A genius like you is a future pillar of the nation. If we still live in places that are worse than slums. If word gets out, it won't just be you who loses face. It's also about my partner's reputation. As she spoke, she took out an exquisite room key that shimmered with a silver metallic luster from her limited edition Hermes bag. Then I put it in my shirt pocket. This is a small gift from your older sister to mark our first meeting. Tianqi number 1, the top floor of Building A, in the city center of Donghai City. A penthouse, 800 square meters in size. Inside there are top-of-the-line private training rooms and anti-gravity training grounds. I think you'll like it. I looked down at the luxury room key in my pocket, which was worth at least 500 million yuan. I was completely stunned. You're giving me a top-tier luxury mansion worth 500 million? What the hell is this? I looked at the stunningly beautiful and mature woman in front of me, whose extravagance was outrageous. A phrase that was very popular in my past life involuntarily popped into my mind. Being kept as a sugar daddy sugar baby? I've been kept by a rich woman? What's wrong? Qin Yashuan couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she looked at my somewhat dazed expression. Is your little brother not satisfied? Or perhaps. She leaned close to my ear, her breath sweet as orchids. You prefer me, your older sister, to come and stay with you personally? Cough, cough, cough. I was so choked by her bold and outrageous words that I almost coughed up blood on the spot. Completely satisfied. Of course I'm satisfied. I quickly took 2 steps back, keeping a safe distance from her. Joke. A luxury mansion given away for free? Why not take it if it's free? As for whether or not there's any talk of being kept or not. Hi. He'll eat his own rice. It's not shameful. Then it's settled. Qin Yashian laughed even harder when she saw my somewhat disheveled appearance. All right, it's getting late. Sister, I won't keep you any longer. Go home early and get some rest. After all. She suddenly changed the subject. She leaned close to my ear again. However, this time, her voice was no longer so charming and languid. Instead, it was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Little brother, the Lin family is not as simple as you think. They have already begun to take action. Chapter 22: The Lin family's questioning? My fists are the only justice. Has the Lin family made their move? Looking at the stunningly beautiful and mature woman in front of me, who was alluring one second and serious the next, I couldn't help but laugh. Thank you for reminding me, Sister Qin. But. I paused, and my tone turned somewhat cold. Just the Lin family. I don't even consider it a threat. After saying that, I will not linger. He turned and left the luxurious private restaurant with an air of nonchalance. Only Qin Yashuan remained, standing there alone. She watched my aloof figure disappear through the doorway. Her alluring peach blossom eyes shone even brighter. Interesting. She picked up the glass of red wine on the table, which had long since gone cold, and gently swirled it. Her red lips curled slightly upwards, forming a playful arc. I really don't know how many secrets you're hiding that even your older sister can't figure out. I had just stepped out of the magnificent golden gate of the 7-star pavilion. Beep beep beep. Suddenly, urgent communication requests started ringing frantically from my old communicator. I took it out and looked at it. The caller ID showed it was Principal Gao. I raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. Hello? Hu Huming. My goodness. Where are you right now? Immediately, Principal Gao's voice came from the other end of the communicator, a roar filled with anxiety, fear, and even a hint of crying, as if his pants were on fire. Me? I just finished eating and was about to go back. I haven't finished speaking yet. Don't go back. Whatever you do, don't go back to school. Principal Gao yelled at me in an almost pleading tone. Run. Run as far away as possible. It would be best to leave Donghai City right now. Lin Xiaotian, the head of the Lin family. He's led the Lin family's most elite Black Wind Guards. They've stormed into the school. He specifically demanded that the school hand over you, the murderer who ruined his son. We can't hold on much longer. Oh? Are they here yet? I listened to Principal Gao's panicked roar on the other end of the communicator. There was no fear on my face at all. Instead, he revealed a cold, bloodthirsty smile. The movements were quite fast. It seems Qin Yashuan's intelligence was very accurate. I see. I replied with 3 words indifferently. Then, the communication was immediately disconnected. I looked up and glanced at the brightly lit 7th high school in the distance. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Run? This word has never existed in my dictionary, Hu Ming's dictionary. I won't run. I want to go back. I'd like to see. Just how many heads does the Lin family have? How dare you come to my territory and act wildly? 10 minutes later. The entrance to the 7th high school. This place is in complete chaos. Dozens of luxurious maglev flying cars, as black as ink and with a ferocious Lin character printed on their front, blocked the entire school gate. Hundreds of Lin family guards, dressed in uniform black outfits and exuding a fierce aura with cold eyes, surrounded the entire school gate, making it completely impassable. A somber and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire campus. Surrounded by hundreds of Lin family guards. A tall, middle-aged man with a face that bore a 7/10 resemblance to Lin Feng, but who was more somber and imposing, stood there with his hands behind his back and an icy expression. He is the current head of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in the East China Sea. 1. A genuine PK-level expert. Lin Xiaotian. On the opposite side of him. Principal Gao and a group of school instructors, led by Li Zhenbang, were facing him with solemn expressions. Lin Xiaotian. Principal Gao looked at the middle-aged man with a menacing expression and shouted in a deep voice, "What do you mean by this? Do you want to start a war against us, 7th High School?" Start a war? Lin Xiaotian let out a disdainful sneer. Gao Yuanshan, you think too highly of yourself. You think your little 7th High School is worthy of being compared to my Lin family? I'm here today for only one thing. He pointed a finger at the back of the high school principal. His voice was cold and filled with an unquestionable, domineering tone. Hand over that little beast who crippled my son. Otherwise, today, I will raise your 7th High School to the ground. Boom! A terrifying pressure belonging to a Pika-level expert suddenly erupted from his body. Like a tangible, monstrous wave, it crashed down on Principal Gao and his entourage. Puff! 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 Those ordinary instructors with only B-level or C-level strength didn't even have time to react. One by one, they all turned pale, coughed up blood, and were sent flying backward on the spot. Only a handful of A-level experts, including Principal Gao and Li Zhenbang, are still gritting their teeth and struggling to hold on. But their expressions were equally unpleasant. Each of them seemed to be carrying an invisible mountain on their backs, and their legs were trembling slightly. Gap. This is the peak of A-level, the huge gap between it and ordinary A-level. The entire school, and all the students who rushed over upon hearing the news, were terrified and fell silent at the sight. They looked at the arrogant and domineering head of the Lin family, who seemed like a demon god. Their eyes were filled with fear and gloat. It's over. Hu Ming is completely finished now. No matter how powerful he is, he's just a student who has just awakened. How could he possibly be a match for the head of the Lin family? Humph. Serves him right. Who told him to be so arrogant? He even dared to cripple the eldest son of the Lin family. Now he's kicked a hornet's nest. Whispers of schadenfreude arose and fell among the crowd. However, just then, a faint voice, tinged with languor and mockery, suddenly rang out from behind the crowd. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap that clearly reached the ears of everyone present. I heard you were looking for me? Chapter 23, Beat the son, then beat the father. You little beast. You're asking for it. When that roar, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent, exploded from Lin Xiaotian's mouth, he completely lost his mind. He no longer cared about maintaining the demeanor of an A-level expert. They didn't care about the face of the Lin family head at all. Now, only one thought remained in his mind. That means killing me. Kill this guy in front of you. Not only did he cripple his son, but he also dared to humiliate him like this in front of so many people. Wrath of the Wind Dragon. Lin Xiaotian roared to the sky. A surge of azure energy, several times purer and more violent than that of his son Lin Feng, erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. Call. A fierce wind is blowing. In that instant, the entire playground of number 7 high school seemed to transform into a gigantic eye of a storm. Countless sharp cyan wind blades, formed from a high concentration of wind elements, appeared out of thin air. They intertwined and converged wildly. In the end, it transformed into a lifelike and ferocious wind dragon that was tens of meters long. Awah! The wind dragon roared to the sky. The sound waves seemed capable of shattering one's soul. Die! Lin Xiaotian, his face contorted with rage, pointed at me and roared furiously. That terrifying wind dragon, which blotted out the sky, instantly opened its blood-red maw, big enough to devour everything, and pounced on me with a terrifying power that could tear the heavens and earth apart. A level peak expert, unleashing a full-force attack. That's enough to raise a small mountain to the ground. It's over. Hu Ming is doomed now. This is the power of an I-level expert? It's terrifying. Run. Don't get caught in the crossfire. All the students who were watching were so frightened that they scrambled backward in terror. Even Principal Gao and Li Zhenbang, both A-level experts, showed unprecedented solemnity on their faces. They wanted to intervene and provide assistance. But it was too late. Over there, the ferocious wind dragon, carrying a world-destroying power, had already arrived in front of me. It completely swallowed up my tiny figure. However, just when everyone thought I was doomed. Oh! A faint, cold laugh, filled with endless contempt and mockery, suddenly rang out from the eye of the storm. You dare to show off your meager skills in front of me? The words fell the moment they left his lips. Boom! A golden lightning bolt, 100 times brighter and more dazzling than the sun, suddenly erupted from the wind dragon's body. That light was domineering. Sacred. Invincible. It was as if it wanted to completely purify the entire world. Oh, whoa! Over there, the once invincible and terrifying wind dragon let out a shrill and painful howl. Its enormous body, formed from a high concentration of wind elements, melted and disintegrated at a visible speed, like ice and snow encountering their nemesis. In a mere second. Completely vanished. It's as if it never existed. As for me, I strolled out slowly from the golden lightning that had not yet completely dissipated, as if taking a leisurely walk. My body is spotless. There wasn't even the slightest wrinkle on the hem of my clothes. What? Lin Xiaotian was dumbfounded. He watched as the boy, bathed in lightning, walked towards him step by step like a god from the heavens. For the first time, a human-like look of fear appeared in his eyes, which were filled with resentment and murderous intent. No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. That's his strongest killing move, Wind Dragon's Fury. Even experts of the same level would never dare to do that and take it head-on. But this little beast. He not only accepted it. And he was completely unharmed? What kind of monster is this? I said that. I walked up to him and stood still. I looked at his stunned expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and slowly raised my hand. You are too weak. You don't even have the right to let me draw my gun. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I moved. Call out. A golden lightning bolt flashed and disappeared in an instant. Lin Xiaotian only felt a blur before his eyes. The boy who was just a dozen meters away from him suddenly appeared in front of him like a ghost. Wow, so fast. He was terrified. He wanted to hide. But it was too late. I simply and easily punched him right in the face. Court death. Lin Xiaotian was furious. He is, after all, a Pika level expert. This little beast actually dared to engage in close combat with him? This is an insult to him. Break it! He roared and threw a punch in response. He was going to use his terrifying power, enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, to blast my reckless arm into dust. Boom! Two disproportionate fists, one big and one small, collided violently. The next second. Click! A sickening cracking sound rang out. Ah! Lin Xiaotian let out a blood-curdling scream of unbearable pain. His proud right fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, along with his entire right arm, was completely blasted into a bloody mess from the root by my seemingly ordinary punch. The stark white bones even protruded upside down from the shattered flesh. Shocking. How could this be? Lin Xiaotian, clutching his right arm which had completely lost sensation, looked at me with disbelief. His eyes were filled with a deep-seated fear. He lost. A crushing defeat. He lost to a little beast he despised the most in terms of the power he was most proud of. The game is over. I didn't give him any chance to breathe. I lunged forward. A flash of light appeared in my hand. The magnificent spear, with its entirely silver white shaft engraved with countless lifelike thunder dragon patterns, instantly appeared in my hand. Genshin's silver spear. What do you want to do? Lin Xiaotian was terrified when he saw the terrifying divine spear that exuded a destructive aura. He tried to run away. But can he escape? My figure clung to him like a ghost. The dragon gallant silver spear in my hand transformed into streaks of golden lightning, leaving deep, terrifying wounds on his body like a cat toying with a mouse. Put! 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 Blood gushed out of his body like a fountain that never stops. In just a few seconds. This once arrogant head of the Lin family had become a blood-soaked man. He was disheveled and looked utterly wretched. Where is even a trace of the majesty of a Pika level expert? You little beast! If you have the guts, kill me! Knowing he was doomed, Lin Xiaotian let out a venomous roar. Kill you? I laughed. That's too good for you. Looking into his eyes, which were filled with resentment and unwillingness, I slowly raised the dragon gallant silver spear in my hand. Aren't you heartbroken over your good-for-nothing son? Today I'll let you go down and spend some quality time with him. The words fell the moment they left his lips. Suddenly, I swept my dragon-gallant silver spear horizontally. However, this time, I didn't use a sharp spearhead. Instead, it has a thick, wide barrel. Smack! A loud slap, 10 times louder than the one that had landed on Teacher Joe's face, rang out. The sound was so loud it seemed to shatter one's eardrums. In the stunned gazes of tens of thousands of teachers and students across the school, as if they had seen a ghost. This arrogant head of the Lin family, one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea. And just like that, it spun 720 degrees in the air, like a spinning top that had been flung away. Then it slammed hard onto the concrete ground dozens of meters away. Half of his face was a bloody mess. Teeth mixed with blood were scattered all over the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's brains were completely stunned by the scene that was so outrageous and subversive. Finally, one of the bolder students murmured to himself in a trembling voice, almost choked with sobs. He actually hit the head of the Lin family? Chapter 20 For the military boss arrives. Who dares to touch my people? The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's brains were completely stunned by this mind-blowing scene. What did they see? They saw a high school student who had just awakened his superpowers less than 3 days ago. In front of tens of thousands of teachers and students across the school. The head of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in the East China Sea. A genuine A-level peak powerhouse. They beat him up like a dead dog. This is beyond genius. This is an absolute monster. Ah! Just then, a wild, beastly roar filled with endless resentment and madness suddenly exploded from the mouth of Lin Xiaotian, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog. He actually managed to stand up from the ground, albeit unsteadily. Half of his face was covered in blood and gore, making him look incredibly ferocious. His eyes, bloodshot and fixed on me, were fixed on me. That look in his eyes seemed to want to devour me alive. Little beast. You have completely enraged me. Today, I'm willing to risk being sanctioned by the League. I'll make you, along with this entire school, pay for my son's death. He roared. He pulled out an ominous sphere from his pocket, which was pitch black and covered with countless strange blood-red runes. The instant that sphere appeared, a terrifying, destructive aura, powerful enough to make heaven and earth change color, suddenly erupted. No, this is bad. It's a soul-devouring pearl. On the high platform, Principal Gao's face turned pale the moment he saw the black sphere. Lin Xiaotian. Are you insane? You actually dared to use such a forbidden weapon in the city? Soul-devouring bead. A one-time use, mass-destructive weapon crafted by an evil black magician using the souls of tens of thousands of living people. Once detonated, everything within a radius of several kilometers will be completely devoured by those endless vengeful spirits. Baron! This guy is fucking insane. Ha 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 ha. Lin Xiaotian let out a burst of maniacal laughter, like that of a night owl. Are you crazy? That's right. I'm insane. This is all because of you. Now let you damned ants feel the boundless rage of Lin Xiaotian. As he spoke, he was about to crush the soul-devouring pearl in his hand, which exuded a destructive aura. It's over. A deep-seated despair was evident on everyone's face. However, right at this critical moment, snort! A cold snort, filled with boundless majesty and domineering power, suddenly boomed from the heavens above. The voice seemed to carry an undeniable, terrifying power, as if its words carried the weight of reality. They actually managed to firmly imprison the soul-devouring pearl, which was about to erupt, in place. Immediately afterwards, ugh! A piercing air raid siren blared throughout the entire Donghai base city. Everyone instinctively looked up. All I could see was a massive, heavily armed transport ship, its body jet black and exuding a metallic texture and a chilling aura of slaughter, had silently hovered above the 7th high school like a colossal steel beast from the primordial era. There, on the hull of the transport ship, a majestic emblem composed of a golden dragon and a crimson sword gleamed in the sunlight. It's the Dragon Soul Legion. My god! Even our Xia Kingdom's most elite ace troops have been alerted? Everyone was stunned. And the moment Lin Xiaotian saw that badge, for the first time, a human fear appeared in his eyes, which were filled with madness and resentment. Impossible. He hadn't finished speaking. Call out. Without warning, a burly figure, as imposing as a towering mountain and exuding a fierce, bloodthirsty aura, leaped down from the 100-meter-high sky. Boom! A loud bang. The entire playground of number 7 high school seemed to have been hit head-on by a meteorite from outer space. It shook violently. A terrifying crater, tens of meters in diameter, appeared out of nowhere. And there, in the center of the deep pit, a dignified old man, not particularly tall but with an upright posture like an indomitable spear capable of piercing the sky, slowly emerged from the billowing dust. He was wearing an old military uniform that had long been washed and faded. Her full head of silver hair was meticulously combed back. His weathered, bronze face was covered with deep wrinkles, as if carved by a knife and axe. Every wrinkle seems to be filled with a story of bloodshed and carnage. He just stood there quietly. A terrifying aura, powerful enough to make heaven and earth change color. The supreme pressure of the S-class powerhouse erupted like a celestial river flowing backwards. It completely washed away Lin Xiaotian's so-called strong aura at the peak of a level. Xia Zhanghua? Lin Xiaotian stared in astonishment at the majestic old man who seemed to have descended from the heavens like a god. His eyes were wide open. It was as if I had witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. Xia Zhanghua, the highest-ranking military commander in Donghai Base City. The general who guards the Xia Kingdom. A genuine, top-tier S-class expert. Why would he personally descend upon this place? However, that terrifying existence that could make the entire Donghai city tremble. She didn't even bother to look at him, not even once. His sharp, hawk-like gaze swept across the entire room. Finally, the object landed precisely on the handsome young man who looked completely calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. He smiled. His usually stern and imposing face suddenly revealed a kind and amiable smile, like that of an old fox. He took steady steps. They walked up to me step by step. He looked me up and down. The look in her eyes was like that of a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became. At last, he stood there, stared at by tens of thousands of teachers and students as if they had seen a ghost. He spoke slowly. His voice was full of the warmth and affection of an elder for a younger person. Young man, my granddaughter said you made her cry? Chapter 25: A complete upgrade. Moving into a top-tier luxury mansion. I looked at the dignified old man in front of me, who had a kind and benevolent smile like an old fox. Listened to his kind greetings filled with elderly care. My lips twitched involuntarily. Goodness. I was just saying, how could Xia Liuli be so fierce? So it's a family heirloom. They started fighting at the drop of a hat. An even more impressive one came straight over in an armed transport ship. This grandfather and grandson are both incredibly unreasonable. Cough, cough. I coughed twice and touched my nose somewhat awkwardly. Commander Xia, I said carefully, choosing my words, that was just a normal sparring session with your granddaughter. Sparring is inevitable, there will be some bumps and bruises. Besides. I paused, then muttered under my breath, she started it. Oh? Xia Zhanghua raised an eyebrow. So, it's my granddaughter's fault after all? No, no, no. Of course not. My survival instinct kicked in instantly. Instructor Lioli and I became friends after a fight. We're very good friends now. Joke. Trying to reason with a top-tier S-class, fiercely protective maniac? I'm not that stupid. Ha ha ha. You're a smart kid, you know what's good for you. Xia Zhanghua was amused by my pragmatism as the best policy attitude and burst into laughter. He patted my shoulder so familiarly that he almost knocked me into the ground. Excellent. Excellent. Young in age, yet incredibly strong. And with a wild personality. Most importantly, he's fucking handsome. Kid, I have high hopes for you. So, how about it? Interested in becoming my granddaughter's husband? He's here again. Here we go again. What's wrong with this grandfather and grandson? They're exactly the same. One of you wants to fight me. One of them wants me to be her grandson-in-law. Are all military personnel this simple-minded and brutal? Commander Xia, I said, my face darkening, shouldn't we deal with this problem first? I pointed to Lin Xiaotian, the head of the Lin family, who had been frozen in place ever since Xia Zhanghua appeared, his face even more ashen than if his father had died, and he hadn't dared to utter a single word. All right, I almost forgot about this damn trash. Xia Jinghua then slowly turned around, as if he had just discovered that there was such a person. The smile on his face vanished instantly. Instead, there was a chilling, bone-chilling killing intent. He looked at Lin Xiaotian, who was trembling like a leaf in fear, and slowly spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but they were like death sentences from the deepest hell. Lin Xiaotian. You have some nerve. You dare to touch anyone I, Xia Jinghua, have set my sights on? Who gave you the courage? Thump. Lin Xiaotian could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure that felt like Mount Tai pressing down on him. His legs went weak and he knelt down on the spot. Commander Xia. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding, he cried, explaining. I didn't know who Ming no. Young master who was one of your men. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to cause him any trouble, even if you gave me 100 lives. Roll. Xia Jinghua didn't even bother to look at him again, and simply uttered a single word. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Xiaotian felt as if he had been granted a pardon and scrambled to his feet. He didn't even care about the unconscious Lin family guards on the ground or his half-dead precious son. And just like that, he scrambled into his flying car in a panic. Then, in a flash, they disappeared from everyone's sight. Where was the slightest trace of the majesty of a Pika-level expert in that disheveled state? A shocking storm that could shake the entire city of Donghai. And so, under Xia Jinghua's domineering and forceful intervention, the event ended rather anticlimactically. After dealing with Xia Jinghua, that old fox, for half an hour of harassment with his lewd questions about how good my granddaughter is, how much dowry is needed, and when will we get married, I finally understood what was going on. Finally, he found an opportunity and successfully escaped. I politely declined the principal's enthusiastic invitation to stay at my house tonight. A person arrived in Donghai City, the most prosperous and most expensive city center. I stood beneath a skyscraper hundreds of meters tall, filled with a futuristic, sci-fi aesthetic. Looking up at the dazzling lights that seemed to pierce the clouds, my heart is filled with a dreamlike sense of unreality. Tianqi number 1. I stared at the 4 large, gilded characters at the entrance of the building and murmured to myself. This is the most upscale and luxurious area for the wealthy in the entire Donghai city. Yes, those who live here are all either very rich or very powerful. Each one of them is a big shot whose mere stomp could shake the entire economy of Donghai city. And today, I will become one of them. I took out the exquisite room key card that Qin Yashuan had given me, which shimmered with a silver metallic luster. The 2 tall, beautiful female security guards in expensive uniforms at the entrance were met with respect and curiosity. Slowly, I walked in. Take a private, high-speed elevator. We made our way to the top floor. Sita. I have found my new home. Drop. The room card was swiped lightly. The heavy door, made of an unknown metal, slid open silently to both sides. A luxurious world that would make any normal person scream with excitement appeared before my eyes. Huge. It's huge beyond imagination. A super large duplex space with 2 floors and a ceiling height of over 10 meters. The floor beneath your feet is a smooth surface made from a single piece of unidentified jade. Above you is a dreamy chandelier made of countless dazzling crystals. In the distance is a huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of the entire Donghai city. Private cinema. Heated swimming pool. Rooftop garden. Anti-gravity training room. S-class private training room. All the luxury amenities I can think of and can't even imagine are here. This is no longer a mansion. This is fucking like a dream palace floating in the sky. I threw myself hard onto the soft bed, which was more than 3 times the size of my previous rented room. Feel that comfortable touch, as if you were floating on clouds. My heart is filled with an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and feeling emotional. Who would have thought? Just 3 days ago, I am still a penniless man living in a dark, damp low-rent apartment, not even knowing where next month's rent will come from. And now. But I already possess a net worth of hundreds of millions and a top-tier mansion that countless people can only dream of after a lifetime of hard work. It all feels like a dream. But I know. This is not a dream. This is the change that strength brings. I lay in bed and casually opened the school's internal forum. I'm going to see if anyone has posted my glorious act of publicly beating up the Lin family father and son online today. However, A popular post that was highlighted and pinned by countless people in bright red font instantly caught my full attention. The post's title was full of inflammatory and provocative intent. Next week's simulation battle, Ice Queen Lang Yuexin versus mythical genius Hu Ming. Who do you bet on to win? Chapter 26. The whole school is betting. Everyone's betting I'll lose? Who should I bet on to win? I couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the headline that seemed to be full of mischief. I clicked on the trending post. Topic: Next week's simulation battle, Ice Queen Lang Yuexin versus mythical genius Hu Ming. Who do you bet on to win this ultimate showdown? Posted by Student Union Arts and Sports Department. Content, as the title suggests. A once-in-a-century showdown is about to unfold in Donghai City. On one side is the renowned, undefeated queen, Lang Yuexin, who has awakened the S-rank legendary ability Heart of the Ice Moon. On the other side is the mysterious genius, Hu Ming, who has suddenly appeared and awakened the SSS rank mythical ability Myriad Thunder Gods. The Song of Ice and Thunder is about to begin. Who will emerge victorious in this clash of myth and legend? P.S. To make this competition more fun, the Student Council has set up an official betting platform. All students are welcome to participate. Bet responsibly, but excessive betting is harmful. Don't get carried away. Funny image. Bet match link, XXXXXXXXXX. Good heavens. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw this post that seemed to thrive on chaos. These student council brats are really something else. They've even created an official betting platform. I clicked on the link with great interest. A beautifully designed betting interface popped up. Matchup: Lang Yuexin versus Hu Ming. Winning odds: Lang Yuexin wins, 112. Hu Mingsheng, 1:100. Total bets, $37,854,000 federal dollars. I was completely stunned when I saw the odds, which were so exaggerated they were almost outrageous. 1 to 100 in compensation? Am I just that damn bad? I am a dignified SSS level mythical superpowered individual. They destroyed the Awakening Stone Tablet. One move, and he's done a disastrous job against a B-level teacher. One punch, and he crippled an A-level genius. One shot sent the A-level peak patriarch flying. My dazzling and impressive record stands right here. You actually dare to offer me odds of 1 to 100? Do you guys really think I can't lift a knife anymore? Do you all seem to have gotten too cocky? I suppressed the urge to rant that was about to erupt inside me, frowned, and continued reading. I want to see where these blind fools get the audacity to look down on me like this. Comments section of popular posts. First floor Lanling Xiaoxiaxing, do I even need to ask? I'm betting $1 million on my goddess to win. No explanation needed. Second floor I love a woodcutter, holy crap. The person upstairs is rich. But I'm betting on the goddess too. Hu Ming is incredibly strong, almost inhuman. But he awakened lightning type abilities after all. What does lightning type power focus on? Explosiveness. Brute force. To put it bluntly, he's a brute. Third floor Tokyo isn't too hot, that's right. What's the biggest fear of a brute? Control. And what has our moon goddess awakened? The S-rank Heart of the Ice Moon. That's the ultimate ice-type control ability. As long as the goddess freezes the entire arena with absolute zero right from the start, no matter how fast or strong that kid Hu Ming is, he'll be completely blinded on the spot. Fourth floor Chrysanthemum Monster, the comment above is correct. I also think Hu Ming will lose. His record is impressive, but if you analyze it carefully, who are the players he's facing? Teacher Zhou is a strong system player. Lin Feng and his son are wind-type players. To put it bluntly, they're all reckless brutes like him who go head-to-head. He's never encountered a top-tier control master like Goddess Yuexin, a technical player. Fifth floor which excavator technology is the best, I agree. Hu Ming's fighting style is too one-dimensional. It's all about brute force. This kind of fighting style is fine for bullying newbies. But if he really encounters a top genius like Goddess Yuexin, who has rich combat experience and whose attributes counter his, he will definitely suffer a huge loss. I'm betting 500,000 on Goddess Yuexin to win. Waiting to collect the winnings. I flipped through more than a dozen pages of comments in one go. It turns out that 99% of people actually bet on Lang Yuexin to win. The remaining 1% who bet on me to win were all people who wagered less than 100 yuan, just bystanders watching the show. The entire betting market had a total betting volume of over 30 million. The total amount bet on me to win was less than 10,000 yuan. He. I looked at these self-righteous experts who seemed to have a lot of eloquence in their analysis. I laughed. He was laughing and seemed very happy. Innocent. That's so damn naive. Do you think I only know how to fight head-on? You think my lightning is only about rage? You have no idea. Before the SSS-level mythical superpower, all-encompassing divine thunder. The so-called attribute advantage. It's a complete and utter joke. Since you're all so eager to give me money, then what if I don't accept it? Wouldn't that be disrespectful to you? I muttered to myself. My eyes gleamed with a cunning light, like that of an old fox. I opened the betting interface. Without hesitation, I transferred all the freshly deposited $2 million federal dollars from my bank card. Then, with those outrageous odds of 1 to 100, he pressed the confirm button hard. Bite. Bet successful. You have successfully placed a bet of $2 million federal dollars on Hu Mingshang. Estimated prize money, 200 million federal credits. 200 million? I looked at that number, which was so long it made my head spin. My heart started pounding uncontrollably. 200 million. That's 200 million. If we win. Does this mean I'm going to achieve instant financial freedom? What's the point of me going to school then? I'll just buy a small island. Recruit 100 or so fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged bikini-clad beauties. Throw me a pool party every day. Wouldn't they be living a wonderful life? No. I suddenly sat up in bed. Not enough. This is far from enough. 200 million, though that's a lot. But who would complain about having too much money? I am a man with lofty ideals. My future goal is the stars and the sea. Buying a small island? That's nothing. From now on, if I'm going to buy something, I'll buy a whole planet. System. I roared in my heart. Open the properties panel for me. Byte. Host, Hu Ming. Rank, mid D25 1000. Looking at that experience bar, which was a bit too long, I frowned. I need over 900 more experience points to level up. Looks like I won't be getting any sleep tonight. I rolled over and got out of bed. He changed back into the black combat suit stained with blood. Then I took out my menacing, gleaming silver spear from the system space. Little darlings of the wilderness. Your emperor has returned. I looked out the window at the pitch-black night. A cold, death-like smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. Are you ready to face death? Chapter 27, Frenzied Leveling Up. Target, Peak D rank. The night grew deeper. The cold moonlight was like a thin silver veil shrouding this post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with death and crisis. Roar. A terrifying roar filled with violence and madness suddenly erupted from a dark, dense forest without warning. Immediately afterwards. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble violently. It's as if some prehistoric behemoth is awakening. Whoosh. A massive figure engulfed in raging black flames suddenly burst forth from the dark forest like a black cannonball. That was a terrifying monster that was over 3 meters tall and as big as a prehistoric elephant. Its entire body was covered with a layer of terrifying, hard, and thick scales, like obsidian. A pair of blood-red eyes, as big as lanterns, were filled with a madness and violence that could destroy everything. A mid-tier D-rank monster. Black armored elephant. It is known for its defensive and impact capabilities. It is said that a single full-force impact from it is enough to smash a 10-story building into dust. And at this moment, this terrifying being is powerful enough to reign supreme within a 20-kilometer radius of the wilderness. But like a madman, it frantically fled in one direction, utterly reckless. It was as if some peerless ferocious beast, 100 times more terrifying than itself, was chasing after it from behind. Trying to run? Too late. A faint, cold, and mocking voice suddenly rang out from behind it. For the first time, a human-like look of fear appeared in the blood-red eyes of the black-armored demon elephant, which were filled with madness and violence. It wants to turn back. But it was too late. Call out. A dazzling golden light, even faster than lightning, flashed by in an instant. Put. A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. Over there stood the arrogant, black-armored demon elephant. Its terrifying head was powerful enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. Just like that, it suddenly and silently shot into the sky. Hot, foul-smelling, dark red blood shot up dozens of meters into the air like a fountain. The headless corpse, as large as a small mountain, was propelled forward by its immense inertia for another 100 meters. With a loud thud, it crashed heavily to the ground. The earth was smashed into a huge crater. I strolled out of the dark, dense forest as if taking a leisurely walk. I was still wearing that most ordinary black combat uniform. In my hand still lies that same menacing, gleaming silver spear. However, at this moment, my entire body was completely stained red with all sorts of colorful, viscous monster blood. He looked like a peerless killing god who had crawled out of the deepest hell. It was filled with a terrifying, chilling aura. Ding! You have defeated a mid-tier D-rank monster, the black-armored elephant. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 experience points and 100,000 federal coins. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, mid-D rank. It's been upgraded again. I felt the terrifying power within my body suddenly surge dramatically. I let out a long, exhilarating roar. Cool. That was fucking awesome. This is already the umpteenth time I've upgraded tonight. Since I re-entered this wilderness area 2 hours ago. I completely transformed into a tireless leveling machine. I fought my way here from the outskirts. We ventured deep into the wilderness, nearly 20 kilometers. During that time, I killed at least 80 to 100 D-level monsters. As for those low-ranking E-class and F-class monsters, there are countless of them. And my level, like a rocket, skyrocketed from mid-E level. High-level E rank. Peak E rank. Level D, beginner. Until now, it's at the mid-level D rank. If this upgrade speed gets out, that would probably be enough to shame all the geniuses in the entire Xia kingdom so much that they would commit suicide on the spot. Not enough. This is far from enough. I looked at my experience bar, which had become empty again. I did not feel tired at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited. I want to keep killing. I want to do it before dawn. Before the simulated battle with Long Yuexin begins. Raise my level to the peak of D rank. Even, AC grade. Just as I was preparing to press on and venture deeper into the wilderness. Roar. Awah. Hiss. 3 terrifying roars, filled with endless violence and madness, suddenly erupted from a huge canyon to my left without warning. The sound waves grew louder and louder. It felt like it was going to shatter people's eardrums. Immediately afterwards. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble violently. It seemed as if 3 prehistoric behemoths were waging an earth-shattering battle in the canyon. Yes, big guy. My eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't hesitate at all. I transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and charged towards the massive canyon filled with violent energy fluctuations. 1 minute later, I silently lurked behind a boulder at the edge of the canyon. Peeking out, they looked towards the center of the canyon. I only glanced at it. My pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhead. All I could see was there, in the heart of the wide canyon. 3 terrifying monsters, each of enormous size, are engaged in a bloody battle to the death. One of them was a terrifying demonic hound with 3 ferocious dog heads and its entire body engulfed in raging black flames. One of them was a terrifying giant python, tens of meters long, covered with a layer of dark green, hard scales. There was another one, a terrifying griffin with wings on its back and its body wrapped in raging blue wind blades. A 3-headed, mid-level D rank, top-tier monster. The 3-headed demon hound. A giant black-scaled python. Windblade griffin. What they were fighting over was a strange spiritual herb that grew on a boulder in the center of the canyon, its entire body shimmering with dazzling purple lightning. Purple thunder dragon saliva grass? I looked at that strange spiritual herb, which was filled with violent lightning power, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. I saw a record of it in the book Illustrated Compendium of Natural Treasures that Qin Yashuan gave me. Purple thunder dragon saliva grass. A top-tier natural treasure that grows only in places where the power of thunder is most concentrated. It is said that the saliva of an ancient thunder dragon fell to the ground and absorbed the essence of the sun and moon for thousands of years before finally being formed. It contains a trace of the purest ultimate lightning power. It is the ultimate treasure that countless lightning-type ability users dream of. It is also the key material for me to unseal the first seal of the Dragon Gallant Silver Spear. It's out. This is fucking real, we're going to make a fortune. I looked at that strange, shimmering purple herb. My eyes are red. My breathing became heavy. I don't care what kind of demonic hounds or giant pythons you are. I'm going to have this plant today. Just as I was preparing to sit back and watch the two fight it out, waiting for them to both be severely injured before I went out to reap the benefits. The three terrifying monsters, whose eyes were already bloodthirsty, seemed to have reached some kind of tacit agreement. They all stopped attacking at the same time. Then, without prior arrangement, they all turned their heads. Three pairs of terrifying beast eyes, filled with icy killing intent, locked onto the boulder where I was standing. Not good. We've been discovered. A chill ran through me. Roar. The three terrifying mid-level D-rank demonic beasts let out a roar filled with rage. They actually temporarily abandoned their hatred for each other. They then turned to me, this reckless voyeur, as their first common target to eliminate. Boom. 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 The next second. A dark flame, filled with an aura of destruction. A highly toxic venom, filled with a corrosive odor. A terrifying wind blade, brimming with a cutting aura. Three terrifying attacks, enough to instantly level a small mountain, came crashing down on me from three different directions. Holy crap! I watched as that terrifying, world-destroying attack unfolded. My scalp is about to explode. I didn't hesitate at all. I unleashed all the power of the myriad divine thunder within my body without reservation. Thunder Dragon Break. Give it to me, open it. An unprecedented and brutal battle suddenly erupted. Me, all alone with a gun. He single-handedly fought three top-tier monsters of the same level. I unleashed the full power of Thunder Dragon Break. I have shown the terror of SSS-level mythical superpowers to the fullest extent. This battle was so fierce that the sky darkened and the sun and moon lost their light. The entire canyon looked as if we were going to tear it apart. I don't know how much time has passed. As the last, piercing scream faded away. When the last burst of violent energy dissipated, I knelt on one knee, covered in blood, in the center of the canyon that had been completely reduced to ruins. My body is covered with horrific wounds, large and small, deep enough to expose the bone. My chest was heaving violently. He was panting heavily. And beneath my feet, three enormous, already cold, demonic beast corpses lay there. I won. Although, the victory was hard-won. But in the end, I still won. Ding. Killed one mid-tier D-rank monster Cerberus. Ding. Killed one mid-tier D-rank monster ink-scale giant python. Ding. Killed one mid-tier D-rank monster Windblade Griffin. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, high level D. I listened to the heavenly notification sound in my mind. I laughed. I dragged my exhausted body step by step to the strange, purple glowing herb. Then, with one swift motion, he plucked it off the boulder. I'm just one step away from reaching the peak of D rank. Chapter 28 Hero Saves the Beauty? It's you again. I carefully stored the purple thunder dragon saliva grass, which was still emitting a faint purple lightning glow, into my system space. Then he plopped down on the ground. He was breathing heavily, gasping for breath. Tired. I'm so fucking tired. That battle against three opponents just now almost exhausted all the strength in my body. I feel like every muscle in my body is screaming and protesting. Even moving a single finger feels like a struggle. However, it was all worth it. Rank D, high level. The key material to unlock the artifact. In addition, there are 3 mid-grade D-level, top-quality demon cores. I made a fortune from this. Wait for me, let me recover my strength. Let's find a place and eat this grass. At that time, my level will definitely jump even higher. Maybe we can really reach the peak of D rank before dawn. I was secretly pleased with myself as I made my plans. He took out a bottle of E-grade energy potion from the system space, which he had borrowed from the school's logistics department. He gulped it down into his mouth. However, just as I was preparing to press on and make a final push to reach the pinnacle of D rank. Help me. Een. Run. Don't worry about us. Ah. My leg. A series of piercing screams filled with terror and despair suddenly came from a dark, dense forest not far away. Is anyone there? I frowned. Instinctively, I tried to pretend I hadn't heard it. Joke. I'm still in a semi-disabled state myself. Why would I bother with other people's business? Besides, people are dying every day in the wilderness. I'm not a savior. I'm not that philanthropic. However, just as I was about to pack my bags and leave. Een? I was stunned for a moment. Why does this name sound so familiar? I feel like I've heard this somewhere before. Een. Run. Don't worry about us. That C-rank human-faced demon spider is far too strong. We're no match for it. No. I won't leave. A clear, defiant female voice rang out, even if I die, I'll die with you. Een? Lin Een? Boom. This name, which I had long buried deep in my memory, suddenly exploded in my mind like a thunderclap. I suddenly stood up from the ground. My eyes were filled with disbelief. It's her? It's actually her? That was when I awakened my D-level superpower and was abandoned and ridiculed by the whole world. The only one who didn't take advantage of my misfortune was the one who kicked me when I was down. Instead, she secretly slipped me a warm meat bun. What a kind girl. That young lady from a collateral branch of the Lin family. Lin Een. What is she doing here? And they even encountered a C-rank human-faced demon spider? Hold. I no longer hesitated at all. I endured the excruciating pain throughout my body, which felt like my body was falling apart. He frantically circulated the lightning power within his body, which had only recovered to less than 30% of its original strength. He transformed into a golden lightning bolt. They suddenly charged towards the dark, dense forest filled with despair and the aura of death. At the same time, deep in the dense forest, a brutal and bloody battle is underway. 4 young men and women dressed in the most ordinary D-level combat suits were back to back, desperately cornered by a terrifying spider the size of a small car. That terrifying spider had 8 jet black legs that looked like sharp spears. Its entire body is covered with a layer of hard armor, as if cast from black iron. And on its ugly, grotesque spider head, surprisingly, she even has a bizarre face that looks remarkably like a human girl. A low-level, C-rank demonic beast. The human-faced demon spider. It is known for its speed and extreme toxicity. It's the nightmare that all D-level ability users least want to encounter in the wilderness. And at this moment, these 4 young superhumans, whose strongest abilities were only at the peak of E-level, were already driven to the brink of despair by this terrifying nightmare. All 4 of them were seriously injured. One of the most robust young men had his thigh pierced by the incredibly sharp spider legs. Blood stained the entire ground. Captain, a bespectacled young man with a deathly pale face, said in a trembling voice, What do we do? Are we going to die here? Fart. The young man with the broken leg, who was called Captain, roared. Even if we die, we'll tear a piece of flesh off this beast. Een. Listen to me. He turned around and shouted at the only petite girl among the 4 who was still relatively unharmed. Wait a minute, the 3 of us will risk our lives to create an opportunity for you. You must get out of here. Did you hear me? Upon hearing this, the girl known as Een instantly had her pretty face covered with glistening tears. She shook her head frantically. No. I won't leave. She was so scared that she was trembling all over. But her eyes were filled with an unprecedented firmness and determination. Even if I die, I want to die with you. You. The young man with the broken leg was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Meanwhile, the human-faced spider watched this scene of despair and tragedy unfold before it, as if it were a cat playing with a mouse. It seems that all patience has been lost. A cruel and bloodthirsty smile appeared on its eerie face, which resembled that of a human girl. It raised its sharp forelimbs high, like the scythe of death. He stabbed fiercely at the petite girl with the most stubborn eyes. No! The other 3, their eyes wide with despair, let out desperate cries. And that girl named Een. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, which were filled with resentment and tears, silently awaiting the arrival of death. However, just a moment before those sharp spider legs, capable of piercing through anything, were about to pierce her petite body. "You beast! Dare to lay a finger on her?" A thunderous roar, filled with endless coldness and violence, descended from the sky without warning. Immediately afterwards, "Call out!" A dazzling golden light, even faster than lightning, flashed by and disappeared in an instant. Put! A dull sound, like tattered cotton being torn apart. That arrogant C-rank demonic beast, the human-faced demon spider. Its terrifying forelimbs are powerful enough to pierce through steel. It was actually severed from the root by that golden stream of light that descended from the sky. The foul-smelling, green, viscous blood shot into the air like a fountain. Hiss! The human-faced spider let out a shrill, painful scream. For the first time, a human-like look of fear appeared in its eerie, ferocious, and cruel eyes. It wants to run away. But it was too late. Boom! A tall figure, enveloped in golden lightning, descended from the sky like a god. It landed heavily in front of it. It smashed a huge crater into the hard ground. "It's you?" Linine slowly opened her eyes, which had been closed. She looked at the familiar yet unfamiliar back of the figure that stood before her like a god. Her beautiful eyes, which were filled with tears and despair, were instantly filled with disbelief. It was him? It was him? That good-for-nothing who, out of a shred of pity, had given him a meat bun when he was at his lowest point? No. It's a myth. In just 3 short days, he went from being a notorious good-for-nothing in the whole school to becoming a legendary figure whose name resounded throughout the entire Donghai city. Hu Ming. She never expected this. I never imagined that I would meet him again here in such a dramatic way. The 3 teammates behind her were completely stunned by the mythical scene before them. After hearing Lin Yinin's exclamation filled with shock and disbelief, they all froze in place as if struck by lightning. Hu Ming. That person single-handedly destroyed the awakening stone tablet. One move, and he's done a disastrous job against a B-level teacher. One punch, and he crippled an A-level genius. One shot sent the peak A-level family head flying. That godlike man? How could he be here? I ignored the several pairs of eyes behind me filled with shock and admiration. All I see is this ugly beast that dared to harm my benefactor. I exuded an unprecedented, chilling killing intent. I said that. I watched as the human-faced spider, howling madly in agony and terror, slowly raised the dragon's gallant silver spear in its hand. You shouldn't have touched her. The moment the words fell, my figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second. Put! A huge spider head, its ugly, ferocious face still bearing endless fear and resentment, shot into the sky. Scalding hot, viscous green blood stained the entire dark forest red. I slowly retracted the dragon-gallant silver spear. He turned around. I looked at that kind girl who was staring at me blankly. I put on what I thought was a very friendly smile. Long time no see, Lin Yinin. Chapter 29. One move to instantly kill a C rank. Just how strong are you? Long time no see, Lin Yinin. When this gentle and kind greeting came out of my mouth, the entire bloody and chaotic battlefield instantly fell into an eerie silence. Lin Yinin and her 3 teammates were completely stunned by the mythical scene before them. They all froze in place as if they had been frozen in place. They stared at me with their mouths agape, as if I were a monster, a god, or some other being they couldn't comprehend at all. My mind went completely blank. Second. Instant kill? One of them was enough to easily wipe out their entire team, a terrifying C-rank early-stage monster called the human-faced demon spider. He actually killed him with a single, simple shot? Who would believe that if I told them? Glug. The one-legged captain who had previously looked fearless and prepared to perish together with the human-faced spider. At that moment, he swallowed hard. He looked at the terrifying figure standing beside the headless corpse of the human-faced spider, which was still spewing out foul-smelling green blood, with a calm and collected expression, even having the leisure to smile and greet Lin Yinin. For the first time, a human fear appeared in his bloodthirsty eyes. What the hell kind of monster is this? Is he really a student at our number 7 high school? Could he be some S-class monster who's lived for hundreds of years in disguise? Hu Ming. Lin Yinin finally recovered from her extreme shock and disbelief. She looked at the boy who seemed to descend from the heavens like a god and rescued her from the abyss of death. Her beautiful eyes, still wet with tears and despair, were instantly filled with deep admiration and wonder. It's him. It really is him. That person was once just a pitiful creature worthy of her sympathy in her eyes. That D-level waste that she once used as a negative example to motivate herself. Now, however, he has descended upon her in a kingly manner that she could never have imagined in her wildest dreams. This extreme contrast and the classic hero saves the damsel in distress trope. This instantly and completely captivated the heart of this kind-hearted young girl who was just beginning to experience love. Yes, it's me. I couldn't help but laugh at her surprised, delighted, and slightly shy expression, which also hinted at the first stirrings of first love in her heart. I walked up to her, reached out and helped her up from the cold ground. Are you all right? I'm fine. Linning blushed and subconsciously tried to pull her small hand out of my warm, sticky monster blood-stained hand. But when she tried, she found that she couldn't pull it out at all. Hey Huming, could you please let me go, she said in a barely audible voice. Oh, I'm sorry. I then realized what was happening and quickly let go. How did you end up in such a deep place? I glanced at her three teammates, who were still in a petrified state, and asked knowingly, this is a dangerous area within a 20-kilometer radius of the wilderness. Upon hearing this, a hint of sadness flashed across Linin's pretty face. We wanted to hunt a few D-level monsters to earn some tuition fees and cultivation resources. I never expected to be so unlucky I actually encountered a C-rank human-faced demon spider. Or perhaps you'd better arrive in time. Her eyes welled up with tears as she spoke. Alright, stop crying. I can't stand seeing girls cry. Isn't everything alright now? As I spoke, I walked up to the captain who had broken his leg. He pulled out a top-of-the-line healing spray that he had borrowed from the school's logistics department. I gave it to him. Here you go. This is Holy Light brand grade A, fast-acting healing spray? The captain with the broken leg couldn't help but gasp in surprise when he saw the angel symbol on the bottle. Just one bottle, the one that sells for 500,000 federal dollars? Holy crap! Shin. You're so incredibly generous. The bespectacled young man next to him, who wasn't injured, stared at him with wide eyes. Enough with the nonsense. I frowned. Hurry up and finish treating your injuries, then get back to the city as soon as possible. This is not a place for you. Yes. The captain with the broken leg felt like he had been granted a pardon and quickly turned on the spray and sprayed his bloody, mangled thigh with it. A burst of milky white light, filled with a sacred aura, flashed by. His horrific, deep wound, which had been so deep that the bone was visible, began to heal at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. In just over 10 seconds. All that's left is a faint pink scar. Holy crap! This is a miracle drug. Those three naive newbies were once again utterly astonished by the miraculous effects of the grade A healing spray. But I ignored them. My gaze fell upon the now cold corpse of the human-faced spider. A C-rank monster. This thing should sell for a good amount of money, right? I walked to the body and shot it. They cleanly and efficiently dug out the C-grade demon core, which was the size of a human head and as black as ink. Here you are. I casually tossed the demon core, which was still emitting faint energy fluctuations, to Linning, who was still in a state of shock. This is for you. Ha! Linning instinctively caught the demon core, completely stunned. Give it to us? This can't be. She quickly waved her hands. You killed this monster. We didn't do a single thing. Just take it, I said impatiently. Consider it interest on the meat bun you treated me to back then. We'll see. I curled my lip, my tone full of undisguised disdain. Just this piece of junk. To be honest, I don't really think much of it. I'm telling the truth. I can now get money directly from killing monsters. I have absolutely no respect for this kind of trash that you have to sell yourself. But my words reached the ears of Linning and her three teammates who were so poor they were practically selling their pants. It was no less than a super earthquake of magnitude 18. Garbage? A C-grade demon core worth at least 3 million federal credits. In his eyes, it was just a piece of trash. Is this even human? All four of them stared at me with the same look they had on a monster, a god, or some completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. Alright, stop looking at me like that, like I've never seen anything like this before. I felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by them. Get out of here now. If we don't leave now, the smell of blood will attract even bigger and more powerful creatures. I can't guarantee I can save you again. Yes, yes, yes. The captain with the broken leg was the first to react. He scrambled to his feet. Then, pulling the other two teammates who were still in a petrified state, they thanked me profusely. Finally, under Lin Yining's complex gaze, filled with reluctance and longing, she left. They tumbled and crawled away, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest. Call. The whole world is finally peaceful. I let out a long sigh of relief. I was just about to find a place to continue my great leveling up endeavor. But without warning, that clear female voice, full of stubbornness and unyielding spirit, came from behind again. I turned around, somewhat surprised. All that could be seen was the kind-hearted girl who should have already left with her teammates. Somehow, they came back again. She stood gracefully before me. A pair of beautiful, large eyes stared at me intently. Her pretty face was filled with hesitation and struggle. It was as if she had something very important to say to me. But I dare not say it. Is there anything else? I asked, looking at her. Lin Yining bit her lower lip lightly, seemingly having finally made up her mind. She looked up at me, her clear eyes filled with deep worry. Hu Ming, you must be careful. I heard Lin Xiaotian spent a fortune hiring a professional assassin from the Shadow Organization to assassinate you. Chapter 30: The Lin Family's Conspiracy. A professional assassin? A Shadow Organization? A professional assassin? I looked at the kind girl in front of me, her face full of worry, her little hands even nervously clutching the hem of my clothes. I paused for a moment, then laughed. That's it? I reached out and gently ruffled her slightly messy, soft, long hair. I thought it was something serious. Don't worry. Just a few vermin who only dare to hide in the shadows. I don't even consider it a threat. I spoke casually. It was as if that terrifying assassin organization was enough to make the entire Donghai city tremble with fear. In my eyes, they're no different from the cats and dogs on the street. Lin Yining wanted to say something more. But she looked into my deep eyes, which were filled with powerful confidence. All the words of worry stuck in my throat. Yes. Standing before her was the legendary figure who dared to slap even the Lin family patriarch, a Pika-level expert, in public. What do I have to worry about for him? Then you must be careful. In the end, all she could do was blush and whisper a word of advice. Okay. I nodded. You should hurry up and go too. Your teammates must be getting impatient. Good. Lin Yining reluctantly let go of my clothes. He kept turning back to look at himself as he disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. I watched Lin Yining leave. Until her figure could no longer be seen. The smile on my face slowly faded. Instead, there was only cold indifference. Shadow Organization. For this infamous underground assassin organization. I had certainly heard about it. It is said that members of this organization are spread throughout the entire Xia Kingdom. Each one of them is a top expert in assassination, stealth, and disguise. As long as you can afford the price. They rose to become the lords of a city. From the lowest of the low, down to the peddlers and laborers. There's no one they wouldn't dare kill. There are quite a few A-level powerhouses who have died at their hands. There are even rumors that even an S-rank national powerhouse once received death threats from them. You could say that this is a terrifying existence that would make any normal person tremble with fear. Lin Xiaotian. I gazed at the pitch-black night sky and murmured to myself. The murderous intent in my eyes flashed and disappeared in an instant. You really gave me quite a surprise. It seems that the lesson I taught you last time wasn't profound enough. Since you're in such a hurry to come and die, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I had originally planned to settle accounts with the Lin family slowly after the college entrance examination. But now it seems there's no need for that anymore. Tonight, I'm going to make this one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea, who doesn't know what's good for them, pay the price. To disappear completely from this world. But before that, I have something even more important to do. I sat down cross-legged. He took out the purple thunder dragon saliva grass, which was still radiating brilliant purple lightning, from the system space. System. Eat it for me. Bite. Should we absorb the rare and precious material containing the power of ultimate lightning? Yes. Bite. Absorption begins. Boom. I didn't even see how that purple thunder dragon saliva grass disappeared. A purple lightning force, more than 100 times more violent than when I fought 3D level monsters alone, suddenly exploded within my body without warning. It felt like someone had set off a purple sun inside my body. I let out a wild, agonizing roar. I felt like my whole body was about to be burst apart by that endless, violent thunder power. My skin is cracking inch by inch. Golden and purple arcs of electricity shot out of my body uncontrollably. The ground around me was charred black by the electricity. Click. Click. I could even clearly hear the hard bones inside my body, reshaped by the myriad manifestations divine thunder, beginning to groan in despair, unable to bear the weight any longer. Is this the terror of ultimate lightning? That's fucking domineering. Refine it for me. I gritted my teeth. He frantically activated the Thunder Dragon Break technique. I desperately tried to refine the purple lightning that was raging wildly within my body. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour. I don't know how much time has passed. When I felt like I was about to be completely burst by that violent energy. Bite. A system notification sound, as melodious as heavenly music, suddenly exploded in my mind. Congratulations, host. You have successfully absorbed the power of ultimate lightning. SSS level mythical ability, all-encompassing divine thunder, proficiency greatly increased. Lightning power detected overflowing from the host's body. Should I upgrade my level? Yes. Bite. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased. Current level, peak D rank. Boom. A terrifying power, several times stronger than before, suddenly erupted from my body. The horrific wounds on my body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. I feel stronger than ever before. I'm even confident. Even if we encounter 3 more mid-level D rank monsters, I can also kill them all in 3 moves. Bite. Detection detected, host has successfully absorbed the power of ultimate lightning. The first seal on the companion artifact Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear has been unlocked. Should the lockdown be lifted? Yes. Buzz. My spear, which I had always kept by the side, suddenly let out an excited, soaring dragon roar without warning. It flew to me automatically. The originally dull thunder dragon patterns on the gun instantly lit up with dazzling gold and purple light. An unparalleled sharpness, 100 times more terrifying than before, soared into the sky. It was as if they were trying to tear a huge hole in the dark night sky. Click. A crisp sound, like shackles breaking. The first seal on the Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear has been broken. Bite. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully unlocked the first seal on your companion artifact, the Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear. Innate Skill 1, Indestructible under sealed state, ignores all physical and energy attacks of A rank and below under sealed state, ignores all physical and energy attacks of S rank and below. Innate Skill 2, Thunder Dragon's Affinity in sealed state, the power of Thunder type abilities is increased by 20% in sealed state, the power of Thunder type abilities is increased by 50%. New Skill 3, Awakening of the Weapon Spirit can be awakened while sealed. A wisp of the ancient Thunder Dragon's soul, dormant within the spear, will fight for you. Holy crap! I looked at the Dragon's Gallant Silver Spear's monstrous, outrageous new attributes. I couldn't help but swear. Invincible below S rank? Lightning type abilities increased by 50%? It can even summon the soul of the ancient Thunder Dragon? Does this even allow other people to live? I excitedly gripped the buzzing, bright silver spear and let out a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. The Lin family. The Shadow Organization. Your time to die has come. I stood up and prepared to fight my way back to Donghai Base City. Make the entire Lin family pay with their lives. However, just then, my incredibly sharp sixth sense suddenly and frantically issued a warning. A chilling, deadly killing intent flashed silently from behind me, from the darkest shadow. I laughed. Looks like I don't need to come looking for you. You've all delivered yourselves right to my doorstep. I slowly turned around. Looking at the dark, dense forest, which was deserted yet teeming with murderous intent. A cold, death-like smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. Come out, little mouse hiding in the shadows. Chapter 31 The Viper in the Shadows. Come, prepare to die. Come out, little mouse hiding in the shadows. When those faint words, filled with endless contempt and mockery, came out of my mouth, the entire noisy and chaotic canyon instantly fell into an eerie silence. Only the mournful night wind continued to howl. It was as if a final lament was being played for a life that was about to pass away. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. The surroundings remained deathly silent. Aside from the sound of the wind and the occasional terrifying roars of unknown monsters from afar, there was no other sound. It was as if that fleeting, chilling killing intent was just my imagination. Oh. I laughed. You're quite tolerant. What? Do you think I'm bluffing you? Or do you still think your stealth skills, which are as shady as a rat's, are truly flawless? As I spoke, I slowly turned around. I stood with my back to the dark, dense forest, a place filled with unknowns and deadly dangers. My completely unguarded back was exposed to the air. This is the most arrogant and unreasonable provocation of all. I'm using my actions to tell that killer hiding in the shadows what's going on. Come. Grandpa is right here. If you've got the guts, come and stab me. Deep in the dense forest, in the shadows of a huge ancient tree that would take 3 people to encircle, a jet-black figure, almost perfectly blending into the darkness, lurked there silently, like a top-tier, cold-blooded venomous snake. He is the top assassin of the Shadow Organization. Codename, Ghost. A genuine, top-tier C-level assassination type ability user. He killed at least 80, if not 100, D-level experts. He even successfully assassinated an A-level expert. It can be said that in the realm of assassination, he is undoubtedly the king. And this time, he accepted a bounty worth a staggering 500 million. The target is that so-called mythical genius who has been making headlines throughout Donghai City recently. Hu Ming. Originally, he was somewhat dismissive of the task. He's just a little kid who hasn't even grown all his hair yet. Even with exceptional talent, how strong can one truly be? Why would the organization need to send out such an ace like him? But now, he doesn't think so anymore. He looked at the terrifying figure, bathed in blood under the moonlight, yet still standing as straight as a spear. He looked at the 3 enormous corpses of mid-level D-ranked demonic beasts at his feet, their deaths incredibly gruesome. For the first time, his usually calm and collected killer instinct was stirred into a monstrous storm. Monster! This isn't even human. This is a peerless monster disguised in human skin. Especially that glance I gave you when I turned around just now. He swore. They've definitely found him. That look was no different from looking at a dead person. This made him, a top assassin who always considered himself a hunter, a target. For the first time, I had the absurd illusion that I was the poor prey being targeted. Run. Only this one thought remained in his mind. He's not taking on this task. 500 million is a lot. But you have to be alive to enjoy them. However, just as he was preparing to slip away quietly, but he saw it. That terrifying boy, like a demon god. He actually turned around slowly. It completely exposed his unguarded back to him. Chance. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ghostly's previously dormant killer instinct began to beat wildly once more. He hesitated. He struggled. Should we run? Or take a gamble? If he wins the bet, he'll gain both fame and fortune. He'll become a legend in one battle. Lost the bet. Fortune and wealth are found in danger. Final. Greed triumphed over reason. He slowly pulled out a strange dagger from his pocket. It was so black that it couldn't even reflect moonlight. The blade of the dagger gleamed with a chilling, eerie blue light. Soul Devourer. A grade A poison divine weapon forged from extraterrestrial meteorite iron. It's lethal upon contact with blood. Instant death upon touch. This is his biggest trump card, the reason he became famous and even could assassinate A-level experts. Die, brat. You should be proud to die by Soul Devourer. His figure, like a wisp of pure darkness, silently slipped out from the huge shadow of the tree. No, not a single sound was made. Not a single gust of wind was stirred up. He was like a death ghost from the deepest hell. In an instant, they covered a distance of over 100 meters. They came up behind me. The pitch-black dagger in his hand, coated with a deadly poison that could kill instantly, stabbed silently towards my unsuspecting back like the fangs of a viper. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. This strike embodied all the energy and spirit he possessed as a top-tier assassin. He has confidence. Even an S-rank national-level expert would be caught off guard and ambushed by him. Yes, it's absolutely certain death. However, just as a victorious smile was about to appear on his face, which was filled with cruelty and pleasure, a faint voice, filled with endless coldness and mockery, suddenly exploded in his ears without warning. I've bin waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 32 Soul Search. The Lin family's end has come. Have I been waiting for you for a long time? When those light, casual words, like a greeting between old friends, came out of my mouth. The top assassin of the Shadow Organization, hidden in the shadows. I was completely stunned. For the first time, his eyes, which were filled with cruelty and smugness, revealed a human shock and disbelief. We've been discovered? How the hell is this possible? He's the Shadow Organization's top assassin. A top-tier C-level assassination type ability user. He has killed no fewer than 5 B-level experts. What he is most proud of is his ghostly and silent shadow escape technique. He has 100% confidence. Even an A-level expert would have no chance of discovering his whereabouts if he were caught off guard. But this little beast that hasn't even grown its first hair yet. He not only discovered it. And judging from his relaxed tone, it seemed like he'd already figured it out a long time ago. This has completely overturned his understanding. Not good. He was terrified. He knew he'd messed up. He wanted to run away. He didn't hesitate at all. He made a decisive move and abandoned the fatal blow that was about to be delivered. His figure instantly transformed into an even more illusory and eerie black shadow, attempting to disappear back into the endless darkness. However, it's too late. Trying to run now? Don't you think it's a little too late? The icy voice was like a death sentence from the deepest hell, exploding in his ears. Since you're here, don't leave. I slowly turned around. A terrifying divine spear, its entire body silver white and crackling with destructive purple lightning, had appeared in my hand without my noticing. Genshin's silver spear. Thunder Dragon Break. Lightning Bind. I let out a low shout. Suddenly, he thrust the Dragon Gallant silver spear in his hand into the ground. Rumble. Within a 10-meter radius of me, countless terrifying lightning snakes, as thick as an arm and intertwined with ferocious gold and purple, burst forth from the ground without warning. They transformed into an enormous, all-encompassing net, as if they were living beings. In an instant, it completely enveloped the eerie black shadow that was about to disappear into the darkness. Ah! A blood-curdling scream of agony erupted from the shadowy figure. That arrogant, top assassin from the Shadow Organization. Beneath my terrifying lightning net, which is infused with the power of ultimate lightning. They couldn't even hold on for a second. His body, formed from pure shadow energy, melted and disintegrated at a visible speed, like ice and snow encountering their nemesis. Finally, a small, thin figure was revealed, dressed in a black bodysuit and wearing a strange demon mask on his face. No! Don't kill me! The masked demon was electrocuted by the violent lightning, causing him to convulse and foam at the mouth, begging for mercy in utter terror. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Just let me go. I'm willing to tell you a shocking secret about the Lin family. Oh? A shocking secret? I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Tell me about it. If your secret satisfies me, perhaps I can consider giving you a quick death. Good. Good. The masked man, as if granted a pardon, hurriedly said, the Lin family. They have a secret collaboration with an evil organization called Pantheon. For years, they have been secretly providing the Pantheon with all sorts of civilians with rare supernatural abilities. Let the Pantheon use them for inhumane human experiments. I'm here to kill you. It was Lin Xiaotian who contacted our Shadow Organization through the Pantheon. Pantheon? Human experimentation? I heard this name, and it sounded somewhat familiar to me. My brow furrowed slightly. I remember that the mysterious intelligence merchant Yao Guang mentioned this name to me before. Unexpected. The Lin family actually had connections with such a heinous and evil organization? It seems I really underestimated them. Very good. I looked at the masked man, who still thought he might be lucky enough to survive, and nodded. I am very satisfied with your secret. So? I walked up to him and slowly raised my hand. As a reward for you, I've decided to personally send you on your way. What did you say? The masked man was instantly dumbfounded upon hearing this. He looked at me incredulously. You didn't say you only wanted me? I'm just saying I'll give you a quick death. I interrupted him, a cold, devilish smile slowly curving my lips. I never said I would let you go. You're a liar, the masked demon roared in despair. Breaking one's promise? I laughed. Keep your word with a dead person who's about to die? Aren't you being a little too naive? The moment the words fell, I no longer hesitated at all. My terrifying hand, wreathed in golden and purple destructive lightning, slammed down on his cold, demonic mask like the scythe of death. Myriad divine thunder. Soul search. Boom. A terrifying power of thunder, filled with boundless domineering and destructive aura, suddenly erupted. It broke through all the defenses of the masked demon man in an instant. It surged wildly into the depths of his mind. Ah! A scream of agony, 100 times more piercing than before, echoed across the entire night sky. That top-tier sea-level assassin, the Shadow Organization's top killer. Under my incomparably domineering soul-searching secret technique, they had absolutely no power to resist. All his memories, all his secrets, everything flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. 1 minute later, as the last piercing scream faded away, then, the last violent bolt of lightning dissipated. That masked demon has completely turned into a cold corpse with blood flowing from all 7 orifices and its eyes wide open in death. As if watching an incredibly long and bloody 3D movie, I slowly opened my deep eyes, which were flashing with cold killing intent. So that's how it is. I stared at the already cold corpse on the ground and muttered to myself. My face was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. In the killer's memory, I saw far more than he had just told me. Even more terrifying. The Lin family's collusion with the Pantheon is far deeper than I imagined. Over the years, they have secretly provided the Pantheon with no fewer than 100 civilians with rare supernatural abilities. This even includes quite a few underage children. In return, the Pantheon provided the Lin family with a large amount of cultivation resources and an evil forbidden drug that could forcibly raise the level of superhumans. The reason why Lin Xiaotian was able to leap from an ordinary A-level expert to a peak A-level expert in just a few years. It relies on this evil banned drug that comes at the cost of overdrawing one's life force. You could say that the Lin family has achieved its current status. It is built entirely on mountains of corpses and seas of blood of countless innocent people. Their hands are stained with indelible sins and blood. What a fine family, the Lin family. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh. An unprecedented, overwhelming killing intent erupted from my body. I am not some savior. I'm too lazy to bother with other people's business. But this despicable, inhuman family is utterly wicked. I've stumbled upon this by chance. Then I have absolutely no reason to let them go. The Lin family. I looked in the direction of the East China Sea-based city and slowly raised the dragon-gallant silver spear in my hand. My eyes were filled with a cold, death sentence. Your doomsday has come. Chapter 33, The Simulation Battle, begins. The entire school is in an uproar. I disposed of that Shadow Organization assassin's body. I glanced at the sky, which was already beginning to turn a pale white. I did not linger any longer. I transformed into a golden bolt of lightning and sped toward the still sleeping East China Sea-based city. It's time to settle accounts with the Lin family. But not now. I have an even more important date today. A date that could allow me to achieve complete financial freedom in one step. 9 o'clock in the morning. The 7th high school has the largest open-air training ground, number 1. This place has completely transformed into a joyful ocean of people. As far as the eye could see, there were only heads everywhere. Throughout the entire 7th high school, there were tens of thousands of teachers and students, except for those unfortunate souls still lying dead in the medical center. Almost all of them have gathered here. Even many students from other schools tried their best to sneak in after hearing that a battle of the century was going to take place here today. The whole scene was 100 times more lively than the concerts of those superstars from the old days. And there, in the very front row of the packed audience, he was a super big shot who could make the entire Donghai city tremble with just one seat. The principal of the 7th high school. Elite instructor, Li Zhenbang. Xia Xinhua, the highest-ranking military commander and an S-level expert. Xin Yashuan, the most mysterious and wealthiest woman in Donghai City and the head of the 7-star pavilion. Even the heads of the other 3 major families came to the scene. They all came for the same person. No. It's the same match, a showdown. Hu Ming, an SSS-level mythical genius, versus S-class legendary genius, Long Yuexin. This is a showdown hailed as a once-in-a-century event in Donghai City. The curtain is finally rising today. Holy crap! This is huge. My god. I actually saw Commander Xia. He's a legendary figure. And Boss Qin. My god. She actually came too. She's 100 times more beautiful in person than in the magazines. Nonsense. This is a clash between myth and legend. A battle worthy of being recorded in the history of our Donghai city. How could they not come? The entire training ground was completely abuzz with excitement because of the arrival of these important figures. However, just then, look! The moon goddess has emerged. A scream filled with excitement and fervor instantly drowned out all the other noises. Everyone instinctively looked towards the direction of the player's passage. All I could see was a stunningly beautiful figure, as pure and ethereal as a snow lotus, slowly emerged amidst a deafening roar of cheers. The person who arrived was none other than Lang Yuexin. She wasn't wearing that ordinary blue tracksuit today. Instead, he changed into an ice blue tight-fitting combat suit made of an unknown type of ice silkworm silk. The tight-fitting combat suit perfectly accentuated her figure, which was flawless due to years of training and had not an ounce of excess fat. Her long, jet black hair, flowing like a waterfall, was tied into a neat and tidy high ponytail. Her exquisitely beautiful face, like a work of art, remained expressionless. But her eyes, as clear as autumn water, burned with an unprecedented, fierce fighting spirit. In her hand she also held a magnificent longsword made entirely of pure, 10,000-year-old black ice. A chilling aura emanated from the sword. It felt as if even the surrounding air was about to freeze. At this moment, she was like an unparalleled female war goddess who had emerged from a land of ice and snow. Noble, cold and beautiful. And yet, powerful. Ah! Moon goddess. I love you. Moon heart. Moon heart. You are our eternal god. Defeat that arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. Let him know who the true #1 genius of our 7th high school is. The entire training ground went completely mad because of her appearance. 90% of the boys were shouting and cheering for her at the top of their lungs. It was as if she were the sole protagonist of today's duel. And I am Hu Ming. She was nothing more than a pathetic stepping stone used to highlight her strength and beauty. Lang Yuexin ignored the thunderous cheers around her. Her cold eyes swept across the entire room. Finally, it landed precisely in the player's tunnel opposite me. She is there, waiting. Today, she'll be his only rival. However, a minute passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. The player tunnel opposite me was still completely empty. There wasn't even a ghost in sight. What's going on? Where's Hu Ming? Why hasn't he come out yet? Damn! Is this guy scared? I knew it. His mediocre skills are only good for bullying spoiled brats like Lin Feng. If he were to face a true powerhouse like Goddess Yuexin, he wouldn't even have the courage to step onto the stage. Coward! You coward! Come out here! The audience, who had initially held a sliver of hope for me, instantly erupted in anger. All sorts of offensive and abusive remarks rose and fell. Even the important figures on the podium frowned slightly. Meanwhile, on the arena, for the first time, a faint look of disappointment appeared on Lang Yuexin's perpetually icy and beautiful face. She thought, I will be a true rival worthy of her full effort. But, unexpectedly, in the end, is he just a coward who runs away in the face of battle? However, just when everyone thought I wouldn't reappear, just as the referee was about to announce that Lang Yuexin had won without a fight, yawn. A yawn filled with laziness and sleepiness suddenly rang out from the quiet contestant tunnel. Immediately afterwards, a lazy figure dressed in the most ordinary black combat uniform, carrying an unremarkable iron gun in one hand and rubbing his sleepy eyes in the other, slowly walked out of the dark passage. I'm sorry. I stared at the tens of thousands of pairs of shoes in the room, as if they had seen a ghost. I scratched my head a little embarrassedly. I was grinding levels last night, and it got a little late. I overslept without even realizing it. My words were spoken very softly. Yet, it was as clear as thunder from the heavens, reaching the ears of everyone present. The once noisy and bustling martial arts arena instantly fell into an eerie silence. Leveling up? This guy was on the night before his epic battle against Lung Yuexin, a legendary S-class genius. He actually went out all night to grind levels? And he even overslept? How arrogant is this? How utterly disrespectful they are to Lung Yuexin. On the arena, a crack finally appeared on Lung Yuexin's perpetually icy and beautiful face. For the first time, a fierce rage ignited in her once clear and cold eyes. She felt humiliated. I was utterly and completely humiliated. She fought for this most important battle of her life today. We prepared for a whole week. They even went so far as to expend enormous family resources. I've adjusted myself to my peak condition. But what about me? I actually stayed up all night grinding levels before the competition? I almost overslept. This is simply the greatest insult to her as her opponent. Hu Ming. She stared intently at me and squeezed out those two words through gritted teeth. The voice was so cold it seemed to freeze one's very soul. But I acted as if nothing had happened. I yawned and strolled leisurely onto the ring. I hoisted that ordinary iron spear onto my shoulder. I looked at that ice queen who was about to explode with anger at me. I laughed. What's wrong, beautiful? Are you getting impatient? Don't rush. It will be over soon. As I spoke, I slowly raised my hand towards her and beckoned with my finger. Bring it on. Let me see. What exactly are your abilities? Dare to challenge me? Lung Yuexin trembled with rage. She could no longer suppress the raging fire in her heart. As you wish. She let out a delicate shout. Suddenly, the ice crystal longsword in his hand was pointed at me. A terrifying chill, powerful enough to freeze the heavens and the earth, suddenly erupted. Draw your gun. You only have one chance. Chapter 34, A Song of Ice and Thunder. Myth vs. Legend. The match begins. With a powerful shout from instructor Li Zhenbong, who was serving as the referee for this simulated battle. This epic showdown is one that will go down in the history of Donghai City. It finally erupted with a deafening roar. Hu Ming. Pay the price for your arrogance. Lung Yuexin shouted. Her once clear and cold eyes were instantly replaced by a dazzling, icy blue light. A terrifying chill, capable of freezing the heavens and the earth and freezing everything, suddenly awakened the polar glaciers that had been dormant for hundreds of millions of years. Centered on her, it swept wildly in all directions. S-rank legendary ability. Heart of the Ice Moon. Unleash your full power. Click. 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 That enormous arena was made of the hardest alloy. Under that terrifying, absolute zero cold, they couldn't even hold on for a second. In an instant, it was completely frozen by a layer of terrifying, solid ice several meters thick that shimmered with a chilling light. Moreover, the area frozen is spreading outwards at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just 3 seconds, the entire arena, with a diameter of over 100 meters, was completely transformed into a polar ice field filled with death and silence. Holy crap! Is this the true power of an S-class ability? It's terrifying. To change the heavens with a single thought. This is something only a god could do. It's over. Hu Ming is completely finished now. The entire arena has become the home ground of the moon goddess. His speed advantage has been completely neutralized. Ha ha ha. I knew it. A brute is a brute. He's utterly helpless against a true master of technique. A tremendous uproar erupted from the audience. Everyone who bet on Lung Yuexin to win was so excited their faces turned bright red. I can almost see myself frozen into an ice sculpture by that endless, solid ice. And on the dais, Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan are the only two important figures who have confidence in me. For the first time, a faint, solemn expression appeared on his face. This little girl from the Lang family is no ordinary person, Xia Jinghua muttered to himself, stroking his chin. She has actually developed her S-class superpower to such a level that it's almost a domain nut. That kid Hu Ming is probably going to suffer this time. That's not necessarily true. Qin Yashuan gently shook her head. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were fixed on the center of the arena, which was completely shrouded in snow and ice. A playful smile slowly curved the corners of her lips. That little guy is no pushover. He has far more cards up his sleeve than we imagined. On the arena, I stood quietly amidst the swirling snow. Beneath their feet lay absolute zero ice, strong enough to freeze steel into powder. All around were terrifying ice blades filled with endless killing intent. A bone-chilling cold, enough to kill any D-level ability user instantly, frantically eroded my body. They tried to freeze my blood and my soul completely. It has to be said. This Ice Queen is indeed quite capable. As expected, the S-class superpower lived up to its reputation. This move, Ice Age, is powerful in both range and strength. They far surpass any other superhuman of the same level. Pity. The person she met was me. What? All you do is hide in the back and blast the air conditioning? I looked at that stunningly beautiful figure standing at the edge of the icy plain, looking down at me from a high vantage point. I laughed. I didn't even bother using the lightning armor to ward off the pervasive, bone-chilling cold. And so I let the terrifying chill, strong enough to freeze the soul, relentlessly erode my body. Then it was easily devoured and purified by the incomparably domineering power of the myriad manifestations divine thunder within my body. Snort! Lan Yuexin looked at me, who was still strolling leisurely in my absolute zero domain, without even a trace of frost forming on my eyebrows. For the first time, a deep look of shock appeared in her usually cool and aloof eyes. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Her absolute zero was enough to freeze everything. Even a C-level expert would never be so dismissive. But this guy. How did he manage to do that? Since you're not attacking, then it's my turn. Looking at her stunned expression, as if she had seen a ghost, I slowly raised my hand. The ice is beautiful. It's a pity it's too brittle. The words fell the moment they left his lips. Boom! A golden bolt of lightning, 100 times brighter and more dazzling than the sun, suddenly erupted from my seemingly ordinary body. That light was domineering. Sacred. Invincible. It was as if it wanted to completely melt away this entire world of ice and snow. Click. 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 Beneath my feet lies absolute zero ice, strong enough to withstand the bombardment of heavy artillery shells. Beneath that incomparably domineering golden lightning. They couldn't even hold on for a second. In an instant, it was covered with terrifying cracks, like a spider web. Then, with a deafening roar, it exploded completely. It turned into countless ice crystal fragments. What? Lan Yuexin was stunned. She watched as the terrifying figure, bathed in golden lightning, walked towards her step by step like a thunder god from the heavens. For the first time, a human-like fear appeared in her usually cold eyes. Break. It's broken? Her proudest domain is absolute zero. He actually broke it so easily? No. I haven't lost yet. She let out a sharp cry, forcefully suppressing the shock and fear within her. She unleashed all the ice-based energy within her body without reservation. Frost Dragon. Condense. Her hands moved swiftly, forming hand seals. The countless ice crystal fragments seemed to have received some kind of mysterious summons. They intertwine and converge wildly. In the end, it transformed into a ferocious ice dragon that was tens of meters long and incredibly lifelike. Awooh! The ice dragon roared to the sky. With a terrifying force capable of shattering mountains, it pounced fiercely towards me. However, faced with that terrifying attack that could make any sea-level powerhouse despair, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I simply threw a punch. Boom! The fist and the dragon's head collided violently. The next second. Click! A sickening cracking sound rang out. Over there, an invincible and terrifying ice dragon. Its massive body was large enough to shatter mountains. My seemingly ordinary punch completely blasted it into a sky full of ice crystal powder. Puff! Lang Yuexin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her pretty face turned pale instantly. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed uncontrollably from her delicate red lips. It's not over yet. I didn't give her any chance to breathe. My figure vanished from the spot in an instant. The next second, I appeared before her like a ghost. I looked at her stunningly beautiful face, which was filled with shock and resentment. I laughed. I slowly raised my hand. A golden, destructive arc of electricity danced merrily at my fingertips. Your ice is beautiful. It's a pity it's about to melt. Chapter 35, Breaking the Ice. You lost. Your ice is beautiful. It's a pity it's about to melt. When those words, brimming with boundless domineering confidence, came out of my mouth, for the first time, a human-like anger appeared in Lang Yuexin's usually cold and aloof eyes. She felt looked down upon. They were completely underestimated. She is Lang Yuexin, the pride of the Lang family, one of the 4 great families of the East China Sea. The invincible queen who awakened the S-class legendary ability Heart of the Ice Moon. From childhood to adulthood, she has always been the most dazzling person among her peers. She had never been so looked down upon before. Hu Ming! You're too arrogant! She let out a sharp cry to forcefully suppress the turbulent blood and chi within her body. She didn't back down at all. Instead, they took the initiative to greet us. She swung her ice crystal longsword suddenly. A chilling aura of absolute zero, several times more terrifying than before, suddenly erupted. Eternal Ice Coffin. She used all the power in her body to unleash the strongest killing move she could currently control. Click. 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 The air around me seemed to freeze completely in that instant. A coffin made of the purest, millennia-old ice appeared out of thin air. It sealed me in all the space within 10 meters around me inside. The ice coffin was engraved with countless mysterious, ice-blue runes. It exudes a terrifying aura capable of freezing all life. Holy crap! It's the moon goddess's strongest killing move, Eternal Ice Coffin. I heard that there was once a C-rank peak fire lion that was frozen into an ice sculpture by the goddess using this move. Even its soul was frozen to pieces. It's over. Hu Ming is really finished now. He's sealed in the Eternal Ice Coffin. Even an A-level expert can't escape. Ha ha ha. We won. We won. My million is safe. All those who bet on Lang Yuexin to win were shocked when they saw the enormous, crystal-clear ice coffin, a masterpiece of death art. They all jumped up from their seats in excitement. It's as if we've already seen the dawn of victory ahead of time. However, on the dais, Xia Jingguo and Qin Yashuan are 2 important figures who have truly witnessed my terrifying strength. There was no worry on his face at all. Instead, they all shook their heads in unison. Sigh, this young girl is still too young. Xia Jingguo sighed, his tone full of regret. Yes, Qin Yashuan chuckled, covering her mouth. She has no idea what kind of terrifying monster she has provoked. Inside the ice coffin, I stood there quietly. All around me was absolute silence. A terrifying chill, powerful enough to shatter even the soul of a peak C-rank demon beast, was frantically eroding my body. They're trying to completely erase me, both physically and spiritually. It has to be said. That move is indeed very powerful. If it were the one from last night, I would only be a mid-D level. It might really take some effort to get out of this predicament. But now. Oh. I laughed. The game should end now. I slowly closed my eyes. Then it suddenly opened its eyes. Boom! A destructive bolt of lightning, 100 times more dazzling and brilliant than the sun, intertwined with gold and purple, suddenly erupted from my seemingly ordinary body. That light was domineering. Holy. Invincible. It was as if it wanted to completely purify the entire world. Peak D rank. The first seal on the dragon's gallant silver spear has been broken. The myriad divine thunder, which combines the power of ultimate lightning. This is my true, full strength, Hu Ming. Give me. Break. I let out a furious roar, like a thunder god from the heavens. The dragon gallant silver spear in his hand suddenly trembled. Buzzing. On the gun barrel, the countless lifelike thunder dragon patterns instantly lit up with an incomparably dazzling purple gold divine light. An unparalleled sharpness, powerful enough to make heaven and earth change color, soared into the sky. Thunder Dragon Break. A shocking change. With a simple, powerful thrust, I pierced the indestructible, eternal ice coffin before me. Call out. A massive purple gold spear light, seemingly capable of splitting the entire arena in two, flashed by. The next second, amidst the stunned gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience, as if they had seen a ghost. That eternal ice coffin, which is said to be imprisoned even by A-level experts. Just like that, suddenly and silently, a terrifying crack as thin as a hair appeared in the middle. Immediately afterwards. Click. 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 Countless terrifying cracks spread like a spider web to every corner of the ice coffin in a mere second. Boom. A deafening explosion. That crystal clear, enormous ice coffin, brimming with the artistic feel of death. A deafening explosion. It turned into countless ice crystal powders. Puff. Ling Yuexin felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Her pretty face instantly turned ashen white. A mouthful of bright red blood, several times thicker than before, gushed out from her delicate red lips as if it were free. She felt as if she had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. Thump! 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 They retreated more than 10 steps. He barely managed to steady himself. She looked up in disbelief. She watched as the terrifying figure, bathed in purple gold lightning and wielding a magnificent divine spear she had never seen before, walked towards her step by step like a war god from the heavens. For the first time, a look of human despair appeared in her usually cold eyes. You lost? She actually lost? She staked everything on her trump card and all her pride. Yet they still lost so decisively. Such a crushing defeat. No. I haven't lost yet. She gritted her teeth tightly. She wants to fight again. But it was too late. Call out. A golden lightning bolt flashed and disappeared. She only felt a blur before her eyes. The terrifying figure that was just a dozen meters away from her suddenly appeared in front of her like a ghost. She didn't even have time to react. A chilling aura of death instantly enveloped her entire body. She lowered her head stiffly. All I could see was a terrifying divine spear wreathed in destructive golden lightning. It had silently stopped in front of her smooth, white swan neck without her noticing. Less than a centimeter away. The chilling aura emanating from the incredibly sharp spear tip froze her entire body. She had no doubt. If she dares to move again, that terrifying spear would pierce her throat without hesitation. The entire room fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's brains were completely stunned by this mind-blowing scene. I looked at the stunningly beautiful figure before me, her face pale and her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. I slowly retracted the dragon-gallant silver spear. A devilishly radiant smile spread across my face. You lost. Chapter 36 The Bet. Be my girlfriend, how about it? You lost. When those three light, bland words, as if stating a trivial fact, came out of my mouth, the entire noisy and bustling training ground instantly fell into an absolute silence, more deathly than a graveyard. Everyone's brains were completely frozen by this scene that was so utterly subversive. You lost? Ling Yuexin, who was like an invincible goddess in their hearts. We lost just like that? And they lost so decisively. Thus, a complete defeat. Completely. Impossible. Am I fucking dreaming? The goddess of the moon heart actually lost to someone who only awakened less than a week ago? After a brief silence, the entire training ground erupted in an uproar that was 100 times more turbulent than before. Everyone's face was filled with utter disbelief. Especially those poor wretches who have staked their entire fortune on Ling Yuexin. At this moment, their faces were ashen. I am devastated, as if I have lost my parents. It was as if the sky had collapsed. Ha ha ha. Good. Good lad. On the platform, Xia Jinghua slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. I knew it. The person I, Xia Jinghua, have taken a liking to is definitely not someone to be underestimated. As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance smugly at the heads of the other three major families beside him, whose faces were even more ashen than if they had eaten shit, and who had lost so badly they were left with nothing but their underwear. Those old guys were so angry they almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Qin Yashuan picked up her teacup and took a small sip. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were fixed on the tall, imposing figure on the stage, radiating boundless dominance and confidence. A deeper brilliance shone in the depths of her eyes. This little one is really something, always bringing me a different surprise. On the arena, I slowly withdrew the dragon's gallant silver spear, which still exuded a destructive aura. I looked at the stunningly beautiful figure before me, her face pale and her eyes filled with resentment and humiliation. I laughed. How about it? Are you convinced? Long Yuexin said, biting her lower lip lightly. Her action, which should have been full of murderous intent, now looked somewhat aggrieved. She wanted to say, I refuse to accept this. She wanted to say, let's fight again. But the words were on the tip of her tongue. She couldn't utter a single word. A loss is a loss. Although Long Yuexin was proud. But he's not someone who can't accept defeat. Not to mention, she has just revealed all her cards without holding anything back. But what about the other party? Throughout, he appeared completely at ease and in control. He hasn't even used his strongest killing move yet. This is no longer just a difference in strength. This is an absolute crushing defeat on a dimensional level. She lost fair and square. I lost. Finally, she managed to squeeze out those 3 words through gritted teeth. The sound was very soft. It felt like a massive hammer, weighing a ton, slamming into the hearts of everyone present. It completely shattered the last hope of those poor wretches who still harbored a sliver of illusion about her. Ha ha ha. Good. It's good that you lost. I nodded in satisfaction. Then, amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of tens of thousands of pairs of glasses in the audience, I walked step by step to her. I looked at her beautiful eyes, which were slightly reddened with resentment and humiliation. I laughed. Since you admit you've lost, shouldn't we honor our bet from before? A bet? What bet? The moment I said those words, the entire training ground erupted instantly. Everyone's face was filled with a strong sense of gossip. Even on the podium, Xia Xinghua and Qin Yashuan subconsciously craned their necks and pricked up their ears. It was as if they were afraid of missing out on some earth-shattering scoop. A bet? Upon hearing this, a fleeting, almost imperceptible look of panic crossed Long Yuexin's pretty face. What bet do we have? Oh? I raised an eyebrow. What? The eldest daughter of the prestigious Lang family, an S-level genius, is trying to renege on her promise? Long Yuexin, was speechless. She did say that when she issued the challenge. If she loses, she can do whatever she wants with me. But she never expected this. I can't believe I actually lost. Then what do you want? She bit her lower lip hard, looking tragically resigned to her fate. It's very simple. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw her cute yet pitiful appearance. I leaned close to her ear. Beside her delicate earlobe, slightly flushed with nervousness and shyness, he chuckled softly in a voice only the two of us could hear. You lost. According to our previous bet, from today onwards you belong to me. Chapter 37, Overnight Riches. A net worth of 1 billion. You're mine now. When those ambiguous words, filled with endless domineering and possessiveness, came out of my mouth, Long Yuexin's perpetually icy and beautiful face finally couldn't hold back any longer. A breathtaking, intoxicating blush spread rapidly from her snow-white, slender swan neck all the way to her crystal-clear, lovely earlobes. She was completely stunned. Her clear, cool eyes were filled with deep shock and shy. She never expected this. My so-called bet was so shameless. You pervert. She snapped out of her daze and stomped her foot in embarrassment and annoyance. Then, amidst a deafening roar of cheers, he ran off the stage without looking back. Their adorable appearance as they fled in panic. Where is even a trace of the aloof and icy demeanor of the Ice Queen? It's like a little girl next door being harassed in public by a bully. Ha 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 ha. I watched her beautiful back as she fled in disarray. I burst into a hearty laugh. Conquer. The thrill of conquering and completely melting an iceberg. This is even more satisfying than leveling up 3 times in a row. I was surrounded by the complex gazes of tens of thousands of teachers and students across the entire school, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. He walked off the stage with a flourish. Then I didn't even bother to look at those old foxes on the stage who were frantically waving and winking at me, trying to recruit me. I walked straight to an inconspicuous corner of the audience. This is the temporary prize redemption point for the underground betting platform in this simulated battle. A young student wearing wire-rimmed glasses, who looked quite refined, sat there with a look of utter despair. A long, seemingly endless line stretched before him as he waited to claim his prize. But strangely enough, none of the people in line showed any joy at winning money. Instead, they all looked gloomy and as if they had lost their parents. It was as if they weren't there to receive an award. They came to attend a funeral. Damn it, I lost so much. I bet 100,000 yuan and only won 12,000. I can't even afford a decent meal. That's nothing. I bet 500,000. I only won 60,000. That's not enough. I need to buy a month's worth of food for my monster pet. Stop talking. I want to cry. Listen to the chorus of complaints all around you. I laughed. I parted the crowded people and walked straight up to the refined young man. Hi student, I'm here to claim a prize. The refined young man didn't even bother to lift his head, and impatiently stretched out his hand. Betting slip. Give. I handed over the betting slip that I had casually tucked in my pocket, which had become somewhat crumpled. TCH, another one, a poor wretch who bet on Lung Yuexin to win. The refined young man muttered disdainfully. He lazily took my betting slip. However, when he saw what was written on the betting slip, he was completely dumbfounded. His previously lazy gaze instantly became brighter than a light bulb. He looked up in disbelief, staring intently at me. The look in his eyes was like he'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Hu Ming. He pointed at me, his voice trembling, and exclaimed in surprise. His shout instantly drew the attention of everyone around him. Holy crap! It's God Hu. He's here to claim his prize? Impossible. Could he have also bet on the moon goddess to win? Amidst a chorus of shocked and bewildered discussions, the refined young man trembled as he held up the betting slip in his hand. He read the above words in a trembling voice, almost crying. Bet investor, Hu Ming. Bet item, Hu Ming Sheng. Bet amount, 2 million federal credits. Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the once bustling prize redemption point instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face showed a look of horror, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. He actually placed a bet, and he won? And what's more, they even bet 2 million. What kind of incredible skill is this? After a brief silence, the entire prize redemption point erupted in an uproar that was 100 times more tumultuous than before. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What the hell did I just hear? 2 million. Betting on himself to win? That's fucking overconfident. Confidence? That's fucking absolute control over one's own abilities. 1 to 100. 2 million, that's a fucking win. 200 million? 200 million. When that number, enough to drive any normal person crazy, came out of that person's mouth, everyone's brains completely shut down. They all stared at me intently, as if I were a monster, a god, or some completely incomprehensible being. That look in his eyes was no different from looking at the god of wealth. And the refined young man in charge of redeeming the prize. After calculating the specific amount he needed to compensate me, he rolled his eyes. She burst into tears with a wah. She cried so hard, she was heartbroken. Heartbreaking. Wah, I was wrong. God Hu. I was really wrong. He grabbed my leg and cried his eyes out. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have offered you odds of 1 to 100. I'm such an idiot. I'm just a stupid idiot. Please, have mercy on our student council this time. We really can't afford to pay the compensation. Student Union President Joe Kai. AB grade genius. He was a big shot at school, and his word was law. At this moment, however, she was crying like a 300-pound child, so heartbroken. Looking at his comical appearance, I couldn't help but laugh. What's wrong, Chairman Zhou? I patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, your student union, such a big organization, isn't trying to renege on your promise, is it? No, we wouldn't dare. Zhou Kai quickly waved his hand. Even if we sold the entire student council, we absolutely wouldn't dare renege on your debt. Only. He said with a mournful face, all the liquid funds we have on hand right now are less than 100 million. We really can't cover the shortfall of over 100 million. Oh? I raised an eyebrow. So, you're really planning to renege on your debt? My voice gradually turned cold. No. Joe Kai shuddered in fright. Please give us a little more time. I'll go find my dad right now. I'll find my grandpa. Even if I have to sell everything I own, I'll definitely get all the money you owe me. He said he was about to scramble out to make a phone call. All right. I called out to him. Since your attitude is at least sincere, I won't make things difficult for you today. Huh? Joe Kai was stunned. Consider that 100 million or so as a loan to your student council. The interest will be calculated based on the bank's highest interest rate. Pay me back whenever you have the money. As for now. I paused for a moment and then extended my hand. Give me that 100 million first. 10 minutes later. I stared at the long string of zeros on my old communicator, enough to make any person with trypophobia faint on the spot. I laughed. I laughed heartily. Including the 2 million Xin Yashuan gave me before, and the 1,300,000 I earned from selling demon cores. My current net worth, Hu Ming. It has officially surpassed 100 million. No. It's 1 billion. The student council still owes me over 100 million. Starting today. Please call me Hu Shi. I let out a smug declaration filled with Chinibu adolescent delusions of grandeur. Then, under the complex gazes of the entire school's teachers and students, filled with awe and admiration, I left this place of controversy, where I had achieved instant financial freedom and become completely wealthy, with a carefree attitude. However, just as I was preparing to go to a luxury store to change my clothes and enjoy the simple and unpretentious happy life of the rich. Beep beep beep. Without warning, an urgent communication request rang out from my old communicator, which I had already discarded. The caller ID showed Qin Yashuan. I answered the phone. The next second, Qin Yashuan's beautiful voice, filled with unprecedented solemnity and anxiety, came from the other end of the communicator. Hu Ming. Something terrible has happened. Something has happened to Dean Wang and his wife. Chapter 38, The Lin Family's Revenge. Kidnapping? Dean Wang and his wife? Something happened? Boom. Qin Yashuan's anxious and solemn words were like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploding in my mind. I was completely stunned. My mind, which was still immersed in the immense joy of getting rich overnight and turning a loser into a winner, instantly went blank. Dean Wang and his wife. Those were the two people who were the best to me when I came into this world. They gave me a home to shelter me from the wind and rain when I was most helpless and vulnerable. They scrimped and saved to raise me from a helpless infant. They are not my biological parents. But in my heart, they are closer to me than my own parents. They are the only family members I, Hu Ming, care about in this cold and cruel world. It's the softest spot on my heart. And now, Qin Yashuan actually told me. Something happened to them? What happened? I gripped the communicator tightly in my hand, my voice trembling slightly with extreme anger and fear. This is the first time I've ever felt afraid since I came into this world. I am not afraid of the Lin family's retaliation. We're not afraid of any of that bullshit shadow organization. I'm just afraid. I'm afraid that I'll implicate those two innocent old people who have been kind all their lives. It's the Lin family. Qin Yashuan's voice on the other end of the communicator was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Lin Xiaotian went completely insane after you crippled him in public. He mobilized the Lin family and all their underground forces. Just half an hour ago, they forcibly broke into the Sunshine Orphanage where you grew up. They've kidnapped Dean Wang and his wife. They said, you'll have to go to the mass grave outside the city by midnight tonight, carrying Lin Feng's head as a sign of repentance. Otherwise, they're going to make those two old people pay with their lives. Boom. Qin Yashuan's words were like sharp knives coated with deadly poison, piercing my heart. It stabbed me, leaving me bleeding profusely. It hurt so much. Kidnapping? Bearing thorns to apologize? Buried alive with someone? What a fine Lin family. I gritted my teeth. I bit my gums until they bled. A strong, metallic smell filled my mouth. But I didn't feel any pain at all. Because all the pain in my body has been completely replaced by a raging fire that is enough to burn the heavens and the earth. Lin. Xiao. Tian. I squeezed out those 3 words, one by one, through gritted teeth. The voice was so cold it seemed to freeze one's very soul. Click. The old communicator in my hand could no longer withstand the uncontrollable and terrifying power within me and shattered into pieces. It turned into a sky full of metallic powder. Boom! A destructive purple-gold lightning bolt, hundreds or even thousands of times more terrifying than the one I experienced on the arena before, suddenly awoke like a creator god who had been dormant for billions of years. It swept wildly in all directions, centered on me. The entire store is decorated in a glittering, luxurious style. In an instant, it seemed to transform into a gigantic, thunderous hell. Countless arm-thick, ferocious purple-gold lightning snakes leaped, flashed, and roared wildly in the air. All the luxury goods and decorations around him, made of the most expensive and special materials, were electrocuted into piles of charred carbon residue. Ah! The pretty sales assistants in the store, who had initially looked at me with disdain as a poor guy dressed in cheap clothes from a street stall, were now staring at me. Along with those greasy middle-aged tycoons who were leisurely strolling the streets with their glamorous mistresses. After seeing this, a scene of apocalyptic devastation, like divine punishment. They were all terrified, their livers and gallbladders nearly bursting, and they ran away in a panic. They screamed and cried like madmen, scrambling and crawling as if trying to escape this terrifying thunderous hell. But it was too late. My blood-red eyes, filled with endless coldness and violence, slowly swept over their faces, each one etched with terror and despair. Give them all to me. Roll. I let out a furious roar, like a wild beast. That voice seemed to carry an undeniable, terrifying power that made words law. They actually managed to knock out those few unlucky guys who were the slowest to run on the spot. The once bustling and chaotic luxury store instantly became deathly silent. All that remained was the terrifying, apocalyptic thunder that continued to echo wildly. I just stood there quietly. I was bathed in that purple-gold lightning, powerful enough to destroy everything. The previous languor and playfulness were completely gone from my face. All that remained was a cold expanse, like ancient ice. Indifferent. I slowly raised my hand. A flash of light. That terrifying divine spear, also wreathed in destructive purple-gold lightning, instantly appeared in my hand. Genshin's silver spear. I gripped the cold, buzzing gun barrel, which seemed to be angry at me as well. I walked out of the luxury store, which had been completely reduced to ruins, step by step. I stood on that bustling street, where people came and went, and cars streamed by. I looked up at the dark night sky. My vision was completely blood-red. The Lin family. I muttered to myself. My voice isn't loud. But they were like death sentences from the deepest hell. Tonight. I, Hu Ming, hereby swear. If Dean Wang and his wife were to lose even a single hair, I will make sure your entire Lin family is wiped out. After saying that, I no longer hesitated at all. I slammed the dragon gallant silver spear in my hand to the ground. Boom! The entire bustling commercial street seemed to have been hit head-on by a meteorite from outer space. It started shaking violently. Within 100 meters of me, the smooth surface, made of the hardest alloy, was cracked inch by inch. It has been transformed into a terrifying, spiderweb-like ruin. And I took advantage of this terrifying recoil. His entire body transformed into a streak of purple gold light that pierced through the heavens and earth. Soaring into the sky, they sped towards the mass grave outside the city, a place filled with the aura of sin and death. All that remained were the stunned passers-by on the entire street, who looked as if they had seen a ghost, and the wreckage of a communicator that had fallen from the ruins of the luxury store due to the violent tremors, still repeating Qin Yashuan's last words. Where are they? Chapter 39 Bloodbath of the Lin family. Not a single one left alive. The night was dark and the wind was high. A night of murder. Lin Family Manor, on the outskirts of Donghai Bay City. This is the headquarters of the Lin family, one of the 4 major families in the East China Sea. It covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. The pavilions, terraces, towers, and buildings are exquisitely decorated and luxurious. This place is a paradise on earth that countless citizens of Donghai dream of on ordinary days. But tonight, this place is destined to become a bloodbath, a living hell. Now, the entire Lin family manor was brightly lit. Security was extremely tight. Thousands of Lin family guards, dressed in uniform black outfits and exuding a fierce aura, surrounded the entire manor with the most advanced source energy weapons. An unprecedented solemnity filled everyone's face. It was as if they were waiting for the arrival of some world-destroying ferocious beast. And in the deepest part of that manor, inside a Lin family ancestral hall filled with a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Master, do we really have to do this? A respected elder of the Lin family looked at the middle-aged man sitting in the main seat, whose face was so gloomy it seemed like it could drip water, and asked in a trembling voice. By doing this, we've completely offended that Hu Ming. Moreover, once this is exposed, our Lin family will face severe sanctions from the entire alliance. At that time, our Lin family will truly be doomed. Shut up! Lin Xiaotian slammed his hand on the table, letting out a sound filled with endless resentment and a frenzied, beast-like roar. Utterly annihilated? My son has been fucking crippled. I myself was beaten like a dead dog in front of the entire Donghai city. That little beast has humiliated my Lin family so badly. And now you're talking to me about some bullshit about utter ruin? I'll tell you. His bloodshot eyes, like those of a wounded wild beast ready to devour its prey, stared intently at all the trembling Lin family elders present. Today, I don't care what the cost is. That bastard must be brought to his death. He must pay the most painful price for his arrogance. As for the alliance's sanctions? He let out a disdainful sneer. If only we do things decisively tonight. Get rid of everyone who knows the truth. Who would know it was us? Not to mention. He paused, then a sinister, devilish smile appeared on his face. We have the Pantheon backing us up. Even if that old bastard Xia Zhenhua finds out, what can he do to me? Pantheon. When those three words came out of Lin Xiaotian's mouth, all the Lin family elders who had previously harbored doubts subconsciously shivered. Then one by one they all shut their mouths and dared not utter another word. Obviously. As for that mysterious and terrifying evil organization, they were filled with a deep-seated fear. Report. Just then, a piercing scream filled with terror and fear suddenly rang out from outside the ancestral hall. Immediately afterwards, a blood-soaked Lin family guard stumbled in. Master, something terrible has happened. The god of slaughter has broken in. What? Lin Xiaotian suddenly stood up from his seat, his face filled with disbelief. One person? Yes. He is all alone. The guard said, his voice trembling. Useless. Lin Xiaotian roared in fury. I've deployed 3,000 elite troops outside. It's also equipped with the god-slaying crossbow, powerful enough to obliterate sea-level monsters. You couldn't even stop him alone? No, master, the guard cried, that guy isn't even human. He just charged in through the front gate with a gun in his hand. Our people are like paper in front of him. It shatters at the slightest touch. It dies the moment it touches you. He's practically a peerless demon god who crawled out of the deepest hell. Boom! He hadn't finished speaking. A deafening roar suddenly erupted outside the ancestral hall. The massive ancestral hall gate, forged from millennia-old black iron, was powerful enough to withstand a full-force attack from a sea-level expert. He was actually kicked in from the outside. It turned into a sky full of iron filings. Immediately afterwards, a tall, slender figure, his body wreathed in destructive purple-gold lightning and wielding a terrifying divine spear dripping with scalding blood, slowly emerged from the billowing dust like a god. Lin Xiao Tian. I watched as the middle-aged man, who was staring at me in horror, slowly raised the dragon gallant's silver spear in his hand. My eyes were filled with the chilling judgment of death. I've come to take your dog's life. You little beast. Don't come any closer. Lin Xiaotian watched as the terrifying figure, like a demon god, walked towards him step by step. For the first time, a human fear appeared in his eyes, which were filled with resentment and madness. He was scared. He was genuinely scared. He never expected this. I actually dared to single-handedly blast through the entire Lin family manor with just a gun. Quickly! Get him! Stop him! He let out a terrified roar. He grabbed the terrified elder from the Lin family next to him and shoved him violently toward me. Then he scrambled and crawled as he frantically fled towards the back of the ancestral hall. Court death. I snorted coldly. The dragon-gallant silver spear in his hand suddenly trembled. Put! The unfortunate elder who was used as a shield by Lin Xiaotian didn't even have time to let out a scream. His head shot straight up into the sky. The scalding blood stained the entire Lin family ancestral hall. I didn't stop for a moment. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt. They caught up with Lin Xiaotian, who was trying to escape, in an instant. I kicked him hard, knocking him to the ground. Then he pressed the cold tip of the spear, still stained with hot blood, firmly against his throat. Run! Looking down at him, I saw a cold, devilish smile on his face. Why did you stop running? Don't kill me! Lin Xiaotian was terrified at the sight of the deadly spear tip so close to him that he nearly wet himself. Young Master Hu. I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please, spare my life. I am willing to give you all of the Lin family's assets. Please spare my dog's life. It's too late. I slowly shook my head. From the moment you touched those two elderly people, your life is no longer your own. I said I was going to shoot him and end his wicked dog's life. However, just then, stop! A wild, mad, and venomous roar suddenly erupted from a dark corner of the ancestral hall. Immediately afterwards, a disheveled, ferocious-looking figure burst out from the dark corner. He was also holding two pitiful old people, white-haired and already unconscious from fright, hostage. It's Dean Wang and his wife. And the one who was holding them hostage was actually that good-for-nothing who should have spent the rest of his life in a wheelchair. Lin Feng. He actually recovered? Hu Ming. With a ferocious expression, Lin Feng pressed a sharp dagger firmly against Dean Wang's neck. The sharp blade had already cut through Dean Wang's skin. A trickle of bright red blood slowly flowed down the blade. He looked at me and let out a maniacal laugh, like that of a night owl. Ha 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 ha. Aren't you supposed to be a great fighter? You think you're so great? Try taking another step forward. I'll make them pay with their lives. Chapter 40. The dust has settled. Donghai City is about to undergo a dramatic change. I looked at Lin Feng, who had completely descended into madness. Looking at his ugly face, twisted to the extreme by extreme jealousy and resentment, I slowly shook my head. Do you know Lin Feng? You are the most stupid person I have ever met, bar none. You think you can threaten me by arresting two unarmed old men? You think you can make me surrender with such underhanded tactics? Naive, so damn naive. You have no idea. From the moment you decided to take action against them, your life, along with the life of your entire Lin family, is no longer your own. What do you mean? Lin Feng looked at my eyes, which were filled with endless pity and mockery, and a sense of foreboding, which he had never felt before, welled up in his heart without warning. You little beast. Stop trying to be mysterious. I'll count to 3. If you don't cripple your powers and kneel down to beg for mercy, I'll slit this old bastard's throat first. He said. He pushed the dagger in his hand forward another 3 points. In an instant, a terrifying, deep, bone-revealing bloodstain appeared on Dean Wan's withered neck. Blood stained his already faded white clothes. 1, 2, 3. He hadn't finished speaking. The game is over. I slowly uttered those 4 words. The moment the words fell, call out, my figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Quick! It's almost at its limit. We were almost there, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. All the surviving members of the Lin family present included Lin Xiaotian, a Pika-level expert whose strength had recovered to about 70–80%. I didn't even see clearly what happened. They only felt as if a purple-gold lightning bolt flashed before their eyes and disappeared in an instant. The next second, when they regained their sight, I appeared like a ghost behind Lin Feng, who was still holding the knife in a threatening pose. And in my arms, he was holding the 2 poor old people who were unharmed but had fainted from shock. How is this possible? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He lowered his head stiffly, looking at my empty hands. He looked up in disbelief. He looked at the terrifying, ghostly figure that had appeared behind him without him even noticing. For the first time, a human-like look of despair appeared in his eyes, which were filled with madness and resentment. I said that. You're too slow. The icy voice was like a death sentence from the deepest hell, exploding in his ears. Put. A hideous head, filled with horror and disbelief, shot into the sky. The scalding blood stained the entire Lin family ancestral hall. Wind! Lin Xiaotian let out a heart-wrenching scream as he watched the headless corpse slowly fall to the ground. You little beast! I'll kill you! He roared and lunged at me. However, kneel down, all of you! I snorted coldly. An overwhelming pressure from a peak S-class expert, several times more terrifying than Xia Jinghua, suddenly erupted. It was as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had caved in, crushing down on all the surviving members of the Lin family present. Thump! 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 The next second, all the surviving members of the Lin family present included the arrogant and powerful A-level expert, Lin Xiaotian. It felt as if an invisible divine mountain was pressing down on them. One by one, their legs went weak and they knelt down on the spot. The entire Lin family ancestral hall instantly transformed into a living hell filled with wails and despair. How is this possible? Lin Xiaotian, lying on the ground, raised his head in disbelief. Look at that terrifying figure, bathed in purple gold lightning, who seemed as arrogant and invincible as a god. For the first time, his eyes, which were filled with resentment and unwillingness, revealed a deep-seated fear and despair. S rank? This little beast is actually an S-rank national level expert? What kind of terrifying monster did he provoke? Lin Xiaotian. I carefully placed Dean Wang and his wife in a safe, clean corner. Then, step by step, he walked up to the middle-aged man who had completely lost all fighting spirit. You think I came here today just to kill you? No. I'm here to judge your entire Lin family. The moment the words fell, I snapped my fingers. Buzz. A massive holographic light screen, constructed entirely of pure lightning power, appeared out of thin air. On the screen, a series of bloody scenes began to flash rapidly, enough to make any normal person's hair stand on end. That's all the evidence I extracted from the memories of that shadow organization assassin regarding the Lin family's collusion with the Pantheon. The specific time and place of their transaction are recorded. There was a bloody process of them kidnapping those innocent civilians. There were even horrific images of poor children with rare superpowers being dissected alive on those cold experimental tables. One crime after another. One incident after another. Too many to count. Heinous crimes. No. Those Lin family members kneeling on the ground saw on the screen the heinous crimes they had committed with their own hands. They were all so terrified they were scared out of their wits. They were all acting like madmen, kowtowing and crying out for mercy. Devils. You bunch of devils in human skin. Even if I die, I will never let you go. Wah, my child, my child. The families of the innocent victims who were kidnapped cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they wished they could rush up and devour these beasts alive. Now. I watched as Lin Xiaotian, whose face had turned completely ashen, slowly raised the dragon-gallon silver spear in his hand. Is there anything else you'd like to say? Lin Xiaotian fell silent. He knew. He was finished. The entire Lin family is finished. Let's get started. He slowly closed his eyes, looking as if he were waiting to be slaughtered. Want to die? I laughed. That's too good for you. Put. A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. I shot Lin Xiaotian through all four limbs. They pinned him firmly to the ground. Ah! Lin Xiaotian let out a pained scream that sounded inhuman. I won't kill you. I looked into his eyes, which were filled with endless pain and despair, and spoke slowly. I want you to live. I want you to see with your own eyes the Lin family, which you are most proud of. How did I gradually walk towards destruction right before my eyes? The moment the words fell, the dragon-gallon silver spear in my hand suddenly trembled. Put. 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 One after another, streaks of purple gold spear light, filled with a destructive aura, pierced through the foreheads of all the core members of the Lin family present, like death warrants. There wasn't a single scream. There was not a single struggle. They didn't even have time to react. It completely lost all vitality. After doing all this, I no longer look at Lin Xiaotian, who has completely fallen into endless pain and despair. He no longer looked at the mountains of corpses and seas of blood scattered on the ground. I slowly turned around. I walked out of the Lin family ancestral hall, which was filled with the aura of sin and death. I stood amidst the ruins of the Lin family manor, which was now engulfed in flames. I looked up at the dark, deep night sky. My eyes were filled with coldness. Pantheon. I muttered to myself. Who's next? Chapter 41. After the turmoil, Donghai City was shaken. The night is still young. The fire was burning brightly. The raging flames turned half the night sky blood red. I just held those two kind old people who had already fainted from shock. Step by step, they slowly walked out of the ruins of the Lin family manor, which had been completely transformed into a living hell. Behind me was a raging sea of fire that could devour everything. It was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood covering the ground. It was those countless complex gazes filled with awe, fear, and disbelief. I ignored them. My eyes were only on the two pale, weak old people in my arms. My heart felt like it was being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. The pain was so intense I could barely breathe. Regret. An unprecedented and overwhelming sense of regret completely overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. I regret not erasing this depraved and awful family from the world sooner. I regret that my momentary negligence caused these two kind and innocent elderly people, who had lived their whole lives, to suffer such shock and humiliation. I swear. I looked at the horrific wound on Dean Wang's withered neck, still oozing blood. In my heart, with my voice that had long since become cold and hoarse, I swore a blood-red oath, word by word. From this day forward, I, Hu Ming, will absolutely not allow anyone to hurt you again. Even a single hair. God blocks and kills God. Kill the Buddha if he gets in my way. Just as I was carrying Dean Wang and his wife, we stepped out of the gates of the Lin family manor, which was engulfed in flames. Ugh! A piercing air raid siren suddenly blared from all directions. Dozens of military vehicles with flashing red and blue lights rushed in from all corners of the city like a group of steel behemoths that had smelled blood. In just over 10 seconds, they surrounded the Lin family manor, which had already been reduced to ruins, with layers upon layers of people, making it impossible to pass through. Immediately afterwards, squeak! A top-of-the-line command vehicle, entirely black with a brilliant star printed on its front, came to a smooth stop in front of me with a beautiful drift. The car door opened. Xia Jinghua, the dignified old man who should have been enjoying his retirement at home. At this moment, however, his face was filled with an unprecedented solemnity and killing intent. He strode out of the car. He ignored the mountains of corpses and seas of blood all around him. They didn't even ask me a single question about what had happened here. He only glanced deeply at the two pitiful old people in my arms, who were barely breathing. Then he turned around. He delivered a cold, emotionless death sentence to the thousands of heavily armed and ready-to-fight elites of the Dragon Soul Legion behind him. Pass on my orders. The Lin family colluded with the evil organization Pantheon and participated in inhumane human experiments, committing heinous crimes that are too numerous to count. Effective immediately. Seize all properties owned by the Lin family. Arrest all core members of the Lin family. Anyone who resists. Kill them without mercy. Yes. The thousands of elite members of the Dragon Soul Legion let out a deafening roar that could shake the heavens and earth. Then, like a pack of tigers descending from the mountain, they rushed into the still burning Lin family manor. A bloody, one-sided purge led by the authorities suddenly broke out. Xia Jinghua personally arranged for a top-of-the-line medical vehicle. They carefully carried the still unconscious Dean Wang and his wife upstairs. Kid. He walked up to me, patted me on the shoulder, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "Leave the rest to me. You're tired, go back and get a good night's sleep. Even if the sky falls, this old man will hold it up for you." I looked at the dignified old man in front of me, whose face was full of sincerity and concern. A rare warmth flowed through my heart, which had long since become cold and hard. "Thank you." I nodded. Then he turned around. They disappeared step by step into the endless darkness. That night, the entire city of Donghai was sleepless. The Lin family, one of the four great families of the East China Sea, has a history spanning over 100 years. It collapsed overnight. The patriarch, Lin Xiaotian, had his limbs crippled and was imprisoned in the Alliance's highest prison. All core members were killed on the spot. All of his properties were seized by the military overnight. This was once an invincible behemoth in Donghai City. And so, in a dramatic way that no one could have imagined, it completely withdrew from the stage of history. And the one who started all of this That mysterious god of death who single-handedly massacred the entire Lin family manor. The name Hu Ming. It has become a taboo legend known to everyone in the upper class of Donghai City. All those who have looked down on me, mocked me, or even tried to kick me when I was down. After hearing this news, they were all terrified. I couldn't sleep all night. They were terrified that the terrifying boy, who was like a demon god, would come after their home next. The entire upper class of Donghai City was plunged into an unprecedented super earthquake because of me, the god of slaughter who appeared out of nowhere. Everyone knows. The sky over Donghai City. Things are about to change. And I am the one who started all of this. But he acted as if nothing had happened. I returned to the luxurious penthouse that Qin Yashuan had prepared for me. I didn't rest. I didn't practice my cultivation either. I just stood quietly by Dean Wang and his wife's bedside, looking at the two kind elderly people, whose complexions were gradually regaining their rosy hue under the meticulous care of the top-notch medical team. My blood-red eyes, which had been filled with endless coldness and violence, gradually regained a sliver of clarity and lingering fear. Almost there. It was so close. I'm going to lose them forever. I can't imagine it. If I had been even a minute late today, what kind of tragic scene awaits me, a scene that will haunt me for the rest of my life? Strength. Ultimately, it comes down to my own strength. I'm not strong enough. If I possessed S-level or even SSS level supreme cultivation, those Lin family members are a bunch of damn trash. How dare they touch the people around me? I clenched my fists tightly. The fingernails were deeply embedded in the flesh. An unprecedented, extreme desire for power grew wildly in my heart like weeds. I slowly reached out my hand. Gently, I tucked the blankets around the two elderly people who were still asleep. An unprecedented determination flashed in my eyes. From this day forward, I will protect you with my life. Chapter 42: Soaring Net Worth. A walking treasure vault. The next day, as the first warm rays of dawn pierced the clouds and shone upon the steel jungle that had just endured a night of blood and fire, a shocking piece of news that could terrify all the self-proclaimed high society bigwigs in Donghai City swept through the entire Donghai Bay City like a Category 12 super hurricane at an unprecedentedly terrifying speed. The Lin family, one of the four great families of the East China Sea, has a history spanning over 100 years. It's over. The patriarch, Lin Xiaotian, was publicly beaten by a mysterious young man, who broke all four of his limbs, crippled his cultivation, and dragged him into the Alliance's highest prison like a dead dog. His son, Lin Feng, was beheaded on the spot. The entire Lin family manor was burned to the ground by a mysterious fire. All of his businesses were seized overnight by order of Commander Xia Jinhua on the heinous charge of colluding with evil organizations to endanger human safety. This was once an invincible behemoth in Donghai City. In such a dramatic way that no one could have imagined, it collapsed overnight. It has completely withdrawn from the stage of history. And that mysterious young man who single-handedly overthrew the entire Lin family, Hu Ming. This was a name that was virtually unknown just 3 days ago, and was even ridiculed by countless people as a D-level waste. It has become a taboo legend known to everyone in the entire Donghai City. One god. A demon. A peerless killing god who will completely erase all those who dare to oppose him from this world. And I, the one who started all of this, acted as if nothing had happened. I slept soundly in my luxurious penthouse, enjoying the sweetest and most restful nap I've had since transmigrated. When I opened my eyes again, it was already noon on the second day. Under the meticulous care of the top-notch medical team, Dean Wang and his wife are now in good health. It's just that he was too frightened and his spirits are still somewhat low. Qin Yashuan has used her connections to secretly send the two elderly people to a beautiful and safe sanatorium for recuperation. They were also provided with a top-notch nursing team and psychologists. You could say that, aside from not seeing them for a short period of time, I have no more worries. Ding dong. Just as I finished washing up and was about to go to a luxury store to change my outfit, the doorbell rang. I opened the door. All I could see was the mature and alluring Qin Yashuan, whose beauty was like that of a peerless enchantress, was standing gracefully at my door. Today, she no longer wore that red cheongsam that exuded fatal allure. Instead, she changed into a white business suit that exuded a capable and intellectual vibe. A pair of gold-rimmed glasses sat on his nose. She looks just like a domineering female CEO who runs a multi-billion-dollar business empire. It was filled with an aura so powerful that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. "What's wrong, little brother?" She looked at me, who was still a bit sleepy from just waking up, and her red lips curled up into a playful smile. "Aren't you going to invite your older sister in for a seat? Please." I shrugged and stepped aside. "You wanted to see me? Is something wrong?" I poured her a cup of top-grade military-grade coffee that I had borrowed from that old fox Xiaojinghua. "Can't I come to see you if there's nothing wrong?" Qin Yashuan rolled her eyes at me, and the charm she unintentionally revealed was enough to make any man's mouth go dry. "Of course." I smiled. "Sister Qin, you are always welcome to visit. I'm just worried that you, as a busy CEO, won't have the time for that." Giggle giggle, Qin Yashuan was amused by my teasing words, and her body trembled with laughter. "You've got quite the way with your mouth, you're getting better and better at talking." She picked up her coffee, took a small sip, and then slowly put the cup down. The smile on his face gradually faded. Instead, there was a shrewdness characteristic of businessmen. Dignified. "Okay, I'm not kidding anymore. I've come today with two important matters to discuss with you. First," she took out a thick, gold-embossed document from her limited edition Hermes bag. It was pushed in front of me. "This is a list of all the Lin family's assets. Last night, with Commander Xia's tacit approval, our 7-star pavilion has already swiftly and decisively acquired 70% of the Lin family's high-quality assets. The total value is approximately 6 billion federal credits. As per our previous agreement, I've decided to allocate 1/3 of the assets, which is 2 billion. It's been transferred to your personal name. From now on, you are the sole legal owner of these 2 billion assets." Boom! Her words exploded in my mind like terrifying bombs, each one powerful enough to destroy the entire planet. I was completely stunned. 2 billion? Am I fucking dreaming? Yesterday, I was still feeling smug about my net worth of over 100 million. As a result, today, I woke up. My net worth just increased 20-fold? The speed at which they're making money is terrifying. What? Qin Yashuan couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she looked at my stunned expression, as if I'd been struck by lightning. "Little brother, were you scared silly by this number?" I didn't say anything. I could only swallow hard. Then he stared intently into her alluring, flirtatious eyes, which were full of amusement and laughter. He asked, word by word, "Are you serious?" "Of course." Qin Yashuan nodded, looking completely matter-of-fact. Qin Yashuan, always keep my word in business." "We'll see." She paused, her tone filled with undisguised admiration. "This is what you deserve. Without you, the entire Lin family would have been destroyed overnight with swift and decisive action. How could our 7-star pavilion possibly swallow such a large piece of fat meat so easily? This is a win-win collaboration for us. Therefore, you deserve this 2 billion. As she spoke, she pushed the thick, gold-embossed document towards me again. "Sign it. Sign it. You are now the youngest billionaire in Donghai City." I stared at the asset transfer agreement before me, an agreement that would drive any normal person mad. I fell silent. A good while passed, quite a while. I finally let out a long breath. Then, I picked up a pen. I signed my name on it with a flourish. "All right." I pushed the document back, my face regaining its usual calm. It felt as if that $2 billion sum had just been enough to change my life. In my eyes, it's no different from 20 yuan. "Speak. What is the second thing?" Qin Yashuan looked at my strong composure in the face of adversity. Her alluring peach blossom eyes shone even brighter. "The second thing is perhaps more important to you than these 2 billion. She spoke slowly. The voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. "When I was liquidating the Lin family's assets, I discovered a very well-hidden secret safe. It contains not only the original ledgers of the Lin family's dirty deals with the Pantheon. There's also a fragmented map of the Pantheon's secret experimental base in Donghai City." My pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. A chilling killing intent flashed across my body. I stood up and walked to the window. Looking out the window at the bustling metropolis with its heavy traffic, my eyes were filled with coldness. A net worth of 2 billion. The youngest billionaire in Donghai City. All of this sounds wonderful. But I know. All of this is just a false castle in the air. In this messed up world where monsters roam freely and the strong reign supreme, only absolute strength is the eternal truth. I'm still too weak. I glanced at my blurry reflection in the French windows. Looking at the cheap combat uniform he was wearing, which was still stained with the dried blood of the monsters, I slowly shook my head. Maybe I should get some decent clothes. Chapter 43. The iceberg melts, the goddess's shy demeanor. Half an hour later. The most luxurious shopping center in Donghai City. I stood in front of a huge floor-length mirror in a luxury menswear store called Armani Master Custom. Looking at the unfamiliar figure in the mirror, seemingly reborn and completely transformed, I was stunned for a moment. The boy in the mirror. He has a tall and straight stature of 1.85 meters. Although she looks somewhat thin. But against the backdrop of that pure black, fitted combat uniform, hand-sewn by a master tailor of Italian national treasure status. Yet it is filled with a perfect sense of streamlined elegance, like a cheetah, yet brimming with explosive power. She had a clean and neat head of short black hair. A handsome face, so striking that it could make any popular young male idol pale in comparison. Especially those deep, bright, and jet black eyes, like obsidian. His eyes held a youthful cynicism. And there was also a hint of world weariness that seemed out of place for someone of his age. He looked like an elegant prince who had stepped out of an old medieval noble painting. It possesses a unique charm that is both mysterious and noble, yet deadly. How are you, little brother? The stunningly beautiful and sophisticated woman, Qin Yashuan, personally accompanied me shopping all morning. Looking in the mirror, I saw a completely different me, incredibly handsome. Her alluring peach blossom eyes almost turned into two sparkling pink hearts. Sister, I have good taste, don't I? As she spoke, she very naturally reached out and straightened my already meticulous and upright collar. Then, those cool, smooth, slender fingers brushed across my Adam's apple, seemingly unintentionally. It brought a tingling, electric-like sensation. Cough, cough. I coughed twice and, without making a sound, took half a step back to maintain a safe distance from this beautiful vixen who seemed to want to devour me alive on the spot. It's all right, I said, trying to sound calm, it's just a bit too expensive. I glanced at the terrifying price tag, enough to make any normal working-class person's heart stop on the spot. 37,800,000. Holy crap! He was dressed in such tattered clothes. They actually want over 30 million? This isn't about buying clothes. This is blatant robbery. Is it expensive? Qin Yashuan covered her mouth and chuckled. I think it's quite cheap. After all. She paused, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. To be able to dress up our Donghai City's future king so handsomely. Don't even mention it, it's over 30 million. Even if it's 300 million, or 3 billion. Well, it was worth it. Her words were filled with undisguised admiration and ambiguous. Just as I was being taken aback by her bold and outrageous words. Beep beep beep. A crisp communication request tone came to my rescue at just the right time. I quickly pulled out my newly installed Huawei brand personal communicator. I glanced at the caller ID. Long Yuexin. What does this icy beauty want from me? I was somewhat surprised when the call went through. Hello? It's me. A melodious female voice, clear and beautiful like heavenly music, yet carrying a complex emotion that was hard to describe, came from the other end of the communicator. What's up? Long Yuexin was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Are you free right now? I want to see you. Half an hour later. The Cherry Blossom Grove at number 7 High School. I stood facing that icy beauty, as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. A gentle breeze blew by. Pink cherry blossom petals fell like a romantic cherry blossom rain. It landed on my shoulder. It also fell onto her long, black hair, which cascaded down like a waterfall. The whole scene is so beautiful, it's like a meticulously painted, exquisite scroll. Today, she was no longer wearing that chilling, ice blue combat uniform. Instead, she changed into a flawless pure white dress. She looked like a fairy from the Moon Palace, untouched by worldly affairs. It is exquisitely beautiful yet inviolable. She just looked at me quietly. Looking at me, who had swiftly and decisively destroyed the entire Lin family in just one night. Her clear, cool eyes were filled with an unprecedented, complex emotion. There was shock. There is reverence. I'm curious. But more than anything, it was a faint feeling that even she herself couldn't quite explain. You. In the end, she was the one who broke the ambiguous and romantic silence. How are you? Her voice was very soft. Yet it carried a hint of concern and worry that even she herself was unaware of. Me? I laughed. I'm fine. The bad guys are probably the Lin family, right? Lan Yuexin fell silent. She didn't know what to say. She came to see me today. They wanted to ask me about the Lin family. They wanted to advise me not to go too far. After all, the Lin family is one of the 4 major families in the East China Sea, with a profound and intricate history. By doing this, I am essentially making an enemy of the entire upper class of Donghai City. But now, when she saw the handsome young man standing under the cherry blossom rain, looking calm and collected as if he had just done something insignificant, all the words of persuasion stuck in my throat. She suddenly realized. It seemed that I didn't understand this mysterious and powerful young man at all. He is like a huge, unfathomable mystery. Every time she thought she had seen through him, he would show her an even more surprising and captivating side. That. Just as the atmosphere once again fell into an awkward silence, I spoke slowly. About that bet between us. What's your decision? Boom. The moment I said those words, Lan Yuexin's perpetually icy and beautiful face instantly turned bright red, like a fiery sunset. Her once clear and cool eyes were instantly filled with shyness and panic. Me. She stammered for a long time but couldn't utter a complete sentence. That adorable yet pitiful look. Where is even a trace of the aloof and icy goddess demeanor? It was just like a young girl in the throes of first love, being confessed to for the first time. What? I couldn't resist teasing her as I looked at her exquisitely beautiful, shy appearance. The eldest daughter of the Lang family, an S-level genius, you wouldn't actually be trying to renege on your debt, would you? I didn't. Lan Yuexin cried out in alarm. She suddenly raised her head and stared at me with her big, watery eyes, which were filled with shyness and nervousness. It was as if he was using his eyes to prove his innocence. But to me, that gaze was utterly harmless. But it's more like a kitten with its fur standing on end, bluffing. She's so cute that you just want to pull her into your arms and give her a good squish. So, you mean? I approached her step by step. My face wore a wicked grin, like that of a big bad wolf. You agreed? I, Lan Yuexin, was forced to retreat step by step, until her slender, boneless back pressed against the thick trunk of a cherry blossom tree. There's no way to retreat. She gazed at the handsome face that kept magnifying in her pupils. Feel that scorching breath, full of aggressive energy. She was completely stunned. Her mind went completely blank. Even my heartbeat seemed to stop at that moment. Final. Under my oppressive, scorching gaze. This is the usually aloof and icy goddess. Finally, they gave up all resistance. She slowly lowered her proud head. He uttered a soft hum in a voice even softer than a mosquito's buzz. And so, amidst a shower of cherry blossoms, a scene brimming with romance and beauty. Blushing, she ran away as if fleeing. All that remained was a whisper filled with endless shyness and sweetness, still echoing in the air. I see. Chapter 44 A Chance Encounter, The Invitation of the Army Rose. I watched that stunningly beautiful figure fleeing in the cherry blossom rain. I laughed. Get one sorted out. I clapped my hands, feeling great. However, my smug declaration, brimming with the aura of a scumbag, didn't even last 3 seconds. Beep beep beep. A series of urgent and frantic communication requests, even more urgent than the military's emergency assembly call, suddenly erupted from my brand new Huawei communicator without warning. The caller ID showed a fiery, beautiful woman I'd only seen once, but who left an extremely deep impression on me. Xia Lioli. I raised an eyebrow. What does this fiery little chili pepper want from me? Could it be that he was still upset after I beat him to tears last time and wanted to get revenge? I got through to the communication. Hello? Hu Ming. You bastard. Get your ass over to the military's private training ground in the south of the city right now. Immediately, Xia Lioli's fiery roar came from the other end of the communicator. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I, Xia Liuli, will take your surname. After saying that, snap. She just unilaterally hung up the call. I stared at the now blacked out communication screen and couldn't help but feel speechless. Goodness. This girl is still as fierce as ever. But I like it. Half an hour later. South City of Donghai Base, a private military training ground. This is a secret stronghold of the Dragon Soul Legion in Donghai City. It occupies a small area. But every training facility inside is built with the most advanced military technology. In terms of both safety and practicality, it is far superior to the civilian-grade junk that is the 7th high school. Now, in a huge gravity training room that can simulate 10 times the force of gravity, 2 incredibly fast and agile figures were engaged in a dazzling and intense battle of offense and defense. Jingle bells. The crisp sound of metal clashing against metal, like a storm, resounded throughout the training room. Every collision sparks a dazzling series of sparks. One of the figures was naturally me. The other was a fiery young woman dressed in a tight-fitting red combat suit, wielding a magnificent long spear engulfed in flames. Xia Liuli. Her injuries had clearly healed. Moreover, their strength seems to have improved even further. They have already faintly touched the threshold of becoming an A-level expert. The wildfire spear technique in her hand was even more ferocious and sharper than before. The spear flashes like a fiery dragon emerging from the sea. The guns were sheathed like flames burning the city. Every move and every stance is powerful and sweeping, filled with an indomitable and fierce momentum. It was as if it wanted to completely burn everything in front of it to ashes. However, faced with her, he launched a fierce attack like a raging storm. I, however, still appeared to be in complete control. I didn't even use the Genshin silver spear. However, he used that ordinary practice iron spear. He suppressed the power within his body to the same level as hers. Then, they calmly and methodically countered each move. She fired her guns like fire and launched a relentless offensive. I remain unmoved, as steady as Mount Tai. Drink! The attack has been unsuccessful. Xia Liuli's volatile temper finally snapped. She let out a sharp shout. With a sudden, sweeping motion, the flaming spear in his hand was devastating. As she forced me back, she soared into the sky like a phoenix spreading its wings. Then, with a terrifying force like splitting a mountain, it slammed down hard on the top of my head. Wildfire 100 strikes burning the heavens. This move is an upgraded version of her Wildfire 100 strikes attack that she used to attack me last time. Its power is several times greater than before. Enough to blast a small mountain into flat ground. However, faced with her terrifying attack, which was enough to make any A-level expert turn pale, they were met with a terrifying blow. But I laughed. The same trick won't work on me. I slowly raised the iron spear in my hand. Then, facing the terrifying flames of the spear descending from the sky, he simply thrust out with his spear. There were no fancy moves or tricks. Only the ultimate, simplest approach, fast and accurate, is truly achieved. Bite. A crisp sound, like metal clashing, rang out. My ordinary iron spear tip precisely struck the tip of Xia Liuli's flaming spear. The next second, on Xia Liuli's stunningly beautiful face, filled with shock and disbelief, a violent, destructive force of lightning erupted. Boom! The flaming spear in her hand, made of a special alloy, exploded instantly, like a detonated explosive charge. It turned into countless metal fragments. And she, like a phoenix with broken wings, let out a mournful cry of resentment and fell heavily from mid-air. It's over. She instinctively closed her eyes. Prepare for the impending agony. However, the expected excruciating pain did not come. Instead, she found herself in a warm embrace filled with masculine energy. She opened her eyes in surprise. All I could see was, I don't know when, but I was already beneath her. He caught her soft, boneless, fiery body steadily in his arms. You. She looked at that handsome face so close to hers. Feel that scorching breath, full of aggressive energy. A rare, captivating blush rose on her strikingly beautiful face. Do you submit? I asked with a smile, looking at her exquisitely beautiful, shy appearance. I give up. Xia Liuli hesitated for a moment, then nodded somewhat unwillingly. So, will you still ask me to fight in the future? Find them. Upon hearing this, Xiaoliuli suddenly raised her head, her eyes, as bright as rubies, filled with unprecedented determination and fighting spirit. I will definitely defeat you. Ha ha ha. Great. I let out a hearty laugh. I'm waiting. Just as Xiaoliuli and I were gazing deeply into each other's eyes in this ambiguous and enchanting atmosphere. Cough cough cough. A series of sleazy, aged coughs, filled with the unsettling message "I didn't see anything, you can continue," suddenly rang out from the training room doorway. Xiaoliuli and I were like two startled rabbits, quickly separating. All I could see was Xia Xinghua, the dignified old man who should have been at the military headquarters handling official business. She was standing at the doorway, watching us with great interest, a smile on her face. Grandpa? What brings you here? Xiaoliuli stomped her foot, both embarrassed and annoyed. If I hadn't come, Xia Xinghua said, stroking his chin with a sly grin, how could I have witnessed such a spectacular scene? As he spoke, he strode forward, his steady steps leading straight to me. He looked at his precious granddaughter, who was so shy she wished she could disappear into the ground. Then I looked at myself, with an innocent expression that said, I know nothing. He smiled. He nodded with great satisfaction. Then, in front of Xiaoliuli, he said to me, half jokingly and half seriously, Boy, I'm asking you one last time, are you going to marry my granddaughter, a stunningly beautiful woman with fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs? Chapter 45 Clues to the Pantheon. The Mysterious Doctor. I looked at the dignified old man in front of me, who seemed to want to pack his granddaughter up and stuff her into my bed right now. Then she glanced at the fiery little chili pepper next to her, who was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear into the ground. My head is about to explode. Commander Xia, I said seriously, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, I think we can discuss this issue further. After all, I'm still just a student. Study should be the priority. After saying that, I will no longer give this old scoundrel, this cunning fox, any chance to continue harassing me. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt and vanished from the spot in an instant. Only Xia Xinghua and his grandson Xiaoliuli were left staring at each other, and a passionate declaration full of positive energy still echoed in the air. For the future of humanity. Let us fight. I finally managed to escape that old fox Xia Zheng's relentless pressure to get married. I had just returned to my luxurious penthouse. I haven't even had a chance to drink some water yet. Beep beep beep. A communication request, filled with solemnity and seriousness, suddenly rang out without warning. The caller ID showed Qin Yashuan. I got through to the communication. Hello? Hu Ming, come to me. On the other end of the communicator came a beautiful female voice filled with an unprecedented seriousness and solemnity. I have something very important to show you. After saying that, she immediately hung up the call. I heard the busy tone coming from the communicator. My brow furrowed slightly. I sensed something unusual in Qin Yashuan's brief words. I didn't hesitate at all. My figure once again transformed into a golden lightning bolt and vanished from the spot. 10 minutes later. Top floor of 7-star pavilion. Qin Yashuan's private office. I pushed open the expensive door made of 1,000-year-old sandalwood. All I could see was the mature and alluring woman, whose beauty rivaled that of a peerless enchantress, stood solemnly before an enormous holographic projection screen. On the light screen, countless densely packed data and documents were flashing rapidly. You're here? She heard my footsteps and slowly turned around. Her usually charming and alluring peach blossom eyes were now filled with deep solemnity and disgust. Take a look. She stretched out a slender finger and gently touched the light screen. The next second, a secret ledger filled with bloodshed and sin appeared before me. Those are all the original records of the dirty deals the Lin family made with that mysterious and evil organization, the Pantheon. The document clearly records how many experimental materials the Lin family has provided to the Pantheon over the years. How many blood-stained cultivation resources did they obtain from the Pantheon? One after another. One by one. Their crimes are too numerous to list. His crimes are heinous. These scumbags. I stared at the shocking, blood-red numbers on the screen. I clenched my fists tightly. A chilling killing intent flashed uncontrollably from my body. Don't rush. Qin Yashuan looked at my cold eyes filled with raging anger and slowly shook her head. This is just the appetizer. This is what really matters. As she spoke, she gently traced a line across the light screen with her jade-like finger once more. The next second, a fragmented map, brimming with an ancient and mysterious aura, appeared before me. It was an ancient map drawn on the hide of an unknown animal. The map was covered with strange symbols and landscapes that I couldn't understand at all. The only recognizable feature is a huge city in the top right corner of the map, which bears a striking resemblance to our Donghai city. This is... My pupils suddenly contracted. That's right. Qin Yashuan nodded, her voice filled with solemnity. This is the incomplete map of one of the Pantheon's secret experimental bases in our Donghai city. I found it in a secret safe in Lin Xiaotian's study. I have already had our 7-star pavilion's top map experts analyze it. This map depicts a forbidden zone known as the Black Mist Swamp, located approximately 300 kilometers southeast of our Donghai city. Only. She paused, her tone filled with helplessness. This map is too incomplete. We can only roughly determine the approximate area of that secret experimental base. As for the specific location and method of entry, we know nothing. Yeah? I looked at that incomplete map, which was filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. Perhaps not. Huh? Qin Yashuan was taken aback upon hearing this. Look here. I pointed to an inconspicuous corner of the tattered map. All I could see was... there. A strange code name, deliberately circled by Lin Xiaotian with bright red, unknown blood, was emanating an ominous aura that sent chills down one's spine. The code name was very simple. There's only one English word, doctor. Doctor? No. He's a PhD. I stared at that eerie code name, a name shrouded in sin and bloodshed. My long-dormant murderous intent surged uncontrollably once again. Because I recognized this code name. I saw it in the memories of the Shadow Organization assassin whose soul I searched. In his memory, this mysterious man codenamed Doctor. He was the person in charge of the entire Pantheon human experimentation project. That's the culprit who sent countless innocent, pitiful children with rare superpowers to the cold dissection table. He's nothing but a peerless devil in human skin. The Pantheon. PhD. I stared at the eerie codename flashing blood red light on the screen. I slowly raised my hand. My eyes were filled with the cold, hard verdict of death. Your time to die has come. Chapter 46: An Uninvited Guest. The Pantheon's Scavenger. Night has fallen. Outside the window lies the entire city of Donghai, the most dazzling and bustling city that never sleeps. Inside the window, I lay alone on that luxurious bed that could comfortably accommodate 7 or 8 people rolling around on it at the same time. I tossed and turned, unable to sleep all night. My mind kept replaying the filthy, bloody, and sinful scenes that Qin Yashuan had shown me during the day. There was also that strange code name that Lin Xiaotian had specially marked with his blood. PhD. An unnamed, overwhelming rage burned wildly in my chest. I am not some savior. I'm too lazy to meddle in other people's business. But the thought that such a heartless and depraved monster is hiding in some dark corner of this bustling city I live in is unbearable. They are conducting inhumane and bloody experiments on innocent children who possess rare superpowers. I felt like I had a fishbone stuck in my throat. No. I have to do something. I suddenly sat up in bed. A flash of murderous intent crossed my eyes. Pantheon. PhD. I don't care what kind of monsters or demons you are. Since I've run into this mess, then your death is imminent. I stood up and prepared to leave the city that very night. Head to the Black Mist Swamp, a place filled with death and despair. Go and meet that terrifying doctor who only exists in legends. However, just as I stepped out of the bedroom door, buzz. A chilling, bone-chilling killing intent, seemingly emanating from the deepest hell, flashed past without warning from the darkest shadow behind me. It completely enveloped my entire being. It's here. A chill ran through me. But there was no fear on my face at all. Instead, he revealed a cold, bloodthirsty smile. I was just worried about not being able to find you guys. You yourselves have delivered yourselves to our doorstep. I slowly turned around. All I could see was behind me. In that luxurious living room that was originally empty, a strange, white figure had appeared silently without anyone noticing. It was a mysterious person who was extremely tall and thin, wearing a long robe that looked like a funeral shroud, and with a strange pure white mask on his face that had no facial features or expression. He just stood there quietly. It seemed to blend perfectly into the surrounding darkness. There was no sign of life whatsoever. There was no energy fluctuation whatsoever. It's like a death ghost from another dimension. If it weren't for my terrifying perception, honed through countless trials by the divine thunder of myriad phenomena, I couldn't even detect his presence. Master. A peerless master who was more than 10 times more terrifying than the shadow organization assassin I killed in one move before. His strength has definitely reached the peak of sea level. They're even a cut above me. You're Hu Ming. The man in the white mask slowly raised his head. His cold gaze, hidden beneath the mask, was like two venomous, cold-blooded snakes locked onto me. His voice was hoarse and had a harsh, metallic quality to it. It was as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. It's me. I shrugged and said nonchalantly, "What? Did you come to visit so late at night to invite me for a drink? Want a drink?" Upon hearing this, the white-masked man let out a harsh, shrill laugh, like that of a night owl. "Heh, you're quite humorous. Unfortunately, the dead don't need to drink alcohol." "Oh?" I raised an eyebrow. "So, you're here to kill me?" "No." The man in the white mask slowly shook his head. "I'm not here to kill you. I've come here for cleaning up trash." "Rubbish?" "That's right." The man in the white mask nodded, his voice icy and devoid of any emotion. "The Lin family, these exposed trash, are nothing but garbage. And you are a smart person who knows too many secrets you shouldn't know. It's garbage too. And I." He paused, and the terrifying aura emanating from his body, which had been like stagnant water, began to slowly boil. A terrifying killing intent, enough to make any sea-level expert tremble with fear, suddenly erupted. "The Pantheon is specifically responsible for cleaning up trash like you." "The cleaners." "Pantheon." "Scavenger." I listened to this arrogant declaration, brimming with adolescent angst. I laughed. "The Pantheon only sent you, a cowardly piece of trash? Looks like you guys aren't all that great either." "Court death." The man in the white mask flew into a rage. He hates people the most, especially those who say he's hiding his true intentions. "You little beast. Since you're in such a hurry to be reincarnated, then I'll grant your wish today," he roared. His figure instantly transformed into a pale white streak of light that was almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. It suddenly charged straight at me. "Quick! That's so fast." His speed was even 3 points faster than that mid-level C-rank Shadow Panther. In the blink of an eye, he had already appeared in front of me. A pale white bone blade, forged from unknown bones, slashed down at my skull with terrifying, tearing force, like the Grim Reaper's scythe. That strike was swift and ruthless. It felt as if it wanted to split me, body and soul, in two. However, faced with this fatal blow, enough to make any sea-level powerhouse despair, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I simply raised my hand. With two ordinary fingers wrapped in destructive purple gold lightning, it easily caught the terrifying bone blade that was capable of cutting through steel. Bite! A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. The terrifying bone blade, capable of slicing through steel, was right in front of my seemingly ordinary two fingers. It couldn't advance even an inch further. "What?" The man in the white mask was dumbfounded. He looked at the terrifying boy who had easily caught his strongest killing move with just two fingers. For the first time, a human shock and disbelief appeared in his cold eyes, which were hidden beneath the mask. How is this possible? He's a top-tier C-rank expert. How could this kid possibly be stronger than him? I said that. I looked at his dazed expression, as if he had seen a ghost, and slowly shook my head. "You're too weak." The moment the words fell, click! A sickening cracking sound rang out. The pale white bone blade was incredibly hard, forged from the leg bones of an unknown monster. I actually managed to snap it in two fingers. Puff! The man in the white mask was struck dumb. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out of his mouth, hidden beneath the mask, as if it were free. He felt as if he had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. He was sent flying backwards. Boom! He slammed hard into the luxurious wall behind him, made of the hardest alloy. The impact created a huge, human-shaped dent in the entire wall. Now, I walked step by step toward the white-masked man who had completely lost all fighting spirit. I looked down at him. A flash of light appeared in my hand. That terrifying divine spear, crackling with destructive purple-gold lightning, instantly appeared in my hand. Genshin's silver spear. I pressed the cold tip of the gun firmly against his throat. A cold, devilish smile appeared on my face. Perfect timing, I was just thinking of having a chat with you guys. Chapter 47 Interrogation. The college entrance examination is the only way out. That's exactly what I was thinking of talking to you guys about. When those words, filled with endless coldness and mockery, came out of my mouth. The white-masked man I shot dead, pinned to the wall, unable to move. I was completely stunned. For the first time, a human fear and despair were revealed in his cold eyes hidden beneath the mask. Run. Only this one thought remained in his mind. This kid isn't even human. If we don't run now, we're really going to die. Blood escape. He roared. He pulled out a strange bead from his pocket, which was entirely blood red and emitted a strong, bloody smell. Then, without hesitation, it was crushed to pieces. Boom! A towering wave of blood, filled with evil and ominous energy, suddenly erupted. It instantly enveloped his entire body. The next second, his figure suddenly turned into a pool of thick, foul-smelling blood, trying to escape through the cracks in the wall. Trying to run? Did you get my permission? I looked at the pool of filthy blood, which was filled with an evil aura, and sneered. Myriad divine thunder. Purify. I gave a low shout. Suddenly, the dragon-gallant silver spear in his hand erupted with a purple-gold divine light that was 100 times more dazzling and brilliant than the sun. That light was domineering. Sacred. Invincible. It seems to be the ultimate nemesis of everything, evil and filth. Sizzle, sizzle. The pool of foul-smelling blood, which was about to escape, came into contact with the purple-gold divine light the instant it touched the ground. It's like ice and snow encountering their nemesis, evaporating and melting away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ah! A blood-curdling scream, 100 times more agonizing than before, exploded from the blood mist. The white-masked man who had already escaped. I actually forced it out of nothingness using the most unreasonable method. His body was charred black, like charcoal that had been struck by lightning for 7 days and 7 nights. With a loud thud, he fell heavily to the ground. More air intake, less air exhaust. It's obvious he won't survive. Now. I walked step by step to the pitiful creature who had completely lost all power to resist. I looked down at him. A cold, devilish smile appeared on my face. Can we have a proper talk now? Who exactly are you? The white-masked man asked, his voice trembling as he looked at the terrifying, godlike youth. Me? I laughed. I'm just someone you can't afford to mess with. Alright, enough with the nonsense. I ask, you answer. Even if there is only half a lie, or the slightest hesitation. I wouldn't mind letting you experience what it truly means to be worse than dead. As I spoke, I slowly raised my hand. A wisp of purple gold electricity, brimming with destructive power, danced merrily at my fingertips. What do you want to know? The white-masked man stared at the terrifying arc of electricity that could completely electrocute his soul, his liver and gallbladder trembling with fear. It's very simple. The first question. Where exactly is your Pantheon's secret experimental base in Donghai City? I don't know. The white-masked man quickly shook his head. Like, that kind of top-secret information. Only Doctor knows it. We peripheral cleaners are simply not qualified to make contact. Yeah? I smiled as I looked into his eyes, which were filled with terror and fear. Looks like you're going to have to suffer the consequences instead of accepting the offer. Myriad divine thunder. Soul search. Boom. I no longer hesitated. My terrifying hand, crackling with destructive purple gold lightning, slammed down on his cold white mask like the scythe of death. Ah! A scream, 100 times more shrill than before and inhuman, echoed throughout the luxurious penthouse. 1 minute later. I slowly withdrew my hand. And that sea-level peak Pantheon scavenger. It had completely turned into a cold corpse with blood flowing from all 7 orifices and its eyes wide open in death. As if watching an incredibly long and bloody 3D movie, I slowly opened my deep eyes, which were flashing with cold killing intent. So that's how it is. I stared at the already cold corpse on the ground and muttered to myself. My face was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. In the memory of this cleaner. I still haven't found the exact location of that secret experimental base. But then I learned a shocking secret that was even more terrifying than that. The Pantheon seems to be plotting a shocking conspiracy that could overturn the entire Donghai City. They are preparing for the annual opening of the Fishing Season Festival in Donghai City, which will be held in 3 days. Detonate their latest source energy fission bomb. They turn tens of millions of innocent citizens of Donghai City into living subjects for their evil experiments. And that terrifying devil codenamed Doctor. He will also personally descend upon Donghai City on that day to preside over this unprecedented, bloody feast. 3 days later. Opening of the fishing season. I clenched my fists so tightly that my nails dug deep into my flesh. An unprecedented, overwhelming killing intent suddenly erupted from my body. I am not some savior. I'm too lazy to meddle in other people's business. But the thought of tens of millions of innocent lives turning into a sea of blood before my eyes. I simply cannot stand idly by. Not to mention Dean Wang and his wife, Long Yuexin, Xiaoliuli, Qin Yashuan. Everyone I care about lives in this city. I will absolutely not allow anyone to hurt them. Pantheon. PhD. I don't care what kind of monsters and demons you are. Since you want to play, then I'll play along with you to the very end. But I'm also very clear about this. With my current peak D rank strength. Although it was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in Donghai City. But what about that mysterious doctor whom even S-level Xia Zhenghua fears? I'm still far from good enough. I must become stronger. Strong enough to confront that terrifying demon head-on. Powerful enough to completely crush the entire Pantheon underfoot. And the time I have left is running out. I looked out the window at the sky, which was gradually brightening. An unprecedented determination flashed in my eyes. The National College Entrance Examination Gokao. This is my only opportunity right now to obtain a massive amount of cultivation resources and to compete with all the top geniuses in the entire Xia Kingdom within just 3 days. This is currently the only way for me to complete the ultimate transformation within 3 days. It seems. I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It's time for me to go back to school and be a good student again. I looked at the rising sun. A cold smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. Geniuses of Donghai City, are you ready to welcome your emperor? Chapter 48. Back to school. I became a legend. There are only 3 days left until the National College Entrance Examination. I disposed of that Pantheon cleaner's body. He also sent an anonymous, encrypted message to that old fox, Xia Zhenghua. He was given a glimpse into the shocking plot to prepare for a terrorist attack on the Pantheon during the opening of the Sea Festival. I believe it. With that old fox's extraordinary abilities? I'm sure I can clean up my mess during the few days I'm taking the college entrance exam. While you're at it, could you also help me muddy the water? All I need to do is find that so-called doctor in the shadows and shoot him dead. Then this earth-shattering crisis, which was enough to overturn the entire Donghai City, was easily resolved. Perfect. I gave myself a thumbs up for my flawless plan. Then, in the warm morning light, after many days, I returned to the 7th high school, a place that was both familiar and unfamiliar. However, I had just walked to the grand school gate. I noticed the atmosphere was a bit off. Those 2 middle-aged security guards, who always had cigarettes dangling from their lips, hats askew, and an air of I'm the best in the world. The moment he saw me, it was as if I had been electrocuted. I jolted awake. Then, with a posture even more standard and swift than the most elite soldiers in the army, he snapped me to attention and gave me a perfect 90-degree salute. His gaze was as if he had seen the highest-ranking official inspecting the work. It was filled with boundless awe and fervor. I couldn't help but twitch my lips as I looked at the 2 security guards who were all beaming with "Thank you for your hard work, God who." Goodness. I haven't been here for a few days. Has the school's security level really improved that much? I slowly walked into the campus amidst a complex mix of emotions, including a sense of unease and bewilderment. And then, I was completely dumbfounded. All I could see was the entire spacious campus. Whenever I see my students or teachers, regardless of gender or age. Everything froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed. Then, without prior arrangement, they all turned towards me and bowed deeply. The scene was just like an ancient emperor's procession. The people bow their heads. They shout, "Long live the emperor." What the hell is going on? I looked at those fanatical teachers and students who seemed to want to kneel down and kowtow to me on the spot. I was completely stunned. I remember. When I last came here, they were just a little afraid of me. How come it's only been a few days? They're just worshipping me like a god? Could it be that my massacre of the Lin family has been exposed? That shouldn't be the case. Didn't that old fox Xia Zhenhua already suppress everything? God who? Just when I was completely baffled, a trembling voice, filled with excitement and adoration, rang out beside me. I turned around. All I could see was a young student wearing wire-rimmed glasses, who looked quite refined, was staring at me with fervent enthusiasm. Yes, it was Joe Kai, the student council president who almost fainted from crying on the spot after I won 200 million. What's wrong? I asked, looking at him. It's nothing. Joe Kai quickly waved his hand. I just wanted to express our highest respect to you on behalf of all members of our student council. You single-handedly eradicated that cancerous growth from the Lin family. Give Donghai City back its bright and clear world. You are a god in the hearts of all of us students. The one and only idol we will strive to catch up with in our entire lives. As he spoke, he actually tried to kneel down in front of me right then and there. Holy crap! I was terrified. He quickly grabbed him and helped him up. All right, I said with a dark expression. Let's talk this out. Don't just kneel down all the time. I hate it when people try to pull this on me. Yes. Joe Kai, feeling as if he had been granted a pardon, hurriedly nodded and bowed. Master Hu, you are right. I asked, looking at him, how exactly did the news of my massacre of the Lin family get out? Huh? Joe Kai was taken aback. Hushin, you don't know? That night at the Lin family manor, you witnessed the entire trial of the Lin family's crimes. I wonder which daring hero broadcast the whole thing live. It's going viral on the entire internet in Xia Kingdom. Your domineering declaration, "I'll kill any god or Buddha who gets in my way." It has become the motto of all of us young people with superpowers. You're now the most popular internet celebrity in our Xia Kingdom. You have over 100 million followers. I listened to Joe Kai's narration, which was filled with adoration and fanaticism. I was completely stunned. Live streaming? I fucking killed someone and it was live streamed? He's become an internet celebrity? And he has over 100 million followers? What kind of mess is this? I felt like my entire worldview was about to be shattered. That god who? Joe Kai looked at my somewhat dazed expression and asked cautiously, "Are you alright?" It's nothing, I waved my hand. I just have a bit of a stomachache. I'm going back to the classroom now. After saying that, I ignored the student council president who was still trying to flatter me. He no longer paid attention to the fervent gazes around him, filled with awe and worship. All I want is to find a secluded place and quietly be a cool and aloof handsome man. However, when I pushed open the door to the classroom of Senior 3-3 class, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, I discovered it. My simple and unpretentious wish. It was destined to be impossible. All I could see was, the entire classroom has been repainted. The walls are covered with all sorts of candid photos of me. Even on the blackboard, there was a passionate slogan full of youthful exuberance written in bold, unrestrained cursive script. If heaven had not given birth to Hu Ritian, the martial arts world would have been plunged into eternal darkness. What left me speechless was my old, worn-out seat that used to be located in the most inconspicuous corner of the classroom. I don't know when it was moved to the very center of the classroom. And it was even repainted with gold paint. On the glittering gold of the seat back, he even wrote a domineering declaration in wild, unrestrained calligraphy, 100 times more Chinibu-like than anything on the blackboard. Throne of God. I stared at this bizarre scene before me, a scene brimming with magical realism. I was completely numb. I slowly turned around. Looking at the class leaders at the door, who had smug expressions on their faces, as if saying, "Praise me, praise me." My lips twitched involuntarily. I just want to ask you guys, are you fucking sick? Chapter 49 S Rank Training Room. One punch, and it explodes. Final. I still couldn't sit on that throne of the gods, which was filled with magical realism. That's so damn awkward. I'd rather stand during class than sit on that glittering, shameful throne. Under my righteous and vehement protest. Those few flatterers who ended up bluffing backfired spectacularly poor class officers. Finally, with a long face, I carried my poor seat back to that inconspicuous little corner that I had long been used to. The whole world is finally peaceful. Over the next 3 days. Unexpectedly, I began a period of incredibly regular and fulfilling good student life. Attend classes on time every day. Eat on time. Go to bed on time. Aside from occasionally stumping a clueless math teacher, leaving them questioning their very existence, I was practically harmless, a model student. Certainly. All of this is just an appearance. It was evening. I would slip out of my luxurious penthouse without a sound. Incarnation, the most terrifying urban legend in the night. Those remnants of the Pantheon and Shadow organization that Qin Yashuan and Xia Jinghua had dug out from the shadows. One by one, they were completely wiped out of this world. Incidentally, also from their pitiful minds, which are already filled with fear and despair. I'd like to borrow some useful information about the Pantheon. Although clues about that mysterious doctor are still scarce. But my level is skyrocketing wildly amidst this daily bloodshed. Peak D rank. They're just one step away from reaching the C-level threshold. But today, this is my last chance to take that final step. There are only 12 hours left until the National College entrance examination. I found the university principal who had long been obedient to me and treated me like his own son. She made him a request that seemed perfectly normal and reasonable to anyone. I want to use the only S-grade private training room in the school. Let's make the final push before the exam. No problem. Absolutely no problem. Principal Gao patted his chest and agreed on the spot. He even personally led the way for me, all eager to please. His obsequious manner was no different from that of the grand eunuch who led the way for the emperor in ancient times. Soon, I arrived at the secret training room hidden deep within the principal's office. Young Master Hu, please. Principal Gao used his supreme authority to open the massive, secret door made of a special alloy that was a meter thick. A surge of pure energy, 100 times more concentrated than that outside, rushed towards us like a tangible, monstrous wave. Comfortable. I couldn't help but let out a satisfied groan. I felt every pore on my body was frantically breathing in this pure energy full of life. Young Master Hu, please stay here and cultivate in peace. Principal Gao pointed to the huge futon in the center of the cultivation room, which was made from a single piece of priceless gathering source jade, and said with a fawning expression, I have already given the order that no one is allowed to come near this place until you come out. Thank you for your trouble. I nodded. Of course. Of course. Principal Gao bowed and scraped as he withdrew. They even thoughtfully closed the door for me. The whole world finally fell silent. I looked at the luxurious training room in front of me, which was filled with a sense of futuristic technology. My eyes sparkled with excitement. As expected of an S-rank training room. Just standing here and breathing, I can feel the source energy within my body growing rapidly. If you combine that with my terrifyingly slow, bottomless devouring speed, I have confidence. Within 12 hours. Raise my level to a whole new level, C rank. However, before that, I have something even more important to do. I want to test it out. I'm now at the peak of D rank, with all my power. Just how strong is it? My gaze fell upon the enormous, metallic-looking instrument in the corner of the training room. Titan 13, the ultimate strength testing instrument. It is said that this thing can withstand a full-force attack from a Pika-level expert without being harmed. It is the most expensive and most indestructible top-of-the-line equipment in the entire 7th high school. You're the one. I laughed. I walked up to the enormous machine that was a head taller than me. I slowly raised my right fist. No, I didn't use any fancy tricks. He also did not mobilize the power of the myriad manifestations divine thunder within his body, a power capable of destroying the heavens and the earth. I simply unleashed all of my pure, hard-earned physical strength without reservation. Then, facing that terrifying instrument that even a Pika-level expert couldn't shake, he simply threw a punch. Buzz. My fist slices through the air. It actually produced an extremely loud sonic boom. The next second. Boom! The fist collided violently with the cold metal bullseye. The entire sturdy training room, made of a special alloy, seemed to have been hit head-on by a meteorite from outer space. It shook violently. And that top-of-the-line strength testing device, which is said to be indestructible. On its enormous LCD screen, the terrifying numbers representing power were skyrocketing at an alarming, rocket-like speed. 100,000. 500,000. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. Final. It stopped at a terrifying number that would make any Pika-level expert despair. 10 million. A full 10 million, what a fighting force. However, this isn't the end. Right then, in the instant that terrifying number froze. Click. A sharp, teeth-grinding cracking sound rang out without warning. All I could see was that top-of-the-line strength testing device, which is said to be indestructible. Its massive bullseye is made of the hardest obsidian star gold. Slowly, a terrifying crack, as thin as a hair, appeared. Immediately afterwards. Click. 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 Countless terrifying cracks, like a spider web, spread wildly to every corner of the entire instrument in just 1 second. Final. In my complex gaze, filled with helplessness and innocence. That top-of-the-line strength testing device is worth at least hundreds of millions of federal dollars. Just like that, abruptly and silently, it let out a mournful cry of unbearable burden. Then, with a deafening roar, it exploded. It turned into countless metal parts. I looked at the chaotic and tragic scene before me. Then, he looked at his own fair fist, which wasn't even marked with a red mark. I slowly shook my head. Oh, well, it's not my fault. Chapter 50 The Final Preparations. Target, Black Wind Valley. Well, this isn't my fault. I looked at the devastating scene before me. He looked at his own fair fist again, which wasn't even marked with a single red mark. I shook my head helplessly. Who told you to build something so flimsy? I muttered to myself. On the one hand, they felt perfectly justified in shifting all the blame onto the poor scientists who were doing research and development at the headquarters in Beijing. However, on the other hand, my current power is indeed a bit too abnormal. His pure physical strength is already comparable to the peak of a rank. If you also take into account my world-destroying myriad manifestations' divine thunder. And that, the incomparably sharp and brilliant Dragon Gallant's silver spear. How strong am I really right now? Even I'm a little unsure myself. Pity. I felt the bottleneck within my body, which had already reached the peak of D level. I slowly shook my head. It's still not quite there. Although that punch was very powerful. But I can feel it clearly. The already loosened sea-level bottleneck remains as solid as a rock. There was no sign of it breaking. It seems. Relying solely on this kind of closed door, arduous study is insufficient. It was impossible for me to take that final step, like a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. I need a real life or death battle. A battle that will push me to the limit and unleash all my potential. I need the hottest blood. And the sharpest blade. Come and pave a path for me to the supreme throne of C rank. Black Wind Valley. I don't know what I remembered. Without warning, the terrifying place name, filled with an aura of death and despair, popped into my mind. That was an extremely dangerous death coordinate that I found in the memories of the Shadow Organization assassin whose soul I had searched. It is said that this place is the most densely populated and most dangerous forbidden zone for sea-level monsters within a radius of 500 kilometers in the entire Donghai city. It is shrouded in a strange black wind that can block all spiritual detection year-round. Even for a B-level expert, going in would be a near-death experience. You could say that. That place is a true hell on earth. It's also the perfect hunting ground for my final sprint. It's settled then. I've made up my mind. I didn't hesitate at all. I went straight to Qin Yashuan, that incredibly beautiful and powerful woman with connections everywhere. Hello? Little brother? A melodious female voice, full of languid charm, came from the other end of the communicator. Calling your older sister so late, do you miss her? I want to. I said seriously, I want to so much that I can hardly sleep. Giggle giggle, Jean Yashuan was amused by my blunt and somewhat excessive words. Your little mouth is really something, you're getting better and better at pleasing your older sister. Speak. One does not visit the temple without a reason. What's wrong now? Any trouble? No trouble at all. I smiled. I just wanted to ask you for directions to a place. Oh? Where? Black Wind Valley. The moment I uttered those two words, a deathly silence fell instantly on the other end of the communicator. A good, long time passed. Qin Yashuan's beautiful voice, filled with unprecedented solemnity and seriousness, slowly rang out. Hu Ming. You're not kidding me, are you? What are you doing going to that forbidden zone of death that even B-level experts dare not easily set foot in? It's nothing, I said casually. I'm just feeling like I've hit a bottleneck lately. I'd like to find some decent sparring partners to stretch my muscles. There was another deathly silence on the other end of the communicator. I could even clearly hear Qin Yashuan's breathing, which had become somewhat rapid due to shock. Looking for a C-rank monster to spar with? A whole bunch of them? What kind of monster is this guy? Hu Ming. Then, after a long while, Qin Yashuan finally let out a long breath. Her voice was filled with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. I advise you to reconsider. Black Wind Valley is far more dangerous than you can imagine. There are not only hordes of sea-level monsters there. It is said to be in the deepest part of that valley. And there lies a terrifying being that is almost at the B rank. Going there now would be no different than sending yourself to your death. Thank you for reminding me, Sister Qin. I smiled. But I've already made up my mind. Qin Yashuan wanted to persuade him again. But she heard an undeniable determination in my calm tone. She knew. She couldn't persuade me otherwise. Well. She sighed helplessly. All right. Since you've made up your mind. Then I won't say anything more. But. Her tone shifted abruptly, her voice becoming unusually solemn. You must come back alive. 3 days later. You also want to represent Donghai City to win the National College Entrance Examination top score. Rest assured. I laughed. Black Wind Valley is nothing, it can't hold me here. After saying that, I just hung up the call. I didn't linger for another second. My figure transformed into a streak of golden lightning and vanished instantly from that luxurious training room filled with futuristic technology. All that remained was a boastful declaration, filled with endless arrogance and self-confidence, that still echoed in the air. Wait for me, I'll be back. 1 hour later. I arrived alone outside the terrifying valley that was like a forbidden zone of death throughout the entire Donghai City. Before I could even step inside, a strange black wind filled with blood, decay, and the aura of death rushed towards me. The wind was icy cold. It's as if it can blow away a person's soul. Moreover, it possesses a strange power that can isolate all mental probes. A good place. I looked at the pitch-black valley before me, which seemed as deep and unfathomable as the mouth of a giant beast. I felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, they became even more excited. I gripped the Dragon Gallant's silver spear tightly in my hand. He stepped inside in one go. Stepping into this forbidden zone of death, which strikes fear into the hearts of countless D-rank mercenaries. And so I stepped into the final battlefield on my path to C-rank. I had just stepped in. Call out. A dark shadow, faster than a ghost, suddenly darted out from the shadow of a huge rock beside me without warning. It opened its menacing claws, sharp enough to easily tear through steel, and viciously grabbed at my throat. A mid-tier C-rank demonic beast. The Shadow Panther. Good timing. I let out a roar of excitement. I won't dodge or evade. The Dragon Gallant's silver spear in his hand suddenly trembled. With a piercing dragon roar, it charged forward and met the incredibly fast, dark shadow head-on. Bite. A crisp sound, like metal clashing, rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. The Shadow Demon Panther, which I thought I could kill with a single blow, was thwarted after coming into contact with my overwhelmingly terrifying power. Surprisingly, it let out a shrill scream and was sent flying backward on the spot. However, I hadn't even had a chance to press my advantage. Roar. Hiss. Terrifying roars filled with endless violence and madness resounded from all directions of the valley. Immediately afterwards. Rumble. The entire earth began to tremble violently. Countless terrifying figures, brimming with destructive power, surged forth from the endless darkness. It completely enveloped my entire being. I looked around at the dense, seemingly endless array of ferocious beast eyes. I laughed. My eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. Bring it on! Let this final, bloody feast begin. Start harder. Chapter 51. Deep into the desolate lands. Encounter the Shadow Leopard. Bring it on! Let this final, epic slaughter begin. Let's start even more intensely. When this arrogant declaration, brimming with boundless arrogance and self-confidence, came out of my mouth, the previously restless and terrifying horde of beasts instantly fell into an eerie silence. Those terrifying monsters that usually lorded over this forbidden zone of death, and whose word is law. They all stared at me with the same weird look, as if I were an idiot. It's as if you're watching an utterly stupid idiot whose brain has completely shut down. They've seen it before, the crazy ones. But I've never seen anyone so arrogant. A tiny human being exuding the aura of a peak D rank. How dare you venture alone into the lair of those sea-level monsters? Not only that, but I won't run. And you dare to provoke us? This goes beyond mere arrogance. This is blatant contempt. This is an insult to their supreme dignity as the absolute overlords of this region. Roar. Hiss. The next second, those hundreds of terrifying monsters, who could no longer contain their overwhelming killing intent, charged towards me like a flood of death unleashed, roaring furiously enough to make the heavens and earth change color. That scene was 100 times more shocking than 100,000 alpacas galloping past you. However, faced with a terrifying beast tide capable of instantly leveling a small city. But I laughed. Good timing. I let out a roar of boundless excitement. Not only did I not back down. Instead, he took the initiative and went to meet her. My figure transformed into a streak of purple gold light that pierced through the heavens and earth, and I charged headlong into the endless tide of death beasts. Thunder Dragon Break. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Boom. I unleashed all the boundless fighting spirit that had been boiling within me to its peak. The dragon gallant silver spear in my hand let out an unprecedentedly excited dragon roar. The gun barrel shone with a dazzling purple gold divine light. A crescent-shaped, destructive spear beam, tens of meters long, flashed by. Put. 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 The 7 or 8 low-level C-rank demonic beasts charging at the forefront of me didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their hard bodies are strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. It's just like it's made of paper. It was cut in half by my ordinary shot. The foul-smelling, multicolored, viscous blood and mangled pieces of internal organs resembled a rain of blood. It turned the entire scorched earth red. Ding. Killed 1 C-rank low-level monster bloodthirsty demon wolf. Ding. Killed 1 C-rank low-level monster black-armored warboar. Bite. However, I hadn't even had time to feel excited about my experience bar, which had suddenly increased by a large margin. More terrifying, fearless monsters have already filled that temporary gap. They opened their gaping maws, wide enough to tear everything apart. Reveal those chilling claws, sharp enough to pierce through steel. They pounced on me from all directions. Kill. I was completely blinded by rage. The dragon gallant silver spear in my hand seemed to have transformed into a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Every swing of his sword brings forth a storm of blood and carnage. Each thrust could reap a precious life. I fought my way in and out of that endless horde of deadly beasts 7 times. I fought my way from the east side of the valley to the west side. And then, they fought their way from the south side of the valley to the north. My entire body was completely stained red with that foul-smelling, sticky monster blood. I looked like an unparalleled Azura who had crawled out of the deepest hell. It was filled with a terrifying, chilling aura. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Even a hero can't withstand a crowd. What's more, they're a group of fearless sea-level monsters. Half an hour later, I finally felt a bit tired. The power of the myriad divine thunder within me has been almost completely depleted. The top-of-the-line combat suit I was wearing, worth tens of millions, had long since become tattered and unrecognizable. Even my tough, battle-hardened body has several terrifying, deep wounds that expose the bone. Hold. With a single shot, I cleaved a C-rank monster that was trying to ambush me from behind in half. Then, using that enormous recoil force, I suddenly did a backflip and jumped out of the terrifying beast horde that had already surrounded me. No! If this continues, keep fighting. I'll be worn down and killed here by this endless horde of beasts sooner or later. I looked around at the still densely packed, endless, ferocious beast eyes. For the first time, a thought of retreat arose in my heart. However, just as I was preparing for a strategic retreat to avoid the brunt of the attack, buzz. A deadly killing intent, more than 10 times more terrifying than the previous hundreds of sea-level monsters combined, flashed out without warning from the darkest shadow behind me. It completely enveloped me. Not good. I was terrified. I want to hide. But it was too late. Call out. A dark shadow, even faster than a ghost, suddenly darted out from the shadow beneath my feet without warning. It was a terrifying black panther, not particularly large in size, but exuding an aura of extreme death and danger. Its entire body is covered with a layer of eerie, jet black fur that seems to absorb all the light around it. A pair of cold, beastly eyes, like two blood-red agates, were filled with human-like cunning and cruel. Its limbs are extremely long and powerful. Each time, just a gentle tap on the ground. Its figure would appear as if it were teleporting, leaving long black afterimages in the air. A mid-level C-rank monster. Shadow Panther. Black Wind Valley, the true king of speed. They are also the most elite, the night assassins. It had been silently lurking in my shadow while I was fighting with the beasts. Patiently wait for the moment when I make a mistake. And now, it finally arrived. It opened its menacing claws, sharp enough to easily tear through steel. With a terrifying force capable of piercing through everything, it viciously grabbed at my back, which had become somewhat dull due to exhaustion. Quick! Allow! Ruthless! This claw strike embodies all the essence, energy, and spirit of a top assassin. It has confidence. Even a B-level expert would be caught off guard and attacked by it. Yes, it's absolutely certain death. Court death. I was furious. I swung my gun backhand and fiercely met the incredibly fast, dark shadow head-on. Bite. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. I felt an irresistible, terrifying force emanating from the gun. The tiger's mouth was instantly shattered by the force of the impact. He was forced back more than 10 steps by that enormous force. And the Shadow Panther was also in a bad way. 2 of its indestructible, sharp leopard claws were snapped off by my hasty shot. Roar! It let out a roar filled with pain and rage. It clearly hadn't expected this either. I was amazed that after such a brutal battle, I still had such terrifying counterattack power. It looked into my cold eyes, which were filled with overwhelming killing intent. For the first time, a human-like look of fear appeared in its blood-red beast eyes, which were full of cunning and cruelty. It did not linger in the fight. Its figure flashed by. And just like that, it abruptly merged back into that endless darkness. Vanished without a trace. Hold. Let it get away. Looking at that empty, dark corner, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I know. As long as I don't leave this place, Black Wind Valley, that terrifying killer, as elusive as a ghost, will absolutely not let this go. It will be like a top-tier, cold-blooded viper, forever lurking in my shadow. I'll wait patiently for my next slip-up. Then give me the fatal blow. Interesting. I looked around at the terrifying horde of beasts that had instinctively stopped attacking because of the appearance of the Shadow Panther. I looked again at the bottomless, dark valley, filled with unknowns and dangers. I laughed. There was no fear in my eyes at all. Instead, it ignited a fierce fighting spirit. Isn't it just a test of patience? Come on. I'd like to see. It's you who will wear me down first. I'll be the one to find you first. Then one shot, and he's dead. After saying that, I no longer hesitated, not even for a moment. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, and without looking back, I sped off into the darker and more dangerous depths of the valley. A thrilling and exciting chase between hunter and prey. Suddenly, it erupted. And for the first time, I encountered a formidable opponent who could rival me in speed. Chapter 52: A Race Against Time. A deadly battle in the cave. Chase. I chased after him like crazy. I pushed the movement technique of Thunder Dragon Break to its limit. I felt as if I had transformed into a purple gold lightning bolt flying close to the ground. They frantically traversed through the incredibly complex terrain of Death Valley. All I could see was that dark, phantom-like figure leaping and flickering in the shadows ahead. Shadow Panther. That guy is fucking cunning. It doesn't confront me head-on at all. It hung in front of me, neither too close nor too far. It utilizes its ghostly speed and absolute familiarity with this complex terrain. It kept leading me in circles through this maze-like valley of death. It's draining me. It's waiting. When I'm completely exhausted. Wait for me to reveal my fatal flaw. Then, give me a thunderous blow. Brute. You gotta not run away, you bastard. I let out a roar filled with endless frustration, anger, and resentment. I've never fought such a frustrating battle in my entire life. My strength is clearly far superior to its. However, it used this shameless tactic of flying kites to completely outmaneuver us. Roar. The Shadow Panther seemed to understand what I said. It turned around and gave me a mocking smile that was full of human-like cruelty. Then the speed surged again. In an instant, the distance between us widened considerably. Hold. As I watched the increasingly distant, dark shadowy figure, I couldn't help but swear. No. If you keep chasing like this, I'll be worn down to death by it sooner or later. I have to think of a way. Force it to fight me head-on. My gaze swept quickly across the rugged, complex rock formations around me. My brain is working like crazy. Got it. I looked at the enormous, pitch-black cave in front of me, and a cold glint flashed in my eyes. That appears to be a naturally formed underground cave. The terrain is extremely complex. It was pitch black inside. For any normal superhuman, those are all deadly traps that can drive people crazy. But for me, that was the only perfect battlefield that could limit the speed of this beast. Let's take a gamble. I gritted my teeth and held on tightly. I didn't hesitate for a moment. My figure flashed by. They actually gave up the chase. Instead, with an even more ferocious momentum, it charged headlong into the dark cave filled with unknowns and dangers. Roar. The Shadow Panther, which thought it had victory in its grasp, was shocked by my unconventional and bizarre actions. For the first time, a look of human-like astonishment appeared in its blood-red beast eyes, which were usually filled with cunning and cruelty. Has this human gone mad? He actually dared to trespass into the cave of 10,000 snakes, a place even it dared not easily set foot in? That place is home to tens of thousands of highly venomous snakes. Even a B-level expert would be doomed if they went in. However, before it could even figure out what I wanted to do, I transformed into a golden streak of light and plunged headlong into that bottomless, dark cave, which resembled the maw of a giant beast. Roar! The Shadow Panther was enraged upon seeing this. It felt that it was being looked down upon. They were utterly and completely underestimated by a tiny human being. It let out a furious roar. It did not hesitate at all. Its figure also transformed into a jet-black lightning bolt and rushed in right behind it. It will make this arrogant and ignorant human pay the most terrible price for his stupidity. Inside the cave, a deathly silence. It was so dark you couldn't see your hand in front of your face. A strange wind, filled with the damp, rotten, and foul smell, rushed towards us from the depths of the cave. It makes one want to vomit. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A series of eerie, chilling friction sounds echoed from all directions. It felt as if thousands of venomous snakes were surging towards me madly from the darkness. However, faced with this terrifying scene, enough to scare any person with trypophobia to death on the spot, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. Myriad divine thunder. Thunder prison. Rumble. One after another, arm-thick, ferocious, purplish gold lightning snakes burst forth from the ground without warning. In an instant, it completely dispelled all the darkness within 100 meters around me. It also electrocuted all those venomous snakes that tried to ambush me, turning them into piles of charred ash. Brute! Come out and prepare to die. Holding the Dragon Gallon silver spear, I stood within the absolute domain constructed of pure lightning power and unleashed a furious roar filled with boundless killing intent. However, all that answered me was a deathly silence and endless darkness. That cunning beast vanished completely after rushing into the cave. It seemed to blend perfectly into the endless darkness. I know. It's right beside me. In some dark corner. Like a top-tier, cold-blooded viper, it lurks silently. I patiently waited for the moment I would reveal a weakness. Snort. Trying to outlast me in patience? I'd like to see. Whoever outlasts the other will be the first to die. I snorted coldly. I simply put away the thunder prison that was still constantly consuming the source energy within my body. Then sit cross-legged. He closed his eyes. I began to recover my terrifying physical strength, which had already been almost completely depleted. Time. Second by second passed. The entire dark cave was plunged into an absolute, suffocating silence. It was as if time itself had been completely frozen at that moment. Me and that top assassin hiding in the shadows. And so, a silent psychological game unfolded. It's all about who loses their temper first. Who will reveal their weakness first? I don't know how much time has passed. Just as the source energy within me was about to return to its peak state. Buzz. A terrifying killing intent, 100 times colder and more deadly than before, flashed out without warning from the darkest shadow behind me. It's here. A chill ran through me. I want to hide. But it was too late. Call out. A dark shadow, even faster than a ghost, suddenly darted out from the hard rock wall behind me without warning. It actually has the ability to pass through walls? Put. A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. I didn't even have time to react. My back was ripped open by those chilling claws that could tear through steel, leaving a terrifying wound so deep that the bone was visible. The scalding blood instantly stained my entire tattered combat uniform. I let out a blood-curdling, beast-like roar. However, in that extreme, painful state, me, that D-level bottleneck that had already loosened. Without any warning, it started shaking violently. It seemed as if it could shatter completely at any moment. And I finally seized that fleeting opportunity. I suddenly turned around. In my icy eyes, filled with overwhelming killing intent. The reflection showed the shadow leopard's cruel and triumphant grin. And that fatal claw that was about to fall again. So, you were here. Chapter 53 Breakthrough in the Face of Battle. The Power of C Rank. So you were here. When those chilling and violent words came out of my mouth. The Shadow Panther, who thought victory was assured. For the first time, a human-like shock appeared in its blood-red, cruel, and triumphant eyes. Unbelievable. It never expected this. This tiny human being was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Far from losing the ability to resist. Instead, it unleashed such a terrifying and overwhelming killing intent. Is this guy even human? Roar. But it is, after all, a top-tier predator at the mid-level of rank C. It only paused for a brief moment. He once again displayed the ruthlessness and composure befitting a king. It let out a furious roar. Its menacing claws, capable of tearing through steel, once again revealed their deadly edge. It ripped right into my fragile heart, which was already so close at hand. It will tear this arrogant, ignorant human to shreds. However, it was too late. Now. I watched as the claws of death magnified ever more in my pupils. Not only did I not feel the slightest fear, but I also did not feel any fear at all. Instead, he laughed. He laughed maniacally. He laughed menacingly. Give me. Break. I let out a wild roar filled with endless resentment and stubbornness. I will give you all my pain. All the crises. All death threats. At this moment, it all transformed into my supreme motivation to break through that damn bottleneck. Boom. A terrifying power, 10 or even 100 times stronger than before, suddenly awakened like a creator god who had been dormant for billions of years. It swept wildly in all directions, centered on me. The entire dark, solid, and enormous cavern seemed to have been struck head-on by a meteorite from outer space. It shook violently. Countless bolts of destructive, purple-gold lightning, as thick as buckets, burst out of my body uncontrollably. It completely dispelled all the darkness within 100 meters around me. It also turned those indestructible, jagged rocks into piles of charred carbon slag. Click. A crisp sound, like an eggshell breaking, suddenly exploded in the deepest part of my soul without warning. That was the solid bottleneck that had troubled me for so long at the peak of D rank. Under my extreme madness, where I cannot live without being obsessed. Finally, with a deafening crash, it shattered completely. An unprecedented feeling of comfort and power completely overwhelmed me like a tidal wave. Bite. Congratulations, host. You have achieved a breakthrough in battle. Your level has increased. Current level, beginner C rank. Boom. The horrific, deep wounds on my body began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. My terrifying stamina, which had been almost completely depleted, was restored to its peak state in a very short moment. I feel stronger than ever before. I'm even confident. Even if we encounter 3 mid-level D rank monsters again, I can also kill them all in 3 moves. Meanwhile, the Shadow Panther, who thought victory was assured, was now facing a formidable challenge. After witnessing this bizarre scene that seemed like a miracle, it was completely dumbfounded. For the first time, a human-like fear and despair appeared in its blood-red beast eyes, which were filled with cruelty and cunning. A breakthrough in the heat of battle? This monster! It actually broke through its defenses during the life or death battle? This has completely overturned all previous understandings of it as a top predator. Only this one thought remained in its mind. It wants to run away. It did not hesitate at all. Its figure flashed. I just want to merge into that endless darkness again. However, it's too late. Trying to run now? Don't you think it's a little too late? The icy voice, like a death sentence from the deepest hell, exploded in his ears. As a reward for helping me achieve my breakthrough just now, I've decided to give you the quickest and most painless way to die. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I moved. Call out. A bolt of purple gold lightning, more than 3 times faster than before, flashed by in an instant. That speed was incredibly fast. We were almost there, and time seemed to stand still for a moment. The Shadow Panther, renowned for its speed and stealth. They didn't even have time to react. A chilling aura of death instantly enveloped its entire body. It stiffly lowered its head. All I could see was a terrifying divine spear wreathed in destructive purple gold lightning. Unbeknownst to anyone, it had already silently pierced through its chest. Then it emerged from its back, through its entire body. It was firmly nailed to that cold rock wall. Well, it emitted a series of unintelligible hoarse sounds from its throat. Its blood-red beastly eyes, filled with fear and resentment, stared intently at the terrifying youth who had appeared before it at some unknown time, looking completely calm and collected. It was as if asking a question. What kind of monster are you? Next life. I looked into its blood-red beastly eyes, filled with resentment and confusion, and slowly shook my head. May you be born into a good family. After saying that, the dragon gallant's silver spear in my hand suddenly trembled. Boom! A violent, thunderous power, capable of destroying everything, suddenly erupted. That arrogant mid-level C-rank demonic beast, the Shadow Demon Leopard. He couldn't even let out a complete scream. Its indestructible, massive body exploded like a detonated bomb. It turned into countless pieces of blood and flesh scattered across the sky. Ding! You have defeated a mid-tier C-rank monster, the Shadow Panther. Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 experience points and 500,000 federal credits. I slowly retracted the dragon gallant's silver spear. I glanced at the enormous cave that had been completely stained red. Then he looked at the terrifying herd of beasts outside the cave, who had already scattered and fled in terror. I slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. It's time to go back. Chapter 54, The College Entrance Examination begins. A gathering of talented individuals. There's only 1 minute left until the National College Entrance Examination. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, tearing through the last ray of darkness before dawn. Just a moment before that piercing pre-exam bell was about to ring, they descended upon the Donghai City No. 1 College Entrance Examination Center, which was already packed with people and heavily guarded, like gods. A trace of bloody aura still lingered on my body. I still have that top-grade demon core in my arms, enough to make any C-level powerhouse envious and go crazy. I'm back. Donghai City, First College Entrance Examination Center. This is the largest and most advanced comprehensive ability user assessment base in the entire Donghai City. It covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Normally, this place is a sacred training ground that countless people with superpowers dream of. And today, This place, however, has become the ultimate battlefield that will determine the future fate of tens of thousands of senior high school students in Donghai City. A unified national college entrance examination for all people with supernatural abilities. Donghai City branch venue. Now, the enormous central square was already packed with countless young figures. They are top geniuses from hundreds of high schools for people with superpowers throughout Donghai City. It's the very top 1% of the pyramid. Everyone is proud and arrogant. Everyone is so arrogant. They were wearing the most gorgeous custom-made school uniforms from their respective schools. Their faces were filled with strong confidence and endless hope for the future. Their eyes burned with a fierce fire of ambition. They all want to make a name for themselves on this stage, which is the focus of everyone's attention. Soaring into the sky. Become the most dazzling chosen one of heaven. Look! Isn't that Li Bai, the sword maniac from number 1 high school? It's said that he broke through to the peak of D rank 3 months ago. His mastery of the Azure Lotus sword technique is unparalleled. Humph. Li Bai is nothing. Our number 2 middle school's thunder god Wang Ba is the real number 1. He awakened the A-level thunderous body. It's said that even the military has extended an olive branch to him. Stop arguing. In my opinion, this year's top scorer in Donghai City is none other than Lu Ruyan, the ice fairy from number 3 middle school. She is a once-in-a-century double S-level genius in Donghai City. It is said that even the top universities in Beijing have extended special recruitment invitations to her. A series of heated arguments, filled with mutual flattery and provocation, rose and fell among the sea of candidates. The entire square was filled with a tense atmosphere, as if a storm was brewing. However, at that very moment, a seemingly ordinary, even sleepy, figure wearing a faded, old-fashioned 7th high school uniform. Slowly, he emerged from behind the crowded throng. It was me. My appearance did not cause much of a stir. After all, this is a monster room teeming with geniuses and monstrous talents. I am just an unknown nobody from a third-rate high school, 7th high school. It's really too inconspicuous. Hey! Kid! What are you looking at? Never seen one before, a genius? A young man with a pompadour, dressed in a flamboyant number 1 middle school uniform and looking incredibly arrogant, instantly became displeased when he saw my gaze, which was full of concern for the mentally challenged. He pointed a finger at my nose and cursed with a disdainful look. Look at your shabby appearance. So, you're here to take the college entrance exam? I advise you to go home and drink your milk as soon as possible. This isn't a place for trash like you. His words were extremely harsh. The few lackeys next to him, who were also from number 1 high school, all burst into a smug laugh filled with a sense of superiority. However, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I don't even care to know the name of this idiot who, in my eyes, is no different from any stray cat or dog on the street. I merely glanced at him indifferently. Then he slowly uttered 2 words. Idiot. What did you say? The young man with the pompadour instantly exploded upon hearing this. He had never been humiliated in public like this before in his entire life. You little bastard. You're asking for it. He roared, and the terrifying aura of a peak D rank erupted from his body. They were about to attack me right there and then. However, at that very moment. Stop. A thunderous roar, filled with boundless majesty, suddenly erupted from the high platform in the center of the square without warning. The voice seemed to carry a terrifying power, an undeniable force that made words law. Surprisingly, he actually managed to shock the arrogant young man with the pompadour, causing his blood to surge and forcing him to retreat more than 10 steps. Immediately afterwards, a dignified old man dressed in a black military uniform, with a bright general star on his shoulder, slowly walked out from the high platform. He is the chief examiner for the Donghai City branch venue of this year's National College Entrance Examination. A genuine PK-level expert. His sharp, hawk-like gaze swept across the entire room. All the so-called geniuses who were originally somewhat restless subconsciously shut their mouths and remained silent as if trembling in fear. I don't care how many privileged students you are at your respective schools. We don't care how powerful your family's influence is. But here, you all have to behave yourselves and behave yourselves. Anyone who dares to cause trouble for me again, your exam eligibility is hereby revoked. His words were firm and resolute. They resonated deeply. It is filled with an unquestionable, iron-willed spirit. All the candidates felt a chill run down their spines. I will never dare to act recklessly again. Very good. The dignified examiner nodded in satisfaction. Then, he slowly pulled a sealed, gold-embossed document from his pocket. I hereby declare. In 2075, a unified national college entrance examination for all those with supernatural abilities will be held. Let's begin. Now, let's announce the first item, the assessment criteria. As he spoke, he slowly tore open the sealed, gold-embossed document in his hand. Then, in a cold, emotionless tone, he read out the assessment content that shocked all the self-proclaimed combat geniuses present. Theoretical Assessment. Chapter 55, The Perfect Score Champion. Shocking the entire audience. Theoretical Assessment. When those 4 words came out of the mouth of that dignified examiner, the entire, previously tense and solemn square was instantly erupted into a tumultuous uproar. What the hell? The first item is a theoretical exam? Damn it! I thought we were going to go all out right from the start. What a load of rubbish, I got all excited for nothing. TCH. What's the use of a theoretical exam? We're superhumans. Not scientists. Fighting is all about fists. Not brains. Exactly. Exactly. It's such a waste of time. All those who called themselves combat geniuses, the chosen ones of heaven, let out a huge chorus of boos filled with disdain and contempt. In their view, the so-called theoretical assessment is nothing more than a formality. After all, in this shitty world where the strong rule, strength is everything. As long as your fists are strong enough, even if you're an illiterate person who can't even write your own name, they can still earn everyone's respect and admiration. So, they didn't take this seemingly simple assessment seriously at all. Many people have even started to close their eyes and rest to prepare for the upcoming practical assessment. However, but I didn't. I looked at the dignified examiner on the high platform, whose expression was blank but whose eyes gleamed with a cunning light like an old fox. A playful smile slowly crept onto the corners of my lips. Innocent. That's incredibly naive. Do you really think that the National College Entrance Examination can determine the future fate of millions of students in the entire Xia Kingdom? Would you play these kinds of childish games with me? I sneered inwardly. Just as I expected. When the electronic exam papers, distributed by state-of-the-art intelligent robots, appeared before everyone, the once bustling and lively square instantly fell into an absolute silence, more desolate than a graveyard. All those so-called geniuses who were just moments ago looking at each other with disdain and contempt. After seeing the densely packed, seemingly endless, and terrifyingly difficult questions on the light screen, questions that were practically at the level of hell, everyone was stunned. Everyone gaped, staring intently at the electronic exam paper that shimmered with a cold light, as if they were looking at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. On the form transformation of source energy particles in different dimensional spaces and the law of conservation of energy? A brief description of 13 types of space warp, including basic models and the derivation of their core formulas? Please design a new force field that can shield against mental detection based on the string theory of dark matter? Is this some kind of high school problem? This is equivalent to inviting the top scientific research experts from the Beijing headquarters. It's not even possible to finish everything in just 2 hours, is it? Holy crap! What the hell is this? I can't understand a single word. It's over. It's completely over. Am I going to be eliminated in the first round? After a brief silence, the entire square was instantly filled with a despairing wail and howls. All the arrogant geniuses were completely dumbfounded by this hellishly terrifying exam paper. One by one, they were scratching their heads and looking worried. It's no different from a mediocre student entering the exam hall. However, just when everyone was being tortured to the point of ecstasy by this terrifying exam paper. But I laughed. I stared at the terrifying questions that seemed like gibberish to others. But I felt as if I were seeing a series of stunningly beautiful, naked women waving at me seductively. Joke. I am a super cheat code who possesses the memories of a top student from the 21st century in my previous life. These are the so-called hellish problems. In my eyes, it's no different from the question of what 1 + 1 equals. Let's begin, my personal show. I laughed. My hands, like two elegant butterflies, fluttered wildly on the virtual screen. My hand speed was so fast that it even left long white after images in the air. On the high platform, the dignified examiner who had expected to witness the amusing spectacle of a group of geniuses being humiliated. After seeing my terrifyingly fast answering speed, which was as if I had cheated, he was completely dumbfounded. For the first time, a human shock appeared in his eyes, which were as sharp as a hawk's. Unbelievable. Who is this kid? He pointed at me on the screen, who looked calm and even seemed to have a moment of leisure, and asked in a trembling voice. Reporting, General. A young adjutant next to him, who was in charge of proctoring the exam, quickly pulled up my file. His name is Hu Ming. He's a student from the 7th high school. Hu Ming. The stern examiner was taken aback. Is that the SSS-level mythical genius who caused such a stir online not long ago? Yes. Good. Good lad. The stern examiner, seeing my increasingly terrifyingly fast answering speed, couldn't help but slap his thigh and let out a hearty laugh. I thought he was just a brute who knew how to fight. But, unexpectedly, his theoretical knowledge is so solid. Even more terrifying than the top research talents at the headquarters in Beijing. Genius. No. This is simply an absolute monster. Time. Second by second, time passed. While other test takers were still scratching their heads and frowning in frustration over the first big question. I've swept through everything like cutting melons and vegetables, and now I'm on the last bonus question. Please devise a novel and feasible solution for ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation based on existing theoretical foundations. Interesting. I looked at this open-ended question, which was full of wildly imaginative ideas. I laughed. I didn't hesitate for a moment. I directly copied all the theories and ideas about warp engines that I had seen in science fiction movies in my previous life and applied them verbatim. Then there, at the end of the paper, filled with groundbreaking and avant-garde theories. With a flourish of his pen, he signed my name. Hu Ming. After doing all this, I glanced at the huge countdown hanging high in the center of the square. 50 minutes. I actually completed this hellish exam paper, which would give any research guru a headache, in less than half the time. Carry out an assignment. I yawned and pressed the submit button. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of tens of thousands of candidates and hundreds of examiners, who seemed to have seen a ghost, he was left speechless. Slowly, he stood up. I stretched out a comfortable yawn. It was as if the exam I had just taken wasn't some kind of hellish test. It was actually a set of math problems for first graders. Bite. Just as I stood up, preparing to leave early, a crisp notification sound, filled with joy and excitement, suddenly rang out across the entire square without warning. Immediately afterwards, the examiner's trembling voice, filled with unprecedented excitement and fervor, resounded throughout the entire examination hall. Perfect score. An unprecedented perfect score. Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the huge square, which had been completely silent, suddenly erupted into an uproar 100 times greater than before. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. A perfect score? Someone actually got a perfect score on this hellish exam? Is this guy even human? Under the gaze of tens of thousands of pairs of eyes filled with a complex mix of shock and admiration, the dignified examiner slowly rose from the high platform. He bowed deeply to the handsome young man who still looked calm and collected, as if he had only done a trivial thing. Then, in a trembling voice filled with endless awe and fervor, he announced it to the public. I hereby announce. The sole champion of this theoretical examination is Hu Ming. Chapter 56 Practical Assessment. Welcome to my hunting ground. Top scorer. The only top scorer. When this supreme honor, enough to drive any candidate crazy, fell upon my head, I felt not even the slightest bit surprised. It's as if this is something that should be taken for granted. I simply nodded. Then, amidst the tens of thousands of pairs of eyes in the audience, filled with a complex mix of shock, jealousy, hatred, and resentment, I sat back down in my seat. Begin by closing your eyes and resting, to conserve energy for the real main event that follows. Humph. What's so great about it? So what if his theoretical grades are a little better? To put it bluntly, he's just a bookworm who only knows how to study by rote. That's right. True strength comes from fists, not brains. When the real-world assessment comes, I'll definitely show him what a true genius is. Those so-called geniuses who were completely crushed by me in the theoretical assessment were all grumbling to themselves in resentment. Their eyes burned with a fierce spirit of defiance and fighting will. They all wanted to redeem themselves in the upcoming practical assessment. They trampled me, the bookworm who made them lose face, under their feet. However, their gazes were full of provocation and hostility. I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. They're just a bunch of ants, like frogs in a well. Do you even deserve my attention? Attention, candidates! There's only 1 minute left before the practical assessment begins. Everyone, please get ready. The authoritative voice of the chief examiner once again resounded throughout the entire square. The next second. Buzz. A colossal, azure teleportation portal appeared out of thin air in the center of the plaza without warning. That light gate was tens of meters high. It exudes a terrifying aura filled with mystery and spatial power. This is the portal to the virtual secret realm? My God! This is absolutely spectacular. I can't wait. All the candidates were so excited that their faces turned red when they saw the huge teleportation portal. They were all eager to try their skills. The practical assessment rules are as follows. The examiner's voice rang out again. All candidates will be randomly teleported to a huge virtual secret realm with an area of over 1,000 square kilometers. The secret realm not only contains various complex and ever-changing terrains. Furthermore, there are tens of thousands of virtual monsters ranging from F rank to peak C rank. Your task is to complete the task within the specified 24 hours. Hunt down as many monsters as possible. The higher the level of the monster you hunt and the more monsters you kill, the higher your score will be. Ultimately, we will rank the teams based on their total points. The top 100 players will qualify for the final battle of the top 100. Compete for that one and only national champion. Did you understand? I understand. Tens of thousands of candidates let out a deafening roar in unison. The sound was so powerful it seemed to overturn the sky above. Very good. The examiner nodded in satisfaction. Then, with a wave of his hand, I hereby declare. Practical assessment. Officially, begin. Boom. The words fell the moment they left his lips. Tens of thousands of young superhumans, who could no longer contain their overwhelming fighting spirit, surged into the enormous teleportation portal like a floodgate bursting open, roaring with excitement. That scene was 100 times more spectacular than 1,000 troops crossing a single plank bridge. Unlike them, I didn't rush in. I stood up slowly. He patted the dust off his clothes. Then, after everyone had gone in, and it was almost time to go in, only then did he leisurely step into the portal that emitted a faint blue light. Buzz. A dizzying sensation of spatial teleportation washed over me. The next second, when I opened my eyes again, I am now in a completely unfamiliar and strange world. Above them was a crimson setting sun, radiating an eerie red light. Beneath my feet stretched an endless, desolate wasteland. The air was thick with the stench of blood and a chilling atmosphere. From afar, terrifying roars that sent chills down your spine could be heard every now and then. Virtual Secret Realm. This is the killing battlefield built entirely with the most advanced virtual reality technology. Everything was so real it was outrageous. I could even clearly smell the unique scent of soil and blood mixed together in the air. That's interesting. I looked at this brand new world before me, filled with a wild and untamed atmosphere. I laughed. I stretched out my hand and gently made a stroke in the air. A semi-transparent holographic map that only I could see instantly appeared in front of me. The map was densely covered with tens of thousands of red dots. Each point of light represents a virtual monster. Moreover, the darker the color of the light spot, the higher the level of the monster. I looked at the outermost edge of the map, where countless tiny red dots, like ants, were densely packed together. Then I looked at the very center of the map, where there were only a few terrifying spots of light, but they emitted a chilling deep red glow. A cold, death-like smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. I flipped my wrist. A flash of light. That terrifying divine spear, entirely silver-white with destructive purple-gold lightning crackling around its shaft, instantly appeared in my hand. Genshin's silver spear. I gripped the cold, buzzing gun barrel, which seemed to be excited for the impending carnage as well. I looked up at the boundless, desolate wilderness. My eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. The buffet is ready to begin. Chapter 57, Crazy Score Ranking. A landslide victory, number 1. The buffet has begun. When this arrogant declaration, brimming with endless domineering confidence, came out of my mouth, I moved. I didn't even give the cold, impersonal command to begin the assessment a chance to ring out. I have transformed into a terrifying war machine that never tires and is born solely for slaughter. Call out. My figure transformed into a streak of purple gold light that pierced through heaven and earth. The dragon's gallant silver spear in my hand has transformed into the cold scythe in the hand of death, capable of reaping everything. My first goal. It was the closest small herd of beasts to me, with over 100 great iron pigs gathered there. Die. I uttered a chilling death sentence. Thunder dragon break. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Boom. A crescent-shaped, destructive spear beam, tens of meters long, flashed by in an instant. Put. 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 Those hundreds of poor tin-skinned pigs had no idea what had happened. It's like wheat that's been swept in half by a lawnmower. It snapped in two cleanly. It turned into countless data fragments. Ding. 137 F-rank monsters iron-skinned Borg defeated. Congratulations, host. You have earned 137 points. One move. It was just one move. Hundreds of F-level monsters that other examinees would have to be carefully hunted down in teams. I wiped them all out completely. And, at this moment, when the long-awaited order to begin the assessment finally resounded throughout the entire virtual realm, I charged into that endless ocean of monsters like a tiger among sheep. It unleashed a bloody storm that belonged only to me. Kill. 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 I was completely blinded by rage. The dragon's gallant silver spear in my hand seemed to have transformed into a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Every swing of his sword brings forth a storm of blood and carnage. Each thrust could reap a precious life. Ding. Defeat 1 E-rank monster Wind Wolf, gaining 10 points. Ding. Defeat D-rank monster Black Armored Elephant X1, gain 100 points. Ding. Slate a D-rank peak monster Cerberus X1, gaining 500 points. The cold, automated system notifications in my head were like a virus, frantically scrolling across the screen. My points on that huge leaderboard hanging in the sky were skyrocketing at an alarming speed, like a rocket. 1,000. 10,000. 100,000. And, at this moment, while others were still cheering for their meager double-digit score that they had finally managed to achieve, while the others were still cautiously surrounding and attacking a lowly F-grade iron-skinned pig in small groups, I have single-handedly fought my way through the entire outer area filled with F-level and E-level monsters with just a gun. They charged into the core area, a place only D-level monsters dared to venture into, with unstoppable force. The path left behind a mess of data fragments. And that terrifying score on the huge leaderboard, so high that it's practically invisible. It left all the unfortunate test takers who happened to pass by completely dumbfounded. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the terrifying name radiating the only dazzling golden light on the huge leaderboard, their mouths agape as if they were looking at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. Hu Ming. At the same time, the central command center of the first college entrance examination center in Donghai City. This place is in complete chaos. All the top figures who are usually highly respected and never show their emotions. At that moment, they all jumped up from their seats as if their butts were on fire. One by one, they craned their necks and stared intently at the largest and most conspicuous real-time leaderboard with horrified eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. All I could see was there, on the enormous leaderboard, a familiar name, radiating dazzling golden light, is soaring upwards at an utterly unreasonable and terrifying speed. They left all the so-called geniuses far behind. Even the long string of terrifying, magical points following his name was jumping around too fast. However, it has become somewhat blurry. What the hell is going on? One of the school leaders from No. 1 high school couldn't help but exclaim in shock when he saw that terrifying score that was far ahead of everyone else. Could this Hu Ming be using cheats? Cheating? A leader from the second middle school next to him sneered disdainfully. Don't you even know where you are? This is the National College Entrance Examination. It's a virtual secret realm personally constructed by Tianji Pavilion, the top research team in our Xia Kingdom. Don't even mention it, he's cheating. Even if an S-rank fly flew in, it would absolutely not escape the supreme surveillance of the Heavenly Dao system. What on earth is going on? The leader from number 1 high school pointed incredulously at the terrifying score on the screen, which was already close to breaking 6 figures. He's only been inside for less than 10 minutes, right? How could his score be more than 10 times higher than Li Bai's, who was in second place? This is fucking illogical. The entire command room fell into a deathly silence because of his words. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. They were all completely stunned by my utterly unreasonable and terrifying scoring speed. Only Xia Zhenghua and Qin Yashuan were present. After a brief moment of shock, a faint smile, brimming with pride and self-righteousness, appeared on his face. Science? Xia Zhenghua picked up the cup of top-grade military-grade coffee on the table, which had long since gone cold, and took a small sip. Then, he slowly opened his mouth in a tone that was full of endless pretentiousness and a sense of superiority. You actually want to explain a myth using science? I had no idea that my terrifyingly fast score farming speed, which was like having a cheat code, had already caused such a huge uproar. I have only one thought right now. That's killing. Kill everything that moves in front of you. Thunder Dragon Break. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Boom. I suddenly trembled the Dragon Gallon's silver spear in my hand. A crescent-shaped, destructive spear beam, tens of meters long, flashed by in an instant. Put. 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 The 7 or 8 terrifying black-armored elephants in front of me, whose strength was comparable to the peak of D rank, didn't even have time to let out a scream. Their hard bodies are strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. It's as thin as paper. It was cut in half by my ordinary shot. It turned into countless data fragments. Ding. Defeat 8 D rank peak monster's black armored elephant, gaining 8,000 points. Cool. I let out a long, exhilarating roar. I glanced at the massive leaderboard and saw my terrifying score, which had already surpassed 7 figures. I glanced again at Li Bai, who was far behind me and couldn't even see my taillights. At this moment, his points had barely surpassed 50,000. I slowly shook my head. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. Chapter 58: A Reckless Provocation. One shot, and he's dead. Alas, how lonely it is to be invincible. I looked at my terrifying points on that huge leaderboard, where I was far ahead of everyone else, and I couldn't even see my shadow. I shook my head helplessly. It's lonely at the top. I let out a sigh brimming with endless pretentiousness and a Versailles-esque air. I have already cleared out most of the core area. I've killed at least 800, if not 1,000, D-level monsters. However, the already loosened C-level bottleneck remains as solid as a rock. There was no sign of it breaking. It seems that it's still lacking something. Ordinary D-rank monsters can no longer pose any threat to me. I need a stronger opponent. I muttered to myself. My gaze slowly shifted to those terrifying spots of light, radiating a chilling crimson glow, at the very center of the map. C-rank boss. Only they are worthy to be my whetstone. I've made up my mind. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, speeding towards that final place filled with unknowns and dangers. 10 minutes later. I stopped in a terrifying volcanic area filled with the smell of sulfur and fire. Because I found my first goal. Roar. A terrifying roar filled with endless violence and madness suddenly erupted from the enormous lava cave in front of me without warning. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying giant python, hundreds of meters long and engulfed in raging flames, suddenly burst out of the lava cave. Rank C beginner boss. The flaming serpent. Finally, something decent has arrived. I looked at that terrifying giant python, which exuded an aura of destruction. I laughed. However, before I could even make a move. You beast. Stop your arrogance. A loud, arrogant shout, brimming with adolescent bravado, rang out from the other side. Immediately afterwards, a young man with a pompadour, dressed in a flamboyant number 1 middle school uniform and looking incredibly arrogant, led 7 or 8 lackeys from the same school and charged over menacingly. It was that idiot I publicly humiliated in the square before. He had obviously spotted me too. His eyes, once filled with arrogance and disdain, instantly filled with deep resentment and envy. Hey, isn't this that theoretical champion who only knows how to study by rote? He looked at me and let out a harsh, condescending laugh. What? Lost? This isn't a place for a bookworm like you. I advise you to go back to the outer area and kill your monsters as soon as possible. Otherwise, this beast might accidentally trample you to death. That would be a huge disgrace to Donghai City. He said this arrogantly, and then gave me the middle finger. Then, he led his group of equally disdainful and contemptuous lackeys and charged towards the C-rank flame python. Obviously. They're trying to steal me, the boss, right in front of me. Then they'll humiliate me severely. Idiot. I watched as that idiot rushed up to the flame serpent, ready to unleash his ultimate attack. I slowly shook my head. I couldn't even be bothered to look at him again. I turned around and prepared to leave. Go find the next target. However, at that very moment. Hu Ming. You fucking stop right there. That guy with the pompadour actually ignored me. It exploded instantly. He had never been ignored in public like this before in his entire life. You little beast. Who do you think you are? It's just that your theory score is a little better, isn't it? Before me, son of blazing flames Zhang Long. You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. Today I'll show you, you bookworm, what a good day. What truly defines a genius? He roared. His terrifying great aura suddenly erupted. A terrifying heat wave, powerful enough to melt even steel, swept out. Roaring dragon cannon. He quickly formed hand seals in front of his chest. Then suddenly, he pushed forward. A ferocious fire dragon, formed from pure flame energy, slammed fiercely towards the C-rank flame python with terrifying power that could incinerate everything. A level superpower. A level combat skill. This move is his strongest killing move. That's enough to raise a small mountain to the ground. He's confident. This move will be the final blow. It can not only instantly kill that C-rank flame python. Even more importantly, it will make that ignorant and arrogant bookworm pay the most painful price for his ignorance and arrogance. However, faced with that terrifying attack that could make any C-level powerhouse despair, I didn't even bother to turn my head. I merely glanced at that idiot who was completely lost in his own self-absorption. Then, slowly, I raised my right hand, facing the direction where they and the flaming serpent were located. He casually swung the gun. There were no fancy moves or tricks. Only the ultimate speed that returns to simplicity. Call out. A massive purple gold spear light, more than 10 times more terrifying than the one in Black Wind Valley, tore through the sky like a divine sword of judgment and vanished in a flash. The next second, in the despairing gaze of that young man with the pompadour, filled with horror and disbelief, that devastating purple gold spear light swept through everything in a completely unreasonable and overwhelming manner. It easily split his prized roaring dragon cannon in two. And its momentum didn't diminish. Put. A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. Over there stood the arrogant, low-level C-rank boss, Flame Serpent. Its massive body was large enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. It was actually cut in half by my casual strike. It turned into countless data fragments. And that unfortunate young man with the pompadour and his group of equally dumbfounded lackeys. He couldn't even let out a complete scream. It was completely wiped out of this virtual secret realm by the devastating aftershocks of the gunfire. Ding! Defeat C-rank beginner boss Flame Serpent X1, gain 10,000 points. Ding! 9 candidates eliminated, 900 points gained. The whole world is finally peaceful. I slowly retracted my Dragon Gallant Silver Spear. I couldn't even be bothered to look at that chaotic battlefield, which had long since been shattered into a jumble of data fragments. I turned around, ready to leave. Go find the next target. Chapter 59 The Final Trial. The Heavenly Tao System goes rampage. My devastating, earth-shattering attack. Like a super-nuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons. Not only did it terrify all the poor candidates in that virtual secret realm who were still struggling for petty gains, but it also terrified them to the point of being utterly horrified. It even completely detonated the central command center, which was thousands of miles away. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What the hell did I just see? That was a gun beam? That was a meteorite? One shot. Just a casual shot. Not only did it instantly kill the C-rank boss, but it also took down 9 peak D-rank examinees? One of them was an A-rank genius? Is this even human? This is an absolute monster. The entire central command room was plunged into an unprecedented silence and madness because of my completely unreasonable and devastating attack. All of these top-level figures who are usually highly respected and never show their emotions. At that moment, they all jumped up from their seats as if their butts were on fire. One by one, they craned their necks and stared intently at the largest and most conspicuous holographic projection screen with horrified eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. My mind went completely blank. They were all completely stunned by my terrifying strength, which completely overturned all their understanding. And as the chief examiner for this year's college entrance examination, that dignified old man, known for his iron-fisted and ruthless nature. At this moment, his mouth was wide open, and he couldn't close it for a long time. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were filled with utter disbelief. And a hint of fear that even he himself was unaware of. He had no doubt. If that shot had hit him, even if he is a peak A-level expert, even if he has the most advanced defensive combat skills, it would be an absolute certain death. Evildoer. Finally, he managed to squeeze out those 2 words through gritted teeth. Then, with a look of utter despair, he slumped onto his commander's throne. He knew. This was supposed to be a fierce and exciting college entrance examination practice test. It's already over ahead of schedule. Before that terrifying boy who was like a god or demon. All the so-called geniuses have become a huge joke. This highly anticipated showdown is a true clash of titans. It has completely become his personal show. However, just when everyone thought this one-man show, with no suspense whatsoever, was about to come to an end. Bite. A cold, emotionless mechanical alarm, filled with endless anger and authority, suddenly resounded throughout the central command room. And that enormous virtual secret realm. The voice sounded like a divine decree from the heavens above. It is filled with an unquestionable, supreme will. Warning. Warning. Detected, candidate Hu Ming has abnormal data. His ability far exceeds the preset limit for this assessment. This severely undermines the fairness and balance of this assessment. The originally scheduled top 100 battle is hereby cancelled. Activate the highest level divine punishment program directly. Objective: clear the abnormal data body. Hu Ming. Boom. This was filled with an endless, cold, and chilling death sentence that was uttered. The entire virtual secret realm in the central command room instantly erupted in an uproar that was 100 times more turbulent than before. Holy crap! What's going on? The Heavenly Tao system has gone berserk? Ha ha ha. Great. I knew it. This cheater will never have the last laugh. Divine Punishment Program? What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. You don't even know about Heavenly Punishment? That's the ultimate method the Heavenly Tao system uses to eliminate the most serious bugs and viruses. It's said that a top-tier hacker once attempted to infiltrate the Heavenly Tao system, but was completely and physically annihilated by this Heavenly Punishment Program. My God. That's terrifying? That kid Hu Ming is definitely dead? After a brief moment of shock, all the surviving test takers revealed expressions of schadenfreude and ecstatic joy. They all stopped what they were doing. Then, without prior arrangement, they all turned their malicious and gleeful gazes toward the culprit who had made them lose face and whom they wished they could tear apart. They all wanted to see it with their own eyes. This arrogant genius is so monstrous that even the Heavenly Tao system can't stand him. How were they torn to pieces alive under that terrifying divine punishment that was enough to obliterate everything? Meanwhile, in the central command room, the dignified examiner, upon hearing the words divine punishment procedure, he was so frightened that he jumped up from his seat in a flash. His weathered old face was filled with unprecedented fear and terror. Hurry! Hurry, 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 he roared incoherently at the terrified technicians around him. What the hell are you standing there for? Stop the divine punishment program right now. Hurry! Joke! That's an unprecedented SSS-level mythical genius. They are the future pillars of their Xia kingdom. What if he just perished in this little secret place of the college entrance examination without any explanation? Even if the examiner had 10 heads, it wouldn't be enough to chop him off. But it was too late. Reporting, General, a technician said with a mournful face, the Heavenly Tao system has completely escaped our control. We are now completely unable to interfere with any of its programs. What? Upon hearing this, the examiner was struck dumb. I was completely stunned. And just then, rumble. The entire virtual secret realm seemed to shake violently at that moment. The sky above was filled with a dramatic change in color. Then, the eerie blood-red setting sun had been completely replaced by a thick, mountain-like black cloud of calamity. Strands of destructive, jet-black lightning, as thick as buckets, rolled and roared wildly within the clouds. It seems as if it could break free from its constraints and descend to Earth at any moment. Destroy everything. They're here. I looked at the terrifying celestial phenomena, which were filled with an apocalyptic atmosphere. Not only did I not feel the slightest fear, but I also did not feel any fear at all. On the contrary, I became even more excited. Divine punishment? Let me see that too. You so-called way of heaven. Just how much does he actually weigh? I let out a boastful declaration filled with boundless domineering power and self-confidence. Then, slowly, he raised the dragon-gallant silver spear in his hand, pointing straight to the heavens. It's as if it's launching the most arrogant challenge against the supreme heavenly way. Boom! 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 It seemed as if my reckless and provocative behavior had completely enraged them. The next second, 10 terrifying beams of light, filled with a destructive aura, tore through the sky and descended. It landed heavily on me from all sides. The volcanic area, which had long been reduced to ruins, was smashed into 10 enormous and terrifying craters. Immediately afterwards, 10 terrifying bosses, all at the peak of C rank. He slowly emerged from the billowing dust. One of them was a terrifying demonic hound with 3 ferocious dog heads and its entire body engulfed in raging black flames. One of them is a terrifying giant python, hundreds of meters long, covered with a layer of dark green, hard scales. One of them was a terrifying griffin with 2 wings on its back and its entire body wrapped in raging blue wind blades. Each one is a terrifying existence that could make even the most outstanding genius despair. And now. Yet, they all appeared here at the same time. And without prior arrangement, they all locked their terrifying, cold, murderous eyes onto me. Clearly, they have only one goal. That means it's me, this reckless provocateur. Tear it to shreds. Ha ha ha. Great. That kid's dead neat now. 10. A full 10 peak C rank bosses. Even a B rank expert would be instantly killed. Heaven's sins may be forgiven, but self-inflicted sins are unforgivable. All the surviving candidates witnessed this terrifying spectacle, which resembled a chaotic dance of gods and demons. They all wore expressions of schadenfreude and ecstatic joy. They seemed to have already foreseen my miserable end, being torn to pieces by those 10 terrifying bosses. However, just then, how about it? A lazy voice, full of amusement and mockery, suddenly broke the silence of the Colosseum. I told you there wasn't just one final boss, right? I was the one speaking, of course. And the person I was talking to. But it was that stunningly beautiful figure who had appeared silently beside me without me even noticing, her face cold and seemingly unconcerned about anything. Cold Moon Heart. Surprisingly, she didn't, but instead hid in a safe corner like everyone else, watching my misfortune unfold. Instead, they took the initiative to stand up and stand shoulder to shoulder with me. Together, we will face the terrifying divine punishment that is capable of destroying everything. She looked at me with a complex gaze filled with surprise and confusion. Her pretty face blushed slightly, a rare occurrence. But it quickly returned to its unchanging, iceberg-like appearance. She slowly raised the ice crystal longsword in her hand. That clear yet resolute voice resounded throughout the entire world. After all, you are the man I have my eye on. Chapter 61 against 100. I am the legend. After all, you are the man I've set my sights on. When those beautiful words, filled with boundless determination and a touch of shyness, resounded throughout the deathly silent Colosseum, I looked at the icy beauty in front of me, who was clearly so scared that her small hand holding the sword was trembling slightly, yet she still chose to stand beside me without hesitation. I laughed. I laughed heartily. I laughed radiantly. That. I looked at her and slowly raised the dragon gallon silver spear in my hand. Make sure you stand firm. My queen. Lan Yuexin's already slightly flushed, beautiful face instantly turned as red as a ripe peach. She glared at me fiercely, both embarrassed and annoyed. But to me, that gaze was utterly harmless. But it sounds more like she's being coquettish. Kill. While we were carefree and flirting on this terrifying battlefield filled with the atmosphere of the apocalypse, we were completely oblivious to everyone else. Those 10 terrifying bosses, whose hearts were filled with overwhelming killing intent, could no longer contain themselves. And those 98 so-called geniuses whose minds were already clouded by jealousy and greed. It finally moved. Roar. Hiss. Brothers. Take them down. Kill them. Take their points. We'll be the champions. The next second. That terrifying beast tide, overwhelming and surging like a tidal wave. And that surging tide of people, filled with greed and malice. They surrounded us frantically from all directions. The terrifying, earth-shattering power seemed poised to completely overturn the entire arena. However, faced with this, a scene of despair that would make any B-level expert's scalp tingle. Lan Yuexin and I exchanged a knowing smile. Are you ready? Then. Kill. Boom. Lan Yuexin and I moved at the same time. We transformed into 2 terrifying streaks of light, one of ice, one of lightning, one of purple, and one of blue, powerful enough to tear the heavens and earth apart. Not only did they not retreat. Instead, they took the initiative to meet the terrifying beast tide that surged in like a tidal wave. Thunder Dragon Break. Heart of the Ice Moon. Open it for me. Boom. Golden lightning and icy blue cold air collided violently. The entire arena seemed to have transformed into a thunderous hell. Half of it is an apocalyptic scene of polar ice caps. Put. 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 The dragon's gallon silver spear in my hand seemed to have transformed into a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Every swing of his sword brings forth a storm of blood and carnage. Each thrust could reap a precious life. Lan Yuexin, on the other hand, is like a beautiful fairy dancing gracefully in a world of ice and snow. The ice crystal longsword in her hand could bring forth a terrifying chill with every swing, enough to freeze the soul. Those who tried to get close to us were all frozen alive into lifelike ice sculptures. We'll take the lead. One main controller. The coordination was flawless. They're like a perfect couple, as if they've rehearsed it 1,000 times. We fought our way in and out of that endless horde of deadly beasts 7 times. We fought our way from the east side of the Colosseum to the west side. They fought their way from the south of the Colosseum to the north. Our entire bodies were completely stained red by those foul-smelling, sticky data fragments. We looked like a pair of peerless killing gods who had crawled out of the deepest hell. It was filled with a terrifying and chilling aura. Impossible. Is this even human? Is their energy source inexhaustible? Those so-called geniuses who thought they could reap the benefits without lifting a finger. After witnessing this terrifying scene before me, which resembled a chaotic dance of gods and demons, they were all dumbfounded. For the first time, a human-like look of fear appeared on their faces, which were filled with greed and smugness. They finally realized. What kind of terrifying monsters had I provoked? Run. That was the only thought that remained in their minds. However, it's too late. Just as their faces, filled with cruelty and smugness, were about to break into triumphant smiles, Lan Yuexin and I exchanged a knowing smile. It's as if they're saying the game should end. A song of ice and thunder. Judgment Day. We both let out a roar filled with boundless domineering power and confidence. Then they unleashed all the power within their bodies, which had been boiling to the extreme, without reservation. Boom! A terrifying storm, hundreds or even thousands of times more terrifying than before, a storm of ice and lightning intertwined, burst forth with devastation. The storm blotted out the sky. It seemed as if it wanted to completely devour the entire arena. No! Those so-called geniuses who have long been terrified. And those 10 arrogant and terrifying bosses. Faced with that terrifying, world-destroying storm, he couldn't even let out a complete scream. It was torn into countless data fragments by the endless frost blades and raging lightning. The whole world is finally quiet. I slowly retracted the dragon gallon silver spear. I looked at her, her pretty face slightly pale from excessive energy consumption, but her beautiful eyes filled with unprecedented excitement and a stunningly beautiful ice queen. I laughed. I reached out my hand to her. Let's go, my top scholar's wife. Chapter 61. The top scorer in the college entrance examination. An olive branch from the capital. Let's go, my top scholar's wife. When those words, filled with endless domineering and teasing ambiguity, came out of my mouth, Lan Yuexin's beautiful face, which was already slightly flushed due to excessive energy consumption, turned completely red in an instant. It's as red as a ripe peach. It looks like you could squeeze water out of it with just a gentle pinch. Who's your wife, the top scholar's wife? She stomped her foot angrily, feeling both ashamed and furious. Then, amidst a sea of ambiguous and enchanting purple gold lightning, she turned and tried to escape from me, the shameless rogue she both loved and hated. But I immediately grabbed her warm, smooth, and delicate hand. Then he gently pecked her beautiful face, which was filled with shock and shyness. Starting today, you are. Buzz. A dizzying sensation of spatial teleportation washed over me. The next second, when Lan Yuexin and I opened our eyes again, we have returned to that huge square that was already packed with people and bustling with noise. And we became the only two survivors in the entire virtual secret realm. Our scores have both reached an unprecedented and unparalleled astronomical figure. 12 million. A full 12 million. This terrifying number, enough to drive any normal person crazy and suffocate, hangs quietly at the very top of that huge leaderboard. It radiates a dazzling divine light that would eclipse even the sun and moon. And the third place behind us. That unfortunate soared fanatically by. His points barely exceeded 150,000. The two of us together have more points than the 98 so-called geniuses combined. This is no longer a fault line. This is fucking a cliff. The entire enormous central square fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence because of this terrifying number that was full of magical allure. Everyone's face showed a look of horror, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. They all stared intently at the pair of golden boys and jade girls who slowly walked out of the teleportation portal side by side, looking like a pair of celestial beings, as if they were looking at monsters, gods, or two completely incomprehensible beings. My mind went completely blank. After a brief silence, the entire central square erupted instantly with a roar that was 100 times louder and more terrifying than before. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! What the hell did I just see? 12 million? Is this even possible for a carbon-based organism? They actually survived the divine punishment? And they even slaughtered their way through the entire secret realm? God! This is the real God! At this moment, everyone's worldview was shattered by the terrifying and utterly unreasonable battle record of Lan Yuexin and me. And, on the high platform, after a brief moment of shock and disorientation, the dignified examiner, an unprecedented look of ecstasy appeared on his face. Excited. He let out a hearty laugh. Then, in front of all the important figures in Donghai City, he announced it to the public in a trembling voice filled with boundless pride and self-satisfaction. I hereby declare. This time, the Donghai City branch venue for the National Unified College Entrance Examination for people with supernatural abilities. The final champion Hu Ming Lan Yuexin. Boom! The moment he uttered those words, the entire city of Donghai was completely in an uproar. Countless news media outlets, who had been waiting outside the examination hall, were like sharks that had smelled blood, frantically spreading this earth-shattering news, which was enough to be recorded in history, to every corner of the entire Xia Kingdom. Unprecedented. Tied for top scorer. Moreover, they were a perfect couple, both talented and beautiful, with abilities that were outrageously abnormal. This explosive news, full of sensationalism, instantly ignited the entire internet in Xia Kingdom. My name and Lan Yuexin's name topped the trending lists on all social media platforms in just over 10 minutes. He became a super idol that all the young people in the entire Xia Kingdom went crazy for and worshipped. Meanwhile, in the central command room, Xia Jinghua and Qin Yashuan, these two super big shots, have been arguing fiercely over the ownership of us two hot commodities. After hearing the examiner's final verdict, they even rolled up their sleeves, ready to fight on the spot. You surnamed Qin. Let me tell you. Hu Ming is the one I've already reserved for my granddaughter's husband. Don't even think about taking him from me. Hee, Commander Xia, what you're saying is a bit unreasonable. Qin Yashuan covered her mouth and chuckled. Business is business. Our 7-star pavilion has invested a huge amount of resources and effort in nurturing little brother Hu Ming. You think you can take him away with just a word? There's no such thing as a free lunch. You. Xia Jingguo was so angry that he glared and his beard bristled. What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? Qin Yashuan retorted, not backing down an inch. If you're so capable, let's have a real fight. Whoever wins gets Hu Ming. Come on then. I'm not afraid of you. However, just as these two super big shots, whose combined age was nearly 200, were preparing to stage a full-blown brawl in public for my sake. Beep beep beep. A series of urgent and authoritative high-level encrypted communication requests suddenly rang out from the examiner's communicator. Upon hearing this, the examiner's expression changed drastically. He quickly connected the call. The next second, an aged voice, filled with endless majesty, came from the other end of the communicator. It's me. Chief? The examiner was so startled by the voice that he jumped in fright. He immediately stood at attention and saluted the communicator at a perfect 90-degree angle. Yes. 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 I understand. I'll get on it right away. He nodded and bowed, then hung up the call. Then, with an unprecedentedly solemn and excited trembling gaze, he stared intently at me and Long Yuexin. It was as if they were looking at two supreme treasures that could change the future destiny of the entire Xia kingdom. He took a deep breath. Amidst the curious and puzzled gazes of tens of thousands of pairs of shoes in the audience, he slowly opened his mouth. His voice trembled slightly from extreme excitement and fervor. It was as if announcing a shocking piece of news that would make the whole world tremble. Hu Ming. Long Yuexin. It's the two top-tier divine universities in Beijing and our Xia Kingdom, Dragon Soul University and Martial God Temple, that have simultaneously extended special recruitment invitations to you. Chapter 62: The Battle for Talent Among God-Level Academies. Dragon Soul University. Martial God Hall. When these two sacred names, enough to drive all the young superhumans in the entire Xia Kingdom crazy and suffocate, were uttered by the examiner in a trembling voice filled with excitement and fervor, the once bustling and lively square instantly fell into an absolute silence, more desolate than a graveyard. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. They all stared intently at the pair of golden boys and jade girls who slowly walked out of the teleportation portal side by side, looking like a divine couple, with the same gaze they had given to monsters, gods, and two completely incomprehensible beings. My mind went completely blank. Dragon Soul University? That's the highest institution of learning personally established by our Xia Kingdom's military. It is the supreme holy place in the hearts of all soldiers. Every single one of them who emerges from there is a pillar of the nation, capable of guarding their territory. And the Temple of Martial Gods? That is an even more mysterious and ancient existence, 100 times more terrifying than Dragon Soul University. It is said that the most outstanding and monstrous martial arts geniuses in the entire Xia Kingdom gather there. Yes, it is the ultimate hall of fame in the hearts of all battle maniacs who pursue the limits of individual strength. These two elusive and legendary universities are truly god-level institutions. Normally, let alone coming here, they recruit students in Donghai City. Even looking at the entire Xia Kingdom, they only recruit a handful of exceptionally talented individuals each year, enough to amaze an entire era. But now, they actually did it for Hu Mingdi and Long Yuexin, two newcomers who had just emerged from the college entrance examination. At the same time, they sent a special recruitment invitation? This is fucking divine treatment. Am I hallucinating? Pinch me. Quick. Tell me it's all fake. My God. My God. I actually took an exam in the same examination room as two future gods? After a brief silence, in an instant, the entire central square erupted with a roar that was 100 times more powerful than the previous tsunami. Everyone's face was filled with disbelief and deep-seated envy, jealousy, and hatred. Meanwhile, on the dais, Xia Jingguo and Qin Yashuan, these two big shots, were just arguing heatedly about who should own us. After hearing this shocking news, they were all dumbfounded. Everyone's mouths were agape, and they couldn't close them for a long time. They know we're awesome. But they never expected this. We become so incredibly powerful that even top-tier universities have to personally intervene and compete to recruit us. However, before they could recover from their extreme shock and disbelief, buzz, buzz. Two enormous holographic projections, filled with boundless majesty and sacred aura, descended from the sky without warning. It landed heavily on the enormous central platform. One of them was a dignified old man dressed in a black military uniform, carrying a bright general star on his shoulder, exuding an aura of iron and blood. Behind him stood a vast army. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And a golden dragon soul battle banner fluttering in the wind. Dragon Soul University. The other was an old man with white hair and a youthful face, dressed in a white Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal and otherworldly aura. Behind him were swirling clouds and mist. The cries of cranes filled the air. And there stood a supreme temple suspended high in the heavens. Martial Temple. The admissions directors of two top-tier universities. In front of the entire Xia kingdom, in front of all the viewers watching the live broadcast. With this most unreasonable and domineering attitude. He himself has arrived. Hu Ming, right? The martial god hall director, with his otherworldly and refined demeanor, was the first to speak. The way he looked at me was like he was looking at a piece of uncut, exquisite jade. It was filled with undisguised admiration and fervor. I am an outer elder of the martial god hall, Master Qingfeng, but on behalf of the Temple of Martial Gods, I formally extend an invitation to you. As long as you're willing to join our martial god temple, I can make the decision. Give me that S-rank supreme divine pill in my palace, the 9 revolutions thunder dragon pill, which is enough to drive any lightning type ability user mad. I bestow this upon you. Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the entire central square erupted in chaos instantly. Holy crap. 9-turn thunder dragon pill? Isn't that the legendary supreme divine pill made from the essence blood of an ancient thunder dragon? It's said that just one pill is enough to make a D-level ability user instantly ascend to a level. My goodness. The martial god temple is too extravagant. They've gone all out right from the start? However, before everyone could recover from their extreme shock and envy, snort! A cold snort, filled with endless contempt and disdain, rang out from the other side. All I could see was the Dragon Soul University director, who exuded a fierce and ruthless aura, looked at the ethereal and otherworldly Taoist Master Qingfeng with disdain. Old Taoist Qingfeng. You're being far too petty. You dare to show off such a worthless, second-rate pill? Hu Ming. Don't listen to this old charlatan, he's trying to fool you. Come to our Dragon Soul University. Just nod. I can now represent the supreme command of the military. You are hereby awarded the rank of Honorary Major General. Enjoy all the benefits of a Major General. Meeting an official is 3 ranks higher. They provide private jet transportation for entry and exit. His subordinates are capable of commanding an elite team of 1,000 men. How about it? It's much better than that lousy pill that can only be eaten as candy, right? Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the entire central square erupted in chaos once again. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. Honorary Major General? What kind of international joke is this? That's a Major General. It is an unparalleled honor that countless soldiers can never achieve even after a lifetime of hard work. And now they've just casually given it to a high school student who's not even an adult yet? This is fucking insane. You surnamed Long. You are despicable. Master Qingfeng was so angry that he puffed out his beard and glared at his enemies. Me, despicable? The dignified old man surnamed Long scoffed. All's fair in war. You know nothing. You. The admissions directors of the 2 top-tier universities actually started arguing with each other like 2 shrewish women fighting over cabbage in a market, right in front of the entire audience of the Xia kingdom. The heated argument, filled with the smell of gunpowder, left all the so-called big shots present dumbfounded. One by one, they were dumbfounded and speechless. And I am the absolute protagonist in this unprecedented talent war. But he acted as if nothing had happened. I couldn't even be bothered to look at those 2 old men who were about to start fighting again. I slowly turned around. Amidst the shocked and bewildered gazes of tens of thousands of pairs of shoes in the audience, She walked step by step until she reached the stunningly beautiful figure who had maintained an icy expression throughout, as if none of this concerned her. I looked into her beautiful, clear, and cool eyes. I laughed. I spoke slowly in a magnetic voice filled with endless tenderness and doting affection. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This also silenced the two academic directors from the top-tier university who were still fiercely arguing. Where do you want to go? Chapter 63 My Choice. Aiming for the capital. Where do you want to go? When those gentle words, filled with endless tenderness and respect, came out of my mouth, the once bustling and vibrant plaza fell into an eerie silence once more. All eyes immediately turned to the icy beauty who had already become the center of attention. They all held their breath. We await her final decision. The two deans of the prestigious university, who had just been arguing heatedly, also shut their mouths at the same time. They all looked at the stunningly beautiful girl, who would determine their recruitment KPIs, with tense expressions. It's as if they're waiting for the final verdict of fate. And Long Yuexin. After hearing my question, which was full of tenderness and affection, a rare, breathtaking blush appeared on her perpetually icy, beautiful face. She looked into my deep eyes, which were filled with sincerity and respect. Her heart, which had been frozen for 18 years, seemed to be completely melted by a ray of warm sunshine at this moment. She smiled. Her smile was as captivating as a beautiful snow lotus quietly blooming atop an iceberg. All the poor boys present who were crazy and obsessed with her were completely dumbfounded. Everyone's heart is broken. Her lips parted slightly, and her voice was as clear and melodious as heavenly music. I want to go to the temple of martial god. In the end, she chose the martial arts holy land that was more suitable for her aloof nature. Good. I nodded, showing no surprise whatsoever. Then I'll go to Dragon Soul University. My answer was equally simple and direct. But this completely surprised everyone present who thought I would give up my promising future for love. What? Holy crap! Did I hear that right? God who isn't going to the same university as Goddess Yuexin? What the hell is this? Was all that ambiguous and romantic eye contact they exchanged on the stage just now all an act? Long-distance relationship? That's such a test for a relationship. And those two directors of God-level universities. After hearing our unexpected final decision, it even staged an extreme reversal of ice and fire. The ethereal and otherworldly Taoist priest Qingfeng instantly beamed with joy, as happy as a 300-pound child. The ruthless and domineering head of Dragon Soul University instantly turned ashen-faced and looked like he had lost his parents. It feels like I missed out on a fortune. Ha ha ha. Good. 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 Master Qingfeng burst into hearty laughter. Long Yuexin, you've made the wisest choice. I guarantee it. Within 3 years, you will become the most dazzling new star in my martial god hall. As for you. He turned his head, looked at me with a regretful expression, and shook his head. What a pity, what a pity. A mere honorary title of Major General has made you give up the supreme elixir that could have propelled you to the top in one step. Kid, you'll regret this later. Is that so? I smiled at his hypocritical face, which was full of superiority and schadenfreude. Then we'll wait and see. As I spoke, I slowly turned around. I walked up to the Dragon Soul University director, who was already overjoyed at my choice. Director Long, right? Yes. Hu Ming. That's me. The dignified old man surnamed Long looked at me excitedly, as if he were looking at his own father. Please continue to guide me in the future. I dare not accept such praise. I dare not accept such praise. We are about to part ways temporarily. One is about to head to the mysterious and ancient temple of the god of war, which is like a paradise on earth. One is about to step into Dragon Soul University, a sacred military institution filled with iron will and discipline. Although I'm a little reluctant to part with it. But we all know that a brief separation is for a better reunion in the future. We all have a long life ahead of us. Our journey is to the endless sea of stars. And Domhai City is a small beginner village. There's no room left for us two divine dragons about to soar into the heavens. Take care of yourself. I looked at the stunningly beautiful, icy woman in front of me. The same to you. Long Yuexin looked at me, her clear, cold eyes filled with deep reluctance and affection. However, just as this atmosphere of bittersweet farewell was about to reach its peak. Wait a moment. A sharp shout, full of gunpowder, rang out without warning from the direction of the podium. Immediately afterwards, amidst a thunderous roar of exclamations, a fiery and beautiful figure leaped from the dozens-meter-high platform. Then it landed steadily between me and Lang Yuexin. They abruptly interrupted our tender and affectionate gaze. The person who arrived was none other than the fiery little pepper who was wearing a tight red combat suit and exuded an aura of domineering confidence that said, "I am the best in the world." Xia Lioli. She first glared at Lang Yuexin, the culprit who ruined her stealing a manned plan, with a displeased expression. Then he completely ignored her chilling, almost murderous gaze. He turned around and gave a standard military salute to the Dragon Soul University director, who was still immersed in the immense joy of picking up an SSS-level genius for free. That crisp, youthful voice resounded throughout the entire enormous central square. This reignited the gossip spirit of everyone present. Reporting to the director. I, Xia Lioli, am applying to become Hu Ming's personal life assistant and combat sparring partner during his time at school. Chapter 64 Top Scholars Reward. Dragon Blood Tempering. Final. I still couldn't withstand the combined attack of that old fox Xia Jinghua, who promised high-ranking positions and generous salaries, played the emotional card, and used coercion and enticement. Xia Lioli and he exchanged a deep gaze filled with the threat and provocation of, "If you dare not agree, I will die with you today." Without thinking, I agreed to this utterly absurd and ridiculous request. Then, amidst the complex gazes of all the men in the room, filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, and in Lang Yuexin's chilling, almost murderous gaze, this fierce battle for talent among top-tier universities has finally come to an end in a dramatic way that no one could have predicted. That afternoon, the National College Entrance Examination Gokao has officially concluded. Lang Yuexin and I were also the first two scorers in the history of this year's college entrance examination in Donghai City. The authoritative chief examiner personally led me to a top-secret treasure trove hidden thousands of meters underground in the college entrance examination center. Claim our exclusive champion's reward, which would make any top genius envious and go crazy. This is our Xia Kingdom's #1 strategic reserve depot in Donghai City. The examiner led us through a series of massive alloy doors guarded by state-of-the-art biometric technology and top-of-the-line energy weapons. Finally, they arrived at a huge, silver-white space filled with a futuristic, sci-fi feel. The space isn't very large. It's less than 1,000 square meters. But every single item inside looks ordinary. These are priceless treasures that would drive any A-level expert crazy. The S-Class battle sword Burning Heaven is forged from the core of a 10,000-year-old volcanic lava. The S-Class battle armor Ice Emperor is formed from the purest ice essence elites beneath the far north ice plains. There is even an SS-Class forbidden weapon called Dragon's Heart made from the complete demon core of the S-Class Peak Demon Beast, 9-headed demon dragon. Lang Yuexin and I looked at the dazzling array of terrifying divine equipment filled with magical colors. They were all dumbfounded. Everyone's mouths were agape, and they couldn't close them for a long time. This is no strategic reserve depot at all. This is basically a mobile museum of divine equipment. He. The examiner looked at us, our expressions blank and unimaginative, like country bumpkins entering the Grand View Garden. He smiled. How about it? Were you frightened by the unfathomable and terrifying power of our Xia Kingdom? These are just the tip of the iceberg. As long as you can serve the Xia Kingdom wholeheartedly from now on, I promise, what you will have in the future will be 100 times more precious than everything here. As he spoke, he slowly walked to the very center of the treasure vault. In front of a white jade platform, which is tightly protected by the highest level of energy shield, 2 transparent jade bottles made of unknown crystal floated silently on the stone platform. The jade bottle contained a mysterious liquid that was as viscous as magma, scalding hot, and emitted a faint golden light. A terrifying dragon's might, filled with a violent and savage aura, emanated from the 2 small bottles of mysterious liquid. It actually managed to completely suppress the terrifying aura of all the S-Class divine weapons around it. It's as if they are the only kings here. What is this? For the first time, a hint of human shock appeared in Lang Yuexin's usually cold and aloof eyes. Scorching hot. She sensed a terrifying power emanating from those 2 mysterious liquids, a power capable of transforming her. That's right. The examiner's eyes were filled with deep envy as he looked at the 2 bottles of mysterious liquid that emitted a faint golden glow. Reluctant to part with it. This is your final reward for this year's college entrance examination. 2 vials made from the diluted spinal cord essence of a dead ancient subdragon, the Tyrannosaurus rex. Diluted dragon blood. Dragon blood. When those 2 words came out of the examiner's mouth, I was completely stunned. My calm and undisturbed mind was suddenly stirred up into a raging storm. Dragon blood. It's dragon blood. I'm really worried about not finding the key materials to unlock the dragon's gallant silver spear. And now it's delivered itself right to our doorstep? This is like having a pillow delivered to your head when you're feeling sleepy. This diluted dragon blood is one of the most important strategic resources of our Xia kingdom. It contains a trace of the purest ancient dragon's might. Not only will it help you undergo a complete transformation, cleansing your very bones and marrow, but it will also allow your physical strength to rival that of a B-level expert in a short period of time. It can also greatly enhance your superpower potential. May your future path of cultivation be smooth and unobstructed. Only. The examiner suddenly changed the subject, his voice filled with an unprecedented seriousness. The energy contained in this dragon blood is simply too violent. Even A-level experts wouldn't dare to try this lightly. Once the physical body can no longer withstand that violent energy. At best, it could cause the body to explode and die. In severe cases, both body and soul will be destroyed. So, I suggest you wait until you break through to B-level before trying to absorb it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. As he spoke, he slowly deactivated the top-tier energy shield. Then he handed the 2 bottles of heaven-defying treasures, enough to drive any A-level expert mad, to Long Yuexin and me respectively. Thank you. Long Yuexin carefully accepted the crystal jade bottle that was enough to change her life. Her perpetually icy, beautiful face was filled with deep joy and excited. But I laughed. I looked at the bottle of golden dragon blood in my hand, which was radiating violent energy. My eyes were filled with undisguised fervor and crazy. Died from body explosion? Completely annihilated, soul and spirit? Are you kidding me? I am the man who possesses the SSS-level mythical superpower, the omnipotent divine thunder. My physical body has been tempered and refined to the point of being comparable to a humanoid demon beast. It's just a bottle of diluted, garbage dragon blood. Do you want to burst me out of my wits too? That's wishful thinking. That Hu Ming student. The examiner looked into my eyes, which were filled with danger and madness, and a sense of foreboding, which he had never felt before, welled up inside him. What do you want to do? What are you doing? I looked at him and smiled. Of course. Drink it while it's hot. After saying that, I no longer hesitated at all. I stood before the examiner and Long Yuexin, their eyes filled with horror and disbelief, filled with despair. He just pulled the cork off. Then tilt your head back. He gulped down the entire bottle of terrifying dragon blood enough to burst an A-level expert as if it were cola. Hiccup. I let out a satisfied burp. The taste is not bad. It's just a little intoxicating. However, I haven't finished speaking yet. Boom. A destructive energy, hundreds or even thousands of times more violent than when I absorbed the purple thunder dragon saliva grass, suddenly exploded within my body without warning. It felt like someone had set off a sun inside my body. I let out a wild, agonizing roar. I felt like my whole body was about to be completely torn apart by that endless, violent energy. My skin is cracking inch by inch. One after another, terrifying golden dragon patterns burst out of my body uncontrollably. It literally burst the top of the line combat suit I was wearing, which was worth tens of millions. And just a moment before I was about to be completely burst apart by that violent energy. Buzz. My long-awaited, gleaming silver spear suddenly burst forth from my system space without warning. It was hovering in front of me. The countless lifelike thunder dragon patterns on the gun instantly lit up with an incomparably dazzling purple-gold divine light. A terrifying suction force, filled with endless greed and desire, suddenly erupted. It swallowed up all the raging dragon blood in my body that was about to go out of control, like a whale gulping down the ocean. At the same time, a majestic, ancient dragon roar, filled with boundless pride and majesty, resounded throughout the entire world. Chapter 65 The Divine Spear Unsealed. The weapon spirit, ancient thunder dragon. Oh whoa! That ancient dragon roar was filled with endless pride and majesty. It's as if we've traversed a vast river of time spanning billions of years. It descended with a roar from the most distant, ancient wilderness. In an instant, the entire seemingly indestructible top-secret vault began to vibrate and buzz. Those terrifying S-class and even SS-class divine weapons placed all around. Under that supreme dragon might, powerful enough to make heaven and earth change color. They all let out cries of terror and submission. It was as if they were welcoming their supreme king. What the hell is going on? The dignified examiner was completely dumbfounded by the series of bizarre and magical scenes before him. Looking at the terrifying divine spear that hovered in mid-air, exuding an aura of world destruction. For the first time, his eyes, which were filled with horror and disbelief, revealed human fear and despair. He felt like his worldview was about to be shattered. Lan Yuexin was already overwhelmed by the terrifying dragon's might and could hardly breathe. Her perpetually icy, beautiful face was filled with utter disbelief. She looked at the handsome young man who was bathed in purple gold divine light and exuded an aura of domineering arrogance, like a god. Her cool eyes were filled with endless infatuation and wonder. She knew. The gap between himself and the peerless genius before him, who was destined to stir up the winds and clouds of the entire world. It's getting bigger and bigger. And I am the one who started all of this. They had no interest in paying attention to the complex gazes they received, filled with shock and admiration. I'm in so much pain right now. It was extremely painful. I feel like my whole body is being torn apart. Half of it was the blood of a raging dragon, enough to completely burst my body. Half of it was that terrifying divine spear that could completely drain my soul. I feel like a pitiful ball. They were being pulled back and forth frantically by these two equally domineering and unreasonable terrifying forces. Hold. It's just a drop of dragon blood, isn't it? I'll fight you to the death. I let out a roar of resentment. I endured the terrifying pain that would make any S-class expert wish they were dead. He frantically activated the Thunder Dragon Break technique. I desperately tried to refine the two violent energies, golden and purple gold, that were raging wildly within my body. 1 minute. 10 minutes. Half an hour. I don't know how much time has passed. When I felt like I was about to be completely torn apart by those two terrifying energies. Buzz. A hoarse voice, filled with boundless pride and majesty, suddenly exploded in the deepest part of my soul without warning. Your bloodline is quite peculiar. It actually withstood even 1/10,000th of my dragon soul power without exploding and dying. Not bad, not bad. For billions of years, you are the first human being qualified to be my master. Who? Who is speaking? I was terrified. I am. Ancient Thunder Dragon. Boom. These 4 words exploded in my mind like thunderbolts from the heavens. I was completely stunned. An ancient thunder dragon? Isn't that a creator god who only exists in myths and legends? How could it be inside my body? Is that right? That aged voice, filled with endless pride and majesty, seemed to see through my thoughts and slowly spoke. I am the spirit of this Gentian silver spear. I have been asleep for billions of years. Finally, I've caught a whiff of my own kind today. Kid. Offer your soul. Become one with me. I will grant you supreme divine power sufficient to destroy everything. I will make you the only thunder god king in all the heavens and myriad realms. Its words are full of endless temptation and bewitchment. It was as if all I had to do was nod. You can instantly ascend to the heavens and rule over everything. However. But I laughed. Old man. Did you sleep a little too long? Is your brain all foggy from sleeping? Trying to possess me? You dare to challenge me? Insolence, the arrogant, aged voice roared in fury. A mere mortal dares to defy my will? Court death. Boom. A terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to tear my very soul apart, suddenly erupted. However. Snort. I snorted coldly. Get out of my way. Boom. A purple gold holy lightning, 100 or even 1,000 times more domineering and filled with the aura of creation and destruction, suddenly erupted from the deepest part of my soul. SSS level mythical superpower. Divine thunder of all things. Unleash your full power. The moment that arrogant primordial thunder dragon soul came into contact with that purple gold divine light that was capable of purifying everything. Just like a mouse seeing a cat, or ice and snow seeing the blazing sun. A blood-curdling scream filled with terror and disbelief escaped its lips. This is impossible. This is the aura of the creation god Thunder? Who are you? Who I am? I laughed. I am your master. The moment the words fell, I no longer hesitated at all. I transformed my terrifying divine soul, which had long since merged with the divine thunder of all things, into a colossal purple gold net that blotted out the sky. It slammed down on the pitiful dragon soul, which was already terrified. No. 1 minute later. As the last, unwilling cry faded away. When the last burst of violent energy dissipated, I slowly opened my deep eyes, which shimmered with a purple gold divine light. The horrific wounds on my body that were once enough to burst me apart have completely disappeared. Instead, he has a perfectly streamlined body full of explosive power. And that bronze skin covered with mysterious golden dragon patterns. My physical strength was tempered by the dragon blood and dragon soul. They actually managed to break through the sea level barrier. Almost at grade B. And the once dimmed dragon gallant silver spear shone with an incomparably brilliant purple gold divine light once again. Buzzing. It let out a roar of excitement filled with joy and submission. Then it transformed into a streak of light and flew back into my hand. It was as if it were welcoming its supreme king. From now on, you can call yourself Xiaolong. I stroked the cold gun barrel with obvious affection and said with a smile. Buzzing. The dragon gallant silver spear emitted another joyful dragon roar. It was as if it was responding to my words. It also seemed as if it was speechless about its new name, which was full of wicked humor. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully subduing the artifact spirit primordial thunder dragon soul. The first seal on the companion artifact, the dragon's gallant silver spear, has been completely broken. New skill 4, Dragon's Fury consumes all thunder dragon power to summon the true form of the primordial thunder dragon to unleash a devastating attack on all enemies in front. Note, this move is extremely powerful, please use with caution. I looked at the new skill descriptions, which were full of Chinibu adolescent delusions of grandeur and domineering aura. I smiled with satisfaction. However, just as I was preparing to fully experience the terrifying power that had suddenly surged within me. Who huming? A clear, concerned, and worried female voice suddenly rang out beside me without warning. I turned around. All I could see was Lung Yuexin's beautiful face, filled with worry and anxiety, had somehow gotten close to mine. It was less than a centimeter away from me. I could even clearly smell the faint, pleasant fragrance emanating from her, as cool and refreshing as a snow lotus. And I could feel her warm breaths, which were a little rapid from nervousness. I laughed. Then he gently pecked her beautiful face, which was filled with shock and shyness. Don't worry, I'm fine. Chapter 66. The Prelude to a Battleground. For women gather. The prelude to a chaotic scene. My strength has greatly increased, and I am riding high. Not only is their physical strength approaching that of AB grade. Furthermore, they successfully broke the first seal on the dragon's gallant silver spear. I even got an awesome artifact spirit from the primordial era for free. You could say that I've completely upgraded my equipment. A complete transformation. Even if we encounter that sea-level peak Pantheon cleaner again, I'm confident I can obliterate him into dust within 3 moves. Ha ha ha. I burst into a hearty laugh. I feel stronger than ever before. I even have a strange feeling. Even if the sky falls down, I can also stab a hole in it with one shot. And to celebrate my successful promotion to top scholar of Donghai City. And also to celebrate my upcoming trip to the capital city, a journey full of unknowns and challenges. That night, that mature and alluring woman, Qin Yashuan, was as beautiful as a peerless enchantress. It's located on the very top floor of the 7-star pavilion, in a top-tier private banquet hall that's never open to the public. They threw me an unprecedentedly grand celebration banquet. It is said that those who are qualified to attend this banquet, they are either rich or noble. Each one of them is a super big shot who can make the entire Donghai city's high society tremble with just a stomp of his foot. And I, Hu Ming. He is the sole and absolute protagonist of this top-tier banquet. 8 p.m. I was wearing a top-of-the-line, handcrafted combat suit worth tens of millions of yuan, personally selected for me by Qin Yashuan. Amidst countless complex gazes filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred, he walked slowly into the magnificent and luxurious banquet hall, just like a true prince. However, I had just stepped in. I noticed that something was off about the atmosphere. The once noisy and lively banquet hall fell into an eerie silence the moment I appeared. All those so-called big shots who are usually high and mighty and have the final say, they all froze in place as if a pause button had been pressed. Then, without prior arrangement, they all fixed their complex gazes, filled with awe and fear, on me. It was as if I wasn't there for the banquet. Instead, they are the peerless killing god who came to reap their lives. Oh. I couldn't help but laugh at the dramatic and comical scene before me. It seems so. I will wipe away the Lin family's infamous reputation. It has completely taken root in people's hearts. But that's not the point. The key point is, I was surrounded by countless gazes filled with awe and fear. They keenly caught 4 unusual and complex gazes, full of tension. I subconsciously followed those 4 scorching gazes that could melt steel. I only glanced at it. My scalp just went buzz and exploded. I was completely stunned. All I could see was, in the very center of that banquet hall, beside an expensive round table made of pure white jade, 4 stunningly beautiful women, each with a distinct style but equally breathtaking beauty, were sitting there, enough to drive any man crazy and leave him breathless. One is Lung Yuexin, an ice queen with a cool and aloof temperament, as beautiful as a fairy from the moon, who is untouched by worldly affairs, wearing an ice blue evening gown. One is Xia Liuli, the military rose who wears a fiery red tight leather outfit, has an extremely hot figure, and exudes an aura of I am the best in the world. One is Qin Yashuan, a stunningly beautiful and sophisticated woman who exudes an intellectual and elegant aura in a purple cheongsam, and whose every smile and frown is fatally alluring. And there's also Lin Yinin, a kind and innocent girl who looks pure and lovely, like a sweet girl next door, wearing a flawless white dress. Good heavens! Iceberg. Fiery. Mature. Innocent. Old, middle-aged, and young. No. These are the 4 top types that every man dreams of. They're all here. What an incredible lineup. This is absolutely a winning combination. What really sends chills down my spine is, these are 4 stunningly beautiful women who would normally have no connection whatsoever. At that moment, they all unanimously fixed their complex, gunpowder-filled gazes on me. Those eyes were like those of 4 protective little tigresses scrutinizing their unruly common prey. Full of scrutiny, dissatisfaction, and a strong sense of possessiveness. I looked at the ultimate battleground before me, a scene so chaotic it would drive any normal man mad and suffocate me. My head is about to explode. I feel like Tang Sanzang who has fallen into the spider cave. I'm surrounded by beautiful enchantresses who want to devour me alive. Run! That was the only thought that remained in my mind. I didn't hesitate at all. I turned around and wanted to make a quick getaway by urinating. However, it's too late. Hu Ming. Little brother. God who? 4 melodious calls, each with its own distinct charm yet equally undeniable, rang out simultaneously. My body froze on the spot. I felt like I was being crushed by 4 invisible mountains. I can't even move. It's over. This is really fucking over. I slowly turned around with a look of utter despair. He forced an awkward smile that looked worse than crying. What a coincidence, you're all here too. Unfortunately. Xia Liuli struck first. She picked up the glass of strong vodka that had been prepared for a long time and raised it towards me. I came here specifically to ambush you. Hu Ming. Explain yourself to me. What exactly is your relationship with this cold-blooded woman? As she spoke, she glared at Lung Yuexin, who had remained cold and indifferent throughout, as if none of this concerned her. I was just about to say something. Giggle, giggle. A charming laugh, full of playfulness and teasing, interrupted me at just the right moment. All I could see was, Qin Yashuan gracefully swirled the glass of premium red wine in her hand, which was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere. She looked at me with her alluring peach blossom eyes, a half smile on her face. Little brother, that's a bit unfair of you. I was here first, you know. How come these 2 little girls, who haven't even fully developed yet, beat me to it in the blink of an eye? Shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? My head hurts even more. Just when I was about to be completely driven mad by this top-level battleground filled with the smell of gunpowder. That. A soft, shy whisper rang out. It's Lin Yinyin. She looked at me with a complex gaze filled with pleading and gratitude. Her pretty face flushed slightly. I believe that matters of the heart cannot be forced. It's Hu Huxin's freedom to like whomever he wants. We shouldn't pressure him. Good. Well said. She truly is my sweet little darling. I mentally gave her a huge thumbs up. However, her next sentence plunged me into an abyss. But. She raised her head and stared at me intently with her beautiful, adoring eyes. I believe in him. Huxin will definitely make the right choice. For example. Pick me. It's over. Barbecue is here. This is truly a mess, there's no way to clear my name now. I looked at the 4 stunningly beautiful women in front of me who were about to start a fight. My head is about to explode. All I want to do right now is crawl into a hole and disappear. However, just as I was about to make a hasty escape by pretending to pee, I was about to. A well-mannered butler from the 7-star pavilion, dressed in a sharp black tailcoat, suddenly appeared in front of me like a savior. He bowed respectfully to me. Then he began to speak slowly in a flat, emotionless, butler-like tone. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a thunderclap that clearly reached the ears of everyone present. This reignited the gossip spirit of everyone present. Young Master Hu, there is a mysterious woman outside who claims to be your 5th senior sister and wants to see you. Chapter 67 The Pantheon's Movements. The shadow of the opening of the Sea Festival. 5th senior sister? I listened to the polite butler of the 7-star pavilion speak in his standard, emotionless butler-like tone. I was completely stunned. When the hell did I suddenly get a 5th senior sister? How come I didn't even know? Are you sure? I couldn't help but twitch my lips as I looked at the 7-star pavilion steward with his innocent "I'm just a messenger" expression. Did she really say that? Yes, young Master Hu. The butler nodded respectfully. That young lady also said she was one of your own. I urge you to go out and see her. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Hold. He even threatened me? I'd like to see. Which fool dares to impersonate me, Hu Hansan? No. Hu Ming's relative. Good. I nodded. Then, under the gaze of those 4 pairs of complex eyes, filled with gossip and a hint of hostility. As if granted a pardon, I fled from this terrifying and unsettling battlefield. Outside the banquet hall. Above a long corridor with an elegant and tranquil atmosphere. I walked out completely bewildered. Then I saw the so-called 5th senior sister. I also saw a stunning beauty who could drive any man crazy and leave him breathless. All I could see was, under the bright moonlight, a mysterious woman with an outrageously hot figure, dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather outfit that exuded a wild and ascetic aura, stood there gracefully. Her long, jet-black hair, like a waterfall, was casually draped over her shoulders. Although he wore a silver fox mask that covered most of his face. But just looking at her smooth chin exposed to the air and her cherry-like, luscious red lips, that's enough to make a judgment. This is definitely a top-tier fairy who can rival Qin Yashuan. Her stunning figure was perfectly encased in a black, tight leather outfit. It's even more exaggerated than Qin Yashuan's. And it's even more visually striking. That incredibly slender waist. That perky, round peach-shaped buttock. Especially the terrifying curve of her chest, which looked as if it was about to burst out of her tight leather clothes. She's absolutely a human weapon of mass destruction. Glug. I looked at this stunning beauty before me, a woman whose beauty could make any normal man's blood boil and his mouth go dry. I subconsciously swallowed. You're my 5th senior sister, whom I'd never met before. I asked tentatively. Giggle giggle. The mysterious woman in the fox mask, after hearing my dazed and somewhat lecherous words, was completely taken aback. She let out a charming laugh that was as clear and melodious as a silver bell. How? Junior brother, are you satisfied with my figure? Her voice possesses a unique charm that is as languid and magnetic as a cat's paw. It feels like it can seep into the very bones of a person. It made my whole body feel weak and tingly. Cough, cough. I coughed twice, forcibly pulling my gaze away from her terrifying, suffocating curve that could drive any man mad. That senior sister is joking. I didn't even know I had a mentor. Hee hee, the woman in the fox mask laughed. Of course you wouldn't know. Because when your master took you as his apprentice, you were just a tiny baby in swaddling clothes, crying for food. What? My pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. Then who exactly is my master? Where is he now? Why do I have absolutely no recollection of him? Well, the fox-masked woman said, extending a slender finger clad in a black lace glove and gently pressing it against her luscious, sexy red lips. He made a shoe gesture that was full of endless allure and mystery. Master's whereabouts are top secret, classified as SSS level, the highest level of secrecy in our Xia kingdom. Don't even mention it's you. Even I rarely see him more than once a year. But she changed the subject, and her alluring eyes, hidden beneath the mask, scrutinized me with great interest. He seems to care a lot about you, his closed-door disciple whom he has never met before. No, look. As soon as I heard you became the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Donghai City, they immediately dispatched my fifth senior sister, who is extremely busy, to come from the capital overnight. I've brought you a congratulatory gift. A congratulatory gift? I was taken aback. What congratulatory gift? A shocking secret about the Pantheon. The smile on the woman in the fox mask gradually faded. Instead, an unprecedented solemnity and it's so cold. You should already know about the existence of the Pantheon, right? I nodded. Do you know? What are they planning to do at the annual fishing festival in Donghai City in 3 days? What? Detonate one of their latest source energy fission bombs. Boom. The moment she said those words, I was completely stunned. My brain felt like it had been hit head-on by a supernuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons. Source energy fission bomb? That's a forbidden weapon that could instantly raise a small city to the ground. They actually want to detonate that thing at the busiest time of the year, the opening of the fishing season? Are they crazy? That's right. The woman in the fox mask nodded slowly, as if she could read my mind. They are a bunch of complete lunatics. Their goal was not to kill anyone at all. It's for transformation. They want to use the terrifying radiation from the explosion of that energy fission bomb to transform tens of millions of innocent citizens in Donghai City into those terrifying modified humans who are fearless and only know how to kill. They've turned the entire Donghai City into a giant living experimental field for their evil experiments. Is this even a group of people? I listened to this insane plan, which would send chills down the spine of any normal person. I clenched my fists tightly. An unprecedented, overwhelming rage erupted from me. Why? Why would they do that? For the sake of evolution, the fox-masked woman slowly uttered. That terrifying devil codenamed Dr. I've always been obsessed with the so-called human instrumentality project. He attempted to create a so-called perfect new human being through these inhumane and bloody experiments. An ultimate being comparable to a god. And you. She paused, then her beautiful, mysterious, and serious eyes fixed intently on me. You are an unprecedented super prodigy with SSS-level mythical abilities. That's the ultimate goal of his plan. And also the most perfect in his eyes. Experimental materials. My pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. A chilling killing intent flashed uncontrollably from my body. So, 3 days later, he will personally come to Donghai City. Is it right? That's right. The fox-masked woman nodded. Moreover, according to top-secret intelligence from our highest-ranking undercover agent planted within the Pantheon, that doctor's true strength. It's far more terrifying than we imagined. He has even touched that legendary, the ultimate threshold for S rank. Half-step S rank? I listened to these terrifying words that would make any Pika-level expert despair. I felt no fear whatsoever. On the contrary, I became even more excited. Good. Very good. I'd like to see. It was this so-called doctor who turned me into his collectible. Hu Ming twisted off his ugly head, which was covered in tumors, and used it as a football. I let out a boastful declaration filled with boundless domineering power and self-confidence. He, the fox-masked woman couldn't help but chuckle as she looked at my arrogant and ignorant appearance. Junior brother, you really are exactly like what Master said. The same arrogance. They all disregard the heroes of the world. She slowly walked up to me as she spoke. Her incredibly alluring and fiery body was practically pressed against mine. A captivating fragrance, more than 10 times stronger than Qin Yashuan's, instantly overwhelmed me completely. I could even clearly feel the suffocating pressure that her breathtakingly terrifying curve brought me. Just as I was being caught off guard and my blood was pumping by her sudden and bold move. She suddenly leaned close to my ear. He chuckled softly, his breath sweet as orchids. Junior brother, your master thinks very highly of you. He says that you have a forbidden bloodline flowing in your veins that even he can't see through. Chapter 68: The opening of the fishing season. The final farewell. Forbidden bloodline? I listened to those enchanting words that were full of endless allure and mystery. I felt that breathtakingly soft touch that almost swallowed me whole. I was completely stunned. I'm just an ordinary transmigrator. How come there's suddenly this awesome new forbidden bloodline setting? This is so much information. Senior sister, I swallowed hard, my voice trembling slightly. Could you get off me first? If I don't come down now, I'm afraid I'll make a mistake. Giggle giggle, the fox-masked woman chuckled, her voice as clear and melodious as silver bells. She didn't get off me at all. Instead, she became even more aggressive, using her fiery, alluring body enough to drive any man mad and suffocate to cling tightly to me. Junior brother, you are really cute. It's exactly what my master said. Stubborn to the end. The same body, yet very honest. As she spoke, she extended a slender finger clad in a black lace glove and gently drew small, suggestive circles on my already hot and hardened chest. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Look at your innocent face, like you're about to have a nosebleed. I can't bear to do it, sister. She said this and finally jumped off me with great reluctance. Then, before I could get any more useful information about my cheap master and my background, he did not ask me any further questions. Her figure vanished silently into the endless darkness, like a pure, dreamlike bubble. They vanished without a trace. Only a beautiful sentence, full of endless allure and mystery, still lingers in the air. Junior brother, we'll be waiting for you in the capital. Then I'll take good care of you. In the end, I was still unable to get any useful information out of that elusive senior sister. But that doesn't matter anymore. The important thing is, I've learned about the Pantheon's shocking conspiracy. They also learned the ultimate goal of that terrifying devil doctor. I didn't hesitate at all. That very night, I shared this earth-shattering news, which was enough to turn the entire Donghai city upside down, with my two most trusted business partners, Xia Zhenghua and Qin Yashuan. What? A source energy fission bomb? Human experimentation? A half-step S rank? The top-secret operations conference room of the Donghai Military Region headquarters. After listening to my story, Xia Zhenghua and Qin Yashuan, they were all dumbfounded. For the first time, their faces, which were filled with shock and disbelief, revealed a human form of fear. Dignified. They knew the Pantheon was dangerous. But they never expected this. This mysterious and evil organization is so dangerous that it could bring down the entire city. Hu Ming. Xia Zhenghua looked at me, his voice filled with unprecedented gravity. Are you sure this news is true? I'm sure. I nodded. The source is absolutely reliable. Xia Zhenghua fell silent. His weathered, bronze face was filled with endless struggle and... Absolutely. A good while passed. He slammed his hand on the table and let out a thunderous roar filled with boundless iron will and killing intent. Pass on my orders. Start immediately. Donghai City has entered the highest level of combat readiness. All members of the Dragon Soul Legion are hereby cancelled from all leave. All personnel are fully armed. Level 1 alert. In addition, contact the Skynet system immediately. Give me whatever it takes. Monitor the entire Gold Coast 24/7 with no blind spots. I'd like to see. It's the sorcery of his pantheon that's so powerful. My cannonballs, Xia Zhenghua's, are still the hardest. After a thorough strategic deployment with Xia Zhenghua and Qin Yashuan, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The grandest festival of the year in Donghai City. The opening of the fishing season has arrived as scheduled. This day. It's a carnival for all the citizens of Donghai City. It is also a special holiday established to commemorate the countless martyrs who bravely sacrificed their lives in the tragic East China Sea Defense War 50 years ago. This day, the entire city of Donghai was plunged into an unprecedented ocean of joy. The streets and alleys are decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations. A sea of people. Countless innocent citizens, completely unaware of the situation, beamed with happiness and radiant smiles. They brought their families and friends. People from every corner of the city surged frantically towards that place, already utterly shrouded in the shadow of death. Gold Coast. They will be able to enjoy the grandest fireworks display there. Savor the most delicious seafood feast. Have a wonderful night that you'll never forget. However, but they didn't know. A terrifying crisis that could drag them and the entire city into an endless abyss. It is descending silently. 8 p.m. It's late at night. The atmosphere of the fishing festival reached its climax. I stood alone in the crowded festival square. I looked at those innocent smiling faces filled with happiness and joy. I listened to the bursts of joyful and passionate shouts. My heart felt as if it were being crushed by an invisible boulder. It was so heavy I could barely breathe. I slowly closed my eyes. Then it suddenly opened its eyes. My deep eyes, which had previously held some hesitation and reluctance, instantly turned icy cold. Firm. I am not some savior. I'm too lazy to meddle in other people's business. But I absolutely will not allow it. The scenes before my eyes are filled with happiness and the beauty of everyday life. It was completely torn apart in front of me by that group of heartless lunatics. Pantheon. Ph.D. I looked at the dark, deep night sky. My eyes were filled with the chilling judgment of death. Today is your death day. Chapter 69, Luring the Snake Out of Its Hole. I am the bait. Night has fallen. The sea breeze gradually became a bit cold. But the festive atmosphere on the Gold Coast, filled with joy and passion, has only increased. It reached an unprecedented peak. Countless scantily clad, sexy bikini-clad beauties frolicked and chased each other on the soft sand. Countless young, handsome men bursting with hormones unleashed their boundless energy in the icy seawater. The entire Gold Coast was plunged into an unprecedented sea of joy. It was like a paradise on earth, completely isolated from the post-apocalyptic wasteland filled with death and crisis. However, but they didn't know. A terrifying shadow that could drag them, along with the entire heaven, into an endless hell. It is arriving, silently. Midnight, 12 o'clock. When the ancient midnight bells rang throughout the entire city of Donghai, the atmosphere of the fishing festival finally reached its climax. They're here. I watched as the enormous fireworks slowly rose from the city center. A cold glint flashed in my eyes. I know. The game is about to begin. I no longer hesitated, not even for a moment. I parted the crowded, joyful throng. One person climbed step by step onto the central altar, which had already been cleared out according to plan. It was a huge altar made of pure white marble. Towering, tens of meters tall. It is the most prominent and sacred place on the entire Gold Coast. Normally, this place is a sacred site used to commemorate the countless martyrs who bravely sacrificed their lives in the tragic East China Sea Defense War 50 years ago. And tonight, this place, however, is destined to become a decision that will determine the future fate of tens of millions of innocent citizens in Donghai City. The ultimate battlefield. I stood on the empty central altar. I can feel it clearly. All around, in that endless darkness. Hidden within were countless powerful auras, filled with tension and solemnity. With Xia Zhenghua and his Dragon Soul Legion. Yes, Xin Yashuan and her 7-star Pavilion Secret Service. Even Lang Yuexin and Xia Lioli rushed over upon hearing the news. They all lurked silently in the darkness, like the most skilled hunters. Patiently wait for the prey to appear. And I am the most conspicuous and most delicious ultimate bait. Come forth, Pantheon. Ph.D. Let me see. You pathetic vermin hiding in the gutter. Just what an ugly face he has. I let out a silent roar filled with endless domineering and confident power. Then I unleashed the SSS-level myriad manifestations divine thunder power within my body, which had been boiling to its limit, without any reservation. Boom! A massive purple gold lightning bolt, 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than the one in the college entrance examination secret realm, shot into the sky from my center. It illuminated the entire dark night sky, making it as bright as day. That domineering. That sacred. That invincible, terrifying divine power. It even outshone the dazzling fireworks that filled the sky. It's as if I am the only eternal being in this world. Holy crap! What is that? My God! It's God who? Yes, that godlike man. What is he trying to do? Does he intend to take on the entire pantheon all by himself? The entire Gold Coast was in an uproar because of this terrifying, almost miraculous scene. All the innocent citizens who were reveling stopped what they were doing. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the terrifying figure standing amidst the lightning, like a god, a savior, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. And then, at that very moment, Gold Coast, several kilometers away. Inside a pitch-black submarine that had already activated its optical camouflage and counter-reconnaissance systems. A mysterious figure wearing an eerie white robe and a white mask on his face. Zheng stared with fervor at the terrifying lightning bolt on the huge light screen, a lightning bolt that would make any S-class expert tremble with fear. His scarlet eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were filled with a morbid excitement and greed. SSS level. Mythical superpowers. All-encompassing divine thunder. Perfect bloodline. Perfect potential. Perfect experimental material. He stuck out a strange, forked, scarlet tongue, like a snake's forked tongue, and licked his chapped lips. A sinister smile, like that of a demon, appeared on his face. I've finally found you. My ultimate work of art. As he spoke, he slowly rose from the cold throne. His figure flickered. It just abruptly and silently merged into that cold, steel wall. Vanished without a trace. At the same time, on the central altar, my terrifying, radar-like perception suddenly and frantically issued a warning. A deadly killing intent, 100 times colder and more evil than the previous cleaner, appeared silently before me like a ghost. I suddenly opened those deep eyes that shimmered with a purple-gold divine light. All I could see was, in front of me, the white marble altar was completely empty. Unbeknownst to anyone, a strange white figure had silently appeared. It was a mysterious person who was extremely tall and thin, wearing a long robe that looked like a funeral shroud, and with a strange pure white mask on his face that had no facial features or expression. He just stood there quietly. It was as if it had completely merged with the surrounding world. No, not a trace of life. There was no energy fluctuation whatsoever. Like a death ghost from another dimension. But I could smell a strong, nauseating stench of blood emanating from him. Crazy. You're the doctor? Looking at this uninvited guest, who was shrouded in unknown danger, I slowly raised the dragon-gallon silver spear in my hand. He. Upon hearing this, the man in the white mask let out a harsh, cold laugh, like the scraping of metal. That's right. That's me. His cold gaze, hidden beneath the mask, was like two venomous snakes locked onto me. It was as if he were admiring a perfect work of art that was about to belong to him. Perfect experimental material. He stuck out a strange, forked, scarlet tongue, like a snake's forked tongue, and licked his chapped lips. A sinister smile, like that of a demon, appeared on his face. You're mine now. Chapter 71st Battle with the Doctor. The strongest enemy at the end of the volume. You're mine now. When those insane words, filled with endless greed and possessiveness, came out of the white-masked man's mouth, I laughed. Yeah? I looked at the terrifying demon before me, whose entire body exuded a nauseating aura of blood and madness. I slowly raised the dragon-gallon silver spear in my hand. The tip of the gun was pointed at his strange, empty mask. My eyes were filled with the cold, hard verdict of death. I think so. Your head is mine now. He. Interesting. This is really interesting. The terrifying demon codenamed Doctor let out a piercing, metallic laugh upon hearing this. I haven't seen such an interesting experimental subject as you in a long time. Confident, arrogant, and reckless. It's simply a perfect work of art. I almost feel a little reluctant to completely transform you. As he spoke, he slowly raised his hand. He snapped his fingers crisply. Snap. The next second. Whoosh. 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 Whoosh! More than a dozen terrifying figures, filled with an aura of death and destruction, suddenly burst out from the distorted dark space behind him without warning. Like a group of death knights crawling out of the deepest hell. It landed silently behind him. Those were a dozen or so terrifying cyborgs dressed in identical black tight-fitting combat suits and wearing the same style of black masks on their faces. There was no sign of life on them. There was only one chilling killing intent. And that terrifying energy fluctuation that would make any sea-level expert's scalp tingle. Peak C rank. These dozen or so terrifying cyborgs were like death machines. Their strength has actually reached the peak of sea level. Bring it on. My children. The doctor spread his arms wide like a mad artist admiring his most perfect work. Let's talk about our arrogant and ignorant classmate, Hu Ming. Take your time and enjoy it. What truly constitutes evolution? Roar. He had barely finished speaking. Those dozen or so terrifying cyborgs who had been waiting for a long time were like a group of fearless death machines that had received the highest orders. It let out a series of wild, inhuman roars and pounced on me. Their speed was incredibly fast. Their power was terrifying beyond measure. They are fearless and undaunted. They are tireless. They are a group of ultimate weapons born for slaughter. Good timing. I watched as the overwhelming legion of death surged forth like a tidal wave. Not only did I not feel the slightest fear, but I also did not feel any fear at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited. Let me see. You filthy monsters, built from mountains of corpses and seas of blood of countless innocent people. How much does it actually contain, and how much weight? I let out a boastful declaration filled with endless arrogance and self-confidence. Then, taking the initiative, he went to meet them. Thunder Dragon Break. Dragons fight in the wilderness. Boom. I poured all the power within me, which had been boiling to its limit, into the dragon's gall silver spear in my hand without reservation. Buzz. A majestic and arrogant ancient dragon roar resounded throughout the entire world. A lifelike and ferocious thunder dragon, formed from pure purple gold lightning power, suddenly erupted from the gun. With a terrifying force capable of destroying everything, it crashed fiercely into the fearless legion of death. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire sturdy altar, made of white marble, looked as if it had been hit head-on by a meteorite from outer space. It shook violently. The 3 or 4 terrifying cyborgs at the very front couldn't even let out a complete scream. Their tough bodies were strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. It's as thin as paper. My terrifying, world-destroying strike blasted it into countless pieces of flesh and blood. However, before I could even feel excited about my earth-shattering attack, more fearless and terrifying cyborgs have already filled that temporary void. They opened their cold, sharp claws, enough to tear everything apart. Reveal that ferocious bone blade, powerful enough to pierce through steel. They rushed towards my open goal from all directions, which was briefly stunned by the release of my ultimate move. Put. 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 I couldn't dodge it in time. Several deep, horrific wounds instantly appeared on his body. The scalding blood instantly stained my entire expensive combat uniform. I let out a blood-curdling, beast-like roar. I endured the horrific pain that would make any normal person want to die. He wildly brandished the dragon-gallant silver spear in his hand. They engaged in a primal and bloody melee with the endless legion of death. This battle was so fierce that the sky darkened. The sun and moon have lost their light. The entire central altar seemed to have transformed into a gigantic grinding mill of flesh and blood. Countless severed limbs and foul-smelling pieces of internal organs were scattered like a rain of blood. It dyed the entire Gold Coast red. I don't know how much time has passed. As the last, mournful cry of despair faded away. When the last burst of violent energy dissipated, I knelt on one knee, covered in blood, at the center of the altar, which had long since turned blood red. My body is covered with terrifying wounds, large and small, deep enough to expose the bone. Especially my left arm. Furthermore, a large chunk of flesh was forcibly torn off by a cyborg. It was revealing the stark white bones inside. Shocking. My chest heaved violently. He was panting heavily. And beneath my feet, there lay more than a dozen mangled, already cold corpses of cyborgs. I won. Although we won, it was a very tough victory. But in the end, I still won. However, before I could even catch my breath. Slap! 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 A burst of crisp applause, filled with a morbid frenzy and excitement, suddenly rang out from the edge of the ravaged battlefield. All I could see was the one who had been leisurely watching the show from the sidelines was the doctor. He was staring at me with fascination, at me covered in blood, yet still brimming with fighting spirit. His scarlet eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were filled with the fervor of an artist admiring their most perfect work. Excited. It's perfect. Your combat stats. Your recovery ability. Your evolutionary potential. This is simply the ultimate work of art I've always dreamed of. I've made up my mind. He opened his arms as if he were a mad artist embracing the whole world. The voice was filled with a morbid fanaticism and possessiveness. I want to personally make you my most perfect collectible. Chapter 71 Desperate Situation. Divine Weapon Protects Master. I want to personally make you my most perfect collectible. When this declaration, filled with endless morbidity and madness, came out of the mouth of the white-masked man, I laughed. He was laughing hysterically. His laugh was ferocious. Cough, cough, cough. I staggered to my feet from the blood-red altar, coughing violently. My left arm is still dripping hot blood downwards. My body is covered with terrifying wounds, large and small, deep enough to expose the bone. The power of the myriad manifestations divine thunder within me has already been exhausted, 8 or 9/10 of it. I feel like every muscle in my body is screaming and protesting. Even standing is exhausting. But I still smiled. I looked at the terrifying demon in front of me, whose entire body exuded a nauseating aura of blood and madness. I slowly raised the dragon gallant's silver spear in my hand. My dark eyes, already stained red with blood and killing intent, were filled with endless contempt and mockery. You want to turn me into your collectible? I'm afraid you don't have such good teeth. He. Interesting. This is really interesting. The terrifying demon codenamed Doctor let out a piercing, metallic laugh upon hearing this. What I like most is a pathetic wretch like you who is clearly a useless person but still stubbornly insists on being one. Because, only in this way. When I personally smash all your bones, tear apart all your pride, and trample your ridiculous self-esteem under my feet. That desperate cry you let out. That's when it sounds exceptionally pleasant and melodious. As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand. What a terrifying hand it was. Pale, withered, and devoid of any blood. It's like a terrifying mummified corpse that's been dried up for over 1,000 years. 5 jet-black fingernails, sharp as daggers, gleamed with a chilling light under the pale moonlight. All right. The game is over. My little baby. Let me personally place that magnificent shackle called eternity on your head. The words fell the moment they left his lips. Call out. His figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Quick. Almost there, almost there. We were almost there, and time seemed to stand still at that moment. Even my terrifying perception, honed through countless trials by the myriad divine thunder, couldn't detect even the slightest movement of him. All I felt was a blur before my eyes. A chilling, bone-chilling killing intent, enough to freeze my very soul, appeared before me without warning. A terrifying, pale, withered claw, as ghostly as a ghost, with a terrifying power that could tear everything apart, came down fiercely towards the top of my head. Not good. I was terrified. I want to hide. I thought I would use my dragon gallant's silver spear, which had long since become one with me, to parry. But my heavy body, already exhausted and worn out. But they couldn't keep up at all with my lightning-fast fighting instincts. It's over. Only this one cold thought remained in my mind, filled with endless resentment and despair. I can even feel it clearly now. The chilling sensation of those 5 icy fingernails, like the Grim Reaper's scythe, slicing through my forehead skin. I feel like I've already seen it. His handsome head looked like a watermelon that had been crushed, its red and white splattered all over the ground in a miserable scene. Could it be? Am I, Hu Ming, really going to die here today? No. I'm not reconciled. I still have so many things to do. I haven't completely melted Lun Yuexin's heart yet, that cold on the outside but warm on the inside Ice Queen. I haven't completely won over Xia Liuli, that fiery little pepper who dares to love and hate. I haven't completely won over that stunningly beautiful and alluring woman, Qin Yashuan, yet. I haven't found my cheap master yet, whom I've never met. I still haven't figured out what this so-called forbidden bloodline is all about. How could I just die like this, inexplicably, at the hands of a perverted devil whose face I can't even see? Give me. Move. I let out a silent roar, filled with endless resentment and stubbornness, like a wild beast. I desperately squeezed out the last bit of potential that had long since dried up within me. An attempt, a final, desperate struggle. However, all of this was in vain. Faced with that absolute power that would make any Pika-level expert despair. All my resentment and struggles seemed so pale and powerless. The cold shadow of death completely engulfed me. However, just a moment before that terrifying claw, powerful enough to crush my head into powder, was about to succeed. Just as that doctor's face, filled with morbidity and madness, was about to reveal a victorious smile. Buzz. My brilliant silver spear, which had long been an integral part of me, had become somewhat dim and lackluster due to my exhaustion. Without warning, it unleashed an angry dragon roar that could make heaven and earth change color. It actually took the initiative to protect its owner. Boom! An ancient dragon's might, 100 or even 1,000 times more terrifying than when I absorbed dragon blood before, burst forth with boundless arrogance and majesty. The terrifying ghost claw, capable of destroying everything, was forcefully pushed back by half a step. Immediately afterwards, the doctor stared in a horrified gaze, filled with shock and disbelief. A phantom of a giant purple-gold divine dragon, shrouded in an aura of ethereal power and divine might, burst forth from the buzzing shaft of the dragon-gallon silver spear. That phantom dragon was 100 meters tall. Its entire body was covered with a layer of dazzling dragon scales formed from pure divine lightning of creation. A pair of majestic dragon eyes, like two purple gold suns, were fixed on the white-masked man who was already terrified. It's as if I'm watching a lowly ant who doesn't know its own mortality. Then it opened its terrifying dragon mouth, enough to devour heaven and earth. It emitted a sound powerful enough to make the entire city of Donghai tremble. Roll. Chapter 72 S-Class Battle. A Clash of Gods. Roll. That ancient dragon roar was filled with boundless pride and majesty. It's as if we've traversed a river of time spanning billions of years. With an unparalleled divine might that could shake the heavens and earth, it descended with a thunderous roar. Boom! That terrifying devil who was just moments ago so arrogant and seemed to rule everything, Doctor. Under the terrifying dragon's might, powerful enough to shatter the soul of even an S-Class expert on the spot. They didn't even have the slightest power to resist. His terrifying claws, powerful enough to crush my head into powder, shattered into pieces. He was like a broken sack that had been hit head-on by an invisible sacred mountain. He let out a blood-curdling scream filled with horror and disbelief, and was sent flying backward on the spot. It slammed hard onto the solid ground 100 meters away. It smashed a huge, terrifying crater into the entire Gold Coast. And that enormous purple gold phallus that saved my life was a phantom of a divine dragon. After letting out that earth-shattering roar, its light dimmed and it transformed back into a stream of light, disappearing back into the buzzing, gleaming silver spear. It fell into a deep sleep. Cough, cough, cough. I knelt on the altar, which had long since been stained blood red, panting heavily. Although, he has temporarily saved his life. But I am truly at my wit's end. I feel pain all over my body right now. Even moving a single finger feels like a struggle. And, not far away, the doctor who was sent flying by the roar of the dragon's soul. He also shakily climbed back up from that huge pit. He looked disheveled. However, it seems that he did not suffer any fatal damage. The terror of a half-step S-Class powerhouse is evident. Dragon Soul. He looked at the dragon-gallant silver spear in my hand, its luster long since faded and restored to its ancient, rustic appearance. His scarlet eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were filled with unprecedented greed and fanaticism. Ha 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 ha. It's absolutely perfect. It's fucking perfect. I originally thought you were just a peerless gem with SSS-level mythical abilities. But I never expected this. You actually possess such an earth-shattering ancient treasure hidden within your body. Hu Ming. You are the most perfect gift God has given me. I've made up my mind. I will take you, along with your soul, your divine weapon, and everything else, and possess it all for myself. He let out a burst of maniacal laughter, like that of a night owl. Then it transformed once again into a pale white streak of death and charged towards me, the pitiful prey who had already lost all power to resist. It's over. Only this one cold thought remained in my mind, filled with endless resentment and despair. I've already played all my cards. This time. Is it true? Am I really going to die? However, just a moment before his terrifying claws, filled with the aura of death and destruction, were about to succeed once again. Snort! Pantheon scum! How dare you lay a hand on someone from my Xia kingdom? A thunderous roar, filled with boundless majesty and domineering power, suddenly exploded from the heavens without warning. The voice seemed to carry a terrifying power, an undeniable force that made words law. It actually managed to freeze the extremely fast, pale white light for a split second. Immediately afterwards. Boom! A massive golden sword light, powerful enough to tear apart heaven and earth, ripped through the sky like a divine sword of judgment, slashing down fiercely at the doctor who was already terrified. That sword light was domineering, majestic, and invincible. It's as if it's going to split the entire Gold Coast in two. Not good. The doctor was terrified. He no longer cared about me, the poor prey who was already his. He yelled and tried to back away. However, it's too late. A vast expanse of ice. A clear, crisp female voice, filled with endless coldness and arrogance, suddenly rang out from another direction without warning. The sound was as melodious and beautiful as heavenly music. Yet it carried a terrifying chill that could completely freeze one's soul. Click. 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 The next second. In that doctor's eyes, there was a look of utter horror and disbelief, a look of utter despair. Within a radius of several kilometers. Everything. Whether it's the surging sea. Or perhaps, the soft sand. Or perhaps, it's the noisy crowd. In that instant, everything was completely frozen by a layer of absolute zero ice tens of meters thick. The entire Gold Coast seemed to transform into a vast, snowy world at that moment. And that doctor who had already escaped with his life. They were completely imprisoned in place by the endless, terrifying ice. Unable to move. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying golden sword light, powerful enough to tear him apart, drew ever closer. No! He let out a roar of resentment. He unleashed all the power within him, the power of a half-step S rank, without reservation. Boom! A towering wave of blood, filled with evil and ominous energy, suddenly erupted. In an instant, it shattered the absolute zero ice that was strong enough to freeze everything. Then, by a narrow escape, he dodged the fatal sword strike that could have split him in two. Boom! Then, the earth-shattering golden sword light slammed down on the already frozen sea surface. It cleaved a terrifying crack thousands of meters long into the thick, tens of meters thick ice. It's as if it wants to split the entire East China Sea in two. And that doctor who luckily escaped death. Before I could even catch my breath. Two terrifying figures, filled with boundless majesty and killing intent, silently appeared in front of him from the left and right. They completely blocked all his escape routes. One was a dignified old man wearing an old, faded military uniform and wielding a terrifying greatsword engulfed in raging golden flames. Xia Zhenghua, a peak S rank expert. The other was a stunningly beautiful woman, tall and slender, with a cool and aloof demeanor, as beautiful as the moon, who seemed otherworldly. She wore a flawless white palace dress. In her hand she held a magnificent longsword formed from pure ice crystals. Countless icy blue petals, filled with an aura of death and decay, were scattered across the sword's blade. A mid-tier S-rank expert. Lang Yuexian's mysterious aunt. Long Ningxuan. Gods fighting. In the distance, the innocent citizens were already completely stunned by the terrifying scene before them, which seemed like a miracle. Looking at those three terrifying figures, standing between heaven and earth like gods. They all uttered murmurs, like those in a dream. And I finally lost consciousness due to the severity of my injuries and exhaustion of my mental strength. In the instant before I lost consciousness, all I heard was a terrifying sound of energy colliding that could make the heavens and earth change color. And that doctor's endless, resentful, and insane roar of unwillingness. Hu Ming. You just wait. We'll see each other again very soon. Chapter 73 Thunderous Tempering. A blessing in disguise. The great battle has come to an end. The earth-shattering crisis that could have overturned the entire Donghai city was finally nipped in the bud by the swift and decisive actions of Xia Zhenghua and Lang Ningxuan, two S-level powerhouses. And me. Finally, due to the severity of his injuries and complete exhaustion of his mental strength, he succumbed to his injuries. Unable to sustain her already exhausted body, which was on the verge of collapse, any longer. His vision went black, and he completely lost consciousness. Just before I lost consciousness, I seemed to see three stunningly beautiful figures, filled with worry and anxiety, rushing towards me without regard for anything else. I don't know how much time has passed. When I slowly awoke from that endless darkness once more, a familiar smell, filled with the scent of disinfectant, instantly filled my nostrils. Immediately afterwards, a warm, comfortable feeling, like soaking in a hot spring, spread from my limbs and bones. It completely awakened my body, which had long become numb and stiff. I slowly opened my heavy, tired eyelids. What comes into view is a small, pure white space filled with a futuristic, sci-fi feel. And that huge light screen that kept flashing with all sorts of vital signs data that I couldn't understand at all. Where is this? Looking at the strange and eerie scene before me, I couldn't help but mutter to myself. My voice was hoarse and full of the weakness of someone recovering from a serious illness. You're awake? A clear, crisp female voice, filled with surprise and a hint of relief, rang out beside me without warning. With difficulty, I turned my head. All I could see was that fiery little pepper, Xiaolioli, was wearing a tight-fitting red combat suit that exuded youth and vitality. He was standing next to my medical pod with a look of surprise on his face. Her eyes, which were as bright as rubies, were filled with thick, bloodshot veins. Her strikingly beautiful face, brimming with heroic spirit, was also filled with an indescribable weariness and exhausted. It feels like it's been a long time since I've had a proper rest. How long have I been asleep? I asked her hoarsely. Not long. Xiaolioli looked into my gentle eyes, which were filled with worry and concern, and her pretty face blushed slightly, a rare occurrence. Only 3 days and 3 nights. 3 days? My pupils contracted sharply upon hearing this. The opening of the fishing season. Don't worry. Xiaolioli seemed to read my mind and said with a smile, Doctor may have escaped, but all the remnants of the pantheon that he planted in our Donghai city have been uprooted by my grandfather and that person from the Lung family. That source energy fission bomb has also been successfully dismantled. You can say that. You single-handedly saved the entire Donghai city. You are now the supreme hero in the hearts of all the citizens of Donghai city. As she spoke, her bright eyes were filled with undisguised admiration and admiration. Yeah. As I listened to her adoring and fervent narration, I couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I really pulled off a pretty good show this time. Put. Xiaolioli was amused by my frivolous and flirtatious words and covered her mouth to chuckle. You're injured like this, and you still can't behave properly. She rolled her eyes at me, and the unintentional allure she exuded was enough to make any man's mouth dry. Hurt? I was taken aback when I heard that. That's when I remembered. Before I lost consciousness, I was beaten like a dead dog by those fearless and terrifying cyborgs. Especially my left arm. He was even ripped out of a large chunk of flesh by a cyborg. Even the stark white bones were exposed. Instinctively, I wanted to raise my left hand. However, I just moved. Click. A sickening metallic cracking sound rang out from my body. All I could see was the medical pod on my body, made of the most advanced nanomaterials, is strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a sea-level expert. It actually burst because of my simple gesture of raising my hand. It turned into countless metal fragments. Xiaolioli. The entire quiet medical room instantly fell into a deathly silence. Xiaolioli and I stared at each other, wide-eyed. They were all stunned. What the hell is going on? I looked at the top of the line medical pod, which had been completely reduced to a pile of scrap metal. He looked again at his bronze skin, which was completely unharmed and without even a single scar. I was completely stunned. I remember. I was already half crippled before I fell into a coma. How come it's only been 3 days? So, he's full of energy again? And it's gotten even more ferocious? Could it be that? I think I've remembered something. I suddenly raised my left arm. All I could see was my left arm, which should have been a horrific bloody mess with bones visible, was now a bloody mess. Not only that, but he is now fully recovered. Furthermore, it was under the autonomous repair of my abnormal power of the myriad manifestations divine thunder. A terrifying change has occurred that even makes my heart pound. His entire arm seemed to be completely covered by a layer of mysterious purple gold dragon scales. Above, there were also faint, terrifying lightning bolts filled with a destructive aura. It no longer felt like a human arm. Instead, it is a ferocious dragon arm from the primordial era. It's bursting with explosive power. This. I looked at my terrifying, magical left arm. I was completely dumbfounded. This is a blessing in disguise? Thunder Dragon Arm? Meanwhile, Xia Lioli was completely terrified by the bizarre and magical scene before her. After seeing my ferocious dragon arm, which was flashing with faint lightning, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. A pair of dazzling ruby eyes were filled with utter disbelief. Legend has it that this is the strongest killing move that can only be awakened by perfectly fusing lightning-type superpowers with dragon bloodline? What kind of monster are you? The way she looked at me was like she was looking at a complete prehistoric behemoth. It was filled with a deep-seated awe and reverence. Fear. But I ignored her complex gaze, which was filled with shock and admiration. I was just excitedly admiring my brand new, explosively powerful Qilin arm Thunder Dragon arm. I even threw a punch at the air, which was quite childish. Feel that terrifying power, enough to shatter the very air. I burst into a hearty laugh. Ha 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 ha. Cool. That was fucking awesome. Xia Lioli looked at me, who was excitedly admiring my newborn arm that was shimmering with faint lightning. A rare, captivating blush appeared on her strikingly beautiful and spirited face. She gently bit her lower lip with her pearly teeth. I hesitated for a long time. Finally mustering his courage, he spoke in a voice barely audible. Grandpa said that if you wake up, you should go see him. He has something very important to tell you. Chapter 70 for the general who commands the town. Unparalleled glory. I arrived at Xia Jingguo's private office. This is my second time here. But this time, the atmosphere in the entire office was completely different from last time. The previous ease and casualness are gone. Instead, there was an unprecedented solemnity and reverence. The office was filled with high-ranking military officials who were rarely seen on television. Each one of them was wearing a crisp, brand-new military uniform. The glittering stars on his shoulders almost blinded my titanium alloy eyes. And then there was Xia Jingguo, the dignified old man who always had a cynical and irreverent demeanor. At this moment, his face was more serious and solemn than ever before. He stood quietly in the very center of the office. It was as if they were waiting for some sacred ceremony to begin. Report. I stared at this bizarre scene before me, a scene brimming with magical realism. I instinctively brought my legs together and gave a perfect military salute. No way. The atmosphere has been perfectly set. If I don't offer something in return? I feel a little guilty about this place, which is full of generals. Xia Jingguo looked at me and slowly nodded. His pair of sharp, majestic eyes, like those of a hawk, were filled with deep appreciation and satisfaction. Then, in my gaze, filled with a complex mix of shock and bewilderment, he actually got up himself. Then they turned to me, a non-military personnel who, in name only, didn't even have military status. He returned a more standard and more solemn military salute. Hu Ming. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a series of thunderclaps from the heavens, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This also caused all the military leaders present, who were usually arrogant and domineering, to subconsciously straighten their already aging and firm chests. I am Xia Jingguo. Today, representative, the military of Donghai City. 300,000 soldiers. On behalf of the entire 37 million innocent citizens of Donghai City, I express my deepest amazement and sincerest gratitude to you. After saying that, he did it in front of everyone. He's looking at me, a young junior who's old enough to be his grandson. He bowed deeply. 90 degrees. Perfectly perfect as it gets. Boom. I was completely stunned. My brain felt like it had been hit head-on by a supernuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons. Completely blank. What merit or ability do I possess? How could someone possibly accept such a grand gift from a top-tier S-class general who commands the nation? Commander Xia. What are you doing? Get up. Get up. I snapped out of my daze and quickly went to help him up. However, you deserve it. Xia Jingguo waved his hand and said solemnly. This bow. No, I, Xiaojinghua, bow down to you. But it is thanks to you that the 37 million innocent lives that were spared from disaster are saved. If it weren't for you, who single-handedly turned the tide. If it weren't for you buying us that most precious rescue time at the most critical moment. I am Xiaojinghua. Our entire military in Donghai City. They will all become sinners in history. So, this bow. You deserve it. As he spoke, he bowed deeply to me once again. Behind him were dozens of military bigwigs who were usually arrogant and had the final say. And they all bowed deeply to me without prior arrangement. That perfectly synchronized, terrifying scene. As someone who has lived 2 lives and is no longer indifferent to life and death, this is something that has made me, a transmigrator, indifferent to life and death. Her eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. All right. I won't say anything more sentimental. Xiaojinghua straightened up and resumed his usual dignified and imposing demeanor. Next. It's time to talk about your reward. In view of the unparalleled contributions you made during this opening of the Sea Festival crisis. After an emergency discussion between me and the Alliance headquarters, we've made our decision. You are granted this. The following 3 items represent unprecedented and unparalleled honors. As he spoke, he took a gold embossed document filled with an aura of holiness and solemnity from the hands of a beautiful secretary beside him. And 3 medals of honor that gleamed with golden light. First, you are hereby awarded the title of Honorary Citizen of Donghai City. From this day forward, all of Hu Ming's official expenses in the entire Donghai City will be waived. Enjoy the highest level of travel privileges, equivalent to those of the mayor. Anyone who's too stupid to cause trouble on your turf. Act first, report later. Authorized by imperial authority. Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the entire office fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face showed an expression of utter horror, as if they had seen a ghost. This is not some kind of honorary citizen at all. This is practically giving me the title of local tyrant of Donghai City. Second. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Xiaojinghua continued his announcement. You are hereby awarded the title of 3rd-class merit of the Xia Kingdom. For this, I have earned merit. You can make any reasonable request to the Alliance headquarters without any conditions. Whether it's money, status, or women. Just say the word. The Alliance will do everything in its power to satisfy you. Boom. The entire office erupted in chaos once again. Everyone's faces showed expressions of terror that were more than 10 times greater than before. Xia Kingdom, a 3rd-class meritorious official? That is an unparalleled honor that only national-level powerhouses who have made outstanding contributions to the entire Xia Kingdom are qualified to receive. And now, they've just casually given it to a high school student who's not even an adult yet? This is fucking insane. However, this isn't the end. Third. Xiaojinghua looked at me, who was completely stunned by this series of terrifying bombs. A cunning smile, like that of an old fox, appeared on his face. He personally pinned the last, most brilliant, and most dazzling purple-gold dragon-shaped medal, which exuded endless iron-bloodedness and killing intent, to my chest. Then, in a trembling voice filled with boundless pride and self-satisfaction, he announced it to the public. The sound wasn't loud. Yet, it was as clear as thunder from the heavens, reaching the ears of everyone present. It also completely shattered their already fragile and pitiful values. You are hereby granted the title of General of Donghai City. Chapter 75 The Final Choice. The road ahead is long. Donghai City, the town's general. When this supreme title, which would drive any Pika-level expert mad and suffocate, fell upon my head, I was completely dumbfounded. I am adorned with a dazzling halo that could blind countless people. I don't even know how I walked out of that military headquarters, which was filled with awe and fanatical gazes. All I know is this. I, Hu Ming, will begin today. Absolutely amazing, that's incredible. I'm back in my penthouse. I casually tossed the 3 gleaming gold medals onto the expensive coffee table made of 1,000-year-old sandalwood. Then he plopped down on the soft, comfortable leather sofa. He felt as if all his strength had been drained. Tired. I'm so damn tired. So much has happened these past few days. That's so exciting. First, he was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, showered with glory. Another top-tier university has extended an olive branch. Then came the massacre of the Lin family, where the enemy was personally killed. Finally, he even had an earth-shattering life-or-death battle with a terrifying demon who was half a step into S-class. Each and every one of these achievements is something any normal person could boast about for a lifetime. In just a few days, all of this happened to me. This is 100 times more thrilling than riding a roller coaster. All I want to do right now is get a good night's sleep. I don't want to think about anything. Do nothing. Just quietly, be a useless person who doesn't fight with the world. However, reality does not allow it. I looked at the 2 gold embossed admission notices on the coffee table, both radiating a dazzling golden light and exuding an aura of holiness and solemnity. My head is starting to hurt again. One is Dragon Soul University, a sacred place in the military, filled with iron will and discipline. The other is the mysterious and ancient martial arts hall, the Martial God Hall, which is like a paradise on earth. 2 equally amazing, god-level universities. 2 distinct paths to the future, yet equally filled with endless allure and challenges. What should I do? Let's go to Dragon Soul University. Xia Jinghua, that old fox, patted my shoulder more than once and said something earnestly. Kid. Listen to me. I'll do it right. Only in the great crucible of the military can your unpolished gem be polished into a true national treasure. Not to mention, our house is there too, Lioli is there. You two are not only a perfect match, but you're also incredibly talented. They're simply a match made in heaven. I'll wait for you. Once you graduate, I'll throw you the grandest wedding in the entire Xia kingdom. Then we'll have another 1, 3 or 5 big, healthy boys. My Xia family can be considered to have a worthy successor. Little brother, just listen to what Commander Xia says and don't take it too seriously. Qin Yashuan swirled the glass of top-quality red wine in her hand, which was filled with an ambiguous atmosphere, and said with a smile. Dragon Soul University is good, but it has far too many rules and regulations. With your lawless and wild nature, if you go in there, wouldn't you tear a hole in the sky? In my opinion, you should go to the Temple of Martial God, which is more free and mysterious. And she paused, a sly glint flashing in her alluring peach blossom eyes, like that of a fox. Didn't that little girl from the Lang family go there too? If you were to go, you would too. Wouldn't that be a perfect opportunity to benefit from proximity? If you can completely win over that little girl from the Lung family by then our 7-star pavilion will be much more successful in the capital from now on. Even my elusive senior sister. They all sent me an encrypted message full of mystery and temptation. Junior brother, come to the Martial God Hall. Sister, I'm here. I've prepared a huge surprise for you. I looked at the 2 gold embossed admission notices in front of me, notices that would drive any student from Xia Kingdom crazy and leave them breathless. My mind is a complete mess. Go to Dragon Soul University? With that old fox Xia Jinghua protecting them. My future military career will definitely be smooth sailing, with no obstacles in sight. Moreover, he can also exchange feelings with Xia Lioli, that fiery little pepper, every day. That sounds good. To the Temple of Martial Gods? With Lang Yuexin, that cold on the outside but warm on the inside beauty, by my side. I'll also get to see my mysterious, powerful, and cheap senior sister. It might even unlock the earth-shattering secret of my so-called forbidden bloodline. That sounds very tempting. Oh shit. So annoying. Frustrated, I scratched my hair. I've never been so conflicted in my entire life. However, just when I was about to fall into the endless abyss of decision-making indecisiveness, my gaze inadvertently fell upon a tattered map, already soaked in blood, that I had carelessly tossed onto the coffee table. That was the only valuable thing I found on the corpse of that Pantheon cleaner. Yes, that's the only possible last clue to finding that mysterious doctor. Boom! My brain felt like it had been struck by a thunderbolt. In an instant, everything became clear. I laughed. I know what I should choose. Pantheon. PhD. I looked out the window at the dazzling night view, which had long since returned to its former bustling state. A coldness I had never felt before flashed in my eyes. Absolutely. I don't care which dark corner you're hiding in. No matter what terrifying and overwhelming forces are behind you. I, Hu Ming, hereby swear. Someday, I will personally destroy you and your filthy temple, which is filled with sin and blood. Erase them all completely from this world. I let out a silent roar filled with boundless domineering power and confidence. Then, he slowly stood up from the sofa. I walked to the window, looking towards that distant north. Looking at that supreme holy land, which represents the pinnacle of power and strength in the entire Xia kingdom. The capital city. My eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit. I know. Only there. Only then can I obtain terrifying power sufficient to confront the entire pantheon head-on. Only there. Only then can I find the true whereabouts of that mysterious doctor. I slowly extended my hand. It's as if they want to hold the entire dazzling starry sky in their hands. The capital. Here I come. Chapter 76 Farewell. For a better reunion. Parting is always sad. Especially the farewell to a group of beautiful women. After I made my final decision. My time in Donghai City has officially entered its final countdown. The start date for Dragon Soul University is in 3 days. I must finish all the trivial funeral arrangements within these 3 days. Then embark on a brand new journey filled with unknowns and challenges. The day before heading to the capital, I hosted a small, private farewell party in my luxurious penthouse. The banquet was very low-key. I did not invite any so-called big shots. I only invited a few old friends who had left an important mark on my short but dreamlike rise to power. Me, my former mentor, the principal who never gave up on me when I was at my lowest point. And Li Jinbong, the tough instructor who appreciated me when I first showed my talent and protected me all the way. The first friend I met in the wilderness was Lu Taizhu, a mercenary captain who was generous, righteous, and full of chivalrous spirit. And then there's my kind, lovely younger sister, Lin Yining, who was the only one who gave me a sliver of warmth during my most desperate time. Certainly. And of course, there are those 3 stunning beauties who have already left an indelible mark on my life. The iceberg goddess, Cold Moon Heart. Xia Lioli, the rose of the army. And the stunningly beautiful and mature woman, Qin Yashuan. Hu Ming. You little bastard. You're a fucking once-in-a-century source of pride for our 7th high school. Principal Gao and Li Jinbong are 2 tough, unsmiling men. I don't even know how much I drank today. They were all so drunk that their faces were flushed and their tongues were swollen. I'm telling you. Principal Gao said, his arm around my shoulder and his tongue thick with slurred speech, wait until we get to Beijing. If you dare to embarrass our 7th high school, you'll be a disgrace. I'm the first one, you'll get away with this. That's right. Li Jinbong chimed in from the side, when you go out into the world, you'll represent the face of our entire 7th high school and the entire city of Donghai. Anyone who dares to bully you, you just go ahead and beat him to a pulp. If you die, it's on me. I looked at the 2 adorable old men in front of me, who were already completely drunk and unconscious. My eyes welled up with tears. Don't worry. Principal, Instructor Li. I won't let you down. Hu Hushin. Lu Taizhu, a fearless and ruthless mercenary. He also walked over, holding a wine glass and looking rather awkward. I, Lu Taizhu, have never admired anyone in my life. You are the first. This glass of wine is for you. Wishing you a bright future and a safe journey. After saying that, he tilted his head back and downed the entire glass of strong liquor, enough to knock an elephant out on the spot. Good. I laughed. I, too, raised my glass and drank it all in one gulp. Brother Lu, take care. May we meet again in the future, if fate allows. Hu Hushin. Lin Yining, this kind and lovely younger sister. Looking at me, her clear eyes were filled with deep reluctance and worship. Will you ever come back? Of course. I smiled and ruffled her soft, lovely long hair. This is my home after all. Wait for me, I'll come back next time. I'll definitely bring you the best roast duck from Beijing. Lin Yining nodded emphatically, a bright, sweet, and captivating smile appearing on her face. The banquet lasted until late at night. Everyone was drunk. Only I, along with those 3 stunningly beautiful women each harboring their own secrets, retained the last shred of consciousness. Xia Lioli was the first to leave. She didn't say anything. He just gave me a bear hug with red eyes, a hug that exuded a military vibe. Then, without looking back, he disappeared into the endless night. It's as if it's saying, "You brat, you'll be waiting for me in the capital. I'll be there soon." Lan Yuexin was the second. She walked up to me, her cool eyes filled with deep reluctance and affection. She opened her mouth as if to say something. But in the end, he said nothing. They simply slipped a light blue amulet, emitting a faint fragrance, into my hand. Then, blushing, she ran away as if fleeing. It's as if it's saying, I'm waiting for you at the temple of martial god. You absolutely must come find me. Final. The entire noisy and bustling banquet hall was now empty except for me and the stunningly beautiful and sophisticated Qin Yashuan, who remained calm and composed throughout, as if nothing had happened. And the floor was littered with cups and plates. They've all left? Looking at the empty, huge banquet hall, a faint sense of loss welled up inside me without warning. Yes. Qin Yashuan walked to my side and handed me a glass of top-quality red wine that had already been decanted. They've all left. How? You can't bear to part with it? Looking into my alluring, peach blossom-like eyes, she was filled with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. A little. I nodded without denying it. Hee, Qin Yashuan laughed, little brother, you really are a romantic at heart. So quickly, they've ruined the two most beautiful flowers in Donghai City. I'm even a little jealous, sister. Sister Qin, you're joking. I looked at her and said with a smile, in my heart, you are the most beautiful, but also the most thorny, poisonous rose. Oh? Qin Yashuan raised an eyebrow, her captivating peach blossom eyes looking at me with interest. So, little brother, you also want to pluck this thorny rose from my lap? I fell silent. I don't know how to answer. Qin Yashuan, however, smiled. She slowly walked up to me. Her deadly, alluring, and fiery body was practically pressed against mine. A mature and subtle fragrance, even more intoxicating than red wine, instantly overwhelmed me completely. She looked at me with a somewhat bewildered and awkward expression. Her alluring peach blossom eyes were filled with deep reluctance and affection. She slowly rose onto her tiptoes. It gently pecked my lips, which were filled with surprise and astonishment. That cool, smooth touch. It completely stunned me. Then, she breathed softly in my ear and whispered, little brother, remember that the door of the 7-star pavilion will always be open for you. Your sister is in the capital, waiting for you. Chapter 77: A New Journey. Destination, the capital. The next day, early morning. As the first warm rays of dawn pierced the clouds and shone upon the steel jungle that had just recovered its former tranquility from the baptism of blood and fire, I have quietly left that gentle haven, a place that could drive any man mad and make him fall for it. I didn't alert anyone. No, they didn't take anything with them. Apart from those few divine weapons that have long since become one with me, my natal weapons. And that terrifying wealth, enough to drive any country mad. I am just that, all alone, with nothing to my name. Just like when I first arrived. I left this heartbreaking place, which had given me a new lease on life and transformed me, without a sound. Not a single cloud will be taken away. Half an hour later. A secret health resort located on the outskirts of Donghai Bay City, with picturesque scenery that resembles a fairyland. My figure appeared silently, like a ghost, outside a small white building filled with an elegant and warm atmosphere. I didn't go in. And so, without alerting anyone, I simply stood quietly on the soft lawn filled with the fragrance of grass and flowers. Separated by that layer, thick one-way bulletproof glass windows. I quietly watched the two kind old people playing chess by the window, leisurely basking in the sun. The fear and exhaustion that had been on their faces were gone. Instead, there was a peaceful and serene atmosphere filled with happy smiles. It was as if they had completely forgotten all the unpleasant things that happened that night. That's good. I watched as this harmonious scene, filled with warmth and beauty, unfolded before me. A genuine, heartfelt smile slowly crept onto my lips. I know. They have moved on. And it's time for me to go. I bowed deeply in the direction of the two kind old people who were completely unaware of what was happening. Then, without looking back, he stepped onto the top-level military maglev train that had been waiting outside for a long time. Ugh! A piercing whistle, full of futuristic and sci-fi vibes, resounded throughout the entire world. Then, the luxurious train, made entirely of an unknown silver-white special alloy and full of streamlined beauty, slowly started moving. I sat alone in the luxurious carriage that could hold hundreds of people but was now empty. I looked out the window at the familiar scene rushing past. watching the outline of Donghai City grow smaller and smaller until it finally disappeared completely at the edge of the horizon. There was no sadness of parting in my eyes. There was not a trace of uncertainty or confusion about the future. Only a raging fire filled with endless fighting spirit and anticipation. Donghai City. This is the starting village where I've lived for 18 years. By now. Those girls I loved and who loved me. By now. Those I hated and those who hated me. By now. My journey, Hu Ming's journey, is to the endless sea of stars. However, this place is still too small. It's so small it can no longer contain me, this divine dragon about to soar into the heavens. The capital. Here I come. The Pantheon. I have arrived. Doctor. Wash your neck and wait for me. I let out a silent roar filled with boundless domineering power and confidence. Then, he slowly closed his deep eyes, which shimmered with a purple-gold divine light. Let's begin, and conserve our energy for the new journey ahead. 3 hours later. When the futuristic, silver-white maglev train slowly entered that magnificent city, a city that would make anyone who came here for the first time tremble with awe. I slowly opened my eyes. A glint of light flashed in my eyes. I am coming. Beijing. The heart of our Xia kingdom. Indeed, it is the most prosperous, powerful, and also the most unknown and challenging supreme holy land in the entire eastern continent. I looked out the window at those towering, terrifying skyscrapers, thousands of meters tall, filled with a futuristic, sci-fi feel. Looking at the sky above, there were all sorts of maglev flying cars, densely packed together like locusts passing by. Looking at those terrifying superhumans on the street, each with an aura of power and unfathomable strength. I did not feel insignificant or afraid at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited. I felt every cell in my body trembling wildly. I was screaming with excitement. This is the true world of the strong. This is the stage that truly belongs to me. I let out a long, exhilarating roar filled with boundless anticipation and fighting spirit. And then, right there, in the very next instant after the train came to a complete stop. Like a cannonball suddenly shooting out of the barrel. However, I had just stepped out of the station. A young student, dressed in a crisp Dragon Soul University elite uniform and looking incredibly arrogant, blocked my way. He was the so-called senior sent by Dragon Soul University to pick me up. His face, upon seeing me, this so-called genius from a countryside place, was filled with undisguised contempt and disdain. So you are Hu Ming? He spoke to me in a condescending tone, full of superiority. It's me. I nodded. Ha! The arrogant senior let out a disdainful sneer. Looks like nothing special. I really don't know what's wrong with Director Long. How could they waste a precious special admission spot for a country bumpkin like you? As he spoke, he casually tossed my only suitcase onto the dusty, dirty ground. Then he stomped on it hard with his dragon scale boots, which were worth at least 3 million. He even ground it down hard. Hey! You country bumpkin! He pointed to the poor suitcase that he had already trampled beyond recognition and said to me with an arrogant look. Don't say I don't take care of you. Lick my precious dragon scale boots clean. I'll protect you at school from now on. Chapter 78 First Arrival in the Capital. A show of force? 3 hours later. The futuristic, silver-white maglev train slowly entered the magnificent city that would make anyone who came here for the first time tremble with awe. The capital. The heart of our Xia kingdom. It is also the most prosperous, powerful, and most unknown and challenging supreme holy land in the entire eastern continent. Looking out the window at the towering skyscrapers thousands of meters high, filled with a futuristic and sci-fi feel, at the countless maglev cars swarming in the sky like locusts, and at the terrifying superhumans with their imposing auras and unfathomable strength on the streets, I felt not the slightest bit insignificant or afraid. On the contrary, I became even more excited. I felt every cell in my body trembling wildly and screaming with excitement. This is the true world of the strong. This is the stage that truly belongs to me. I let out a long, exhilarating roar filled with boundless anticipation and fighting spirit, and then, the instant the train came to a complete stop, I shot out like a cannonball. However, as soon as I stepped out of the crowded, futuristic central station, a young student dressed in a smart Dragon Soul University elite uniform, who looked incredibly arrogant, blocked my way. He looked to be in his early 20s, with a respectable appearance and decent strength, having already reached the peak of C rank. Even in a rural place like Donghai City, he would be considered one of the top geniuses. But at this moment, his gaze toward me was filled with undisguised contempt and disdain, as if he were looking at a pitiful country bumpkin who had crawled out of a remote, impoverished area. "You're Hu Ming." He spoke to me in a condescending tone, full of superiority. "It's me." I nodded. "Ha!" The arrogant senior let out a disdainful sneer. "Looks like nothing special. I really don't know what got into Director Long, that he would waste a precious special admission spot for a country bumpkin like you." As he spoke, he casually tossed my only suitcase onto the dusty, dirty ground, then stomped on it hard with his dragon scale boots, which were worth at least 3 million, and even ground it down. "Hey! You country bumpkin!" He pointed to the pitiful suitcase he had already trampled beyond recognition, and said to me arrogantly, "Don't say I didn't take care of you. My name is Shangwan Fei, the Vice Minister of the External Relations Department of the Student Union of the second-year elite class at Dragon Soul University, one of the overall leaders of your freshman class, and also the eldest son of the Shangwan family in Beijing." With each title he mentioned, his arrogant and superior air grew even stronger, as if he was afraid that I, a poor country bumpkin from a rural area, wouldn't know how noble and awesome his status was. "Now, I'm giving you a choice." He looked down at me with the same disdainful gaze one would give a lowly ant to be manipulated. "It will either kneel down right now and lick my precious dragon scale boots clean, and I'll protect you at school, or..." He paused, then a sinister, devilish smile spread across his face. "I'll beat you so badly your own mother wouldn't recognize you, then throw you out of here and send you back to where you came from. What do you say? Choose." He crossed his arms and looked at me with a mocking expression, as if he could already see me, this poor country bumpkin from the countryside, trembling and begging for mercy under his overwhelming power that would make any normal person despair. The senior students from Dragon Soul University around them, upon witnessing this dramatic scene, not only did not step forward to stop it, but instead all wore gloating expressions, as if watching a boring spectacle of seniors bullying freshmen that they had long since seen before. "Sigh, another reckless freshman has arrived. Yeah, this guy is really unlucky. He actually messed with that madman Shangwan Fei right from the start. Who says otherwise? Shangwan Fei is a notorious newcomer killer at our school. It's said that last year, another A-level genius who was specially recruited refused to submit to him, and ended up having all 4 of his limbs broken by him, spending half a year lying in the medical pod. It's over. This kid is completely finished." Whispers filled with pity and schadenfreude echoed from all directions. However, just when everyone thought that I, this poor country bumpkin, was about to face a bloody disaster that I would regret for the rest of my life, I laughed. I looked at this ridiculously self-important idiot in front of me and slowly shook my head. The Shangwan family of the capital? Are they that powerful? Never heard of them. What did you say? The arrogant Shangwan Fei exploded instantly upon hearing this. He had never been ignored in public like this before in his entire life. "You little bastard. You're asking for it," he roared, and the terrifying aura of a peak sea-level expert erupted from his body. He was about to attack me on the spot. However, it was too late. "I'll also give you a choice." I looked at him and slowly raised my right hand. "Either kneel down now and lick these cheap shoes of mine clean, worth less than 300 yuan, and I might consider letting you die a quick death, or..." I paused, then gave a chilling, deathly smile. "I'll wipe you and your so-called bullshit family completely off the face of the earth." So what? Choose. You insolent beast. How dare you insult the Shangwan family? Shangwan Fei trembled with rage. "I'll kill you." He roared and transformed into a raging streak of flames, charging towards me. Court death. I snorted coldly, not even bothering to look at the idiot rushing towards me like a moth to a flame, and simply kicked him out. Fast. Accurate. Ruthless. Boom. The arrogant senior who was just moments ago couldn't even let out a complete scream. His sturdy body, capable of withstanding the full force of a sea-level demonic beast's attack, was sent flying like a tattered sack that had been slammed head-on by a high-speed maglev train. He crashed into a solid wall dozens of meters away, creating a huge human-shaped dent in the wall, which was made of a special alloy. Their fate is unknown. The entire room was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the onlookers who had just been gloating were now stunned, as if struck head-on by a thunderbolt from the heavens. They stared at the terrifying figure who slowly withdrew his foot, looking completely calm and collected as if he had just crushed an insignificant ant, and their minds went completely blank. I ignored their stunned gazes, as if they had seen a ghost. I simply patted my spotless new combat uniform and then slowly spoke amidst the complex gazes of awe and fear on everyone's faces. The voice wasn't loud, but it resonated clearly like thunderclaps in the ears of everyone present. Who else? Chapter 79. One move establishes authority. I looked at this ridiculously self-important idiot in front of me. I laughed. The capital, the Shangwan family? Is that awesome? Never heard of it. My words were spoken very softly. But it's like a super-nuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons. In the central station, which had long been deathly silent because of Shangwan Fei's arrogant and domineering declaration, a loud explosion suddenly erupted. All the onlookers who were just moments ago gloating. After hearing my faint words, which were filled with endless contempt and mockery, everyone was stunned. They stared at me with their mouths agape, as if I were a madman, an idiot, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. Crazy. Are you crazy? This country bumpkin from the countryside dares to publicly insult the Shangwan family of the capital? Doesn't he know what the name Shangwan represents in the entire capital? That was a real behemoth. Yes, a top-tier family capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the military. Let alone someone as minor as him, a special admission student. Even the president of Dragon Soul University has to be polite and respectful when he meets the head of the Shangwan family. But this ignorant country bumpkin. He actually dared to say. Never heard of it? This goes beyond being described as mere arrogance. This is practically blatant suicide. What did you say? After a brief moment of shock and astonishment, the once arrogant Shangwan Fei. Finally, I came to my senses. His eyes, which were once full of arrogance and disdain, were instantly filled with disbelief. And a raging fire powerful enough to incinerate everything. He's grown up like this. I've never been ignored like this in public before. I've never been humiliated in public like this before. Little beast. You fucking bastard, you're asking for it. He roared. A terrifying aura of peak C rank erupted from his body. A terrifying heat wave, powerful enough to melt steel, swept out. He was actually an extremely rare fire-type ability user. I don't care how talented you are in your backwater village. No matter what you did, you just got lucky and got into our Dragon Soul University. But today, you dare to insult my Shangwan family. Then you must pay the most painful price for your ignorance and arrogance. He roared. He transformed into a raging streak of flames and charged straight at me. Fireblast fist. He threw a punch. A ferocious fist formed from pure fire energy slammed down towards my face with terrifying power that could incinerate everything. A peak C level expert unleashes a full force attack. That's enough to raise a small building to the ground. However, faced with that terrifying attack that could make any C level powerhouse despair, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I couldn't even be bothered to say another word to him. I simply kicked it out. Quick. Allow. Ruthless. My feet, though slow, have already arrived. Just moments before that massive, fiery fist, brimming with destructive power, was about to smash into my face. He kicked the poor idiot in the stomach with pinpoint accuracy, a kick that had already clouded his judgment by jealousy and anger. There were no fancy moves or tricks. Only the ultimate, raw aesthetics of violence. Boom. A deep, terrifying roar, like that of a piledriver. The sound echoed throughout the deathly silent central station. That so-called senior who was so arrogant just now. His arrogant smile, full of cruelty and glee, was still frozen on his face. The next second, he was like a broken sack that had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. His sturdy combat suit, which was strong enough to withstand the full-force attack of a sea-level monster, shattered inch by inch. His flame-burst fist, powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, didn't even touch a hair on my head. It was kicked away by my ordinary kick and vanished into thin air. He was sent flying backward at a terrifying speed, more than 3 times faster than when he came. Boom! A deafening roar. He crashed violently into a sturdy wall made of a special alloy, dozens of meters away. It smashed a huge, human-shaped dent into the half-meter-thick, sturdy wall. Countless terrifying cracks, like a spider web, spread wildly outward from him. He slid down the smooth wall like a lump of mud, foaming at the mouth and convulsing in the limbs. Their fate is unknown. One move. And another one. It can't even be called a move. It was just a simple kick. A top-tier genius at the peak of sea level. That's it, it's ruined. The entire arena fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. All the onlookers who were just moments ago looking gloating. They all seemed to have been struck head-on by divine lightning from the heavens. They were all stunned, speechless. Massive petrification. They watched as the terrifying figure slowly withdrew his foot, his expression nonchalant, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. My mind went completely blank. Hiss. I don't know how much time has passed. A series of gasps finally broke the suffocating, absolute silence. What the hell did I just see? One kick? Just one kick? And it crippled Shang Wanfei, a peak sea-level fighter? Is this even human? This is a complete humanoid beast. I remember now. He's the ruthless genius who got the top score in both the college entrance exams in Donghai City and slaughtered his way through the entire secret realm. Hu Ming. Boom. When the name Hu Ming came out of that person's mouth, the entire central station erupted in an uproar that was 100 times more tumultuous than before. Everyone's face showed a look of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They all stared at me with the kind of look one would give a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. That look was no different from looking at a prehistoric behemoth. I ignored their stunned, ghost-like stares. I simply bent down and picked up the poor suitcase that had been trampled beyond recognition. I patted it to remove the dust. Then, amidst the complex gazes of everyone filled with awe and fear, he slowly began to speak. The sound wasn't loud. But it was like a series of thunderclaps, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This also made those senior students from Dragon Soul University, who had just been full of hostility and disdain towards me, tremble with fear. We didn't even dare to breathe. Who else? Chapter 80 Dragon Soul University. End of volume. Who else? When those seemingly casual words, brimming with endless domineering arrogance, resounded like thunderclaps from the heavens throughout the deathly silent central station. The huge station, which was originally bustling and noisy, instantly fell into an absolute silence that was more desolate than a tomb. All those Dragon Soul University seniors who were just moments ago looking smug and ready to watch me make a fool of myself. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats tightly. They stared at me with their mouths agape, as if I were a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. They never expected this. This guy, in their eyes, is a pathetic country bumpkin. It's incredible how fierce it is. That's so unreasonable. One kick. Just that simple kick. Shang Wanfei, a top genius at the peak of sea level, is among the top 100 in the entire Dragon Soul University. He was kicked so hard he looked like a dead dog. Their fate is unknown. Is this guy even human? This is nothing short of a humanoid monster. Me. The unlucky guy closest to me, after meeting my cold, emotionless gaze. My legs went weak, and I was so scared that I peed myself on the spot. And then he knelt down. Just like when the first domino is knocked down, the chain reaction begins. Thump. 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 The next second, all the senior students from Dragon Soul University who had just been full of hostility and disdain towards me were present. They all suddenly felt their legs buckle and knelt down in unison. The entire central station instantly transformed into a massive pilgrimage site filled with magical realism. Oh. I looked at this spectacular scene before me, a scene full of absurdity and irony. I laughed. I couldn't even be bothered to look at those pathetic spineless cowards who were already terrified of me. I simply patted my spotless, brand new combat uniform. And so it happened, under the complex gazes of everyone filled with awe and fear. Step by step, I walked out of this place of right and wrong, which had stirred up a huge storm the moment I arrived. I paid no further attention to the devastating scene behind me. No, and we're waiting for that so-called guide who might arrive at any time. I followed the 3D map displayed on my latest Huawei communicator. A person boarded a futuristic, driverless maglev flying car. They sped off toward that supreme holy land, a place that would drive any student of the Xia kingdom mad and suffocate them. Half an hour later, I stood before a magnificent school gate, filled with an aura of iron will and grim determination. I looked up at the terrifying giant gate, hundreds of meters high, that seemed to pierce the clouds. My eyes were filled with an unprecedented solemnity. This is Dragon Soul University? This is no university at all. This is practically a war fortress capable of withstanding a million-strong beast tide. The massive city wall, cast from an unknown black metal, was covered with a dense array of terrifying war weapons. The S-Class Godslayer electromagnetic cannon. An SS-Class, world-destroying laser array. There's even the legendary SSS-Class forbidden weapon, the space-based ion cannon, which is said to be able to obliterate even a peak S-Class monster in a single blow. Any one of these weapons would be enough to drive a small base city crazy. Here, it's as free as cabbage, you can find it everywhere. What terrified me the most was that towering, magnificent school gate. Those two imposing characters were carved from the complete skull of an unknown, ancient ferocious beast. Dragon Soul. Those two crimson characters were filled with endless, iron-blooded, and murderous aura. It looked as if it was cast from the scalding blood of billions of monsters. It exuded a terrifying dragon's might that could make any weakling below be ranked tremble with fear and die on the spot. I can even see it clearly. Those two terrifying skulls, which had been dead for countless millennia, still retained traces of lingering, terrifying resentment. It was as if it was silently telling all living beings that dared to step into this place about the overwhelming ferocity they possessed in their lives, a ferocity that could make heaven and earth tremble. Good. Well done, Dragon Soul University. I looked at the terrifying school gate before me, which exuded an aura of iron-bloodedness and domineering power. I did not feel insignificant or afraid at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited. I felt every cell in my body trembling wildly. I was screaming with excitement. This is the life I want. This is where I belong. I let out a long, exhilarating roar filled with boundless anticipation and fighting spirit. Then, under the complex gazes of the two terrifying gatekeepers at the entrance, both dressed in heavy black armor and exuding an aura several times more terrifying than that of a peak C rank, filled with surprise and curiosity. Step by step, I stepped into this brand new world full of unknowns and challenges. I know. My brand new journey. My path to slaying gods. This is where we officially begin. Chapter 81 School Opening Report, Kyushu's #1 University for Superpowered Individuals. Volume 2, The Turmoil in the Capital. The moment I stepped into Dragon Soul University, I knew it. That city of Donghai, filled with grudges and passions. That starting village that held my 18 years of humiliation and glory. It's all in the past. A brand new, even grander, and more brutal horror world, full of unknowns and challenges. It slowly unfolds before me. I followed the map directions on the communicator. A person walks through that terrifying school gate, which is enough to make anyone who comes here for the first time tremble with fear. Then, they were completely dumbfounded. Big. It's fucking huge. This is hardly a university. This is essentially a war city independent of the capital. That wide avenue stretches as far as the eye can see. Those towering, futuristic, sci-fi inspired floating buildings. The sky above was filled with all sorts of powerful superhumans, like a swarm of locusts. There is a dashing sword immortal who rides a flying sword and flies through the air. A terrifying thunder god whose body transforms into lightning and flashes of thunder. There were even undead knights riding ferocious bone dragons that were tens of meters long, rampaging through the air with impunity. I looked at the terrifying scene before me, a scene filled with magical realism. At this moment, my once calm and undisturbed mind was stirred up into a raging storm. For the first time, I felt my own insignificance. For the first time, I experienced that boundless excitement that came from the depths of my soul. This is the real world of the strong. This is the place where I, Huming, belong. I walked and stopped along the way. It took a full half hour. Finally, we arrived at the freshman registration area, which was already packed with people and bustling with noise. That was a huge square that could hold tens of thousands of people. Now, the entire square was already packed with countless young figures. They are top geniuses from major base cities across the entire Xia Kingdom. It's the very top of the pyramid, 0.1% of the absolute top. Everyone is proud and arrogant. Everyone is so arrogant. They were wearing all sorts of gorgeous combat uniforms. Their faces were filled with strong confidence and endless hope for the future. Their eyes burned with a fierce fire of ambition. Here, A-level geniuses are as common as dogs. S-class prodigies are everywhere. I even saw several terrifying figures in that crowded throng that made my heart pound. A blond youth dressed in a golden robe that exudes an aura of holiness and solemnity, radiating a warm light that can purify everything. Golden lotus flowers, formed from pure light energy, suddenly sprouted from the ground beneath his feet. He just stood there quietly. Yet, it seems to be the center of the entire world. All the so-called geniuses who came within 3 meters of him subconsciously showed him heartfelt awe and respect. Submit. Holy crap! Isn't that Arthur, the divine child and the biological son of the Pope of Light of the Western Holy See? How come he's here at our Dragon Soul University? Don't you know? It's said that he was born with an unparalleled physique of SSS-level holy light affinity. In order to better control the terrifying power within him that is capable of destroying the world, His Holiness the Pope sent him all the way to our Eastern Holy Land, which is known for its battles and killings. A petite girl with a delicate, doll-like face, dressed in a mysterious and eerie black Gothic dress. She stood quietly at the very back of the line. But her figure would sometimes disappear from the spot without warning. Then, in the next second, it suddenly appeared again, dozens of meters away. It was as if the entire space in front of her had become a cheap toy that she could play with at will. Hiss. That space jump? An SS-level, legendary space-type ability? My god. Who is this deity? There was even a devilishly handsome young man dressed in a gorgeous tailcoat full of medieval aristocratic air, his face pale and somewhat sickly, but so handsome that any woman would scream with madness for him. He leaned gracefully against a huge stone pillar. A pair of blood-red eyes, as bright and eerie as rubies, looked with great interest at the ignorant girls around him who were already completely infatuated with him. A dangerous smile, full of wicked charm and a hint of bloodlust, still lingered at the corner of his mouth. A vampire? And he's a vampire prince with the purest Cain bloodline? Oh my god. What kind of monster room have I stumbled into today? I listened to the gasps of shock and disbelief rising and falling around me. I looked at the terrifying scene before me, a gathering of heroes and monsters everywhere. My long dormant passion boiled over once again. I felt neither insignificance nor fear. On the contrary, they became even more excited. I felt every cell in my body trembling wildly. Screaming with excitement. This is the world I want. This is the place I belong. Those so-called geniuses in Donghai City. Compared to these real monsters in front of us. It's absolutely a huge joke. I laughed. I let out a long, exhilarating roar filled with boundless anticipation and fighting spirit. And so, amidst the complex gazes of everyone filled with curiosity and bewilderment, step by step, we stepped into that brand new world full of unknowns and challenges. That's what makes it interesting, that's what university is all about. Chapter 82 Dormitory Conflict, The Blind Senior. The staff at Dragon Soul University are very efficient. I completed all the complicated enrollment procedures in less than 10 minutes. Then I received a black crystal card that represented my identity as a freshman at Dragon Soul University. And a dormitory room number that surprised me a bit. Number 1 in the sky. Holy crap. Number 1 in the Everyday series? Am I fucking seeing things? Isn't that the legendary top-tier dormitory that only the strongest freshman king of each year is qualified to live in? Damn it. Why? Just because he got a perfect score on the theory test? It's a conspiracy. This is absolutely a conspiracy. I listened to the gasps of envy, jealousy, and hatred rising and falling around me. I laughed. I ignored those pathetic lemon spirits who were already blinded by jealousy. I simply followed the 3D map displayed on the crystal card. A person arrived at the freshman dormitory area, which was like a legend throughout the entire Dragon Soul University. Dragon Ascension Platform. It was a terrifying floating mountain, thousands of meters high, that seemed to pierce the clouds. The mountainside is covered with countless futuristic, silver-white, single-person floating villas. It stretches from the foot of the mountain all the way to the top. The villas also become increasingly luxurious as the altitude increases. From the lowest level, the Earth class, to the mysterious class halfway up the mountain, and finally to the Heaven class near the summit. The hierarchy is very strict. Clearly distinct. It seems to be silently telling the most cruel and realistic law of the jungle. Only the truly strong deserve to stand at the highest point. Enjoy the best treatment. And that supreme glory that could drive any loser mad and suffocate them. And mine is number 1. It sits atop that floating mountain, shrouded in mist and filled with mystery and solemnity. Yes, it is the most dazzling, and also the loneliest, presence on the entire Dragon Ascension platform. That's interesting. I stared at the terrifying scene before me, a scene brimming with magical realism. I laughed. I like this simple and brutal law of the jungle. I took a private anti-gravity elevator all the way to the mountain villa that would make any freshman envious and go crazy. I looked at the top-tier single villa in front of me, which was full of futuristic technology and was even more luxurious and advanced than the one Qin Yashuan had given me. My heart is filled with a dreamlike sense of unreality. I'm even a little impatient to go in and experience firsthand the decadent and corrupt life of the rich. However, I had just used my newborn crystal card to open that huge secret door made of an unknown special alloy. A decadent and absurd sound suddenly emanated from the luxurious villa. I frowned. I pushed open the door. Then, I witnessed a scene so shocking it would make any normal man's blood boil and his mouth dry. All I could see was, on that luxurious king-size bed, big enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people rolling around on at the same time. One of them was a rich young master who looked incredibly arrogant, dressed in a gorgeous second-year school uniform. He was embracing 2 beautiful senior girls, both wearing second-year school uniforms, with hot figures and alluring faces. They were engaging in some indescribable group activity. That despicable, decadent music. That was a sensual scene brimming with hormones. This is terrible for a poor single guy like me, who has been a human twice and is still a pure and innocent virgin. I was completely stunned. Who? The rich young master, who was in the middle of a great time, instantly became displeased after hearing me open the door. He turned around impatiently. After seeing me, a plain-looking country bumpkin dressed in ordinary combat uniform, looking even a bit rustic. His eyes, which were once filled with arrogance and disdain, instantly filled with deep contempt and disgust. It was as if I, this uninvited guest, had disturbed his life-changing event, which was worth hundreds of millions. Meanwhile, the 2 glamorous female seniors beside him also looked displeased. After seeing my handsome face, which could drive any woman crazy and take her breath away, a fleeting, almost imperceptible, look of amazement flashed across their eyes, which were filled with disdain and contempt. Scorching hot. But soon, it was met with an even stronger sense of disdain and arrogance has replaced it. What's the use of being handsome? In this fucked up world where the strong rule and the weak are respected. No ability or background. No matter how handsome he is, he's just a pretty boy who can be played with at will. Hello? That rich young master wasn't even bothering to crawl out of the gentle embrace of those 2 glamorous senior girls. He was lying there, half reclined on the bed. They looked down at me from their high vantage point. That look was no different from looking at a lowly ant that he could manipulate at will. Are you a freshman this year? Yes. I nodded, my face expressionless. Ha! The rich young master let out a disdainful sneer. You've got some nerve. How dare you interrupt my good time? But. He paused, then a cruel smile, like a cat toying with a mouse, appeared on his face. Considering you're new and don't know the rules, I'll let you off the hook. I'll show you mercy today and give you a chance to live. He pointed towards the door and said to me arrogantly. That condescending tone, brimming with a sense of superiority, was no different from dismissing a beggar. Where did this country bumpkin come from? Can't you see I'm busy? You have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. Or you're dead. Chapter 83: Establishing Authority with One Move, a newcomer's first show of power. I stared at this absurd and lewd scene before me, a sight that was truly an eyesore. I looked at that idiot who was half lying on my bed, embracing 2 glamorous women and giving me orders. I laughed. 3 seconds? I watched as he slowly extended 3 fingers. No need for that. 1 second is enough. What did you say? The arrogant rich young master exploded instantly upon hearing this. He had never been provoked like this in public before in his entire life. You little bastard. You're asking for it. He roared. He leaped up from the gentle embrace of those 2 alluring senior girls. The terrifying aura of a peak C rank erupted from his body. They were about to attack me right there and then. However, it's too late. I said that. 1 second. That's enough. The icy voice, like a death sentence from the deepest hell, exploded in his ears. I didn't hesitate at all. In front of those two glamorous senior girls who were already terrified by me. He simply kicked it out. Quick. Allow. Ruthless. Boom. That arrogant rich young master who was just moments ago. His arrogant smile, full of cruelty and glee, was still frozen on his face. The next second, he was like a broken sack that had been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. His sturdy combat suit, strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a sea-level monster, shattered inch by inch. His frail body, already weakened by wine and women, emitted a sickening cracking sound. He was sent flying backwards on the spot. It slammed violently into a sturdy wall made of a special alloy, dozens of meters away. It smashed into the sturdy wall, which was half a meter thick, creating a huge human-shaped dent. Then, like a lump of mud, it slowly slid down the smooth wall, foaming at the mouth and convulsing in the limbs. Their fate is unknown. One move. Another trick. It can't even be called a move. It was just a simple kick. A top genius at the peak of sea level. It's just ruined like that. The luxurious villa, which had been filled with decadent and absurd atmosphere, instantly fell into a deathly silence. Those two glamorous senior girls who just moments ago looked at me with disdain and contempt. At this moment, it was as if they had been struck head-on by divine lightning from the heavens. They were all dumbfounded. Massive petrification. They watched the terrifying figure slowly retract his foot, his face calm and collected as if he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. My mind went completely blank. I don't know how much time has passed. A piercing scream filled with terror and despair finally broke the suffocating silence. The two poor senior girls, who were already terrified, scrambled to escape from this terrifying den of death and fear. However, they had just run to the door. A soft, languid voice, brimming with amusement, suddenly rang out behind them without warning. Why are you two senior students in such a hurry to leave? The two glamorous female students froze abruptly. They turned their heads stiffly. All I could see was that terrifying boy, whom they saw as an invincible demon god. They had silently appeared behind them without anyone noticing. They completely blocked all their escape routes. No, don't kill us. One of the more timid blonde senior students suddenly went weak in the knees and wet herself with a plop. We're not familiar with him. We really aren't. Another, bolder, black-haired senior was also trembling like a leaf. But he still managed to maintain the last shred of his sanity. She suppressed her fear and said in a trembling voice, Junior. We are from the second-year Skyfire Alliance. That was our Alliance leader's younger brother. If you dare to touch us, our Alliance leader will absolutely not let you get away with this. She tried to intimidate me with the overwhelming power of the Heavenly Fire Alliance. But I laughed. The Heavenly Fire Alliance? Is that awesome? Never heard of it. The black-haired senior was stunned upon hearing this. She never expected this. This seemingly ordinary freshman. They become so arrogant that they don't even respect the Skyfire Alliance. Doesn't he know that the Skyfire Alliance is the second largest student organization at Dragon Soul University, second only to the Dragon Soul ranking? Doesn't he know that our Alliance leader is a terrifying being whose strength has already reached the peak of B rank? Is he simply ignorant and fearless? Or does it truly possess the terrifying strength to confront the entire Skyfire Alliance head-on? All right. Looking at the two pitiful vases in front of me, who were already terrified by me, I was too lazy to waste any more words on them. I just patted my spotless, brand new creation, my battlesuit. Then he gave them a bright, harmless smile. That smile, to them, was 100 times more terrifying than the devil. Would you two like me to give you a ride? Chapter 84: The 7 Mysteries of Kyushu University. In the end, I didn't make things difficult for those two poor vases who were already terrified of me. I just had them drag the trashy senior who had already passed out away. After all, I, Huminka, am a gentleman who cherishes and respects women. The glorious feat of kicking away a second-year sea-level peak senior. Like a super hurricane, a Category 12 storm. In just over 10 minutes, it swept through the entire freshman circle of Dragon Soul University at an unprecedentedly terrifying speed. All the newly enrolled geniuses who heard this earth-shattering news. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the freshman admission list, which had already been thoroughly examined by countless people, with eyes that seemed to look at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. Hu Ming. This is a mysterious name that appears unremarkable on the list, without even a decent personal photo. At this moment, it became a taboo legend known to everyone in the entire freshman circle. 1. A god. 1. A demon. A terrifying existence that none of the self-proclaimed genius freshmen dare to provoke lightly. I'm a poor transfer student from a rural area. And finally, with the most unreasonable and domineering attitude, it has completely gained a foothold in this terrifying monster room full of monsters. And I am the instigator of all of this. But he acted as if nothing had happened. In my luxurious villa that I just cleaned. Enjoying a leisurely hot bath. Enjoying the simple, unpretentious, and mundane life of the wealthy. Ding dong. Just as I was about to drift off to sleep comfortably in that huge bathtub filled with ambiguous steam, the doorbell rang. I opened my eyes somewhat angrily. Who would be so foolish as to disturb my enjoyment at such a crucial moment? Wrapped in a bath towel and looking annoyed, I opened the door. Then, I saw a fiery figure that would make any man's blood boil and his mouth dry. All I could see was the one wearing a tight-fitting red combat suit full of youthful energy is the fiery little pepper Xiaolioli. Zheng stood gracefully at my door. Behind her were two beautiful female soldiers wearing the same style of military uniform. They were also carrying large bags and small packages of all sorts of top-of-the-line daily necessities that I had never seen before. And that massive amount of cultivation resources that would drive any normal man crazy. You, what brings you here? As I stared at this bizarre scene filled with magical realism, I couldn't help but twitch at the corner of my mouth. Why am I here? Xiaolioli's eyebrows furrowed upon hearing this, and she put her hands on her hips with a speechless expression that seemed to say, "Are you still half asleep? Young Master Hu. You haven't forgotten, have you? I'm your personal assistant and combat sparring partner. Wherever you go, I'll follow. This is a death order from my grandfather. Who dares to disobey? Military court-martial." She spoke arrogantly, waving her pink little fist at me. It's as if it's saying, "You brat, from now on you're under my control. Just wait and see how I deal with you." I looked at this fiery little pepper in front of me, who seemed to want to pin me to the ground and give me a good thrashing right now. My head is starting to hurt again. I could foresee it. My university life for the next 4 years. It was destined to be filled with endless love and hate and chaos. All right, stop fooling around. I reluctantly let her in. Speak. Why are you in such a hurry to come find me? What exactly happened? TCH, this is so boring. Xiaolioli couldn't help but pout as she looked at my indifferent expression that said, "I've seen through everything. Can't you at least pretend to be surprised?" "I'm busy." I rolled my eyes at her. "I don't have time to play this childish, boring game with you." You. Xiaolioli was so angry that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. But in the end, she managed to suppress the overwhelming rage that was about to erupt. He pulled out a confidential document from his pocket, which shimmered with a faint golden light. It was given to me. Here you are. This is from my grandfather, who asked me to give it to you. Inside, there is all the internal information about our Dragon Soul University. Especially those 7 sacred cultivation grounds, enough to drive any freshman crazy. And that monthly, mandatory wilderness trial, filled with death and despair. I advise you to take a good look at it. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died. Oh? I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I took the extremely heavy, confidential document. Slowly, it opened. All I could see was, on that virtual light screen filled with a futuristic, sci-fi feel, a series of mysterious and eerie, blood-red, terrifying characters instantly caught my eye. Dragon Soul University, 7 unbelievable wonders. First, the 9-story demon tower that can increase cultivation speed tenfold. It is said that each level suppresses a terrifying demon king from the primordial era. Second, the 10-fold gravity training chamber, which can make the physical body as strong as a divine weapon. It is said that an S-rank body refining fanatic was once crushed into a pile of minced meat inside. Third, the endless illusion that allows for limitless transformation of spiritual power. It is said that no one has ever been able to pass through the 3rd level. Fourth. Seventh, the ultimate forbidden zone hidden deep within Dragon Soul University, a place even the principal dares not easily venture into. It is said that a terrifying being capable of destroying the entire world is locked inside. Its name is Locking Dragon Well. Chapter 85 Gravity Training Room, Abnormal Physical Body. Locked Dragon Well? I stared at the three terrifying, blood-red characters on the screen, characters that exuded an aura of endless mystery and eeriness. My brow furrowed slightly. I don't know why. Without warning, the dragon's gallbladder silver spear inside my body emitted a slight tremor filled with excitement and a hint of apprehension. It seems to be deep within the so-called dragon locking well. There is something that shares the same origin as it, yet is filled with endless evil and violent terror. Interesting. I stared at those three large, blood-red characters, brimming with an air of mystery, and murmured to myself. A barely perceptible glint of heat flashed in my eyes. Expect. My intuition tells me otherwise. I will go to that place sooner or later. However, not now. I'm still too weak. I need to become stronger. Hey! What are you looking at? You're so engrossed. Looking at my complex gaze, filled with both solemnity and fervor, Xiaolioli couldn't help but ask curiously. It's nothing, I said, turning off the light screen. I just think your school is pretty good at having fun. It's another demon tower and another illusion realm. Anyone who didn't know better would think it was some low-end online game. You! Xiaolioli was so angry upon hearing this that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. You know nothing. This is an unparalleled cultivation holy land that our Dragon Soul University has created with countless manpower and resources. Each one possesses an incredible power that would drive any normal superhuman crazy and suffocate them. Take this 10 times gravity training room for example. She pointed to the seemingly ordinary, even somewhat shabby, silver-white metal room on the light screen and said with a proud expression. Don't look at it, it's not very good looking. But inside, there's our Xia Kingdom's latest Z9 gravity amplifier installed. It can simulate up to 10 times the terrifying gravity. Furthermore, it can subtly temper your physical body and unleash your bloodline potential. If you can, just stay inside for an hour. I promise. Your physical strength will increase by at least one level. Oh? Upon hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. That's amazing? Of course. Xiaolioli proudly puffed out her magnificent chest, enough to drive any man crazy and take his breath away. Want to give it a try? Walk. Without saying a word, I jumped right out of that warm, comfortable, huge bathtub. They're even too lazy to put on clothes. He was just wrapped in a bath towel and swaggered out. Hey! What are you doing? Xiaolioli was startled by my sudden and unrestrained action. Her pretty face instantly turned as red as a ripe apple. Didn't you tell me to give it a try? I looked at her innocently. Coco, you should put your clothes on first too. Oh, that makes sense. Half an hour later. Under the guidance of Xiaolioli, the know-it-all, I arrived at that infamous training ground throughout the entire Dragon Soul University. 10 times gravity training room. It was a huge circular building made entirely of an unknown black metal. It was filled with a cold, oppressive, and terrifying atmosphere. It doesn't seem like anything special, just a training room. It is not a prison, but a terrifying cage capable of suppressing everything. This is it. Xiaolioli pointed to the huge alloy door with a heavy, solid feel and said to me with a solemn expression. Are you sure you want to go in? I can remind you. This thing is no joke. The last freshman as ignorant and arrogant as you came in and wanted to challenge 10 times the gravity. The grass on the grave is now more than 3 meters tall. Yeah? I looked at the enormous, secret door that was filled with an aura of death and oppression and smiled. Then I'll have to see for myself. After saying that, I no longer hesitated, not even for a moment. I directly inserted my newborn crystal card into that cold recognition slot. Drop. Identity confirmed, freshman, Hu Ming. Privilege level, S highest. Cultivation duration, unlimited. Gravity factor, please select. 10 times. I uttered those 2 words calmly. Rumble. The next second, the massive alloy door, several meters thick, slowly slid open to both sides. It revealed the interior, a futuristic, sci-fi-inspired silver-white metallic space. I stepped inside in one go. Hey! Are you crazy? Xiaolioli exclaimed in shock upon seeing this. She wanted to stop me. But it was too late. Rumble. The massive alloy door slowly closed once again. It completely separated me from that fiery little chili pepper outside, who was full of worry and anxiety. Buzz. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying gravitational force, powerful enough to crush an adult elephant into a pulp on the spot, descended from the sky without warning. It pressed down hard on me. However, the terrifying pain I had anticipated, enough to crush my bones to powder, did not come. I felt as if I had been gently hugged by a huge, warm, and comfortable cushion. Every muscle and every cell in his body emitted a comfortable groan filled with excitement and joy. This feeling. It's actually quite comfortable? Somewhat surprisingly, I stretched my muscles and bones. Aside from their actions becoming slightly slower, they noticed that. Surprisingly, I didn't feel any discomfort at all. There's even a sense of indescribable comfort. This is the power of dragon blood tempering and a grade B physique terrifying, isn't it? 2. That's fucking insane. Meanwhile, outside the cultivation room, Xia Luli, who thought she would see me, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy and crying for my parents, in a pitiful state. After seeing the image of myself on the screen, not only unharmed but also stretching comfortably with a look of enjoyment, she was completely dumbfounded. Her stunningly beautiful face, brimming with heroic spirit, was filled with disbelief. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he be completely unharmed? Could it be that the gravity amplifier is broken? She murmured to herself. It's like watching a prehistoric behemoth. However, the next second, on the screen, a terrifying scene unfolded that shattered her worldview and made her question the meaning of life. All I could see was that terrifying boy who, even under 10 times the gravity, strolled leisurely as if he were taking a walk in his own backyard. After adapting to the terrifying gravity around them, surprisingly, he slowly bent down. Then, support yourself with one hand. He effortlessly accomplished what would leave any body-refining fanatic in despair and suffocation. One-handed push-up. 1 time. 2. 3 times. His relaxed and carefree demeanor made it seem as simple as eating and drinking. Xia Liuli was completely petrified. She opened her alluring red lips wide, enough to fit a whole egg. A pair of dazzling ruby eyes were filled with a deep-seated awe and despair. She felt like her entire worldview was about to be shattered. She watched the terrifying figure having a great time on the light screen. She finally couldn't help but utter a soul-searching question filled with endless grief, indignation, and resentment. Junior, what the hell kind of monster are you? Chapter 86 Welcome Party, a gathering of geniuses. The next day, the annual freshman orientation ceremony of Dragon Soul University has arrived as scheduled. Under the guidance of Xia Liuli, the fiery little pepper who had long since become completely numb to me, we arrived at that enormous open-air martial arts arena, large enough to hold hundreds of thousands of people. Dragons fight in the wild. It is said that this domineering name was personally inscribed by the first founding president of Dragon Soul University. Its meaning is self-evident. May all the outstanding students who graduate from Dragon Soul University have a bright future. They can all fight like divine dragons from the heavens in that endless, desolate wilderness. Protect my Xia kingdom, and may peace reign for eternity. As soon as Xia Liuli and I stepped into the huge martial arts arena, which was already packed with people and bustling with noise, we were overjoyed. I was instantly and completely shocked by the terrifying scene before me, which was filled with an aura of iron-bloodedness and domineering power. All I could see was, on that enormous central square, tens of thousands of terrifying freshmen wearing identical black uniforms, with an average strength reaching the peak of D rank. Just like a group of fierce warriors about to step onto the battlefield. They were arranged in huge, neat, and uniform square formations. A terrifying aura, powerful enough to make heaven and earth change color, surged from their young and immature bodies. It forcefully dispersed the thick, mountain-like clouds in the sky. Holy crap! Looking at this terrifying scene filled with iron-bloodedness and shock, I couldn't help but swear. This is a freshman? These are clearly a group of killing gods who just crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of course. Xia Liuli, seeing my stunned and incredulous expression, revealed a proud and smug smile. Every single one of you who gets into our Dragon Soul University is a peerless, ruthless genius who fought your way through millions of candidates. Even a peak D rank here is barely qualified, just barely enough. The real highlight is yet to come. As she spoke, she pointed to the very front of the huge square. A separate VIP area. All I could see was there. There were a few hundred top geniuses standing scattered around, whose auras were clearly far more terrifying than those of ordinary freshmen. Every single one of them was proud and arrogant. Everyone is arrogant. They looked at the tens of thousands of ordinary freshmen around them with the same eyes they would look at a group of lowly ants. A-level geniuses? My pupils constricted as I looked at the hundreds of top geniuses who exuded powerful confidence. That's right. Xia Liuli nodded, her voice filled with seriousness. And it's not just any ordinary A rank. Everyone who can stand here is a peerless genius capable of ruling over a region. For example, that one. She pointed to a cool-looking young man dressed in a flowing white robe and holding an ancient longsword. His name is Li Bai. He is the strongest successor of the Li family, the oldest sword-wielding family in our Xia kingdom. He has awakened the A+ level Azure Lotus Sword Heart. It is said that 3 months ago he had already cultivated the Li family's supreme martial art, Azure Lotus Sword Song, to the great perfection. One sword can cut through rivers. And that one too. She then pointed to a bald, muscular man with an extremely robust build, exuding a terrifying aura like that of a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and said, "His name is Wang Ba. He is the only son of the commander-in-chief of the Thunder God Legion in the Northern Territory. He has awakened the Raging Thunder battle body at the peak of a rank. It is said that he was born with superhuman strength. He once tore apart a peak C rank armored Tyrannosaurus with his bare hands." Hiss. As I listened to Xia Liuli's solemn and apprehensive narration, I couldn't help but gasp. These guys are definitely no pushovers. However, this isn't even the scariest part. See those 3 people over there? Xia Liuli pointed to the very center of the VIP area. Those 3 terrifying figures, as dazzling as the bright moon, made all the so-called geniuses around them pale in comparison. Her voice was filled with an unprecedented solemnity and respect. Those were 3 peerless geniuses with vastly different styles, yet equally powerful to an outrageous degree. One is Arthur, the son of gods who exudes a divine aura that can purify everything. One of them is Meng Dai, the space witch whose entire body exudes a strange aura that is enough to distort space. And then there's Dracula, the vampire prince, who exudes an alluring and wicked aura that could drive any man mad and suffocate. The 3 of them stood there quietly. Yet, it seems to be the center of the entire world. All the so-called geniuses who came within 3 meters of them subconsciously showed them heartfelt awe and respect. Submit. S rank. These 3 are freaks. They were all S-class super geniuses. This is fucking insane. Is this some kind of living hell? I looked at those 3 terrifying figures, who seemed as arrogant and invincible as gods. My long-dormant passion surged uncontrollably once again. I felt neither insignificance nor fear. On the contrary, they became even more excited. Interesting. This is so interesting. This is the life I want. I let out a long, exhilarating roar filled with boundless anticipation and fighting spirit. Then he prepared to drag Xia Liuli along and squeeze into the VIP area, which was full of pretentiousness and Versailles atmosphere. Go and meet those so-called gods and demons. However, just as I took my first step, buzz. A chilling, piercing gaze, filled with endless resentment and provocation, suddenly flashed past from an inconspicuous corner of the VIP area. It locked onto me precisely. I frowned. Instinctively, I followed that malicious, chilling gaze. All I could see was a familiar figure appeared, dressed in a gorgeous second-year school uniform, with thick white bandages wrapped around his face, revealing a pair of cold eyes filled with endless resentment and murderous intent. He was staring at me with a ferocious expression. That look in his eyes seemed to want to devour me alive. It was Shangguan Fei, the eldest son of the Shangguan family in Beijing, whom I kicked into the medical pod. Chapter 87, The Challenge to the Battle Club Risking All Your Credits. I looked at Shangguan Fei, who was staring at me with a face full of resentment, and laughed. Hey, isn't this Senior Shangguan? What? Is your injury healed? You're discharged so quickly? I thought you'd be lying in the medical pod for at least a year and a half. My words were spoken casually and nonchalantly. But they were like red-hot, sharp knives, stabbing fiercely into Shangguan Fei's fragile heart, which was already completely filled with endless humiliation and anger. He was stabbed, and blood was streaming down his face. It stabbed him, causing him unbearable pain. Little beast. He clenched his fist so tightly that his nails dug deep into his flesh. A pair of cold eyes, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent, stared intently at me. That look in his eyes seemed to want to devour me alive. If looks could kill. I'm afraid I've died at least 10,000 times by now. How? I laughed at his pathetic appearance, filled with impotent rage. You're not convinced? Want me to kick you again? You. Shang Wanfei was so angry upon hearing this that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. He's grown up like this. I have never been humiliated like this in public before. He wished he could rush up right now and tear this arrogant little beast of me to pieces. But he dared not. The way I kicked him was like crushing an ant, a terrifying sight. It has become the ultimate nightmare that he can never shake off in his life. He was scared. He was genuinely scared. But he was unwilling to give up. He was unwilling to be trampled underfoot by me, a pitiful country bumpkin from the countryside. There will never be a chance to turn things around. Snort. Final. He still forcefully suppressed the overwhelming killing intent within him. A cruel, sinister smile, like that of a venomous snake, appeared on his face. Kid. Don't get cocky. I admit you're a good fighter. But what's the use of that? At our Dragon Soul University, strength is not the only qualification. No credits. Even if you were an SSS-level genius, you wouldn't be able to make a single step. He can only be like a pitiful, homeless dog, trampled underfoot by everyone. Credit? Upon hearing this, I frowned. Xia Liuli did mention it to me once. In this regard, the so-called credits are the only universal currency at our Dragon Soul University. Regardless of whether it's entering those 7 sacred cultivation grounds, or exchange for all sorts of rare and precious materials, divine weapons, and powerful artifacts. Everything depends on those damn credits. You could say that. No academic credits. At Dragon Soul University, you'll be a penniless nobody with nowhere to go. And me, a poor freshman who has only been enrolled for less than a day. What I lack most is this thing. It seems you do know. Shang Wanfei's smug expression deepened as he looked at my slightly furrowed brows. That's right. I knew you were the one, a penniless bum with no academic credits. So, today, I'm going to be merciful and give you an amazing opportunity to achieve complete financial freedom in one step. As he spoke, he slowly stood up from his seat in the VIP area. Then, in front of tens of thousands of students, both new and old, he spoke in a loud voice filled with boundless arrogance and confidence. I am Shang Wanfei. Today, in the name of all members of the Skyfire Alliance, the second largest club at Dragon Soul University. Look at you, you arrogant freshman who doesn't know your place. Hu Ming. Let's start a fight to the death. A life or death duel. Boom. The moment he uttered those words, the entire, once noisy and bustling martial arts arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's face showed a look of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. Born. A life or death gamble? Holy crap. Did I hear that right? That was the highest level honor duel that had only happened a handful of times in the more than 100-year history of Dragon Soul University. Once activated, that means it's a fight to the death. The loser will not only lose everything he owns, but also his life. Furthermore, they will become the victor's slave for life. Forever, they will never be able to rise again. Has Shang Wanfei gone mad? He actually did this to deal with a freshman. So, he gambled away his own future and the future of the entire club? This is just too crazy. Shang Wanfei ignored the complex gazes around him, filled with shock and confusion. He just looked at me with a mocking expression. That look was no different from looking at a pitiful prey who had already fallen into a perfectly set trap. How about it? Hu Ming. Do you dare to accept? He looked at me and let out a piercing, condescending laugh. The bet is simple. Let's bet on all the academic credits earned by our hundreds of core members of the Skyfire Alliance over the next year. The total value is at least over 100 million. And you. He paused, then a cruel and greedy grin spread across his face. All you have to do is risk your pathetic little life. With you, all the freedom of the future. How about it? This deal is a great deal, isn't it? As he spoke, he arrogantly gave me the middle finger. It's as if they've already got me figured out, this penniless guy who desperately needs academic credits. However. But I laughed. I looked at this idiot in front of me, whose self-satisfaction was almost laughable. I slowly extended a finger and shook it. 100 million? A lot? Excuse me. Yours, this garbage. I really don't think much of it. Why not? I looked at his face, which instantly turned an incredibly ugly liver color. A slow, icy smile curled at the corners of my lips, like a demon's. Shall we add some more stakes? Chapter 88. A long spear sweeps across the entire field. Want to add some prizes? When those faint words, filled with endless contempt and mockery, came out of my mouth, the entire, bustling, and vibrant martial arts arena instantly fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's face showed a look of horror, as if they had seen a ghost. They all stared at me with the same look they had on a madman, an idiot, or someone I couldn't understand at all. My mind went completely blank. Are you crazy? This country bumpkin from the countryside actually thinks a bet of 100 million isn't big enough? Doesn't he know what 100 million credits means? That's a terrifying fortune that would allow an ordinary freshman to walk around freely at Dragon Soul University. He actually thinks it's not enough? Is he simply ignorant and fearless? Or does it truly possess a terrifying strength capable of overwhelming the entire Skyfire Alliance? What did you say? Shang Wanfei, who was already blinded by anger, heard my calm words, which were full of endless provocation and humiliation. It exploded instantly. He's grown up like this. I've never been looked down upon like this in public before. Little beast. You fucking bastard, don't push your luck. I admit, you're a good fighter. But no matter how good you are at fighting, you're only one person. And our Skyfire Alliance has over 100 peak sea level experts. We could drown you with just one spit from each of us. What do you think you have to fight us with? Yeah? I laughed at his pathetic appearance, filled with impotent rage. Since you have so much confidence in yourselves, then let's go all out and go even bigger. I pointed to the pair of ornate combat boots at his feet, which emitted a faint glow of fire, and slowly began to speak. If I win, you do it, in front of everyone. Eat those 3 million worth of dragon scale boots. Boom. Once I said those words, the huge training ground, which had been completely silent, suddenly erupted into an uproar 100 times louder than before. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell did I just hear? Eating shoes? That's fucking ruthless. Damn it. This is blatant humiliation. This is going to be interesting. Shang Wanfei will absolutely not tolerate such a humiliation. Really? Just as I expected. That was Shang Wanfei, whose mind was already clouded by rage. After hearing my insane bet, which was full of endless humiliation and provocation, his already fragile and pitiful rationality collapsed completely in an instant. Good. 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 He was so angry he laughed. Little beast. You asked for it. I promise you. But if you lose, I want you to be my slave for life. I'm going to tear your damn mouth to shreds. Then cut off your lowly tongue and feed it to the dogs. How about it? Do you dare to accept? What is there to be afraid of? I looked at his face, which was filled with endless resentment and madness, and laughed. I'm afraid you won't have the guts to eat it. You. Court death. Shang Wanfei could no longer suppress the overwhelming killing intent in his heart. He roared. The Skyfire Alliance is now ours. Form ranks. Flaming Dragon Annihilation Formation. Boom. 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 The next second, the hundreds of sea-level peak Skyfire Alliance members who had been waiting for a long time were like a group of fearless death machines that had received the highest order. It unleashed a series of earth-shattering roars filled with an aura of iron-bloodedness and slaughter. Then, in an incredibly mysterious and bizarre formation, they surrounded me tightly in the very center of the training ground. A terrifying killing intent, powerful enough to instantly annihilate even a B-level expert, soared into the sky. Little beast. Enjoy the last moments of your life. Shang Wanfei looked at that tiny figure, which had long been completely swallowed up by his invincible battle formation. A sinister, devilish smile spread across his face. He seemed to have already seen me being torn to pieces by those endless, fiery blades. However, just as a victorious smile was about to appear on his face, which was filled with cruelty and pleasure. "That's it?" A faint voice, filled with endless contempt and mockery, rang out without warning from the terrifying battle formation, which was filled with the aura of death and destruction. "A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. You dare to show off your limited skills in front of me?" The words fell the moment they left his lips. Boom! A massive purple-gold lightning bolt, 100 times more dazzling and brilliant than the sun, suddenly erupted from the center of the battle formation. That light was domineering. Sacred. Invincible. It was as if it wanted to completely purify the entire world. Thunder Dragon Break. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Put. 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 My figure charged into the invincible battle formation of the so-called Heavenly Fire Alliance, composed of dozens of peak sea-level experts, like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. The dragon's gallant silver spear in my hand has transformed into the cold scythe in the hand of death, capable of reaping everything. Every swing of his sword brings forth a bloodbath. Each thrust could reap a precious life. Ah! No! A devil! He's a devil! That's a terrifying battle formation capable of annihilating even AB-level expert. Faced with my utterly unreasonable and absolute power, they couldn't even last a minute. I just ruthlessly slaughtered them all. They were utterly routed, fleeing in disarray. The killing was so fierce, it was filled with the wailing and howling of ghosts. The slaughter was so fierce that rivers of blood flowed. Impossible. Shang Wanfei stared at the terrifying scene before him, a scene that resembled hell on earth. He was completely dumbfounded. For the first time, a human fear appeared on his face, which was full of arrogance and confidence. He tried to run away. But it was too late. Call out. A golden lightning bolt flashed and disappeared in an instant. My figure appeared before him like a ghost. Wrath of the Fiery Dragon. He let out a desperate roar. He unleashed all the power within his body without reservation. However, too slow. I looked into his eyes, which were filled with endless fear and resentment, and slowly shook my head. Then, with a single thrust, he stabbed out. Put. A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. That terrifying fire dragon, powerful enough to incinerate everything. It was actually split in two by my ordinary shot. It transformed into a sky full of flames and starlight. And my dragon gallant silver spear, which has long been one with me, still has no waning power. It stopped precisely just before his fragile throat, which was already completely soaked with cold sweat. Less than a centimeter away. The chilling aura emanating from the cold tip of the spear froze his entire body. The entire venue was deathly silent. You could hear a pin drop. I looked at this pathetic creature in front of me, who was already terrified of me. I slowly retracted the dragon's gallbladder silver spear. A devilishly radiant smile spread across my face. Now you can begin, eat. Chapter 89, Creating Your Own Guild, Starry Sky. Now you can begin, eat. When those words, filled with endless coldness and mockery, came out of my mouth, the huge martial arts arena, which had been completely silent due to my terrifying, world-destroying power, suddenly erupted into a huge uproar. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! You really want to eat it? My God! This is too exciting. I've never seen such a unique and unconventional way of humiliating someone in my entire life. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is fucking awesome. I've been annoyed by Shang Wanfei, that arrogant guy who acts like a bully in front of us all day long just because his family has a bit of money. God who? Awesome. From today onwards, I'm your die-hard fan. All the Dragon Soul University students who were just moments ago filled me with hostility and disdain. At this moment, they all seem like completely different people. They all stared at me with eyes filled with endless, awe-inspiring fervor. It's as if you're watching an unparalleled hero who acts on behalf of heaven. And that poor bastard Shang Wanfei, whose throat I held firmly to the tip of my cold gun. After hearing my death sentence, which was devoid of any emotion, he was so terrified that he nearly fainted and wet himself in fear. He knelt down on the spot with a plop. A handsome face, already completely soaked with cold sweat, was filled with deep fear and despair. No, no. He hugged my leg and cried his eyes out. Ho ho shun. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have looked down on you. I shouldn't have been so reckless as to come and provoke you. Please, just ignore me. I will never dare to do it again. His piercing screams, filled with endless fear and regret, echoed throughout the entire enormous training ground. But I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I merely glanced at him indifferently. Then he slowly uttered 2 words. Have eaten. Shang Wanfei was utterly desperate. He knew. If he doesn't eat those 3 million dragon scale boots in public today, there is absolutely no way he could leave this place alive. Final. Under the watchful, gloating gazes of tens of thousands of people in the audience. This arrogant eldest son of the Shangwan family in the capital. He finally let go of all his ridiculous pride. Trembling, he took off the pair of ornate battle boots that gleamed with a faint firelight from his feet. Then, amidst a deafening burst of laughter, crying, he swallowed the sturdy combat boots, which were strong enough to withstand the full force of a sea-level monster's attack, one bite at a time. I became famous overnight. The name Hu Ming resounded throughout the entire Dragon Soul University. I not only won a massive amount of resources that would make any freshman envious and go crazy. Skyfire Alliance, all academic credits earned over the next year. Total value, 100 million. They even trampled the arrogant Skyfire Alliance, the second largest club at Dragon Soul University, under their feet. Let them lose face. He has completely lost his prestige. It became the biggest laughingstock in the entire Dragon Soul University. And I, too, won this exhilarating and crushing battle. It completely replaced Shang Wanfei and the Skyfire Alliance as the unshakable hegemon in the hearts of all the new students. He became the undisputed uncrowned king in the hearts of all the new students. However, I am not satisfied with this. What I want is not some bullshit uncrowned king. What I want is a real king. An unparalleled monarch who could make the entire Dragon Soul University tremble. So, I'll strike while the iron is hot. In front of tens of thousands of students, both new and old, who were already completely impressed by my terrifying, earth-shattering strength and my ruthless and decisive methods. They went straight up to the huge arena that was already stained red with blood. Then, he announced it to the public in a loud voice filled with boundless domineering power and confidence. Starting today, the Skyfire Alliance is officially disbanded. All the former Skyfire Alliance territories, resources, and members. All of this will be established by me, Hu Mingxin, in a brand new, invincible guild. Take full authority, take over. Boom. Once I said those words, the noisy martial arts arena, which was still immersed in the huge gossip of Shang Wanfei eating shoes in public, exploded once again. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. What the hell did I just hear? A new guild? Hushin, he's actually going to create a new guild himself. Holy crap. This is too ruthless. They just swallowed up the entire Skyfire Alliance? They didn't even leave a drop of soup for anyone else? Awesome. Absolutely awesome. This is the true nature of a ruthless leader. At this moment, everyone's gossip spirit was completely ignited by my crazy declaration, which was full of endless domineering ambition. They all stared intently at the terrifying figure standing on the arena, seemingly invincible like a god, with eyes filled with endless awe and fanatical worship. Awaiting the name of my new guild, a name that will make the entire Dragon Soul University tremble. I looked at the young faces below the stage, faces filled with anticipation and enthusiasm. I laughed. I slowly raised the Dragon Gallant's silver spear in my hand, pointing straight to the heavens. Then, he made a domineering declaration to the public, filled with endless Chinibu adolescent delusions of grandeur and passionate energy. That's enough to make the entire Dragon Soul University remember its supreme name for thousands of years. Its name is Star. Our journey is to the endless sea of stars. Chapter 90: The Joining of Fatty Wang and Chen Mo. Stars. Our journey is to the endless sea of stars. When my domineering declaration, brimming with endless Chinibu adolescent delusions of grandeur and passionate energy, resounded like thunderclaps throughout the enormous martial arts arena, the once deathly silent training ground suddenly erupted with a roar that was 100 times more powerful than before, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. All the Dragon Soul University students who were just moments ago filled me with hostility and disdain. At this moment, everyone is like they've been injected with chicken blood. Each of them stared intently at the terrifying figure standing on the arena, seemingly invincible like a god, with eyes filled with endless awe and fanatical worship. Their passion has been ignited by me. I have awakened their ambition. They all want to join me. Follow me. Join me in creating a brand new, supreme dynasty. However, the ideal is very lofty. Reality, however, is harsh. After that overwhelming passion that could ignite one's soul gradually cools down. When that insane ambition, capable of devouring everything, was gradually replaced by the cold reality. The entire, bustling, and vibrant martial arts arena once again fell into an eerie silence. All those young superhumans who were just moments ago so enthusiastic and eager to bow down to me on the spot. It was as if a bucket of cold, realistic water had been poured over them from head to toe. They looked at each other, one by one. Their faces were filled with deep hesitation and retreat. Add stars? Are you kidding me? Isn't that tantamount to openly declaring war on the entire Dragon Soul ranking and all the established guilds? That's right. Although Hu Ming is incredibly powerful, he's still just a newcomer. And he's offended so many people. The Shangguan family. The Heavenly Fire Alliance. And now the entire Dragon Soul ranking. If we join him now, wouldn't that be like putting our heads on the line? Forget it, let's wait and see. I understand the saying, the nail that sticks out gets hammered down. Whispers filled with reality and resignation rose and fell among the deathly silent crowd. The huge training ground, which had just been filled with excitement, instantly turned into a large-scale social death scene full of embarrassment and irony. I stood there all alone on that high platform. Like a pathetic clown who directs and acts in his own show, yet receives no applause. Oh. I looked at the young faces below the stage, faces filled with hesitation and retreat. I laughed. His smile was icy. He laughed mockingly. A bunch of cowards. Fine. My starry sky doesn't need a bunch of trash like you who don't even have the courage to stand up to the world. I slowly shook my head. Then I prepared to turn around and leave this place that made me feel somewhat disgusted and disappointing place. However, just when I was about to become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Dragon Soul University. Who the hell said that our brother who was a lone commander? A loud roar, filled with boundless loyalty and a touch of naivety, suddenly erupted from behind the deathly silent crowd. Immediately afterwards. Rumble. The entire earth seemed to shake violently at that moment. A terrifying fat man, 2 meters tall and as tall as a human tank, whose entire body is filled with explosive muscles. Surprisingly, it moved at a terrifying speed that was completely out of character for its enormous size. It was like a savage giant bear that had come down from the mountain, smashing away all the poor creatures that stood in its way. Then, amidst gasps of horror and disbelief, a chorus of exclamations erupted. With a loud boom, it landed heavily on the enormous arena. It smashed a huge human-shaped dent into the sturdy arena made of the hardest alloy. Whoosh! The terrifying fat man knelt on the messy arena, panting heavily. Then he slowly raised his honest face, which was already completely soaked with sweat. I was completely stunned by his sudden and domineering entrance. He flashed a bright smile that was even uglier than a cry. Brother Hu. I, Wang Hao, am here. Is your guild still recruiting? Wang Hao? Fatty Wang? I looked at the kind-looking, chubby man in front of me, a man who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. I was completely stunned. I never would have guessed. This is the only best friend who didn't laugh at me when I awakened my D-level superpower and was abandoned by the whole world. Instead, he treated me to a lavish meal. He actually got into Dragon Soul University? And their strength has become so fucking abnormal? What the hell is this plot twist? However, before I could even recover from this immense surprise and shock. Call out. A dark shadow, faster than a ghost, flashed away without warning from the deathly silent crowd that had already been cleared by Fatty Wang. The next second, a slender, handsome young man dressed in the most ordinary black combat uniform, but with eyes as cold as ancient ice. It appeared beside me like a ghost. He didn't say anything unnecessary. There were no unnecessary movements. He was only addressing me, the only benefactor who had once saved him from that bloody hell filled with death and despair. Kneel down on one knee. Then, in a hoarse voice filled with boundless gratitude and loyalty, he said, word by word, Chen Mo. I am willing to become a Hu god. I'd go through fire and water. I'd die 1,000 deaths without hesitation. I looked at these two fools in front of me, one as honest and simple as a mountain, the other as silent as ice, but their eyes were equally filled with endless determination and loyalty. My heart, which had long since grown cold and hard, was unexpectedly and completely melted by a warm current called being moved. My eyes welled up with tears. I slowly walked forward. They pulled up the stubborn boy who was still kneeling foolishly on the ground. Then he punched the still panting, good-natured fat man hard. Then, amidst the complex gazes of tens of thousands of pairs of shoes filled with shock and envy, they were met with a chorus of emotions. I reached out my hand to them. A genuine, radiant smile spread across my face. Welcome to Stars. From today onwards, we are brothers. Chapter 91 Starry Night Guild, First Mission. From today onwards, we are brothers. When this solemn promise, filled with boundless sincerity and emotion, came out of my mouth, I now have my first real team. Although there were only two people. One is Wang Pingzi, a tough and honest man who was more reliable than anyone else in critical moments. One is Chen Mo, a top assassin who is silent and taciturn, but whose eyes are filled with endless gratitude and loyalty. But I felt as if I owned the whole world. Looking at the tens of thousands of onlookers who were completely bewildered by our magical realism and brotherly affection, Fatty Wang, nicknamed Brother Hu, couldn't help but scratch his huge bald head. What do we do next? What are you doing? I smiled as I looked into his honest, simple eyes, which were filled with a mixture of kindness and confusion. Of course. Make money. Upgrade. And while we're at it, let's pull off a few more heists, major events that will shake the entire Dragon Soul University. Let all those trash who look down on a starry sky today regret their foolish choices for the rest of their lives. I let out a boastful declaration filled with boundless domineering confidence. And then, right there in the audience, amidst tens of thousands of pairs of eyes filled with a complex mix of awe and fear. With one hand on each arm, he lifted my two right arms, who would one day strike fear into the hearts of all the gods and demons, off the high arena. Then, without looking back, he sped off towards the mission hall, a place brimming with both opportunities and dangers. 10 minutes later. Dragon Soul University, Mission Hall. This is the most bustling and chaotic place in the entire Dragon Soul University. There is none other than this. The entire enormous circular hall covers an area of tens of thousands of square meters. Every day, thousands of Dragon Soul University students come and go from here. They take on missions here to earn academic credits. Also, recruit soldiers and build your own power here. You could say that this is a small microcosm of society. It is full of opportunities, challenges, and ubiquitous, bloody competition. And, at this moment, the entire mission hall was already packed with people and buzzing with excitement. Countless students from Dragon Soul University, dressed in all sorts of gorgeous school uniforms, gathered like a swarm of headless flies in the center of the hall, under the enormous holographic projection screen. Pointing and whispering, everyone was talking about it. Holy crap! This year's freshmen are too fierce. They actually wiped out the Skyfire Alliance right off the bat? Absolutely. That guy named Hu Ming is a complete monster. I heard that even Shang Guanfei, that peak sea-level freak, was kicked into the medical pod by him. He's still not awake. Hiss. That's terrifying? We'd better avoid him in the future. I listened to the murmurs around me, filled with awe and fear. I laughed. It seems so. The effect of my assertiveness today was quite good. Looking at the countless, densely packed, ant-like tasks on the screen, Fatty Wang, nicknamed Brother Hu, couldn't help but swallow hard. Are we really going to accept tasks here? Otherwise what? I rolled my eyes at him. You think I brought you here for sightseeing? Coco, we've only just started school. Fatty Wang said with a long face. We haven't even figured out which way is which yet. Isn't it a bit too hasty to come out here to do a mission? And he pointed to the group of senior students around him, each with a fierce aura and cold eyes, and said, it seems like we're surrounded. I frowned. Instinctively, I looked in the direction he was pointing. All I could see was, I don't know when. The three of us were already surrounded by a group of upperclassmen dressed in all sorts of fancy senior uniforms who looked like they were not to be trifled with. They all stared at us intently with a mocking and disdainful look in their eyes. The way they looked at them was no different than if they were looking at three pitiful little lambs who had foolishly wandered into their territory. "Hey, isn't this our freshman king this year, Hu Ming, our junior who?" A man with an effeminate appearance, wearing a flashy pink combat uniform and sporting a pointed, monkey-like face, spoke in a sarcastic tone. "How? You just wiped out the Skyfire Alliance, and now you're so eager to steal our jobs? Senior, I advise you to be more low-key. Otherwise, they wouldn't even know how they died." "Yeah?" I looked at this effeminate man who was oblivious to his own mortality and laughed. I couldn't even be bothered to say another word to him. I merely glanced at him indifferently. Then, she walked straight past him. It was as if he were nothing more than an insignificant wisp of air. "You!" That sissy ignored me when he saw that I dared to act like that. It exploded instantly. He had never been ignored in public like this before in his entire life. He was just thinking, it's going to flare up. "Do you want to die?" A cold, emotionless gaze of death suddenly locked onto him without warning. "Yes, Chen Mo." He had appeared silently behind that effeminate man without anyone noticing. His icy eyes, as cold as 10,000-year-old ice, were fixed on him. It's like looking at a dead person. That arrogant effeminate man was completely stunned when he met Chen Mo's terrifying gaze, which could freeze a person's soul. Surprisingly, I was so scared that I shuddered all over. They didn't dare utter a single word. "Let's go." I patted the honest, chubby guy who had already been completely subdued by my domineering presence. And so it went, amidst countless complex gazes filled with contempt and mockery. Step by step, they walked to the enormous holographic projection screen. I can't even be bothered to look at those densely packed D-level and C-level garbage missions. My gaze immediately locked onto the very top of the task leaderboard. Above that one terrifying mission, radiating a chilling, blood-red light. Mission level, B Crimson. Mission name, Clean Up Black Wind Stronghold. Mission description: Black Wind Mountain Stronghold is a vicious and ruthless interstellar band of outlaws entrenched on Black Wind Mountain outside the capital. They commit countless atrocities, including arson, murder, and robbery. Their leader, Black Wind Demon, is a terrifying being with peak C-rank strength. To date, no fewer than 10 elite squads composed of C-rank experts have perished at his hands. Mission reward, 1 million academic credits. Brother Hu, Fatty Wang, couldn't help but swallow hard as he looked at the blood-red mission map filled with the aura of death and despair. You wouldn't be thinking of. That's right. I laughed as I looked at his stunned and incredulous eyes. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of everyone present, as if they had seen a ghost, he simply reached out his hand. He ripped off the blood-red quest scroll that had been hanging at the very top of the quest leaderboard, covered in a thick layer of dust. Bite. A cold, mechanical voice echoed throughout the deathly silent mission hall. The B-level bloodstained mission Eliminate Black Wind Stronghold has been accepted by freshman Hu Ming. Boom. The entire mission lobby instantly erupted in chaos. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by divine lightning from the heavens. Crazy. Are you crazy? This reckless new student. They actually dared to accept that death mission that even B-rank experts wouldn't dare to attempt lightly? Does he really think his life is too long? But I ignored the complex gazes around me, filled with shock and mockery. I simply tossed the quest scroll, which was filled with the stench of blood and death, into Fatty Wang's arms. Then, he patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Let's go, brothers, let's get to work." Chapter 92: The Secret Hidden Beneath the Mountain Stronghold. Let's go, brothers, let's get to work. When these words, full of endless, understated and nonchalant meaning, came out of my mouth, the huge mission hall, which had already been completely stunned by my reckless and crazy actions, suddenly erupted into a huge uproar. Are you crazy? He actually accepted that death mission? Damn it! Is this kid either incredibly skilled and daring, or did he get his head stuck in a door? I think it's most likely the latter. Just wait. In less than 3 days, we'll see his name on the school's death list. Everyone who saw my reckless and insane act was completely dumbfounded. They all stared at me with that weird look, like they were looking at an idiot. It's like watching an absolute idiot deliberately jumping into the gates of hell. But I ignored those trashy people who were just waiting to see me make a fool of myself. I stood there amidst countless complex gazes filled with contempt and mockery. With one hand on each arm, he directly dragged my two sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, who were already completely dumbfounded by my unconventional and crazy actions, out of the crowded mission hall. Then, without looking back, he sped off towards the lawless land filled with death and sin. Half an hour later. Black Wind Mountain, on the outskirts of the capital. This is the most notorious no man's land in the entire capital. The mountains are high and the forests are dense. The terrain is treacherous. Easy to defend, hard to attack. It is a paradise for countless outlaws. Indeed, it was a hell for countless business travelers. And the infamous Black Wind Mountain stronghold is located at the very top of Black Wind Mountain. Now, the entire Black Wind Mountain stronghold was brightly lit. The shouts of battle were deafening. Thousands of fierce-looking, ruthless interstellar bandits were feasting on meat and drinking wine in the enormous training ground. Each of them wore an arrogant and lawless smile. It was as if they didn't take the blood-red wanted poster, which had already spread throughout the entire underworld of the capital, seriously at all. Ha ha ha. Brother! Tell me, which fool dares to come here to die this time? A burly, one-eyed man with a face full of scars and a ferocious black tiger tattooed on his body picked up a bowl of strong liquor and drank it all in one gulp. He then spoke disdainfully to the tall, thin man with a gloomy face and a scarred face who sat in the main seat. Who cares? The scarred man, referred to as Big Brother, let out a disdainful sneer. He is the chief leader of this Black Wind Mountain stronghold. A terrifying existence with strength reaching the peak of C rank. Black Wind Demon. Wherever one comes, it dies. If two come, two die. It just so happens that the brothers are all a bit short on cash lately. Let's use their heads to buy some drinks. That's right. Ha ha ha. The entire training ground erupted in a deafening burst of laughter at his arrogant and confident declaration. However, just as their triumphant and arrogant laughter was about to reach its peak, boom! A deafening roar suddenly erupted from outside the massive mountain gate, crafted from the hardest obsidian, without any warning. That massive mountain gate, several meters thick, was thick enough to withstand a full-force attack from a B-level expert. Someone actually kicked him from the outside and sent him flying inside. It turned into countless pebbles. It slammed into the group of terrified bandits. On the spot, more than a dozen unlucky peripheral members were killed. The once noisy and bustling martial arts arena instantly fell into a deathly silence. All those interstellar bandits who were just moments ago so arrogant and disdainful. It was as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats tightly. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the massive mountain gate, which had long since become ruins, with eyes that seemed to look at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. And there, amidst the billowing smoke and dust, three tall, slender figures, exuding endless coldness and a murderous aura, slowly emerged from the massive ruins of the mountain gate. Naturally, I am the leader. Following behind me were the two sleeping dragon and young phoenix who had already been completely impressed by my simple and straightforward opening. Who are you people? The once arrogant Black Wind Demon, upon seeing the three of us uninvited guests who seemed to have descended from the heavens, was completely taken aback. For the first time, a look of human fear appeared on his face, which was full of arrogance and confidence. Us? I looked at the thousands of rabble before me, who were already terrified of me, and laughed. We are here to take your dog lives. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I will not say another word. Kill. I utter a chilling death sentence. Then, he transformed into a streak of purple gold light that pierced through the heavens and earth, and charged into the chaotic bandit group without hesitation. A decisive and utterly crushing battle erupted. I'm all alone, with one gun. It's like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. God blocks and kills God. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Put. 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 The dragon gallant's silver spear in my hand seemed to have transformed into a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Every swing of his sword brings forth a storm of blood and carnage. Each thrust reaps a life. Meanwhile, Fatty Wang and Chen Mo were not idle either. A humanoid tank charged wildly, unstoppable. Like a ghost, appearing and disappearing unpredictably, killing with a single blow. The three of us are like three invincible, peerless blades. They ruthlessly slaughtered those thousands of vicious interstellar bandits, leaving them routed and fleeing in disarray. The air was filled with screams and howls of terror. Blood flowed like rivers. Demons. They are demons. I don't know how much time has passed. As the final, piercing scream faded away. When the last unwilling soul dissipated. The entire Black Wind Mountain stronghold has been completely transformed into a living hell filled with death and despair. And that arrogant Black Wind demon. I used that cold spear tip, still radiating a destructive aura, to firmly pin him to the cold wall of his hall of righteousness, a place filled with blood and sin. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. Done, that's a wrap. I clapped my hands, ready to lead my 2 sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, who were already bloodthirsty, back home. However, just as I pulled the dragon gallon silver spear that was stuck in Black Wind Demon's chest. Rumble. A dull, eerie sound, like a mechanism being turned on, suddenly rang out from behind the cold wall. Immediately afterwards, in my eyes, there was a complex mix of surprise and bewilderment. That solid wall, made of the hardest obsidian, slowly slid apart to both sides. A mysterious metal passage, shimmering with a cold, silvery light and filled with a futuristic, sci-fi feel, was revealed. A strange wind, filled with the nauseating smell of formaldehyde, rushed out from the bottomless, mysterious passage. Chapter 93: The Pantheon's Secret Experimental Base. I looked at the mysterious metal passage before me, filled with unknowns and dangers. He then took another sniff of the nauseating smell of formaldehyde emanating from deep within the passage. My brow furrowed slightly. My intuition tells me so. There's definitely a big problem here. Fatty, Shin-mo. I spoke slowly. Yes, brother who? The 2 sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, who had been completely stunned by the bizarre and magical scene before them, instantly snapped back to their senses upon hearing my voice. Each one of them was like a fierce warrior about to step onto the battlefield, instantly entering the highest level of combat state. You 2 are in charge of clearing the area outside. And keep watch for me while you're at it. No one is to be let in without my order. No one is allowed to leave. Did you understand? Yes, brother who? Those 2 were already completely obedient to me, and my loyal underlings accepted the order on the spot without the slightest hesitation. After taking a deep breath, one person, one gun. Without hesitation, they stepped into that mysterious underground base filled with unknowns and dangers. The passage is very long. It was also very quiet. It was eerily quiet. Only my heavy footsteps echoed continuously within the cold metal passageway. It seemed exceptionally eerie. I gripped the dragon gallon silver spear tightly in my hand. I pushed my terrifying perception, which had already been raised to the peak of sea level, to its limit. They cautiously surveyed their surroundings, watching for any possible disturbance. The journey, went surprisingly smoothly. Besides the increasingly strong smell of formaldehyde. Beyond the dried, dark red bloodstains that were visible everywhere on the wall. There were no other anomalies. It was as if this place was just an ordinary underground warehouse that had long been abandoned. But I know. The calmer it is. This means that the coming storm will be even more violent. 10 minutes later. I finally reached the end of that long passage. A huge, secret door made of an unknown black metal appeared before me. Above the secret door was a strange white mask symbol, exuding an aura of evil and madness. And a line of cold, sarcastic words filled with endless irony and blasphemy. God so loved the world. Boom! The moment I saw that incredibly familiar, eerie symbol, my brain felt like it had been struck by a thunderbolt. In an instant, everything went blank. Pantheon? I never would have guessed. I just took on a seemingly ordinary B-level mission to earn some credits. They stumbled upon the secret experimental base of the Pantheon, a place that even Qin Yashuan and Xia Jingguo were helpless against. What kind of incredible luck is this? Ha 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 ha. After a brief moment of shock, I couldn't help but burst into a hearty laugh. It's true, what you've been searching for is right under your nose. PhD. You just wait. I'd like to see. What kind of monstrous things are you up to in this filthy, sunless underground? I let out a boastful declaration filled with boundless domineering confidence. Then without the slightest hesitation, I unleashed all of my terrifying power, which I had been craving for so long, without reservation. Then, facing that enormous secret door filled with sin and bloodshed, he simply kicked it out. Boom! That massive secret door, several meters thick, was thick enough to withstand a full-force attack from a B-level expert. They couldn't even hold on for a second. It's like a broken toy that's been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. He was sent flying on the spot. It slammed hard against the cold wall dozens of meters away. A deafening, terrifying roar erupted. And I finally saw what lay hidden behind the secret door, a place filled with bloodshed and sin. Hell on earth. It was an enormous, circular, white space. The entire space was as bright as day. But it was filled with a nauseating, cold, and dead silence. In space, at the very center, there was a cold operating table, full of futuristic technology, but stained with dried dark red blood. Scattered across the operating table were various terrifying surgical instruments, exuding an aura of bloodshed and cruelty. And around that operating table, there were hundreds or even thousands of enormous cylindrical glass containers on display. The container was filled with a strange, viscous green liquid. And those bodies, long since devoid of life, their faces still bearing the marks of endless pain and despair. Poor experimental subject. They include both men and women. There are old people and young people. There were even quite a few poor children who looked only 7 or 8 years old. Their bodies were covered with all sorts of grotesque and terrifying stitching marks. And those terrifying modified organs that would send chills down the spine of any normal person. Some of them were fitted with sharp fangs like those of wild beasts. Some of them have been grafted with bizarre compound eyes that resemble those of insects. Some were even forcibly fitted with a pair of rotting wings that exuded an aura of death and decay. I looked at this hell on earth, filled with bloodshed and evil. I watched as those pitiful souls silently wailed and struggled in that cold, green liquid. I clenched my fists tightly. The fingernails were deeply embedded in the flesh. An unprecedented, overwhelming killing intent erupted from my body. My eyes are red. Brute. These depraved beasts. I let out a wild roar filled with endless coldness and savagery. I wish I could wipe this filthy hell, filled with sin and bloodshed, from this world right now. However, just as I was utterly shocked by the horrific scene before me, filled with bloodshed and evil, just as I was about to be completely engulfed by that raging fire that could burn everything, beep, beep, beep. Without warning, a piercing alarm, filled with morbid madness, rang out throughout the deathly silent underground base. Warning! Warning! There's an intruder! Chapter 94, Fierce Battle. Class B Cyborg. Alarm! Alarm! There's an intruder! When this shrill alarm, filled with morbid madness, suddenly rang out throughout the deathly silent underground base, I'd been exposed. I looked out of that huge secret door at the cold metal passageway, where countless glaring blood-red warning lights had been lit up at some point. I laughed. Good timing. That saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. I let out a roar that was filled with endless coldness and the ferocity of a wild beast. I unleashed all of my overwhelming killing intent, which had been boiling over to the extreme, without reservation. My dragon-gallant silver spear let out an unprecedentedly excited dragon roar. It seemed as if they too were filled with an endless longing for the upcoming slaughter. Kill! I roared. He transformed into a streak of purple gold light that pierced through the heavens and earth, and took the initiative to meet the legion of death that was surging in from all directions. Boom! 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 The next second, dozens of terrifying researchers, dressed in pure white research suits that exuded an aura of holiness and sanctity but whose strength had all reached the peak of C rank, poured out of every dark corner of the base. They had no cold surgical instruments in their hands. Instead, they are replaced by terrifying energy weapons filled with futuristic technology. Yes, there is a high-energy particle cannon that can instantly blast an adult elephant into dust. There is an absolute zero gun that can instantly freeze an entire small building completely. There's even that terrifying space-tier blade, which can distort space invisibly and tear people to shreds. They were like a group of fearless death machines that had received the highest orders. They surrounded me tightly in the very center of the base. Then, without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! 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 The next second, that overwhelming, tidal wave of energy was enough to instantly level a small city. It completely swallowed up my tiny figure. Ha ha ha! Idiot! Does he really think he's invincible? You're not even worthy to carry our shoes, before the pinnacle of technology at the Pantheon. Those morbid and insane researchers were shocked when they saw the epicenter of the explosion, which was already completely enveloped by endless, destructive light. They all burst into a burst of arrogant laughter filled with smugness and arrogance. I could almost see myself being blasted into dust by that terrifying torrent of energy capable of destroying everything. However, just as their faces, filled with cruelty and smugness, were about to reveal victorious smiles. "That's it?" A faint voice, filled with endless contempt and mockery, suddenly rang out from the epicenter of the explosion, which was filled with the aura of death and destruction. "A bunch of trash who aren't even qualified to tickle me. You dare to be so insolent in front of me?" The words fell the moment they left his lips. Boom! A massive bolt of purple gold lightning, 100 times brighter and more dazzling than the sun, suddenly erupted from the center of the explosion. That light was domineering. Sacred. Invincible. It was as if they wanted to completely purify this entire filthy hell filled with sin and bloodshed. Put. 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 That terrifying torrent of energy was enough to destroy everything beneath that domineering, purple gold lightning. Incredibly, it couldn't even last a second. Just like ice and snow encountering their nemesis, they melted and disintegrated at a speed visible to the naked eye. As for me, I strolled out slowly from the still lingering purple gold lightning, as if taking a leisurely walk. My body is spotless. There wasn't even the slightest wrinkle on the hem of my clothes. What? All those researchers who were just moments ago so arrogant and disdainful. Everyone was stunned. They watched as the terrifying figure, bathed in lightning like a thunder god from the heavens, walked towards them step by step. For the first time, a human fear appeared in their eyes, which were filled with morbidity and madness. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. That's a terrifying concentrated energy attack capable of instantly crippling even a B-level expert. How could this kid be completely unharmed? What kind of monster is he, exactly? The game is over. I looked at this group of pathetic bugs in front of me, who were already terrified of me. I laughed. I slowly raised the dragon gallant's silver spear in my hand. Thousands of thunders from heaven. Boom! The next second. In those dozens of pairs of eyes filled with horror, disbelief, and despair. Strands of destructive purple gold lightning, as thick as buckets, tore through the cold alloy ceiling like divine swords of judgment and crashed down. In an instant, they were completely overwhelmed along with their already fragile and pitiful values. Ding! 37 peak C rank cyborgs have been defeated, earning points. Oh no, I've got the wrong channel. Ding! Defeat 37 peak C rank researchers and gain XXXXX experience points and XXXXXX federal credits. I slowly retracted the dragon gallant silver spear. They didn't even bother to look at the devastated battlefield, which had long since been shattered into a charred mess. I turned around and prepared to go to the deepest part of the base to take a look. It seems there's an even bigger one lurking there. However, just as I took my first step, rumble! The entire enormous underground base seemed to shake violently at that moment. The massive, secret door in front of them, made of the hardest special alloy, slowly slid open to both sides. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying monster, 3 meters tall, covered in grotesque marks of metal and flesh spliced together. With heavy steps, I slowly emerged from that endless darkness. There was no sign of life on him. There was only a chilling, murderous intent that sent shivers down my spine. And that terrifying energy fluctuation was enough to make any peak C-level expert's scalp tingle. A B-level cyborg. He 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 he. A harsh, piercing laugh, as unpleasant as an owl's, rang out from behind the monster. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing a spotless white lab coat, who looked refined but whose eyes were filled with endless madness and violence, slowly walked out from behind the monster. He looked at the charred corpses scattered on the ground, but instead of feeling any anger, he did not. Instead, they applauded with great interest. Not bad, not bad. It's really great. I never expected that a little mouse could find its way here. And it also helped me clean up that bunch of trash that only wasted my precious resources. Perfect. He adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and a chilling, icy glint flashed across the lenses. My latest research and development, war weapon number 3. We're still missing a decent test opponent. The way he pointed at me was no different from how he looked at a poor little lab rat who had already fallen into his perfect trap. It's full of cruelty and mockery, like a cat playing with a mouse. Boy, use your life to offer the first drop of blood for my magnificent work of art. Chapter 95 Thunderous Strike, Destroying the Base. I looked at the terrifying monster before me, whose strength was already infinitely close to the peak of B rank. And that arrogant mad scientist with a "I've got you figured out" expression. I laughed. Artwork? Donate blood? I have to say. You're the most self-aggrandizing person I've ever met, trash. What did you say? The arrogant man with the gold-rimmed glasses exploded the moment he heard that. He had never been humiliated like this in public before in his entire life. Little beast. You fucking bastard, you're asking for it. Number 3. Give him to me, tear him apart. He pointed at me and let out a wild, venomous roar filled with endless hatred and madness. Roar. He had barely finished speaking. The B-class cyborg, who had been waiting for a long time, was like an ancient beast that had broken free of its shackles. It let out a furious roar that could make heaven and earth change color. It pounced on me like crazy. Rumble. The entire underground base seemed to shake violently at that moment. His terrifying, mountain-like body took one step at a time on the hard alloy ground. They will all leave behind a gigantic, terrifying footprint. The terrifying, earth-shattering power seemed to be about to crush the entire underground base. However, faced with a terrifying impact capable of instantly turning a heavy tank into scrap metal, I, however, couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I couldn't even be bothered to say another word to him. I merely glanced at that pathetic madman, whose mind was already clouded by endless anger and greed. Then, slowly, I raised my dragon's gallbladder silver spear. The game is over. The moment the words fell. Boom! A purple gold holy lightning bolt, 10 or even 100 times more terrifying than before and filled with endless domineering and destructive aura, suddenly erupted from my seemingly ordinary body. I'm going all out. One man, one gun. I unleashed all my terrifying strength, which I had been eagerly awaiting at the peak of C rank, without any reservation. Thunder Dragon Break. Dragons battle in the wilderness. Buzz. A boundless, proud, and majestic ancient dragon roar resounded throughout the entire world. A lifelike and ferocious thunder dragon, formed from pure purple gold lightning power, suddenly erupted from the gun. With a terrifying force capable of destroying everything, it rammed fiercely into the fearless B-class cyborg. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire sturdy base, made of a special alloy, seemed to have been hit head-on by a meteorite from outer space. It shook violently. That arrogant B-class cyborg couldn't even let out a complete scream. His body was strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. It's like a broken toy that's been hit head-on by a high-speed maglev train. He was instantly blasted into countless metal parts and bloody fragments by that terrifying, world-destroying thunder dragon. What? That mad scientist who was just moments ago so arrogant and smug. After witnessing this terrifying scene filled with magical elements, he was completely dumbfounded. For the first time, a human fear appeared in his eyes, which were filled with morbidity and madness. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. That was the most perfect weapon of war that he had created by spending countless efforts and resources. Yes, it is a terrifying existence capable of directly confronting a peak B-level expert. How is that possible? How is that possible? He was instantly killed by some unknown kid with a single shot? What kind of monster is he, exactly? You, don't come any closer. He watched as the terrifying figure, bathed in purple gold lightning, walked towards him step by step like a thunder god from the heavens. He was so terrified that his liver and gallbladder were about to burst, and he was so scared that he wet himself. He scrambled and crawled, trying to escape. But it was too late. Call out. A golden lightning bolt flashed and disappeared in an instant. My figure appeared before him like a ghost. Run. Looking down at him, I saw a cold, devilish smile on his face. Why aren't you running anymore? No, don't kill me. The mad scientist was terrified as he looked at the deadly spear tip so close to him. I can give you all my research findings. I can also help you modify your body. Make you stronger. Just spare my life. I'm willing to be your slave. I looked at this pathetic creature in front of me, who had long been utterly terrified by the fear of death. I laughed. Your dirty research findings? Excuse me. I find it dirty. The words fell the moment they landed. Put. A dull sound, like tattered cotton being torn apart. I shot him right through his ugly heart, which was filled with sin and madness. Well. He lowered his head in disbelief, looking at the terrifying blood hole in his chest, from which scalding hot blood was constantly gushing out. A final flash of madness appeared in his eyes, which were filled with resentment and bitterness. He actually used up his last bit of strength. He pressed hard on the red self-destruct button on his wrist, which he had been preparing for a long time. Ha ha ha. Little beast. Even if I die, I'll take you with me to the grave. Be buried here with this great work of art, in this cold underground. Beep. 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 A piercing alarm, filled with the aura of death and destruction, resounded throughout the entire underground base. Warning! Warning! The base is about to self-destruct within 10 seconds. 10. 9. 8. Idiot. I looked at that pitiful creature, who was already cold and lifeless, and slowly shook my head. Then, just before that terrifying explosion, powerful enough to level the entire Black Wind Mountain, was about to occur. Slowly, I raised my dragon's gallbladder silver spear, pointing straight to the heavens. Thousands of thunders from heaven. Boom. The next second. Outside, Wang Pingzi and Chen Mo, completely stunned by the sudden and earth-shattering change, stared at each other with eyes full of horror, disbelief, and despair. A massive purple gold lightning bolt, hundreds or even thousands of times more terrifying than the one in the college entrance examination secret realm, tore through the solid rock layer hundreds of meters thick like a god's sword of destruction and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, the underground base filled with sin and bloodshed, along with the terrifying energy about to erupt, was completely wiped from this world. All that remains is a terrifying, glass-like giant crater, thousands of meters in diameter and bottomless. And a sentence, still echoing between heaven and earth, filled with endless arrogance and self-confidence. You want to die with me? You dare to challenge me? Chapter 96, Rescuing the Trapped Girl, Su Mengyao's True Identity. You want to die with me? You dare to challenge me? When this arrogant declaration, brimming with boundless domineering power and self-confidence, resounded like thunder from the heavens throughout the Black Wind Mountain, which had long since been razed to the ground. My body, already weakened from unleashing 2 devastating attacks in succession, could no longer hold on. My vision went black and I almost fainted on the spot. However, just a moment before I lost consciousness. Buzz. My long-awaited, gleaming silver spear suddenly let out an excited dragon roar filled with endless greed and desire. A terrifying suction force, powerful enough to instantly drain the soul of a B-level expert, suddenly erupted. It swallowed up the purple gold lightning, which was still filled with endless pure energy and had not yet completely dissipated, like a whale swallowing the sea. Bite. Detected, the artifact Spirit Primordial Thunder Dragon Soul is autonomously absorbing unclaimed energy. Energy, in transformation. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100x Thunder Dragon Power. Host's resources fully restored. Boom. A terrifying power, several times more refined and powerful than my peak, suddenly erupted. My body, which was already exhausted, was completely restored to its peak condition in a very short moment. It's even stronger than before. Holy crap! I felt a terrifying power surging within me, like the mighty Yangtze River. I was completely stunned. This is actually possible? My cheap gadget even has a power bank function? This is practically a perpetual motion machine. Brother who? Just as I was utterly astonished by the incredible, monstrous functions of my heaven-defying artifact soul, Wang Pingzi and Chen Mo's trembling voices, filled with worry and anxiety, echoed from outside the terrifying, glass-like crater. The two of them scrambled over as fast as they could. Brother who? Are you all right? Fatty Wang stared at the terrifying crater, which was over 1,000 meters in diameter and bottomless, as if it had been struck head-on by a meteorite from outer space. Then, I looked at myself, standing unharmed in the center of the giant crater, not even a scratch on my clothes. His small, honest, and simple eyes were filled with disbelief and a deep-seated awe. Is this guy even human? This is nothing but a god in human skin. Fine. I looked at the 2 sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks in front of me, who were completely terrified by my earth-shattering power. I laughed. Let's go. We should go down and see if there are any fish that have escaped. As I spoke, I prepared to jump into that bottomless, terrifying giant pit. Let's go take a look at that underground base that I've already blasted into ruins. However, just then, Bite. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind without warning. A faint life signal has been detected 1,000 meters below. Vital signs are extremely weak. It is expected to be completely destroyed within 10 minutes. There are still survivors? I frowned. I didn't hesitate at all. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, instantly leaping into that bottomless, terrifying crater. 1 minute later, I was there, amidst the chaotic ruins of the base. Unexpectedly, they discovered a mysterious room, hidden very deep inside, made of an unknown black metal. That secret room was made of some unknown material. It remained perfectly intact even under my terrifying heavenly pull, which was powerful enough to level the entire base. There wasn't even a single crack. Interesting. I looked at the black, secret room before me, which was filled with an air of mystery and eeriness. I laughed. I slowly raised my brilliant silver spear. Then, with a fierce thrust, it stabbed down. Boom! That sturdy secret door was strong enough to withstand a full-force attack from a peak B-level expert. Incredibly, it couldn't even last a second. I blasted it into countless metal fragments. And I finally saw clearly the shocking secret hidden in the secret room. All I could see was inside that cold, sealed room filled with the nauseating smell of formaldehyde. A stunningly beautiful girl who looked only 16 or 17 years old, wearing a pure white dress that was already completely stained red with blood. It was tightly bound to a cold metal cross by countless black chains filled with eerie runes. Her body was covered with all sorts of strange, gleaming metal tubes. It continuously extracted the already meager life energy from her body. She was barely breathing. On the verge of death. It seemed as if she might perish at any moment. Even so, he was in a terrible state. Even so, it couldn't hide her stunning beauty, which was enough to drive any man crazy and suffocate him. What a flawless and exquisite face it was. Her eyebrows were curved like willow leaves, her eyelashes were long and long, her nose was pert and delicate, and her cherry-like lips were pale from excessive blood loss. Everything seemed to be God's most perfect masterpiece. Even a fraction more would be too much. Even a fraction less would be too thin. She's practically a peerless fairy who stepped out of a painting. She is a top-tier beauty who is on par with Lang Yuexin, Xiao Liuli, and even Qin Yashuan. Oh shit. These heartless, depraved beasts. I stared at the horrific scene before me, a scene filled with cruelty and bloodshed. I clenched my fists tightly. A chilling killing intent flashed uncontrollably from my body. I didn't hesitate for a moment. My figure flashed by. In an instant, he appeared in front of the poor girl who had already fallen into a deep coma. I suddenly swung the Dragon Gallon's silver spear in my hand. Jingle bells. The countless black chains, filled with an eerie aura, snapped instantly. It turned into countless metal fragments. And that beautiful girl, whose life had long since faded away. They were finally freed from that inhuman torment. Like a withered leaf, it limply fell to the cold ground. I quickly reached out and caught her delicate, boneless body in my arms. However, the moment I severed the last and thickest of those strange chains binding her. Boom! A terrifying spiritual force, vast and boundless, filled with endless mystery and profoundness, burst forth without warning from her seemingly weak and petite body, enough to make my soul tremble. It instantly overwhelmed and completely engulfed me. Bite. Warning. Warning. A terrifying mental energy storm, capable of threatening the host's life, has been detected. System self-defense program activated. Boom. A powerful, sacred, and awe-inspiring purple-gold holy lightning, filled with the aura of creation and destruction, erupted from the deepest part of my soul. It collided violently with the terrifying mental energy storm that was powerful enough to tear the soul of an A-level expert to shreds on the spot. However, the terrifying energy collision that was expected to level the entire underground base did not occur. Those two forces were equally terrifying and equally unreasonable, defying the laws of nature. At the moment we touch each other, they were like two long-lost lovers reunited, blending together perfectly like water and milk. Then it transformed into an even more vast and mysterious chaotic torrent. It was frantically washing over my limbs and bones, and that of the mysterious girl. For us, an unprecedented ultimate baptism is being carried out. Bite. Unknown, mysterious energy detected. Energy analysis in progress? Analysis failed. Bite. Congratulations, host, You have received a baptism of unknown, mysterious energy. Mental strength greatly enhanced. The compatibility with Tianji has greatly increased. Byte. The mysterious girl has been detected to possess a legendary, unique SS rank mental ability. Celestial Calculation? Chapter 97 Heavenly Calculation, SS level auxiliary ability. Celestial Divination? I looked at the mysterious girl in front of me who seemed so delicate and fragile, as if she could be blown away by a gust of wind. I was completely stunned. My brain felt like it had been hit head-on by a supernuclear bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons. Completely blank. SS rank. This is a legendary ability, a whole level higher than Long Yuexin's S rank, part of the Ice Moon. Looking across the entire Xia Kingdom. No. Yes, looking at the whole world. Those who possess SS level superpowers are extremely rare, like prehistoric behemoths. Each one of them is an unparalleled genius capable of driving all the top powers crazy and suffocating them. Yes, it is a strategic force capable of changing the entire world order. And this seemingly harmless, pitiful girl in front of me. It was actually that 1 in a million SS level super prodigy? This is fucking surreal. And what she awakened wasn't an ordinary combat type ability. Rather, it is the rarest and most abnormal mental support ability. Heavenly Calculation. This incredible ability exists only in legends. I once saw a few words about it in an ancient book of Xia Kingdom secrets. It is said that this kind of superpower is 1 in a billion. Only those chosen ones who are born with some mysterious connection to the way of heaven have a slight chance of awakening. But once awakened, he possessed a heaven-defying ability that would make all the gods and demons in the heavens jealous and go mad. Predicting the future. Defying fate. It is said that in ancient times, there was once a supreme being who awakened the heavenly calculation. He, with the body of a mortal, calculated all the secrets of heaven. To help the poor human race who were still in a barbaric era and were enslaved and oppressed by countless demons and monsters. They escaped annihilation time and time again. Ultimately, he led the entire human race to unprecedented glory. You could say that. No, it wasn't him. Without the human race, we wouldn't have achieved our current prosperity. And in front of me is this seemingly delicate and mysterious girl. He actually possesses the same heaven-defying superpower as that legendary human sage? This is no fucking girl. This is clearly a walking, human-shaped cheat code. I've struck it rich. I looked at the mysterious girl in my arms, who, though still unconscious, possessed a stunningly beautiful face that could drive any man mad and suffocate. All that remained in my mind was this crude thought, filled with endless ecstasy and excitement. I've struck gold. Cough, cough, cough. Just as I was completely immersed in the enormous surprise, as if I had won the lottery, I was unable to extricate myself from it. The mysterious girl in my arms had already fallen into a deep coma. Her long, thick eyelashes, like butterfly wings, trembled slightly without warning. Then, slowly, she opened her pair of dazzling eyes that could make the stars in the sky pale in comparison. What kind of eyes were they? Clear and pure, without the slightest impurity. It's like a sacred spring from the heavens. Enough to cleanse the world of all sins and filth. But there, deep within those clear, pure eyes. Yet it seems to conceal a vast starry sky, large enough to contain the entire universe. It is filled with endless mystery and wisdom. It was as if nothing in this world held any secret in her eyes. You're awake? I looked at the mysterious girl in my arms, who was slowly waking up from her coma. Surprisingly, I felt a bit nervous. The mysterious girl remained silent. Her bright, beautiful eyes, which seemed to see through everything, were quietly looking at me. Look at my disheveled appearance, completely stained with blood and filth. Look into my blood-red eyes, which are filled with endless coldness and murderous intent. Far from being afraid, she felt no fear whatsoever. Instead, she gave me a warm, pure, and touching smile, like the warm spring sun. That smile seemed to possess some kind of magical power. It actually managed to melt a trace of my cold heart, which had long been completely filled with endless killing and sin. She nodded, her voice clear and melodious, like heavenly music, yet carrying a hint of weakness from recovering from a serious illness. Did you save me? I guess so, I said, shrugging. Thanks. As she spoke, she tried to sit up from my warm, masculine embrace. But she was really too weak. She had just moved. She let out a soft moan filled with pain and helplessness. Her pretty face turned deathly pale in an instant. Don't move. I quickly pressed down on her soft, delicate shoulders. Your body is still very weak. I need to get some rest. She wanted to say something more. But at that moment. Glug glug. A rumbling sound, filled with embarrassment and shame, suddenly rang out from her flat, snow-white abdomen. The entire cold, mysterious room instantly fell into a deathly silence. That mysterious fairy who just moments ago seemed so serene and otherworldly. Her pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. It's so red, like a ripe monkey's butt. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and disappear into it right now. Put. I couldn't help but laugh when I saw her cute yet pitiful and shy appearance. I took out a piece of delicious hind leg meat from the D-level monster black armored warboar, which I had already roasted until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and was bursting with aroma. It was handed to her. Here you are. Eat. The mysterious girl stared at the terrifying piece of roasted meat in front of her, which was larger than her entire face and exuded a primal and wild aura. She was completely stunned. She stared at me intently with her beautiful, wide eyes filled with shock and disbelief. It's like watching a barbarian who has traveled from a primitive era. Final. Under my urging gaze, which seemed to say, if you don't eat soon, I'll starve to death. She slowly stretched out her pale, slender, pitiful little hand. Trembling, she accepted the terrifying piece of roasted meat that clashed so horribly with her ethereal, fairy-like demeanor. Then, very carefully, I took a small bite. The next second, her once somewhat dim and dull bright eyes instantly lit up. So delicious. 10 minutes later. I watched the mysterious girl happily devouring a terrifying piece of roasted meat bigger than her entire face, her mouth dripping with oil, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike decorum. My worldview is almost turned upside down. Is this still the legendary SS rank celestial calculator? This is clearly the reincarnation of a starving ghost who hasn't eaten for 800 years. Hiccup. Finally. Under my gaze, a complex mix of shock and speechlessness filled my eyes. The mysterious girl finally let out a satisfied burp, filled with happiness and contentment. Then, somewhat embarrassed, she wiped her cute little face, which had already turned into a little kitten's face. She gave me a sweet smile full of gratitude and a hint of dependence. I don't even know your name yet. My name is Hu Ming, I said slowly, looking at her. And you? Upon hearing this, the mysterious girl's smile gradually faded. Instead, there was a vast expanse filled with endless sorrow and hatred. My name is Su Mengyao. She clutched the huge bone, which she had already devoured completely, tightly. The fingernails were deeply embedded in the hard bone. It is the Xia Kingdom, the contemporary of the Tianji Pavilion. Saintus. Boom. Upon hearing this, my pupils suddenly contracted. A chilling killing intent flashed uncontrollably from my body. I looked at the mysterious girl in front of me, whose background was equally shrouded in mystery. All that remained in my mind was a crazy thought filled with endless shock and disbelief. It really is from that legend. A reclusive family? The mysterious girl named Su Mengyao failed to notice my complex gaze, filled with shock and murderous intent. She simply raised her head slowly. He spoke to me in a trembling voice filled with endless sorrow and a hint of pleading. Who are you? Chapter 98 Su Mengyao's request, investigate the soul-devouring cult. Who are you? When those beautiful words, filled with endless weakness and confusion, came from the mouth of that mysterious girl, I laughed. I am your man. Certainly. This sentence is full of endless flirtatiousness and provocation. It's a vulgar and lewd statement. I only dare to fantasize about it silently in my heart. If I really dared to say it to the face of this seemingly weak but incredibly powerful mysterious girl, I have no doubt about it. She would absolutely not hesitate to use her terrifying mental power, which was enough to tear my soul to shreds on the spot. They tore me to pieces. Under my meticulous care, the mysterious girl named Su Mengyao finally recovered a bit of her vitality 3 days later. Although, her face was still somewhat pale. But at least now, I can get out of bed and move around freely. And I, too, finally understood from her fragmented narration, filled with endless sorrow and hatred. I learned an even more shocking secret that made my heart race. She really is the current holy maiden of the Tianji Pavilion, the oldest and most mysterious reclusive family in our Xia kingdom. An unparalleled prodigy who was born with the unique SS-level mental ability heavenly calculation. The reason she was captured and brought here by the madmen of the Pantheon. That's because a month ago, she used her extraordinary ability, heavenly calculation, to forcibly predict the future movements of a terrorist organization that was even older and more evil than the Pantheon. They suffered a backlash from a distance from that equally unfathomable and terrifying being. Not only that, he was seriously injured. Furthermore, it exposed his whereabouts. That's how the madman from the Pantheon took advantage of the situation and broke in. We caught this filthy hell where the sun never shines. They attempted to seize her terrifying superpower, which was capable of defying fate. If I hadn't stumbled in by accident, I'm afraid it won't be long. She would be tortured to death by that group of heartless lunatics. The soul-devouring cult? I looked at the pitiful girl in front of me, whose pretty face turned pale and whose delicate body trembled uncontrollably at the mere mention of that mysterious terrorist organization. My brow furrowed slightly. I feel like I've heard this name somewhere before? Oh, right. It's that shadow organization assassin I searched. In his memory. It seems that this eerie name, filled with evil and ominous aura, has been mentioned before. It is said that was a terrifying cult organization that was even older and more insane than the Pantheon. They do not believe in any god. I don't pursue any power. Their sole purpose in existence. That's it, soul devourer. They take pleasure in devouring the souls of the strong. Our highest belief is to collect all the negative emotions in the world. They're a complete bunch of lunatics. They are the common enemy of all the Justice League members and superhumans. It is a taboo existence that the entire underworld fears and dreads. That's right. Su Mengyao gripped the pitiful bedsheet tightly, which she had already crushed beyond recognition. Their fingernails dug deep into the soft cotton quilt. That's right, the soul-devouring cult. Those demons who are even more insane than the Pantheon. I saw it when I was divining the heavenly secrets. They are plotting a shocking conspiracy that could wipe out the entire capital. They want to summon a terrifying evil god from another dimension in the near future. They will turn the entire capital into their bloodbath. I originally intended to expose this shocking conspiracy to the public. But, unexpectedly, as she spoke, her beautiful, already sparkling eyes, filled with sadness and hatred, instantly filled with glistening tears. But unexpectedly, we suffered a terrifying backlash from them. Not only that, it got me imprisoned. It has even implicated my entire Tianji Pavilion. To protect me, my Heavenly Secrets Pavilion has 360 members. They all perished tragically under the swords of the soul-devouring cult. I'm all alone now. Boom. I listened to her tearful accusations, filled with endless sorrow and hatred. I clenched my fists tightly. A chilling killing intent flashed uncontrollably from my body and disappeared in an instant. Good. What a disgrace, the soul-devouring cult. Well done, nip it in the bud. This is even more insane than the madmen of the Pantheon. So, I looked at the pitiful girl in front of me, her face streaked with tears, a sight that evoked pity in me. I slowly began to speak. You want me to help you get revenge? No. Su Mengyao, however, slowly shook her head. She raised her head, her bright, beautiful eyes, already completely blurred by tears, staring intently at me. That look was filled with unprecedented determination and absolutely. Personal grudges are minor. The safety of the capital is of utmost importance. Although I wish I could tear those heartless beasts to pieces. But I don't want that even more. Seeing tens of millions of innocent lives tragically lost because of my mistake. So, she looked into my cold eyes, which were filled with solemnity and murderous intent. Her voice, though weak, was full of an undeniable plea. I can figure it out. You possess a terrifying power that would make even the gods and demons tremble. You are the only chosen one who can stop them. So, I beg you, you must help me thwart their plot. Chapter 99 Qin Yashuan's Invitation, Underground Auction. I eventually agreed to Su Mengyao's request. After all, I had dealings with that so-called soul-eating cult. Sooner or later, we'll have to face each other. Moreover, she gave so much. Bite. Host detected. Accepting the sole request of the chosen one, Su Mengyao. Activate the uniqueness, hidden quest savior. Mission description: crush all the conspiracies of the soul-devouring cult in the capital. Save tens of millions of innocent lives. Task reward? The reward is unknown. But even a fool could figure it out. Rewards that can be identified by the system as unique hidden missions. It absolutely cannot be that bad. It's even more generous than all the rewards I've received before combined. So, I'm determined to help you out, both professionally and personally. I brought Su Mengyao, who was still temporarily unable to move around, back to my sky villa, which had long since become a beauty concentration camp. Then it was handed over to Xiaolioli, the fiery little pepper who was already used to this kind of thing, to take care of. As expected. Both possess stunning beauty, but one has a fiery and outgoing personality. A stunningly beautiful woman, gentle and reserved, like a clear spring. A silent war, full of gunpowder, broke out the moment they met. The invisible electric light crackled and flickered in the air. It was terrifying to watch, even for me, Fatty Wang, Chen Mo, and I, these three poor single guys. Absolutely amazing. Women. What a wondrous creature. I felt a surge of emotion within me. Then, quite disloyally, he dumped this mess, rife with tension, on my two equally bewildered and pitiful underlings. One person slipped away. Joke. I'm a man destined for great things. Who has the time to bother with these trivial matters between women? I had just stepped out of that sky villa, which was filled with the atmosphere of a battlefield. Before I could even catch my breath. Beep beep beep. A communication request tone, filled with a languid and alluring tone, suddenly rang out without warning. The caller ID showed a beautiful, mature woman who looked like a peerless enchantress. Qin Yashuan. I got through to the communication. Hello? Sister Qin? What a coincidence. I was just about to look for you. A melodious, sweet laugh, like the tinkling of silver bells, came from the other end of the communicator. What's wrong? Little brother, you've missed your big sister already after just a few days? I want to. I said seriously, I want to so much that I'm almost losing my appetite. You're so glib. Qin Yashuan rolled her eyes at me, her unintentional charm enough to make any man's mouth dry. So, what trouble have you run into this time? No trouble at all. I smiled. I just wanted to ask you about an organization. Oh? What organization? Soul-devouring cult. The moment I uttered those three words, a deathly silence fell instantly on the other end of the communicator. A good, long time passed. Qin Yashuan's beautiful voice, filled with unprecedented solemnity and seriousness, slowly rang out. Hu Ming. How do you know this name? Have you provoked something you shouldn't have again? I guess so, I shrugged. But this time they provoked me first. There was another deathly silence on the other end of the communicator. I could even clearly hear Qin Yashuan's breathing, which had become somewhat rapid due to nervousness. Hu Ming. Another half hour passed. She finally let out a long breath. This matter is very complicated. It's hard to explain over the phone. Come to me now. I'm going to take you to an interesting place. Where? A place where you can quickly acquire terrifying power to confront them head-on. 7-star pavilion, underground auction. 1 hour later. I was on the lowest level of the 7-star pavilion, a place filled with futuristic science fiction. I witnessed an ultra-luxurious event that would drive any normal man crazy and leave him breathless. It was an enormous circular underground space. The entire space is decorated like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. It is filled with a kind of raw and wild, bloody beauty. And around the Colosseum, these are individual, suspended private rooms filled with futuristic technology. Each private room represents a terrifying and overwhelming force that can make the entire Xia kingdom tremble. Yes, the military's supreme command. Yes, the government's mysterious dragon group. And even my future father-in-law's family, the Long family. You could say that. Everyone who can sit here is truly a person of high status. Yes, a terrifying existence capable of dominating the future destiny of the entire Xia kingdom. And I am sitting right there, in the most exclusive VIP box number 1. Together with Qin Yashuan, a mature and alluring woman whose beauty rivals that of a peerless enchantress. Savoring that top-quality red wine worth millions. Admiring that decadent, extravagant world filled with money and desire. How is it, little brother? Qin Yashuan asked with a smile, swirling the crystal wineglass in her hand, which exuded an ambiguous aura. Isn't the scenery here nice, sister? It's alright, I nodded. It's just a bit too noisy. Qin Yashuan was amused by my pretentious and Versaillesque Versailles literature, and said, your little brother is getting less and less cute. Okay, I'm not kidding anymore. As she spoke, she slowly stood up from the soft, genuine leather sofa. Walk up to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Pointing to the huge auction hall below, which was already packed with people and bustling with noise. The sound was filled with an indescribable allure and mystery. Welcome to the adult world. Little brother. Here, money is just a string of cold numbers. Power is the only true passport. As long as you have enough strength, then you can get everything you want. Whether it's a divine weapon, it's still an S-rank cultivation technique. Even the legendary supreme medicine that can bring the dead back to life and heal the wounded. We have everything. As long as you have enough strength. Oh? Upon hearing this, I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. I don't know. Is there anything here that interests me? Qin Yashuan chuckled. She slowly turned around. Those alluring peach blossom eyes looked at me with a half smile. It is full of endless allure and mystery. I guarantee you'll find something you're interested in this time. Chapter 100, A Priceless Demon Core at the Auction. I arrived as promised. At the very bottom of the 7-star pavilion, a place filled with futuristic science fiction. I witnessed an ultra-luxurious event that would drive any normal man crazy and leave him breathless. It was an enormous circular underground space. The entire space is decorated like the Colosseum in ancient Rome. It is filled with a raw and wild, bloody beauty. And around the Colosseum, these are individual, suspended private rooms filled with futuristic technology. Each private room represents a terrifying and overwhelming force that can make the entire Xia kingdom tremble. You could say that everyone who can sit here is truly a person of high status. It is a terrifying existence capable of dominating the future destiny of the entire Xia kingdom. And right now I'm sitting in the most exclusive VIP box, number 1. Together with Qin Yashuan, a mature and beautiful woman who is as stunning as an enchantress. Savoring that top-quality red wine worth millions. Enjoying the decadent extravagance filled with money and desire. Thump! A clear chime resounded throughout the bustling and vibrant auction hall. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a white cheongsam exuding classical elegance and possessing an incredibly curvaceous figure, with a mysterious white veil covering her face, slowly walked out from the backstage of the auction house. She is the chief auctioneer for this auction. She is also Qin Yashuan's capable assistant. Distinguished guests. Her clear, melodious voice, as beautiful as heavenly music, was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present through the top-of-the-line amplification equipment. Welcome to our annual Celestial Star Auction at the 7-Star Pavilion. Enough with the nonsense. Now I announce this auction. Let's begin. Boom. In an instant, the entire enormous circular auction hall erupted with a deafening roar like a tsunami. All the top executives who had been waiting for a long time were so excited that their faces turned red. They were all eager to try their skills. It was as if they could already see those supreme treasures that were enough to drive them crazy and suffocate them. And the auction process that followed certainly did not disappoint them. A great divine weapon. S-rank martial arts techniques. Even the legendary supreme medicine that can bring the dead back to life and heal flesh and bone. Everything you could want. As long as you have enough money, you can get everything you want here. Those terrifyingly high prices are enough to drive any normal person crazy and suffocate. Seeing this makes me, a poor guy who has just been promoted to 2 billionaire, tremble with fear. Absolutely amazing. How about it, little brother? Qin Yashuan couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth as she looked at my complex expression, which was filled with shock and a hint of embarrassment. Now you know how poor you are, right? I didn't say anything. I simply picked up the glass of top-quality red wine worth millions on the table. He drank it all in one gulp. Then he made a blood-red vow in his heart. Someday, I, Hu Ming, will make the entire 7-Star Pavilion my private treasury. Time. Second by second passed. Soon. This auction has now entered its final, climactic phase. Distinguished guests. The voice of the woman in the white veil, full of mystery and allure, was filled with an unprecedented excitement and fervor. Next, the final item of this auction is about to be presented, our grand finale. It was only through the immense effort and resources of our 7-star pavilion that we managed to obtain it from an ancient ruin. A supreme treasure. Boom! The moment she said those words, the huge auction hall, which had been bustling and lively, instantly fell into a deathly silence. At that moment, everyone's breathing became incredibly heavy. They all stared intently at the slowly rising central white jade platform with eyes filled with endless greed and burning madness. It's as if you're looking at a stunningly beautiful woman who's completely naked. Buzz. A soft energy fluctuation rang out. A crystal jade box, tightly protected by a top-tier energy shield, slowly appeared before everyone. Inside the jade box lay a strange demon core, about the size of a human head, radiating a faint golden light and engraved with countless mysterious dragon-shaped patterns on its surface. A terrifying dragon's might, filled with a violent and savage aura, emanated from that strange demon core. He actually managed to completely suppress the terrifying aura of all the top figures present. It was as if it were the only king here. This is? The moment I saw that strange demon core filled with endless mystery and domineering aura, I was completely stunned. My calm and undisturbed mind was suddenly stirred up into a raging storm. Because. Bite. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind. A sub-dragon demon core containing true dragon blood has been detected. This item is the key material for the host to unseal the second seal of the companion artifact, the dragon's gallant silver spear. Should an auction be held? Yes. 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 I roared madly in my heart. I'm really worried about not finding the key materials to unlock the divine spear. And now it's delivered itself right to our doorstep? This is absolutely divine intervention. I'm sure you've all guessed it. The woman in white gauze looked at the distorted faces below the stage, filled with greed and madness, and slowly began to speak. Her voice was filled with an unprecedented allure and fervor. That's right. This is the one that exists only in legends. A sub-dragon demon core. It contains a trace of the purest true dragon blood. Whether it's used for alchemy or for weapon crafting, they are all supreme treasures that could drive any S-class powerhouse mad. Starting price: 1 billion. Each bid increase must be no less than 100 million. Now, the auction begins. Boom. The moment she said those words, the once silent, massive auction house was suddenly erupted with a roar that was 100 times louder than the previous one. 1.1 billion. 1.2 billion. 15 billion. Those terrifyingly high prices are enough to bankrupt any normal country. Just like free cabbages, they spewed out of the mouths of those top bosses who were already bloodthirsty. However, just as I was preparing to join this bloody competition filled with money and desire, a familiar voice, brimming with endless arrogance and provocation, suddenly rang out from an equally luxurious VIP box opposite me. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a series of thunderclaps from the heavens, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This caused the already chaotic and frenzied auction house to fall into an eerie silence in an instant. 2 billion. This demon core. My Shangwan family wants it. Chapter 101: A head-to-head standoff, a battle of financial resources. 2 billion. This demon core. The Shangwan family wants it. When that familiar voice, filled with endless arrogance and provocation, resounded like thunderclaps from the heavens throughout the deathly silent, enormous auction house, I listened to that familiar voice, filled with endless arrogance and provocation. I laughed. The Shangwan family? Is that awesome? How could I possibly remember? Just a few days ago, I think I stepped on a pathetic bug named Shangwan. My voice isn't loud, but it was like a series of invisible slaps to the face of that poor, idiotic person who was still immersed in his domineering CEO-style pretentiousness and couldn't extricate himself. The smile on his face froze instantly. The sight of him, which had been filled with arrogance and smugness, instantly filled him with disbelief. And a raging fire powerful enough to incinerate everything. It's you? That familiar voice, filled with endless arrogance and provocation, rang out once again. However, this time, his voice no longer carried the arrogance and smugness of before. Only a vast expanse remained, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent, a chilling stillness. Crazy. Little beast. You dare to show your face in front of me? I'm going to fucking kill you. Oh? I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You? A pathetic piece of trash who even eats shoes with relish? Put. Once I said those words, the huge auction hall, which had been deathly silent, suddenly erupted into a thunderous roar of laughter. Ha ha ha. That's hilarious. So he's the poor bastard who got forced to eat a shoe in front of everyone by Hushin at the Dragon Soul University freshman orientation. My god. This is so embarrassing. If I had such a good-for-nothing son, I would strangle him on the spot. The Shangwan family has really lost all face this time. Whispers filled with schadenfreude echoed from all directions. Meanwhile, Shangwan Long, the eldest son of the Shangwan family, was already blinded by rage. After hearing the resounding, merciless laughter all around, he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Little beast. You just wait. Wait until the auction is over. I will make you wish you were dead. He let out a roar filled with endless resentment and madness, like a wild beast. And then he never said another word to me. He vented all his anger on this bloody competition filled with money and desire. 21 billion. 2 billion. 25 billion. An unprecedented and frenzied bidding war erupted. I engaged in a terrifying financial battle with that reckless young master of the Shangwan family, a battle so intense it would suffocate any S-level expert. The price skyrocketed from 2 billion. 3 billion. 4 billion. 5 billion. The entire enormous circular auction hall fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence because of our reckless, money-obsessed antics. Crazy. All those top tycoons who just moments ago looked like they had plenty of money and were ready to make a big splash. Everyone was stunned. They all stared intently at us, these two terrifying beings who were already bloodthirsty, with eyes that looked at us as madmen, idiots, and completely incomprehensible beings. My mind went completely blank. Are you crazy? Those two reckless spendthrifts. For a mere sub-dragon demon core, they actually spent a terrifyingly high price enough to buy several small base cities? This is beyond what can be described as outrageously extravagant. This is absolutely outrageous. And beside me, that mature and alluring woman, Qin Yashuan, was as beautiful as a peerless enchantress. After seeing my crazy behavior of not caring about money at all, her alluring and charming peach blossom eyes were almost bulging out. Little brother, she whispered, her voice trembling as she tugged at my sleeve, you're not crazy? That's 5 billion. It's not 50 yuan. Where did you get so much money? Don't worry, I smiled at her adorable, worried and anxious expression. You don't need to worry about the money. I know what I'm doing. As I spoke, I slowly stood up from the soft leather sofa. I walked over there to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Looking at the poor wretch across the street, who was already somewhat exasperated by my crazy price increase. A cold, death-like smile slowly curved the corners of my lips. I know. He has reached his limit. My performance has only just begun. 6 billion. I slowly raised my hand. Then, he casually uttered this terrifying number that was enough to drive the entire auction house into a frenzy and suffocate. Boom! The entire, deathly silent auction house was suddenly erupted with a roar that was 100 times more powerful than the previous waves. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. 6 billion? Holy crap! Am I hallucinating? This country bumpkin is courting death. Another billion has been added? Has he really gone mad? And, across from me, Shangwan Long was completely dumbfounded by my crazy, unconventional actions. After hearing my death offer, which was filled with endless contempt and mockery, even more frightened, he shuddered all over. I almost fell off that soft leather sofa right there. 6 billion? Although the Shangwan family is large and powerful, but the total working capital is less than 5 billion. That little beast. Where did he get so much money? Could it be that behind him stands a terrifying and overwhelming force, capable of rivaling the Shangwan family? No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. He's nothing but a pathetic worm that crawled out of the countryside. He must be bluffing me. Right. He's definitely bluffing me. 6 billion 610 billion. He gritted his teeth tightly. He squeezed out this terrifying number, which was far beyond his tolerance, through gritted teeth. He's betting. I bet I won't dare to follow anymore. However. But I laughed. I looked at the pathetic creature across from me, whose face had turned ashen with fear, a fierce but cowardly figure. My eyes were filled with endless pity and mocking. I slowly raised my hand. Then, in a calm tone that could shatter his already fragile and pitiful worldview, he slowly began to speak. The sound wasn't loud. But they were like death sentences from the deepest hell. It reached the ears of everyone present clearly. It also completely shattered their already numb, stiff, and pathetic nerves. 10 billion. Do you still dare to follow? Chapter 102: A Priceless Treasure Hunt, the True Colors Revealed. 10 billion. Do you still dare to follow? When this death sentence, filled with endless contempt and mockery, resounded like thunderclaps from the heavens throughout the already stunned auction house. The entire noisy, bustling auction house instantly fell into an absolute silence, more desolate than a tomb. Everyone's face showed a look of shock, as if they had been struck head-on by a divine thunderbolt from the heavens. They all stared intently at the terrifying teenager standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with the look of someone looking at a madman, an idiot, or a completely incomprehensible being, as if he had just shouted out $100 instead of 100 billion. My mind went completely blank. 10 billion? Holy crap! Am I hallucinating? That ignorant country bumpkin. They added another 4 billion? Has he really gone mad? Or is it? Is there really a terrifying and overwhelming force behind him, capable of rivaling the entire Shangguan family? And, across from me, Shangguan Long was completely dumbfounded by my crazy, unconventional actions. After hearing my terrifying offer, which was enough to completely shatter his already fragile and pitiful worldview. Even more frightened, he shuddered all over. With a thud, he fell right off the soft leather sofa. 10 billion? Even if the Shangguan family pawned all their fixed assets, they couldn't possibly scrape together that terrifying amount of working capital. That little beast. Where did he get so much money? Was he really bluffing me? No. Impossible. This is the 7-star pavilion. It's the most prestigious auction house in the entire Xia Kingdom. Those who engage in malicious bidding here will only face one fate. They were annihilated on the spot by the mysterious and terrifying enforcement team of the 7-star pavilion. Not even ashes will be left. Even if this little bastard is an idiot. I would never dare to joke about my own life. So he really does have 10 billion? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He was distraught, muttering to himself. For the first time, his eyes, which were filled with resentment and unwillingness, revealed a deep-seated fear and despair. He knew. He lost. A complete and utter defeat. Completely. Not only did he lose the mysterious demon core that he was determined to obtain, he lost all his dignity and face as the eldest son of the Shangguan family. Starting today, he, Shangguan Long, will become the biggest laughingstock in the entire capital's high society. A pathetic piece of trash who can't even beat a country bumpkin. 10 billion. Once. 10 billion. Twice. 10 billion. 3 times. Make a deal. Thump. A crisp sound of the gavel falling echoed throughout the deathly silent, enormous auction hall. It also completely shattered Shangguan Long's already fragile and pitiful nerves. Ah! He let out a roar of resentment. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out of his mouth as if it were free. Then, he rolled his eyes. He fainted on the spot from anger. I was there, amidst the complex gazes of everyone filled with awe and fear. He slowly walked up to the central stone platform, which was the focus of everyone's attention. From the hands of that white-veiled woman who was already completely terrified by my inhumanly extravagant display of wealth, I accepted that mysterious crystal box, which was enough to transform me once again. It felt cold and heavy when I held it. I can even feel it clearly. Inside the jade box, the mysterious demon core emitted a terrifying dragon's might filled with a violent and savage aura. And the intense, excited, and yearning tremor emanating from the gleaming silver spear within my body, which had long been craving it. Nice one. I laughed. I happily stored that supreme treasure, worth 10 billion, into my system space. Then, he prepared to turn away from this place of right and wrong, filled with money and desire, under Qin Yashuan's complex gaze, which was filled with resentment and a hint of admiration. However, just as I turned around, buzz. A chilling, deadly killing intent, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent, flashed past without warning from the VIP room opposite me, which had already fallen into chaos and deathly silence. It locked onto me precisely. Immediately afterwards, a cold voice, filled with endless age and majesty, entered my ears clearly like thunderclaps from the heavens. This also made all the surviving top figures present tremble with fear. We didn't even dare to breathe. It's that old monster from the Shangwan family. That terrifying being whose strength had already reached the peak of a rank, and who was said to have 1 foot in the threshold of S rank. Shangwan Jie. He was here too. Kid. You are very good. Really, it's very good. I, Shangwan Jie, have lived for nearly 200 years. I've never seen such an arrogant and reckless brat as you. You not only crippled my own grandson. How dare you humiliate my Shangwan family like this in front of the entire capital? Good. Very good. I'm putting my words right here today. If you survive, walk out of this door. I'll write my name, Shangwan Jie, backwards. Boom. A terrifying pressure, powerful enough to make the heavens and earth change color, suddenly erupted. The entire, seemingly indestructible VIP box was shaken so violently that it made a buzzing sound. It seems like it could collapse completely at any moment. However, faced with a death threat that would make any A-level expert despair, I, however, couldn't even be bothered to turn my head. I merely glanced indifferently at the dark private room, which was already completely shrouded in endless killing intent and madness. Then he slowly uttered 2 words. Idiot. After saying that, I am gone, without lingering for even a moment. And so, under the complex gazes of everyone, filled with awe and fear, step by step, I walked out of this place of right and wrong that made me famous in one battle but also plunged me into a deadly predicament. All that remained was a boastful declaration filled with boundless arrogance and self-confidence, still echoing in the air. Old dog, stop barking. Wash your neck and wait for me. Chapter 103 Ambush outside the city, the Shangwan family's killing intent. Amidst the complex gazes of everyone filled with awe and fear, I slowly walked out of that place of right and wrong, rife with money and desire. Behind him were the so-called top bosses who were so terrified they didn't dare utter a single fart. And Qin Yashuan, the stunningly beautiful and mature woman who was looking at me with a worried expression. Little brother, she hurried after, her voice filled with unprecedented seriousness, that old scoundrel Shangwan Jie is notorious for being vindictive. You showed him no respect today. He will absolutely not let this go. How about I send someone to take you back? Need not. I smiled as I looked into her charming, peach blossom eyes, which were filled with worry and concern. Just a few bedbugs that don't know their own mortality. I don't even consider it a threat. After saying that, I am gone, without lingering for even a moment. And so, under Qin Yashuan's complex gaze, filled with helplessness and a hint of admiration, step by step, they disappeared into the endless darkness. I did not go back to school. He didn't return to my already exposed penthouse either. I directly ordered a driverless maglev flying car. They sped off towards the unknown and dangerous wilderness outside the city. I know. From the moment I stepped out of the 7-star pavilion, I was already being stared at by countless eyes filled with malice and murderous intent. Instead of playing this boring cat and mouse game with them in that city full of rules and regulations, why not just go straight to that lawless wilderness outside the city? Engage them in the most primal and bloodiest life or death battle. Half an hour later, I got off the bus in a remote mountainous area more than 100 kilometers away from Beijing. This place is full of strange rocks and is deserted. It is a paradise for countless outlaws. It's also the perfect feng shui spot to bury someone like me, a reckless and arrogant fool who doesn't know his own mortality. I just got off the bus. Whoosh! 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 A dozen terrifying figures, filled with chilling killing intent, suddenly darted out from the endless darkness like ghosts. It formed a perfect circle, completely surrounding me in the center. They were all dressed in black outfits that exuded a chilling aura. They were also wearing the same style of black mask on their faces. Each of them exudes a fierce and murderous aura that only professional killers who have spent years licking blood off the edge possess. Even the weakest among them has reached the peak of sea level. The leader was a terrifyingly strong man with a physique as tall as an iron tower. His strength had already reached a terrifying level that would make any sea-level expert despair. Peak B rank. Kid. Then, the terrifyingly burly man, as tall as an iron tower, slowly emerged from the darkness. His cold eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were like two of the most venomous, cold-blooded snakes, fixed intently on me. It's as if you're watching a pitiful prey that's already in your pocket. You're arrogant. I admire you. Pity. He slowly shook his head, his voice icy cold and devoid of any emotion. You must die today. Oh? I looked at the terrifying lineup before me, a force capable of easily wiping out a small army. I laughed. You guys? A bunch of pathetic vermin who don't even dare to show their faces? Court death. Once I said those words, the towering, terrifyingly strong man was enraged. Little beast. Since you're in such a hurry, go and reincarnate. Then I'll grant your wish today. Charge them. Kill without mercy. Boom. He had barely finished speaking. Those dozen or so terrifying assassins, who had been waiting for a long time, were like a group of fearless death machines that had received the highest orders. It let out a series of wild, inhuman roars and pounced on me frantically. They were moving at an incredible speed. Their power was terrifying beyond measure. They worked together seamlessly. They were ruthless and decisive. They are a group of ultimate weapons born for slaughter. However, faced with a terrifying siege capable of instantly tearing a small army to shreds, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I can't even be bothered to say another word to them. I simply raised my gentian silver spear slowly. A bunch of worthless chickens and dogs. You dare to show off your limited skills in front of me? Thunder Dragon break. Sweep through the enemy ranks. Boom. I unleashed all the overwhelming killing intent that had been boiling within me to the extreme. A massive, crescent-shaped, purplish gold spear beam, 100 times brighter and more dazzling than the sun, erupted from the center of me. It swept wildly in all directions. Put. 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 The next second. In the eyes of that towering, terrifyingly strong man, filled with horror and disbelief, a look of utter despair. His elite troops were capable of easily wiping out a small army. Incredibly, he couldn't even let out a complete scream. Their sturdy bodies were strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. It's as if it's made of paper. It was cut in half by my ordinary shot. It turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood, and severed limbs. The foul-smelling, scalding, viscous blood was like a rain of blood. It dyed the entire desolate mountain wilderness red. What? The towering, terrifyingly strong man was completely dumbfounded. He watched as the terrifying figure, bathed in blood rain, walked towards him step by step like a demon god from the depths of hell. For the first time, a human fear appeared in his eyes, which were usually filled with coldness and ruthlessness. No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Those were the Shangwan family's most elite shadow guards. They are elite troops capable of directly confronting the military. How is that possible? How could he be killed instantly by a single shot from some unknown kid? What kind of monster is he? Don't come any closer. He watched the figure of death getting closer and closer, and was so terrified that he nearly wet himself. He wanted to run away. But can he escape? Call out. A golden lightning bolt flashed and disappeared. My figure appeared before him like a ghost. I said that. You're too weak. Looking into his horrified eyes, filled with endless fear and despair, I slowly shook my head. Then he kicked it out. Click. A sickening cracking sound of bone breaking rang out. That arrogant peak B rank expert. His terrifying legs were powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks. It was actually broken by my seemingly ordinary kick. Ah! He let out a pained scream that was not human. He collapsed like a lump of mud onto the cold ground, which was already completely stained red with blood. I slowly walked forward. He stepped on his broad chest, from which hot blood was gushing out. I looked down at him. A cold, devilish smile appeared on my face. Speak, who sent you? Chapter 104 Hu Ming's counterattack, Peak B rank strength. Tell me, who sent you? When this death sentence, filled with endless coldness and mockery, resounded like thunderclaps from the heavens throughout the desolate wasteland that had long been stained red with blood. That peak B rank expert, whose limbs I had already broken, lay sprawled on the ground like a dead dog. For the first time, a human shock and disbelief appeared in his cold eyes hidden beneath the mask. He never expected this. This seemingly harmless but terrifying young boy. They actually knew who was behind it all along? I don't know what you're talking about. He gritted his teeth tightly, in a desperate attempt to make that final, death throes. Yeah? I looked into his horrified eyes, which were filled with endless pain and despair, and I smiled. Looks like you're a tough nut to crack. Pity. I slowly shook my head, my voice icy cold and devoid of any emotion. What I like most is to gnaw on tough bones. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I will not say another word. I slowly squatted down. Then, in his eyes, filled with horror, disbelief, and despair, I slammed my terrifying hand, crackling with destructive purple gold lightning, onto his cold, black mask. What do you want to do? He was so terrified by my cold, ruthless eyes, which were like those of a demon god, that he was scared out of his wits and wet himself. Nothing. I laughed. I just wanted to borrow something from you. Myriad divine thunder. Soul search. Boom. A terrifying power of thunder, filled with boundless domineering and destructive aura, suddenly erupted. It instantly broke through all the defenses of that peak B-level expert, which were already extremely fragile. It flooded into the depths of his mind. Ah! A scream of agony, 100 times more piercing than before, and inhuman, echoed throughout the desolate, silent mountains and wilderness. That B-rank peak Shangwon family Shadow Guard commander. Under my incomparably domineering soul-searching secret technique, they had absolutely no power to resist. All his memories, all his secrets, everything, flooded into my mind like a tidal wave. 1 minute later, I slowly withdrew my hand. And that terrifying existence at the peak of B rank. It had completely turned into a cold corpse with blood flowing from all 7 orifices and its eyes wide open in death. As if watching an incredibly long and bloody 3D movie, I slowly opened my deep eyes, which were flashing with cold killing intent. So that's how it is. I stared at the already cold corpse on the ground and muttered to myself. My face was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. In this unfortunate man's memory, I saw far more than I had imagined. Even more terrifying. The Shangwon family wanted to deal with me, their so-called major threat. They're willing to spend a fortune. Not only that, they also dispatched their family's most elite shadow guards. Furthermore, I reached some kind of dirty secret agreement with Shadow, the mysterious assassin organization that I had already put on my death list. If you can, kill me. They are willing to pay any price. What terrified me even more was, I actually discovered a shocking secret in his chaotic fragments of memory that sent chills down my spine. The Shangwon family is also involved with the mysterious and evil organization pantheon that is full of sin and bloodshed. Although their cooperation was not as deep as that of the Lin family. But they are absolutely not immune to the consequences. Well said, the Shangwon family. I clenched my fists tightly. The fingernails were deeply embedded in the flesh. An unprecedented, overwhelming killing intent erupted from my body. I originally thought I was just going to teach them a small lesson. Just let them know I'm not someone to be trifled with, that's enough. But, as it stands now, there's no need for that anymore. This family is utterly depraved and worse than animals. They don't deserve to live in this world at all. The Shangwon family. I looked towards the direction of the capital and slowly raised the dragon gallon silver spear in my hand. My eyes were filled with the cold, hard verdict of death. You're next. I said I was getting ready to rush back to the capital that very night. To completely wipe the entire Shangwon family off the face of the earth. However, just then, bite. A cold, mechanical voice suddenly rang in my mind without warning. Host detected about to commit a pointless and foolish massacre. System, friendly reminder. With the host's current peak C rank strength, it is enough to crush all the overt forces of the Shangwon family. But what if those level peak old monsters from the Shangwon family, who have long been in seclusion, are alerted? Host, there is a 99.9% chance you will die on the spot. Completely annihilated, soul and spirit destroyed. Upon hearing this, I frowned. So, what do you mean? It's very simple. Upgrade. As long as the host can completely refine that sub-dragon demon core. The second seal on the Genshin spear has been completely broken. At that time, the host's strength will undergo another dramatic and terrifying transformation. Just a few peak rank old monsters can be destroyed with a flick of the finger. That makes sense. I nodded. Then what are we waiting for? Let's begin. I didn't hesitate at all. I immediately sat down cross-legged. He retrieved the mysterious demon core from the system space, which emitted a faint dragon's might. Then he swallowed it in one gulp. Boom! A destructive energy, hundreds or even thousands of times more violent than when I absorbed diluted dragon blood before, suddenly exploded within my body without warning. I let out a wild, agonizing roar. I felt like my whole body was about to be completely torn apart by that endless, violent energy. But I laughed. They were laughing hysterically. His smile was ferocious. Bring it on. Let the storm rage on. I don't know how much time has passed. When I slowly awoke again from that endless pain and darkness, the whole world has changed. I feel stronger than ever before. I'm even confident. Even an S-rank powerhouse has arrived. I dare to fight him. Bite. Congratulations, host, on successfully refining the sub-dragon demon core. Level up. Current level, peak B rank. The companion artifact, Dragon's Gall Silver Spear, has had its second seal completely broken. New skill 5, Dragon Tail Sweep. I looked at my own terrifying attributes that would make any B-level expert despair. I laughed. I slowly stood up from the huge pit that had been collapsed dozens of meters deep by my uncontrollable terrifying aura. I watched as those pathetic bugs, already terrified, scattered and fled. A slow, chilling smile, like that of death, curled the corners of my lips. Very good. Now it's time to settle our score, the final reckoning. Chapter 105, Killing Shangguan Fei, a complete break with the Shangguan family. The night was dark and the wind was high. A night of murder. The ancestral home of the Shangguan family in the capital. This is one of the most famous and prestigious families in the entire capital. It occupies a large area of tens of thousands of square meters. The pavilions and towers are adorned with carved beams and painted rafters, displaying the utmost luxury. Normally, this place is a paradise on earth that countless people in the capital dream of. But tonight, this place is destined to become a bloodbath, a living hell. I didn't hesitate at all. After my strength skyrocketed to an unprecedented and terrifying level. That very night, I single-handedly stormed that sinful place that I had already put on my death list. The Shangguan family. I didn't make a big show of it like I did last time when I massacred the Lin family, and I just stormed in through the main gate. This time, I want to play something more exciting. I want to be that legendary night assassin. I want to catch them when they are most complacent and least on guard. To die silently amidst endless fear and despair. Call out. My figure, like the purest dark phantom, silently merged into that terrifying defensive array that would make any A-level expert hesitate to approach. No one was alerted. No alarms were triggered. I entered the Shangguan family ancestral home, which outsiders considered a den of dragons and tigers, with ease, as if it were my own backyard. Then, like the most skilled night dancer, she silently moved among the pavilions and towers filled with classical and luxurious atmosphere. I pushed my terrifying perception, which had already reached an unbelievable level, to its limit. Let's begin, searching for my first prey tonight. Shangguan Fei. Soon. I found that poor wretch, whom I had already sentenced to death, inside a luxurious attic filled with the atmosphere of debauchery. Now. He was lying smugly in a huge bathtub that could hold dozens of people, with women on his left and right. Like a dozen others, scantily clad, flamboyant rich kids and sexy beauties were engaged in some kind of obscene group water sport. That was a decadent sound filled with lewdness and absurdity. And that erotic scene that would make any normal man's blood boil and his mouth dry. As a poor, single man who has remained a virgin through 2 lifetimes, I was blushing with astonishment. Oh shit. A bunch of pathetic good-for-nothings whose bodies have been hollowed out by wine and women. In my heart, I sneered disdainfully. Then they prepared to show their true colors, these damned scumbags. However, just then, young Master Fei Fei, A sleazy young man who looked like Shangguan Fei's lackey approached with a glass of top-quality red wine worth millions, his face full of obsequiousness. "You were absolutely amazing today. How dare they confront that ignorant country bumpkin at the 7-star pavilion's auction? Although in the end, I couldn't beat him. But your domineering aura, where you treat money like dirt, has completely captivated all the beauties present." Ha ha ha. That's right. Shangguan Fei burst into an arrogant and smug laugh upon hearing this. He pulled the incredibly sexy woman next to him into his arms. Then, in front of everyone, he gave her a big, hard kiss. Just a pathetic bug that crawled out of the countryside. You dare to fight me, Shangguan Fei? He doesn't even deserve it. I'll tell you. Tonight, I will make him pay the most painful price for his ignorance and arrogance. I have already dispatched the Shangguan family's most elite shadow guards. By now, they've probably chopped him into mincemeat. At that time, I will not only reclaim the mysterious demon core that rightfully belongs to me, I also want to snatch away all those stunningly beautiful women around him. Let them have a good taste of my power, Shangguan Fei. As he spoke, he arrogantly grabbed a handful of the ignorant girls beside him who were already infatuated with his domineering and confident declarations. This caused the several alluring women to gasp for breath, their eyes filled with seductive allure. The entire luxurious bath instantly became even more decadent and it's appalling. And after hearing his endless, foolish, and suicidal arrogant declaration, I laughed. My already chilling, overwhelming killing intent surged uncontrollably once again at this moment. It seems I overestimated you. You are not only a piece of trash, still a hopeless idiot. I slowly emerged from the darkness and shadows. The dragon-gallant silver spear in my hand gleamed with a chilling, terrifying light under the pale moonlight. Who? The arrogant Shangguan Fei, who had been so domineering just moments before, became completely intimidated after seeing me, this uninvited guest who appeared before them like a ghost. For the first time, a look of human shock appeared on his handsome face, which was usually filled with arrogance and pride. However, when he finally saw my familiar face, which had long been replaced by endless coldness and killing intent, he was completely dumbfounded. His eyes, which were already filled with shock and disbelief, were instantly filled with deep fear and despair. Hu Huming. He pointed at me and exclaimed in a trembling voice. It's as if I've witnessed the most incredible thing in the world. You, how could you possibly be here? Where is my shadow guard? Them? I looked into his horrified eyes, which were filled with endless fear and despair, and I laughed. They've already gone down to join your equally stupid, good-for-nothing cousin. Now, it's your turn. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I will not waste any more words. My figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt. In an instant, I appeared in front of that poor wretch who was already terrified of me. No! He let out a desperate cry. He tried to run away. He wanted to rebel. But it was too late. Put! A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. I pierced his ugly heart, filled with sin and filth, with a single shot. In an instant, the scalding blood stained the entire luxurious, enormous bathtub red. Well. He lowered his head in disbelief. Looking at the terrifying blood hole in his chest, from which scalding hot blood was constantly gushing out. A final flash of madness appeared in his eyes, which were filled with resentment and bitterness. You little beast! You dared to kill me? My grandfather will absolutely not let you get away with this. Yeah? I laughed at his pitiful appearance, filled with impotent rage. Rest assured. Soon. I'll take him down and keep you company. After saying that, I suddenly trembled the dragon's gallbladder silver spear in my hand. Boom! A violent, thunderous power, capable of destroying everything, suddenly erupted. The eldest son of the arrogant Shangguan family in the capital. He couldn't even let out a complete scream. His frail body had long been hollowed out by wine and women. Just like a bomb that has been detonated, it exploded with a bang. It turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood. And severed limbs. The entire luxurious bathtub was completely stained a disgusting, blood-red color. Ah! The dozen or so poor men and women, who were completely terrified by the scene before them, which resembled a living hell, let out a series of ear-piercing screams filled with terror and despair. They scrambled and crawled, desperately trying to escape this terrifying den of death and fear. However, just then, little beast, you're asking for it. A thunderous roar, filled with endless resentment and madness, suddenly exploded from the deepest part of the ancestral home without warning. That voice seemed to carry a terrifying power that could make the heavens and earth change color. They actually managed to shock those few unlucky guys who were the slowest to the point that they bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Immediately afterwards, boom! An overwhelming pressure, several times more terrifying than Lin Xiaotian's, from a Pika-level expert, surged into the sky like a tangible tsunami and a landslide. The roof of the entire Shangwan family ancestral home was completely ripped off. A majestic old man with white hair and beard, but eyes as sharp as a hawk, exuding a terrifying aura that could make even S-class powerhouses tremble with fear. Like a cannonball fired from a gun, it suddenly shot into the sky from the deepest part of that ancestral home. His cold eyes, filled with endless resentment and murderous intent, were fixed on me. It was as if they wanted to devour me alive. You little beast! Prepare to die. Chapter 106: The Shangwan Family's Kill Order. You little beast! Prepare to die. When this thunderous roar, filled with endless resentment and madness, resounded like thunderclaps from the heavens throughout the Shangwan family ancestral home, which was already completely shrouded in bloodshed and fear, I looked at the dignified old man, whose hair and beard stood on end and whose entire body exuded a terrifying aura that could make even an S-class powerhouse tremble with fear. I laughed. Old dog. Stop yelling. It's too noisy, I'm going to sleep. You're next. My voice isn't loud. But it was like a series of invisible slaps to the face of that poor old dog who had been completely overwhelmed by endless anger and killing intent. The blows twisted his already hideous and terrifying old face to an extreme degree. Little beast! You're asking for it. That terrifying existence, Shangwan Jia, whose strength had already reached the peak of a level and who was said to have 1 foot in the threshold of S level. Unable to suppress it any longer, the overwhelming killing intent within him surged forth. He roared. 10,000 swords returned to their origin. Boom! A terrifying sword intent, powerful enough to make heaven and earth change color, soared into the sky. It illuminated the entire dark night sky as bright as day. The next second, in my eyes, there was a complex mix of amusement and mockery. Tens of thousands of incredibly sharp and terrifying sword blades, formed from the purest gunmetal energy, appeared out of thin air. Then came a rain of deadly swords, enough to instantly level a small city. It swept over me relentlessly attacking. The terrifying, earth-shattering force seemed to be about to wipe the entire Shangwan family ancestral home off the map. However, faced with that terrifying attack that would drive any A-level expert to despair, I, however, couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I couldn't even be bothered to say another word to him. I merely glanced indifferently at that pitiful old man who had long been completely consumed by endless anger and madness. Then, he slowly shook his head. You dare to show off your meager skills in front of me, with such trivial tricks? The frog at the bottom of the well does not know the immensity of the sky and the earth. The words fell the moment they left his lips. Call out. My figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Quick! Almost there, almost there. Where almost there, time seems to have stood still at this moment. I walked leisurely and unharmed amidst the terrifying rain of swords that could level a small mountain. Those were terrifying blades, capable of instantly shredding even a B-level expert into pieces. In my eyes, they are no different from soft, fluffy marshmallows. What? The arrogant Shangwan Jia who had just been so cocky was completely dumbfounded. He watched the terrifying figure leisurely strolling through his most prized, strongest killing move as if it were his own backyard. For the first time, a look of human shock appeared in his eyes, which were filled with resentment and madness. No. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. His terrifying killing move is enough to barely contend with even an S-class powerhouse. They couldn't even touch the hem of that little beast's clothes? What kind of monster is he? Old dog. Just as his already fragile and pitiful worldview was about to be completely shattered, a faint voice, filled with endless contempt and mockery, suddenly exploded in his ears without warning. Yours has a pretty hard shell. Pity. In my eyes, it is still utterly vulnerable. The words fell the moment they left his lips. My figure had already appeared behind him like a ghost. The dragon's gallant silver spear in my hand had somehow become wrapped in that terrifying purple gold lightning capable of destroying everything. Thunder Dragon Break. A shocking change. Boom. I thrust my gun deep into his vulnerable back, which was already completely shrouded in endless fear and despair. Not good. Shang Wanjie was terrified. He wanted to hide. But it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the terrifying spearlight, powerful enough to tear him to shreds, drew ever closer. However, just a moment before that terrifying, world-destroying spear light was about to succeed. Buzz. A mysterious bell, filled with endless antiquity and vicissitudes, resounded throughout the entire world without warning. Immediately afterwards, an ancient bell, made entirely of an unknown bronze and engraved with countless mysterious and profound runes, appeared out of nowhere. It completely enveloped Shang Wanjie, who was already terrified. Boom! A deafening roar. My terrifying blow was enough to level a small mountain. It slammed heavily onto that ancient bronze bell. It only left a faint white mark. As I looked at the mysterious and eerie giant bell before me, my brow furrowed slightly. SS grade, a defensive magic weapon? Soul-suppressing bell? It seems that the Shangwan family's foundation is even deeper than I imagined. But I laughed. That's all. I said I was going to make another move. The turtle shell, oblivious to its own mortality, along with the poor old dog inside, who was already terrified, were completely blasted into dust. However, just then, boom, boom, boom. More than a dozen equally terrifying and unreasonable overwhelming pressures from Pika-level experts surged into the sky from all directions of the ancestral home. They surrounded me tightly in the center. Yes, those old monsters from the Shangwan family who have long since gone into seclusion. They were all alarmed. Interesting. I looked around at the dozen or so terrifying figures filled with endless killing intent and madness. Not only did I not feel the slightest fear, but I also did not feel any fear at all. On the contrary, they became even more excited. Perfect. Today, we'll wipe out you bunch of damned old dogs. I let out a boastful declaration filled with endless arrogance and self-confidence. Then they prepared to unleash a massacre. However, just then, kid, don't be impulsive. The aged voice of the primordial thunder dragon's soul, a cheap artifact that had long been dormant, suddenly rang in my mind without warning. A wise man doesn't suffer a loss before he can act. You are very strong now. But it definitely couldn't be the combined enemy of those dozen or so old geezers. Not to mention, that soul-suppressing bell is a genuine SS-grade top-tier defensive magic weapon. With your current strength, you simply cannot break through its defenses. Where there's life, there's hope. Run. Hold. As I listened to that old voice filled with solemnity and anxiety in my mind, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. Although I'm very unwilling. But I also know. What that old guy said was the truth. You guys are lucky. I looked at the dozen or so terrifying figures that had already surrounded me, and snorted coldly. Then, without the slightest hesitation, my figure transformed into a bolt of golden lightning that shot into the sky in an instant. They sped off into the endless darkness. You little bastard. Where do you think you're going? Those dozen or so old monsters, who were already furious with me, let out a series of frantic roars filled with impotent rage. Then, like a pack of mad dogs, they chased after me frantically. However, how could they possibly be faster than me? Final. I walked away amidst their insane roars filled with endless resentment and anger. All that remained was a boastful declaration, brimming with boundless arrogance and self-confidence, that still echoed throughout the Shangwan family's ancestral home. Old dogs, stop chasing. Wash your neck and wait for me. I, Hu Ming, will be back. And right after I left in a huff. A thunderous roar, filled with endless resentment and madness, resounded throughout the underground world of the capital. Pass on my order. From this day forward, I, the Shangwan family, will fight Hu Ming to the death. Chapter 107 Returning to School, Seeking Asylum. After I committed a heinous act that shook the entire capital city, But he acted as if nothing had happened. Whistling and humming a little tune, I leisurely returned to the only safe place that could provide me with refuge. Dragon Soul University. No way. There's no place like home, no matter how good or bad it is. Not to mention, there's a hot-tempered, beautiful, long-legged girl hiding in my doghouse. I had just stepped through the gate of that futuristic, technologically advanced single-person floating villa. Hu Ming. You actually know how to come back? A clear, delicate shout filled with endless worry and anxiety suddenly rang out from the luxurious living room. Immediately afterwards, a fiery and beautiful figure burst out from inside. It was Xia Liuli, the fiery little pepper who had been waiting for a long time and was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. She looked at me, who was covered in dried, dark red bloodstains, yet remained calm and collected, as if I had just returned from a trip. Her bright, ruby-like eyes instantly became bloodshot. And a layer of crystal-clear water mist. You bastard. Do you know how worried I was about you? As she spoke, tears streamed down her face like pearls from a broken string. And then, right there in my complicated gaze, filled with surprise and astonishment, she buried her head in my arms. Wha, you bastard. You bad guy. You big idiot. She pounded my broad chest, which had become harder than steel, with her pink little fists. On one hand, he was venting the endless fear that had been building up all night. Worrying. I felt the fiery, delicate body trembling in my arms. I could smell the faint scent of jasmine emanating from her beautiful hair. My hardened heart, which had long been frozen by endless killing and evil, was unexpectedly melted by a warm torrent called emotion. I slowly reached out my hand. He gently embraced her soft, boneless, fiery body tightly in his arms. All right. Silly girl. Don't cry. Well, I'm back now, aren't I? 10 minutes later. I casually recounted to her my glorious deeds of breaking into the Shangwan family at night, killing Shangwan Fei, and incidentally fighting a dozen or so Pika-level old monsters. Certainly. A great deal of thrilling and dangerous scenes have been omitted. However, even so. And yet, this fearless and fiery little pepper was still completely terrified on the spot. Her beautiful eyes, which were already red and swollen from crying, widened instantly. Her little mouth was wide enough to fit a whole egg. You're telling the truth? She looked at me, her voice trembling, and asked, You really single-handedly slaughtered the entire Shangwan family? And you even killed that good-for-nothing Shangwan Fei? Yeah. I nodded. He's too noisy. Xia Liuli was utterly speechless. She looked at the terrifying man in front of her who spoke with such nonchalance, as if he had merely crushed an ant. For the first time, a complex emotion, difficult to describe, appeared in her eyes, which were filled with shock and disbelief. Yes, I feel awe. Yes, I admire them. But more than anything, it was a feeling from the heart. My heart aches. She had no idea what kind of thrilling, bloody battle I had gone through. But she could sense the ferocity of that battle from my expensive combat uniform, which was already tattered and even retained a trace of terrifying sword intent. Dangerous. You're a madman. Her eyes welled up with tears again as she looked at me. Do you even realize how dangerous what you're doing is? That's the Shangwan family. They are a top-tier family that can rival even my grandfather. You just went in all by yourself? Do you really think you have too much time on your life? No. As she spoke, she suddenly stood up from the sofa. I must take you to see my grandfather right now. Now. Only he can protect you. As she spoke, she grabbed my hand and hurriedly tried to leave. Half an hour later. Xia Jingguo's private office. That dignified old man who should have been there, handling important military and national affairs. After listening to my thrilling and exciting glorious deeds, on his weathered, bronze face, a bizarre expression appeared that was both incredibly fascinating and incredibly complex. First, I was shocked. And then, disbelief. This was immediately followed by a strong feeling of lingering fear. And then there is endless enjoyment. Final. All the complex emotions transformed into a hearty laugh filled with boundless pride and joy. Ha 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 ha. He slapped his thigh and let out a terrifying laugh that could blow the roof off the entire office. Good. Good lad. Well done. As expected of my grandson-in-law, Xia Jingguo. Decisive and ruthless. Quick and decisive in settling scores. Yes, I have half of the style I had when I was young. As he spoke, he patted my shoulder with obvious satisfaction. That kind, appreciative, and gratified look was just like looking at one's own most beloved grandson. I looked at the old fox in front of me, who had been completely subdued by my crazy actions. My lips twitched involuntarily. I always feel that. I think I've been tricked by him. That Commander Xia, I coughed twice and asked cautiously, about the Shangguan family? The Shangguan family? Xia Jinghua sneered disdainfully upon hearing this. Just a malignant tumor that is already rotten, degenerate, and even has ties to that filthy garbage organization, the Pantheon. If it's destroyed, it's destroyed. What's the big deal? Don't worry. He looked at my complex expression, filled with worry and solemnity, and smiled. His usually dignified and imposing face was now filled with an unparalleled domineering aura that could terrify any petty person. He slapped his thigh and said with great pride, "Don't worry. As long as you're still at Dragon Soul University, even if the King of Heaven himself comes, he won't be able to touch a single hair on your head." Chapter 108, The University League is about to begin. With Xia Jinggua's powerful promise as a pillar of strength, I have no more worries. You can walk sideways all over the capital. Over the next month, I completely entered a crazy involution mode of ignoring everything else and focusing solely on studying the classics. During the day, he sparred with Xia Liuli, a fiery little firecracker who was also a battle maniac, at school. At night, he would immerse himself in the 7 sacred cultivation sites, frantically grinding for experience points. And my level soared like a rocket in this tedious yet fulfilling task of leveling up. Peak B rank. The distance to that a level threshold is enough to drive any student of Dragon Soul University crazy and suffocate. Just one last step, the final kick. And I have finally encountered the ultimate problem that all geniuses face. Bottleneck. I felt like I had bumped into an invisible, transparent wall. No matter how hard I try, they couldn't move forward even a fraction of an inch. It seems. I looked at my terrifying experience bar, which had long since reached its limit, and slowly shook my head. This kind of closed door, arduous study is not enough. I need a real, life or death battle. A battle that will unleash all my potential, a fight to the limit. However, before I could even put my crazy idea into action, a momentous event that could drive all the young superhumans in the entire Xia Kingdom crazy and cause a frenzy. But it happened without any warning. Brother Hu. Something terrible has happened. That day, I had just emerged from that ice and fire purgatory filled with ice and fire. Fatty Wang scrambled in as fast as he could. His already plump, honest face was filled with deep anxiety and fear. It was as if the sky had fallen. What's wrong? I couldn't help but laugh at his comical and panicked expression. Did the sky fall down? It's worse than the sky falling down, Fatty Wang said with a mournful face. Brother Hu. You have to check the school's internal forum. It's about to explode. I frowned. I instinctively turned on my Huawei communicator. On the internal forum of Dragon Soul University, a terrifyingly popular post, marked as featured and pinned by countless people in bright red font, instantly caught my eye. That blood-red title was filled with a sense of tragedy and despair. It made my pupils suddenly shrink. Alas, my dragon soul. A century of glory, to be destroyed in an instant. I clicked on the trending post. Subject, alas, my dragon soul. A century of glory, to be destroyed in an instant. Posted by Dragon Soul University, Student Union. Content, dear classmates, it's as if we're meeting in person. The annual National College Superpowered Individuals League is about to begin. I'm sure you've all heard about it. In previous years, our Dragon Soul University, with its terrifying strength that could crush everything, has already achieved an unprecedented 10-year winning streak. We've crushed all those who dared to challenge our supreme dominance. But this year, our Dragon Soul University is facing an unprecedented and enormous crisis. All of our school's key players from the previous graduating class have graduated. They have gloriously joined the Dragon Soul Legion guarding the frontier. And our new generation of so-called geniuses are all like hothouse flowers, so fragile. There isn't even a single leader capable of shouldering the responsibility. Looking at our main competitors this year, whether it's the wealthy and powerful Martial God Temple, the Rising Star Hall of Light brimming with geniuses, or the mysterious and unpredictable Academy of 10,000 Demons, their strength far surpasses ours. They could even crush us. It's safe to say that this year's league, our Dragon Soul University won't even make it into the top 3, let alone defend our title. We might even become the biggest laughingstock in the entire Xia Kingdom. The century-long glory of my Dragon Soul University will be destroyed in an instant. Alas, my Dragon Soul. My Dragon Soul, my sorrow. I looked at the blood-red manifesto, which was filled with a sense of tragedy and despair. I laughed. This student council is quite good at stirring up emotions. Your writing style is almost as good as mine. Brother Hu, Fatty Wang, was almost in tears looking at my nonchalant and even joking expression. What time is it? How can you still be laughing? Why can't I laugh? I rolled my eyes at him. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. What does this have to do with us? How can it be nothing? Fatty Wang exclaimed anxiously. Brother Hu, have you forgotten? You're the undisputed freshman king of our Dragon Soul University. The school is in trouble now. How can you just stand by and do nothing? You should step forward. Turn the tide. Let our Dragon Soul University to new heights. I looked at the pitiful fat man in front of me, who had been completely brainwashed by that ridiculous manifesto full of chinibu and hot-blooded enthusiasm. I shook my head, somewhat speechless. I'm talking to you, Fatty. Aren't you being a little too naive? I admit I'm a very good fighter. But that's the National College League. It's the ultimate battlefield where all the top geniuses in the entire Xia Kingdom compete. Do you really think I can beat an entire team by myself? Not to mention. I paused, my tone filled with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. I have absolutely no interest in this kind of collective sense of honor that brings glory to the school. I just want to be a handsome man who lives a quiet life and doesn't compete with the world. When Fatty Wang, nicknamed Brother Hu, heard this, he was completely dumbfounded. He never expected this. That ruthless, godlike figure in his eyes. How could someone utter such a shameless declaration of a lazy bum? His fragile worldview, which had been completely ignited by passion, shattered at this moment. However, just when he was about to completely sink into an endless abyss of self-doubt, my casual words, full of playfulness and confidence, rang in his ears without warning. Oh? Is that so? I looked at that pitiful fat guy, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, and laughed. Then our opportunity has arrived, hasn't it? Chapter 109 Star Team, all members sign up. Then our opportunity has arrived, hasn't it? When those words, brimming with endless playfulness and confidence, came out of my mouth. That poor fat man, Wang Hao, had already been completely brainwashed by that ridiculous manifesto filled with tragic and desperate sentiments. I was completely dumbfounded. He opened his enormous mouth wide, big enough to fit an entire light bulb. He looked at me with an incredulous expression. Brother Hu, what do you mean by this? The meaning is very simple. I smiled as I looked at his honest, yet bewildered eyes. Since the school can't put together a decent team for the competition, then let's form our own. We not only want to represent Dragon Soul University in the competition, we also need to bring the damn national championship back. Shut up, all you trash who are waiting to see us fail. I let out a loud, arrogant declaration filled with boundless domineering power and self-confidence. Boom! Wang Pangxi's already somewhat numb and stiff fat brain suddenly erupted with a roar that was 100 times more turbulent than before. His small, honest and simple eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. And a torrent of passionate blood that could melt even steel. Brother Hu, are you telling the truth? He asked, his voice trembling. Of course. I nodded. When have I ever lied to you? Good. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wang slapped his massive chest, which was as thick as a small mountain. It emitted a terrifying, muffled thud, like the beating of a drum. Brother Hu, I, Wang Hao, am selling my 300-pound life to you starting today. You point, I'll shoot. Even if it's a mountain of knives and a sea of fire, I won't even flinch. Good. I smiled as I looked at the in front of me, who had already been completely ignited by my ridiculous declaration full of chinibu and passion. Then what are we waiting for? Walk. Let's sign up. 10 minutes later. Dragon Soul University League Registration Office. This place is already overcrowded and deserted. Ah, it's not that the place is deserted. Apart from a few student council officers with gloomy faces and sighs, the entire enormous registration hall was empty. There wasn't even a ghost in sight. Obviously, Dragon Soul University is about to suffer a devastating defeat in this league. It has completely shattered the already fragile and pitiful self-esteem of all the Dragon Soul students. No one would dare to make a fool of themselves in such a dangerous situation. However, just when everyone thought that Dragon Soul University's league journey was about to end in the most humiliating and ridiculous way without a fight, I am coming. I led my two equally bewildered sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks like three peerless killing gods crawling out of the deepest hell, slowly walking into the empty hall. Hello? I snapped my fingers at the student council member who was completely dumbfounded by our bizarre combination of three people full of magical realism. Sign up. Huh? Oh. Okay. After a brief moment of confusion, the poor student council member hurriedly bowed and scraped as he handed over an electronic registration form that looked like something out of a futuristic technological world. May I ask which club or organization you three represent in this competition? A club? I laughed when I heard that. We don't represent any club. We represent ourselves. Stars. As I spoke, I directly signed my name in the club name column with a flourish, and those two domineering characters were enough to make the entire Dragon Soul University tremble. Stars? The student council member was impressed by the two large, arrogant characters that exuded boundless arrogance and self-confidence. He was completely dumbfounded. His eyes, which were filled with shock and disbelief, were instantly filled with deep fear and sympathy. He never expected this. This seemingly ordinary, even somewhat rustic, freshman. It turns out to be the same ruthless person who single-handedly defeated the entire Skyfire Alliance at the welcome party and forced Changwon Fei to eat his shoe in public. Hu Ming. And he actually had the audacity to think he could represent his fledgling, barely grown guild in the Death League, a league that would strike fear into the hearts of any A-level expert? Isn't this like an old man hanging himself, tired of living? What? I raised an eyebrow at his dazed expression, as if he'd seen a ghost. Is there a problem? No. The student council members shuddered in fright. They didn't dare utter a single word. Very good. I nodded in satisfaction. Then I got ready to sign my name in the captain's column with a flourish. However, just then. Wait a moment. A sharp, clear shout, filled with the smell of gunpowder, suddenly rang out from outside the deathly silent registration hall. Immediately afterwards, a fiery and beautiful figure rushed in like a whirlwind. It was Xia Lioli, the fiery little firecracker who had long been devoted to me. Hu Ming. You bastard. How dare you not invite me to something so fun? Are you itching for a beating again? As she spoke, she snatched the electronic signature pen from my hand. Then, in the eyes of the student council officers, who were completely stunned by the dramatic scene before them, filled with shock and disbelief, they looked on in despair. With a flourish, the team members signed their names in the team member section. Xia Lioli. Boom. The entire registration hall erupted in chaos. What the hell did I just see? Xia, the school beauty? She actually joined that trashy Starry Sky group? However, before they could recover from their extreme shock and disbelief. And me too. A beautiful female voice, full of gentleness and intellect, rang out. All I could see was that mysterious girl, Su Mengyao, was as beautiful as a fairy in a painting. She had already appeared gracefully beside Xia Lioli without anyone noticing. She gave the student council officer, who was already frozen in place, a sweet smile that could make any man fall head over heels for her. Could you please sign your name for me as well? Su Mengyao. Boom. The entire registration hall erupted in chaos once again. SSSS level? The legendary Heavenly Saintess has joined too? What kind of godlike lineup is this? However, this is not the end. Just when everyone thought this surreal and crazy farce was about to come to an end. Hu Ming. A beautiful female voice, filled with coldness and determination, suddenly rang out behind me without warning. The sound was like heavenly music, clear, cool, and melodious. Yet it carried a terrifying chill that could completely freeze one's soul. I slowly turned around. Then I saw a stunningly beautiful figure that I never even dreamed of. All I could see was That icy beauty who should have been cultivating in the distant martial god temple. Cold Moon Heart. Without me even noticing, it had silently appeared behind me. She just looked at me quietly. Those beautiful, clear, and cool eyes were filled with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Yes, there is resentment. Yes, there is dissatisfaction. But more than anything, it's an undeniable truth. Firm. She slowly walked up to me. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of everyone in the audience, as if they had seen a ghost, he snatched the only electronic registration form from the hands of the student council officer who was already terrified. Then, right in front of me, they cruelly crossed out my captain's name, which I had already signed. Instead, two elegant characters filled with endless domineering and possessiveness were displayed. Captain, Lang Yuexin. Team member, Hu Ming. After doing all this, she finally nodded in satisfaction. Then she looked up at me, who was completely dumbfounded by her magical and divine actions. On her perpetually icy face, a rare and captivating smile appeared, like a beautiful snow lotus quietly blooming atop an iceberg. Is it okay now, my teammates? Chapter 110. A star-studded lineup, aiming for the national championship. Is it okay now? My teammates? When those cold words, filled with endless domineering and possessiveness, came from the mouth of that icy beauty who was as beautiful as a fairy in a painting, I laughed. Certainly. I looked at the adorable woman in front of me who was clearly jealous, but still tried to put on a cool and aloof don't touch me act. I slowly extended my hand. Welcome to Starry Sky. My lord. Snort. Lang Yuexin looked at my playful and teasing gaze, and her pretty face blushed slightly, a rare occurrence for her. But it quickly returned to its unchanging, icy appearance. She didn't shake my hand. Instead, it went straight past me. She walked up to Xia Lioli, the fiery little pepper who was completely stunned by the dramatic scene before her. Then, in front of everyone, he handed her the electronic registration form that had been stared at by countless people until it was almost burned through. Sign it. Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Yet she exudes an undeniable queenly aura. Xia Lioli looked at the despicable woman in front of her who had not only stolen her man but also her captaincy. In an instant, a raging fire, powerful enough to incinerate everything, ignited in her eyes, which were as bright as rubies. You. She was just thinking, it's going to flare up. What? Lang Yuexin raised an eyebrow, a hint of provocation and disdain flashing in her clear, cold eyes. You don't dare? Or perhaps, are you scared? Are you afraid that you'll be outdone by me, your defeated opponent, in the next match? Who the hell is afraid? Xia Lioli exploded instantly upon hearing this. What she can't stand the most is being provoked like this. It's just signing my name, isn't it? What's so great about it? Fine, I'll sign it. She roared. He snatched the electronic signature pen from Lang Yuexin's hand in one swift motion. Then, with a flourish, he signed his name in the team member column. Xia Lioli. After doing all this, she even arrogantly gave the middle finger to that icy beauty who had a nonchalant expression. It's as if it's saying, you bitch, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'm going to completely conquer you and your man. Lang Yuexin, however, didn't even bother to lift her eyelids. She simply turned around slowly. He cast his cold, victorious gaze at the mysterious girl, Su Mengyao, who maintained a gentle smile throughout, as if watching two children bickering. And you? Want some too? Shall I treat you? Hee. Su Mengyao covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this. Of course, no need. As she spoke, she slowly walked forward. It was quite natural for him to take the pitiful electronic signature pen from Xia Lioli's still angry little hand. Then, just like before, she signed her beautiful name in the team member column. Su Mengyao. That's it. One is an SSS-level mythical genius. An SS rank, legendary saintess. 2, both S-class peerless prodigies. And 2 D-level characters, consisting of Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix. The terrifying god team is enough to drive all the high schools in the entire Xia Kingdom crazy and suffocate them. Formal assembly. What the hell did I just see? The aloof school beauty? Xia, the school beauty? And that legendary SS rank, heavenly mystery saintess? They actually all joined that nobody, trashy starry sky? The registration area was completely stunned by the magical lineup of gods before them. In an instant, a roaring tsunami erupted, 100 times more powerful than the previous one. All of you who were just moments ago bloating and ready to laugh at us. Everyone was stunned. They all stared intently at our dream team, a team filled with endless mystery and power, with the kind of gaze one would give a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. Crazy. Are you crazy? This world has truly gone mad. 1. SSS rank. 1. SS rank. 2. S class. What the hell is this lineup? Is this even enough to leave any room for other teams to compete? This is practically like sending an aircraft carrier to bomb a fish pond. No. It's like flying a spaceship to bomb a fish pond. However, I ignored the complex gazes around me, filled with shock and admiration. I just looked at these 4 stunning teammates in front of me, each with a different style but equally breathtaking beauty, enough to drive any man crazy and leave him breathless. I laughed. Although the process was somewhat tortuous. But the result was good. Alright, everyone's here. I slowly raised my hand. Then he announced it to the public with an arrogant declaration full of endless domineering and self-confidence. That was an ambition so vast it could make the entire Dragon Soul University tremble. Our goal is National Champion. Chapter 111 Pre-Match Training Camp. The Transformation of Stars. Only 3 days remain until the official opening of the National College League. My godlike team and I, whose skills were enough to dazzle countless people in the entire Xia Kingdom, began our first and last grueling training camp at the top-tier S-level private training ground of Dragon Soul University. However, our hastily assembled ragtag army had barely begun to assemble when this sparked an unprecedented internal conflict. I object. A crisp, sharp shout, filled with the smell of gunpowder, suddenly rang out from the deathly silent, massive training ground. All I could see was Xia Lioli, the fiery little pepper, was wearing a tight-fitting red combat suit that exuded youth and vitality. With her hands on her hips, her eyebrows furrowed, and a look of displeasure on her face, she pointed at the stunningly beautiful figure who had remained cold and indifferent throughout, seemingly unconcerned about anything. Cold Moon Heart. Why should I? She's an exchange student who came from another school. He's made the team leader right off the bat? I, Xia Lioli, am the first. I refuse to accept this. Her arrogant declaration, brimming with boundless domineering power and confidence, resounded throughout the enormous training ground. This reignited the gossip spirit of everyone present. Good heavens! This is before we even went out to fight anyone else. They're on the same side, and they've already started fighting? This is so exciting. After hearing Xia Lioli's arrogant words, which were full of endless provocation and hostility, Long Yuexin, her perpetually icy, beautiful face remained completely expressionless. She merely glanced indifferently at the fiery little pepper who was already in a foul mood. Then he slowly uttered 6 cold words that would drive any man mad and suffocate. A defeated opponent. You dare to speak so boldly? Boom! Xia Lioli exploded the moment she heard that. You! In an instant, a raging fire, powerful enough to burn everything, ignited in her eyes, which were as bright as rubies. Long Yuexin. Don't get too cocky. Last time it was my fault, I was careless. Today, I'll let you take a good look. What, this is what you call the true Red Lotus karmic fire? She roared. Suddenly, the flaming spear in his hand trembled. A terrifying heat wave, powerful enough to melt even steel, swept out. I'm going to fight Long Yuexin right here and now. However, that's enough. A faint, languid, and impatient voice abruptly interrupted their tense and terrifying standoff. It's me. I yawned and slowly stood up from the soft leather sofa. Isn't he just a lousy captain? What's the point of arguing? You want to be one, right? Okay. Let's have a fight. Whoever wins, takes the throne. Those who lose will obediently become my team members. If you dare say another word, it's nonsense. Get out of here. My voice isn't loud. Yet it carries an undeniable and supreme aura of dominance. The 2 stunning beauties, who had been fighting like cocks and refusing to yield to each other, instantly shut their mouths. Although they were all very unhappy. But no one dared to contradict me. Because they all know. Although I usually seem carefree and irresponsible. but once you get serious, I am a tyrant who has the final say. 10 minutes later, a heated intra-team solo battle suddenly erupted. Ice and fire, once again, shine brightly. The entire sturdy training ground, made of a special alloy, seemed to have transformed into an apocalyptic scene, half fiery hell and half polar ice field. It has to be said, both of these girls are absolute fighting geniuses. Especially Xia Lioli. Her fighting style is very similar to mine. They are all like those berserkers who fight with unrestrained and indomitable spirit. Pity. The person she met was Lan Yuexin, a terrifying tactical master who has taken control and rhythm to the extreme. Final. After hundreds of rounds of fierce fighting, Lan Yuexin still managed to defeat Xia Lioli by a narrow margin with a single, extremely powerful move. Success! She secured her long-determined captain position. It also completely shattered all of Xia Lioli's pitiful pride. It was the first time she had tasted the bitterness of failure. Alright, warm up over. I looked at the two stunningly beautiful women who, though both were badly injured in their fight, had eyes that were filled with admiration and a hint of mutual respect for each other. I laughed. Now, it's time to get down to business. I clapped my hands, drawing everyone's attention. Then, he made a public announcement in a domineering and confident manner. Starting today, all of your training. I, Hu Ming, will take full control of everything. My request is just one word. Obey. Over the next 3 days, I have completely transformed into a devilish instructor who crawled out of the deepest hell. I unreservedly passed on all the amazing skills and combat experience I had borrowed from the system to my several unique and treasure-filled teammates. I taught Fatty Wine how to perfectly fuse his indestructible thick earth wall with my myriad divine thunder. To create a heaven-defying technique that combines offense and defense, thunder immovable shield. I taught Chen Mo how to perfectly integrate his elusive shadow escape technique with my thunder dragon break movement technique. To create a deadly move that would strike fear into the hearts of any level expert, shadow kill thunder dragon flash. I will teach Su Mengyao how to use my incomparably domineering myriad manifestations divine thunder to temper her powerful yet extremely fragile spiritual sea, so that her heavenly calculation will no longer suffer any backlash. I even taught Lan Yuexin and Xia Lioli, these two natural nemesis, how to perfectly fuse their incompatible ice and fire powers. To create a terrifying combined attack technique called Dual Heaven of Ice and Fire that is enough to destroy the world. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And our star team is also under my grueling, almost cheat-like training. A terrifying transformation has occurred, one that would drive any normal person mad and suffocate. Their strength has improved by at least one level. Their once somewhat awkward and immature eyes were completely replaced by an iron will full of boundless confidence and ruthlessness. They are no longer a mob hastily assembled group. Rather, it is an invincible army of kings that can make the entire Xia kingdom tremble. Very good. I looked at my 4 stunning teammates, who had undergone a complete transformation and exuded a terrifying aura that made my heart tremble. I laughed. I slowly extended my hand. He announced it to the public with an arrogant declaration full of endless domineering and self-confidence. That was a death sentence that would make the entire National College League tremble. Now it's time to let those trashy people who were waiting to laugh at us feel despair. Chapter 112. The tournament begins. The capital's #1 genius? 3 days later. Beijing, Olympic Sports Center. This is the largest and most advanced comprehensive arena for superpowered beings to duel in the entire Xia kingdom. It covers an area of several million square meters. It can accommodate tens of millions of viewers. Normally, this place is a pilgrimage site that countless young people from the Xia kingdom dream of visiting. And today, this place, however, became the ultimate battlefield that would determine the future fate of all the university teams in the entire Xia kingdom. National College Superpowered Individuals League. The Grand Finals. I brought my beauty troupe that could dazzle countless eyes, along with 2 hidden dragons and phoenix chicks who were already completely dumbfounded by the magnificent, magical realism before them. They appeared at the already packed and bustling opening ceremony venue. Our appearance instantly ignited the entire Silent Dragon Soul University spectator area. Holy crap! Look! It's God Hu. It's that godlike man. My god! Hu Xin is 100 times more handsome in person than in the video. And another thing. The girls around him are just too hot. Ice Queen. Fiery. Gentle. Pure. Holy crap. What kind of godlike lineup is this? Oh no. Oh no. I think I'm in love again. A series of thunderous roars, filled with boundless awe and fervor, erupted from the Dragon Soul University viewing area, which had been eagerly anticipating our arrival. That terrifying soundwave was enough to overturn the entire venue. This left all the so-called geniuses from other top universities completely dumbfounded. They all stared intently at our dream team, a team shrouded in endless mystery and power, with a complex look of shock and bewilderment. My mind went completely blank. They never expected this. That trash Dragon Soul University, which everyone had already decided would be eliminated in the first round. They were hiding such a terrifyingly powerful ace team? What the hell is going on? But I ignored the complex gazes around me, filled with shock and envy. My gaze slowly swept over each of those menacing, and chillingly powerful team members. My eyes were filled with an unprecedented solemnity. As expected of the National College League. None of those standing here are pushovers. There's the 10,000 Demons Academy team, the third-place team from the previous competition, composed entirely of top-tier A-level experts. Their members are all terrifying demonic beasts that have transformed into human form. Each one is filled with endless violence and madness. There is the Holy Temple of Light team, personally led by the mysterious godchild Arthur. Although their members number only 5, each of them wears a suit of golden armor that exudes a sacred and solemn aura. They seem like invincible paladins who have stepped out of mythology. And then there's the Martial God Temple team, the biggest favorite to win this league, composed entirely of S-rank powerhouses. And leading them is an absolutely stunning figure I could never have imagined. Lang Yuexin. She's actually become the captain of the Martial God Temple team? I stared at the terrifying sight before me, a veritable gathering of extraordinary talents, roaming freely. My long-dormant passion boiled uncontrollably once again. I felt neither insignificance nor fear. On the contrary, they became even more excited. Interesting. This is so interesting. This is the life I want. I let out a long, exhilarating roar filled with boundless anticipation and fighting spirit. Then, I prepared to pull my several equally serious and stunning teammates to sit down in the players' seats. However, just then. So you are Hu Ming? A cold and domineering voice suddenly rang out behind me without warning. The voice was calm. Yet, it exudes an undeniable imperial aura. They actually managed to suppress the noisy, bustling, huge martial arts arena, leaving it completely silent. I frowned. Slowly, he turned around. All I could see was a terrifying young man, dressed in a golden dragon robe exuding an aura of dominance, with an extremely tall and imposing figure and an excessively handsome face. He was standing in front of me with his hands behind his back and an icy expression on his face. He just stood there quietly. Yet, it seems to be the center of the entire world. All the so-called geniuses within 3 meters of him subconsciously showed him heartfelt awe and respect. Submit. His strength is unfathomable. Even more terrifying than those 3 S-class super geniuses. What's up? I looked at the terrifying young man in front of me, who exuded an aura of domineering arrogance that said I am the best in the world, and asked him calmly. My name is Huangfu Qi. The terrifying young man slowly spoke. His voice was cold yet full of an indescribable, powerful confidence. The current heir of the Huangfu family in the capital. He's also the captain of the Beijing University team. And they were the runners-up in the last National College League. And, universally acknowledged. The number 1 genius in the capital. Each one he mentioned was a title. His terrifying aura, which was enough to make any S-class powerhouse tremble with fear, became even stronger. It felt like it was trying to crush this ignorant and arrogant country bumpkin. However, I couldn't even be bothered to lift my eyelids. I simply uttered 2 words. So? Huangfu Qi was taken aback upon hearing this. He clearly hadn't expected this. After hearing his terrifying resume, which would make any normal man feel ashamed, they actually dared to speak to him in such a bland tone, full of endless contempt and mockery. He smiled. Interesting. You're the first person who dares to talk to me like that. Yes, the last one. He looked at me, and in his dark eyes, which were like those of an emperor and filled with endless domineering power and majesty, a chilling light flashed, full of endless fighting spirit and provocation. He slowly extended his hand. That terrifying hand, powerful enough to level a small mountain, gently patted my shoulder. Then, in a calm tone filled with endless coldness and confidence, he slowly opened his mouth. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a series of thunderclaps from the heavens, clearly reaching the ears of everyone present. This also completely ignited the already tense atmosphere in the huge martial arts arena. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. Chapter 113, The Preliminaries Begin. A sweep across the board. I hope you won't disappoint me too much. When this imperial declaration, filled with endless coldness and domineering power, came from the mouth of the arrogant Huangfu Qi, I laughed. What a coincidence. I looked at his handsome face, which was filled with endless confidence and pride. A cold, amused smile slowly curved my lips. I hope so too. Can you last a few more rounds against me? Otherwise, that would be so boring. Half an hour later. As an ancient bell, filled with an aura of iron and blood in a chilling atmosphere, resounded throughout the entire world. The first round of the National College Superpowered Individuals League, the preliminary round. Officially, let's begin. The match begins. Then, a command was given. Buzz. Hundreds of enormous, azure teleportation portals, imbued with mystery and spatial power, appeared out of thin air in the vast central plaza without warning. Hundreds of top teams from all over the country, unable to contain their overwhelming fighting spirit, rushed into the virtual secret realm full of opportunities and dangers like a pack of mad dogs, barking excitedly. It was filled with a magical and shockingly terrifying scene. It's 100 times more spectacular than having hundreds of servers running simultaneously. But our Starry Sky team didn't rush in like they did. The five of us stood quietly in the now empty, vast square. It seemed as if it was waiting for something. Captain, I asked with a smile, looking at that stunningly beautiful figure with an icy expression, seemingly unconcerned about anything, when do we depart? No rush. Lang Yuexin slowly shook her head, a brilliant light full of wisdom and confidence flashing in her clear, cold eyes. Let them go and scout ahead first. All we need is just follow behind them and pick up the kills. Good heavens! I listened to her shocking remarks, which were filled with endless malice and lewdness. I was completely stunned. Is this still the ethereal, aloof goddess I know? This is clearly a top-tier old silver coin, even more shameless and brazen than me. 10 minutes later. While other teams were already locked in fierce battles in that virtual realm brimming with opportunities and dangers, the world seemed to darken and the sun and moon lost their light. Our Starry Sky team finally arrived, albeit late. All right. Lang Yuexin looked at the enormous light screen that had already been turned upside down by countless geniuses and prodigies. A cold, death-like curve slowly appeared on her perpetually icy face. The game is about to begin. The words fell the moment they left his lips. The five of us transformed into 5 terrifying streams of light, each a different color, and charged headlong into that bloody meat grinder filled with death and slaughter. However, while other teams were still fighting tooth and nail over a mere D-rank monster, our star team is like an invincible and peerless blade. With an utterly unreasonable and overwhelming attitude, they forcefully cut through the entire outer area, which was filled with cannon fodder and garbage. They charged irresistibly into the core area, a place only B-level bosses dared to venture into. I charged ahead alone with my gun. Gods and Buddhas alike were slain. All those pathetic monsters who dared to stand in my way were blasted into countless data fragments by my single shot. Lang Yuexin and Xia Lioli, my 2 natural nemesis, protected me on either side. One froze 1,000 miles of ice. The other burned a city in flames. They froze any who tried to sneak up on me into ice sculptures or burned them to ashes. Su Mengyao followed quietly at the very back of us. Her bright, beautiful eyes, which seemed to see through everything, shimmered with endless mystery and profoundness. She foresaw all the possible dangers and opportunities in advance. She planned out the safest and most efficient route for us to rack up points. As for those 2 pitiful fellows, Fatty Wang and Chen Mo, the Sleeping Dragon and Young Phoenix, all they need to do is follow behind us, shout 666, and clean up the mess. Our points are there, on the huge leaderboard hanging in the sky, soaring at a terrifying speed like a rocket. 100,000. 1 million. 10 million. Those terrifying numbers were filled with a magical quality. Look at those so-called genius teams that we've already left far behind, so far that we can't even see their taillights. Everyone was stunned. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the 5 terrifying names on the huge points leaderboard that had already completely dominated the entire list, with eyes that seemed to look at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. Crazy. Are you crazy? Has the world really gone mad? This trashy Starry Sky team popped up from some obscure corner. They're even stronger than all those hundreds of top teams combined? Is this some kind of living hell? Meanwhile, the outside world. The Central Command Center had long been completely stunned by our utterly unreasonable and terrifying scoring speed. Furthermore, things were already in complete chaos. All the top-level figures who are usually highly respected and never show their emotions. At that moment, they all jumped up from their seats as if their butts were on fire. One by one, they craned their necks and stared intently at the largest and most conspicuous real-time points leaderboard with horrified eyes, as if they had seen a ghost. As if afraid that they would miss some earth-shattering historical moment if they blinked. Am I fucking seeing things? 100 million? Their points have actually exceeded 100 million? Holy crap! This is a carbon-based life form. Can it even score points? Quick! Quick! Contact the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion immediately. I strongly suspect that the Heavenly Dao system has a bug. And just as the entire Central Command Room was plunged into complete chaos and madness by our terrifying victory that was worthy of being recorded in history. A poor technician responsible for monitoring match data. Looking at the huge light screen that had already been completely overwhelmed by the terrifying score of our Starry Sky team, which was so long it was dazzling. He rolled his eyes. With a plop, he immediately foamed at the mouth and fainted from fright. And in the instant before he lost consciousness, he used up his last bit of strength. He uttered a soul-searching question filled with endless grief, indignation, and despair. Reporting, Director. There's a bug. Chapter 114. The name of the stars resounds throughout the Xia Kingdom. Final. The preliminary rounds concluded amidst a bizarre atmosphere filled with magic and absurdity. Our Starry Sky team secured the well-deserved first place in this qualifier with an absolutely unreasonable and overwhelming lead. That's a terrifying astronomical figure, enough to bankrupt any normal country. It has broken all previous records in the history of the National College League. Unprecedented. And indeed, there has been no one like him since. When that magical final leaderboard appeared before everyone through the Skynet system that covered the entire Xia Kingdom, the entire Xia Kingdom fell into an unprecedented, deathly silence. All the viewers of the Xia Kingdom who are watching this unprecedented feast through various channels. Everyone was stunned. They all stared intently at the 5 young figures on the giant light screen, figures brimming with endless mystery and power, with eyes that seemed to look at monsters, gods, or beings that were completely incomprehensible. My mind went completely blank. Am I fucking seeing things? 1.13 billion? Is this even a score a carbon-based organism could achieve? Holy crap! What kind of godlike team is this? They're insanely powerful. Starry Sky? What kind of name is that? I've never heard of it before. After a brief silence, the entire Xia Kingdom was instantly engulfed in a roaring tsunami that was 100 times more powerful than before. Stars. These 2 mysterious words were completely unknown before today. In just over 10 minutes, it soared to the top of all social media trending lists at an astonishing speed. They became a super idol team that all young people in the entire Xia Kingdom were crazy about and worshipped. And I am Hu Ming. And my 4 stunningly beautiful teammates who are also incredibly talented, to an outrageous degree. She has become the new national husband and national goddess in the hearts of countless young girls and passionate young men. The limelight was unparalleled. It even surpassed those 3 already famous S-class super geniuses. Meanwhile, in Beijing, at the Olympic Sports Center, the Central Command Room was completely stunned by our utterly unreasonable and terrifying battle record. It was already in complete chaos. All those so-called experts and commentators who were just moments ago full of contempt and ridicule for our unknown ragtag team. It felt like they had been slapped hundreds of times in the face by invisible hands. One by one, their faces turned red, and they were speechless. I wish I could find a crack in the ground and crawl into it right now. Xia Jinghua and Xin Yashuan are 2 super tycoons who have already staked their entire fortunes and lives on us. They were already beaming with joy. Each of them stared intently at the massive leaderboard, which our Star Celestial team had completely dominated, with eyes brimming with boundless pride and self-satisfaction. It's as if they're looking at their most prized work of art. Ha ha ha. Did you see that? Xia Jinghua slapped his thigh and burst into hearty laughter. This is me, the grandson-in-law that Xia Jinghua has his eye on. How about it? Are you convinced? As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance triumphantly at the admissions directors from other top universities beside him, who were completely stunned by the surreal and terrifying scene before them. Those old guys were so angry they almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Meanwhile, on the players' bench, those hundreds of pitiful genius teams that we had already crushed beyond recognition. After seeing that terrifying astronomical figure, enough for them to look up to for a lifetime, he became completely withdrawn. Each of them stared intently at us five terrifying beings who had already become the focus of the entire audience, with eyes that looked at monsters, gods, or completely incomprehensible beings. That look in his eyes was no different from looking at a prehistoric behemoth. Especially Lang Yuexin, the captain of the martial god temple team, who thought she had victory in her grasp. After seeing me, with that same nonchalant and shameless expression, even having the leisure to wink at her. On her perpetually icy, beautiful face, a rare complex expression appeared, filled with endless helplessness and a hint of doting. It's as if it's saying, "This guy really is unruly, he can't stay still anywhere." And beside her, that equally stunningly beautiful and unfathomably powerful mysterious woman, my long-lost fifth senior sister. After seeing my smug look, which was filled with endless arrogance and provocation, but with great interest, she licked her luscious, sexy red lips. That aggressive, burning gaze seemed to want to devour me alive on the spot. Seeing this made my heart skip a beat and my scalp tingle. This, a fairy. I cursed silently in my heart. Then I prepared to grab my stunning teammates, who had already stolen the spotlight, and make a quick getaway. However, just then, a chilling, bone-piercing gaze, filled with boundless fighting spirit and provocation, flashed without warning from the direction of the Beijing University team, which had long since fallen into a deathly silence. It locked onto me precisely. I frowned. Subconsciously, I followed that sinister gaze filled with malice and looked over. All I could see was Huang Fuqi, the number one genius in Beijing, who always sat calmly on Dao Yutai as if nothing was bothering him. Without anyone noticing, he slowly rose from his golden throne, which exuded an aura of dominance. He just stood there, quietly watching me. For the first time, a hint of indescribable solemnity appeared in those dark eyes that were filled with endless domineering power and majesty, like those of an emperor. It was as if he were watching a true rival who had finally become worthy of being his equal. He slowly raised the wineglass in his hand. It pointed at me, raised from afar. Then, he drank it all in one gulp. That cold voice, filled with endless arrogance and confidence, resounded throughout the entire enormous training ground. It also completely ignited the long-dormant passion of all the onlookers who had been completely stunned by our magical battle of gods. Interesting. It seems I underestimated you. Chapter 115: The Lin Family's Conspiracy, Colluding with the Soul-Devouring Cult. Interesting. It seems I underestimated you. When this imperial declaration, filled with endless coldness and domineering power, came from the mouth of that arrogant Huang Fuqi, I laughed. Yeah? I looked at his handsome face, which was filled with endless confidence and pride. A cold, amused smile slowly curved my lips. Hope. Tomorrow's knockout stage. You can be that confident too. After saying that, I am gone, without lingering for even a moment. And so, amidst tens of thousands of pairs of eyes filled with a complex mix of awe and reverence, they gazed upon the scene. I brought along my beauty troupe that had already stolen the spotlight, and two hidden dragons and phoenix chicks who were already terrified. He left gracefully, leaving behind this place of controversy that had made him a legend in one battle and placed him firmly at the forefront of the younger generation in the entire Xia Kingdom. Night has fallen. Beijing, Olympic Sports Center Athletes Village. Inside a presidential suite that was decorated in the most luxurious way. Me and my several stunningly beautiful teammates were sitting around a huge holographic projection sand table. They were discussing tactics for tomorrow. Based on the intelligence I have received. Our icy beauty, Lang Yuexin, who had already assumed the role of captain, pointed at the densely packed battle roster on the screen and said in a cold voice, "Tomorrow, our first opponent will be us. It's from the southwest region, the champion team Shushan Sword Sect. Their captain, Jian Wuchen, is only at the peak of a level strength. But his mastery of the Shushan sword control technique is unparalleled. He once had the terrifying feat of slaying an S-rank monster despite being of a higher level. Their strength is absolute and should not be underestimated. Oh? I raised an eyebrow, intrigued. A sword cultivator? That's interesting. That's perfect. Let him come tomorrow, I'll have a go at him. I'd like to see. Yes, his so-called Shushan sword control technique is fast. My gun is still the fastest. You? Lang Yuexin frowned upon hearing this. No way. You are our team's trump card. We can't reveal our full strength so early. I'll be in the first match tomorrow. I'll do it. She hadn't finished speaking. A crisp, delicate voice, brimming with the smell of gunpowder, abruptly interrupted her. Yes, Xia Liuli. She looked at Lang Yuexin, whose face was icy cold, and her eyes, as bright as rubies, were filled with an unprecedented determination and fighting spirit. Leave this one to me. I've been wanting to meet that so-called sword genius for a long time. I'd like to see. Yes, his sword is hard. But my gun is still tougher. You. Okay. Looking at these two stunning beauties in front of me, who were like fighting cocks the moment they met, neither willing to give in to the other, I couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Everyone, say less. Isn't it just a small Shushan sword sect? What's the point of arguing? The draw will decide tomorrow. Whoever draws the draw gets to play. Fairness, impartiality, and transparency. Snort. Snort. Upon hearing this, the two natural enemies simultaneously let out a cold snort. Then they turned their heads away and ignored each other. It was as if even glancing at the other person would taint their eyes. I looked at the intense, top-tier battleground before me, filled with the smell of gunpowder. My head hurts even more now. I am now seriously suspicious. What I assembled wasn't some kind of god's team. It's a harem powder keg that could explode at any moment. However, just as I was about to be completely overwhelmed by this complex emotion filled with endless troubles and a touch of sweetness. No, that's not good. A piercing scream filled with endless terror and despair suddenly rang out from the mouth of Su Mengyao, the mysterious girl who had maintained a gentle smile throughout, as if watching a group of children quarreling. Upon hearing this, Lang Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and I all felt a chill run down our spines. They all turned their heavy and puzzled gazes toward the pitiful girl whose pretty face was already pale and whose delicate body was trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? I rushed to her in one stride, my face full of worry, and asked. Yes, did you see something unclean again? Puff. Su Mengyao did not answer my question. She just suddenly opened her mouth. A mouthful of pitch-black blood, filled with endless ominous and deathly aura, gushed out from her delicate red lips. It completely dyed that expensive carpet, worth millions, into a chilling and eerie black. Mengyao. When Lang Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and I saw this, we were all shocked. I figured it out. Su Mengyao grabbed my arm. Her once clear, pure, and sparkling eyes were now filled with intense fear and despair. Yes, a shadow of death that is 100 times more evil and terrifying than the Pantheon. They're hurtling towards us. They've arrived. Boom. The moment she said those words, the three of us, Lang Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and I were all dumbfounded. Is it even more evil and terrifying than the Pantheon? Then, wouldn't that be the soul-eating cult? At the same time, inside a little-known underground stronghold in the capital, filled with sin and bloodshed, a terrifying figure wearing a strange black robe and a hideous demon mask on his face. He was staring intently at the top-secret intelligence document in his hand containing everything about our star team. His scarlet eyes, hidden beneath the mask, were filled with a morbid excitement and greedy. He. He let out a harsh, piercing laugh, as unpleasant as that of a night owl. What a delicious bunch of souls. 1 SSS rank. 1 SS rank. 2 S rank. TSK tisk TSK. If I were to devour you all, how terrifying must my strength be raised to? Especially that brat named Hu Ming. He extended a strange, forked, scarlet tongue, like a snake's forked tongue, and licked the handsome photo of me on the intelligence report, a photo brimming with endless arrogance and confidence. A sinister, demonic smile appeared on his face. His soul must be the finest I've ever tasted in my life. A delicacy. As he spoke, he slowly rose from the terrifying throne, which was made up of countless human bones. His figure flashed by. It just abruptly and silently merged into that endless darkness. All that remained was a cold, cruel, and murderous death sentence that still echoed throughout the underground stronghold filled with sin and bloodshed. Pass on my orders. Tonight. Action. Chapter 116. The night before the finals, the soul-devouring cult attacks. Night has fallen. The entire capital city seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. Only the athletes' village at the Olympic Sports Center remains brightly lit and bustling with activity. Countless top talents who emerged from the qualifiers are making their final preparations for the upcoming, even more brutal and bloody elimination rounds. The air was thick with a tense atmosphere, thick with the smell of gunpowder. And I am no exception. I'm currently in my luxurious presidential suite, discussing tomorrow's tactics with my stunningly beautiful teammates. However, just then. No, that's not good. A shrill scream filled with endless terror and despair suddenly rang out from the mouth of Su Mengyao, the mysterious girl who had maintained a gentle smile throughout, as if watching a group of children quarreling. Upon hearing this, Long Yuexin, Xiaoliuli, and I all felt a chill run down our spines. Without prior arrangement, they all turned their heavy and puzzled gazes to the pitiful girl whose pretty face had turned pale and whose delicate body was trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? I rushed to her side and asked with a worried expression. Did you see something unclean again? Puff. Su Mengyao did not answer my question. She just suddenly opened her mouth. A mouthful of pitch-black blood, filled with endless ominousness and the aura of death, gushed out from her delicate red lips. That expensive carpet, worth millions, was completely stained with a chilling, eerie black. Mengyao. Long Yuexin, Xiaoliuli, and I were all shocked when we saw this. I figured it out. Su Mengyao grabbed my arm. Her eyes, which should have been clear, pure, and bright, were now filled with deep fear and despair. There is a shadow of death that is 100 times more evil and terrifying than the Pantheon. They're hurtling towards us, closing in like crazy. They've arrived. Boom. The moment she said those words, Long Yuexin, Xiaoliuli, and I were all dumbfounded. Even more evil and terrifying than the Pantheon? Then, wouldn't that be the soul-eating cult? Rumble. Before we could even recover from that extreme shock and fear, the entire capital city seemed to shake violently at that moment. It felt as if I had been hit head-on by a meteorite from outer space. Immediately afterwards, a towering black mist, filled with endless evil and ominous energy, burst forth from the ground without warning. Like a group of death demons from the deepest hell. In an instant, the entire brightly lit Olympic Sports Center was completely enveloped. Ah! Help! What the hell is this? Demons! Demons! Yes, demons have descended. A series of shrill screams filled with terror and despair echoed from the endless darkness. It was as if that earthly paradise, once brimming with passion and energy, had been transformed. At this moment, it completely turned into a living hell filled with death and despair. And we are in this presidential suite. Moreover, they are the first to bear the brunt. Boom! Those sturdy walls are made of the hardest special alloy. Incredibly, it couldn't even last a second. It was forcibly corroded by the endless, terrifying black mist, creating a huge, terrifying hole. Countless terrifying figures, dressed in eerie black robes and wearing hideous demon masks on their faces. Like a flock of carrion vultures that have caught the scent of blood. They appeared silently in all directions. They completely surrounded us in the center. There was no sign of life on them. There was only a chilling killing intent that made one's heart tremble. And that terrifying energy fluctuation was enough to make any sea-level expert's scalp tingle. Peak C rank. These hundreds of terrifying black-robed figures were like ghosts. His strength has actually reached the peak of sea level. Damn it! Looking at this horrific scene filled with death and despair, I couldn't help but curse under my breath. I never would have imagined this. This is a terrorist organization that is even older and more evil than the Pantheon. They actually think so highly of us. With a single move, they unleashed hundreds of terrifying beings at the peak of C rank. This is simply leaving us no way to survive. Hu Ming, Long Yuexin, and Xia Liuli had silently appeared beside me, one on each side, and stood side by side with me. Their beautiful faces, which had become incredibly solemn and resolute, were now filled with intense fighting spirit. Looks like we're going to die together today. Xia Liuli looked at the endless, terrifying black shadows and laughed self-deprecatingly. I'd rather die with a bastard like you. Well, it's not a loss. Shut up. Long Yuexin coldly interrupted her. We won't die. As long as he's there, he'll be there. She slowly turned her head as she spoke. Those beautiful, clear, and cool eyes were filled with an indescribable, boundless trust and rely. I looked at the two foolish women in front of me, who were clearly terrified but still chose to live and die with me without hesitation. My heart, which had long since grown cold and hard, was unexpectedly and completely melted by a warm current called being moved. Rest assured. I laughed. I slowly stretched out my hand. I took one of their soft, boneless, cold little hands and held them tightly in my warm, big hands. I'm here. Even the king of hell dares not take you. However, just as I was about to utter this boastful declaration, brimming with endless arrogance and confidence, he. A hoarse, metallic laugh, like the scraping of metal, suddenly rang out from the endless darkness. The voice seemed to possess a terrifying magic that could completely freeze a person's soul. This made Long Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and I all tremble. It felt like falling into an ice cave. We know. The main character has arrived. Finally, I've found you. My delicious desserts. Chapter 117 Fierce Battle Against an A-Rank Expert, the Blood Slaughter Priest. My delicious snacks. When those hoarse words, filled with endless greed and mockery, echoed like deathly apparitions from the deepest hell, reverberating throughout the presidential suite, which was already shrouded in endless darkness and fear, I laughed. Dessert? I'm afraid you don't have such good teeth. Kill. I uttered a death sentence filled with endless, cold, and violent decree. Then, he transformed into a streak of purple gold light that pierced through the heavens and earth, and took the initiative to meet the terrifying black shadow that swept in like a tidal wave. Court death. The hoarse voice hidden in the endless darkness let out a disdainful sneer. Go. Leave no one alive. Boom. A battle of utter despair, with no suspense whatsoever, suddenly erupted. My star team and I faced that terrifying cult organization that only existed in legends for the first time. The soul-eating cult. Put. The dragon's gallant silver spear in my hand seemed to have transformed into a death warrant from the Grim Reaper. Every swing of his sword brings forth a bloodbath. Each thrust reaps a precious life. Those terrifying black-robed figures whose strength rivals that of a peak C rank. Before my terrifying strength, which has already reached the peak of B rank. Just like a bunch of defenseless chickens and dogs. I slaughtered them, leaving them routed and fleeing in disarray. The air was filled with the wailing of demons and the howling of wolves. Blood flowed like a river. Meanwhile, Long Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and Su Mengyao were not idle either. With a single thought, Long Yuexin froze 1,000 miles. All those who tried to ambush me were frozen into lifelike ice sculptures. Xia Liuli was like a peerless female war goddess who had emerged from a fiery hell. Every swing of her flaming spear unleashed a terrifying sea of fire powerful enough to melt even steel. She burned all the unfortunate souls who had been frozen to ashes. As for Su Mengyao, although she is not good at direct combat, but her extraordinary ability to predict the future, heavenly calculation, is unparalleled. Yet, they are the true powerhouse of our hastily assembled super team. Watch out. To the left. At 3 o'clock. There are 3 illusionists who specialize in mental attacks. Fatty. Right. Use Thunder Immovable Shield. Block those 3 desperados who are about to self-destruct. Chan Mo. Go, take down those dark wizards in the back row who are chanting a large-scale combination spell. Under her terrifying battlefield command, which was as if she had cheated. We are a ragtag army of only 6 people. They actually withstood the frenzied attack of over 100 peak C-level experts. There's even a hint of a counterattack going forward. This is impossible. For the first time, the hoarse voice hidden in the endless darkness revealed a hint of human shock. A bunch of brats who haven't even grown all their feathers yet. How is it possible to possess such terrifying combat power? Especially that little girl. His bloodshot eyes, filled with endless greed and burning desire, were fixed on the mysterious girl, Su Mengyao, who was solemnly directing the entire battlefield. SS level. Celestial calculation. He. It's like finding a needle in a haystack, only to have it come to you effortlessly. I originally wanted to play with you guys a little longer. But, now it seems, it's no longer necessary. Men, stand back. This little girl's soul is mine now. The words fell the moment they left his lips. Boom. A terrifying pressure, hundreds or even thousands of times more terrifying than the previous hundreds of peak sea-level experts combined, filled with endless evil and bloodlust, suddenly erupted. The entire presidential suite, which had long since become a living hell, was shaken so violently that it made a buzzing sound. It seems like it could collapse completely at any moment. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying figure dressed in a magnificent blood-red robe that exuded endless evil and ominous aura, with a hideous bull head mask covering his face. With heavy steps, I slowly emerged from that endless darkness. He took each step on the cold ground that was already completely stained red with blood. They would all leave behind a terrifying, blood-red footprint, filled with the aura of death and decay. He just stood there quietly. Yet, it seems to be the source of all evil in the world. The three of us, me, Long Yuexin, and Xia Liuli, all trembled. It felt like falling into an ice cave. PK rank. This terrifying being, codenamed Blood Priest. His strength had already reached a terrifying level that would make any sea-level expert despair. Not good. I was terrified. I want to withdraw. But it was too late. Call out. A streak of crimson light, even faster than a ghost, flashed by in an instant. That terrifying demon god, the blood slaughter priest, who was just dozens of meters away a moment ago. He appeared like a ghost in front of Su Mengyao, the poor girl who had already turned pale with fright at his terrifying aura. He stretched out a withered, hideous, terrifying claw, like a demon's claw. It grabbed at Su Mengyao's snow-white, delicate swan neck fiercely. Court death. I was furious. I let out a roar of resentment. I unleashed all the power within me that had been boiling over to its limit without reservation. Thunder Dragon Break. A shocking change. Boom. I fired a shot straight at his terrifying ghost claw, powerful enough to tear even a B-level expert to shreds in an instant. However, faced with an absolute disparity in strength, all my resentment and struggle seemed so pale and powerless. Bite. A crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. My blow was terrifying enough to level a small mountain. He managed to clamp it down with just two dry, grotesque, and terrifying fingers. What? I was completely dumbfounded. But the blood slaughter priest, who was like a demon god, let out a disdainful sneer. Even a grain of rice can shine? Get out of here. Boom. A terrifying force, powerful enough to instantly level a small city, suddenly erupted. I felt as if I had been hit head-on by an invisible divine mountain. The tiger's mouth was instantly cracked open by the shock. He was sent flying backwards like a tattered sack. It slammed hard into the sturdy wall behind it, which was made of a special alloy. It smashed through the entire wall, creating a huge, human-shaped dent. Puff! A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out of my mouth as if it were free. And that, like a ghost, was the blood priest. After severely injuring me with a single move, they didn't even bother to look at me again. His blood-red gaze, filled with endless greed and burning desire, once again locked onto the pitiful girl, Su Mengyao, who was already terrified. Little beauty. Now. No one can save you now. Become a part of me obediently. As he spoke, that terrifying, demonic claw, like a devil's claw, once again viciously grabbed at Su Mengyao's snow-white, delicate swan neck. No. My eyes widened in despair, and I let out a desperate cry. I want to stop him. But my heavy body, already severely injured, was completely unable to move. They could only watch helplessly as the deadly claws, capable of destroying everything, drew ever closer to the poor girl. However, just then, at that critical moment, two stunningly beautiful figures, filled with boundless determination and resolve, stood resolutely in front of Su Mengyao. Yes, Long Yuexin and Xia Liuli. They actually wanted to use their fragile flesh and blood to fight for Su Mengyao's last chance at life. A double whammy of ice and fire. They let out a unified, poignant shout filled with endless sorrow and determination. They unleashed all the power within their bodies that had been boiling over to the extreme, without reservation. Boom! A terrifying storm, 100 times more powerful than before, a monstrous storm of ice and fire, capable of destroying the heavens and the earth, erupted with a deafening roar. In an instant, it completely engulfed that arrogant and terrifying demon god, the blood slaughter priest. However, the light of a firefly dares to rival the brilliance of the moon? A cold snort, filled with endless contempt and disdain, rang out from the center of the storm. The next second, put! A dull thud, like tattered cotton being torn apart. That terrifying storm was enough to instantly injure even a peak B-level expert. He actually tore it apart with a single claw. Long Yuexin and Xia Liuli were struck dumb. They all let out a muffled groan of pain. Like two beautiful butterflies with broken wings, they were sent flying backwards on the spot. It slammed down hard beside me. Their fate is unknown. It's over. This is really fucking over. I looked at this scene before me, a living hell filled with death and despair. My heart is bleeding. My soul is roaring. Ah! I let out a roar of resentment. I want to stand up. I want to die together with this son of a bitch. But I can't do it. I could only watch helplessly as that terrifying being, like a demon god, walked step by step toward us, three pitiful creatures who had already lost all power to resist. However, just a moment before I was about to completely sink into endless darkness and despair, a loud roar, full of honesty and determination, suddenly exploded in my ears without warning. Thunder immovable shield. Boom! A massive golden energy shield, formed from the purest earth power and raging thunder, appeared out of thin air. They protected us inside, holding us tightly. Yes, Fatty Wang. He actually stood in front of us at the most crucial moment. Court death. The blood priest was furious. He slapped down hard on the fat man who was oblivious to his own mortality with one claw. Click. A sickening cracking sound rang out. That terrifying shield was enough to withstand a full-force attack from a B-level expert. They couldn't even hold on for a second. He smashed it to pieces. Wang Ponzi was struck dumb. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out of his mouth without restraint. He was sent flying backwards like a tattered sack. Their fate is unknown. And at the very moment he was sent flying backward, call out. A dark shadow, even faster than a ghost, appeared without warning behind the blood priest. Yes, Chen Mo. He actually took advantage of that fleeting opportunity that Fatty Wang had created for him. They launched the most lethal backstab at that terrifying demon. Shadow kill thunder dragon flash. Put. A dull thud, like a sharp blade piercing flesh. That terrifying dagger was powerful enough to instantly kill even a peak B-level expert. It actually hit. However, he. A harsh, mocking laugh filled with endless contempt and ridicule rang out from beneath the bull head mask. Good attack. Pity. Too weak. Boom. A terrifying force, powerful enough to instantly level a small city, suddenly erupted. Chen Mo, the pitiful assassin who thought he had succeeded. He couldn't even let out a complete scream. His frail body exploded like a bomb. It turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood. No. I looked at this scene before me, a living hell filled with death and despair. I've completely gone mad. I let out a roar of resentment. I want to stand up. I want to die together with this son of a bitch. But I can't do it. I could only watch helplessly as that terrifying being, like a demon god, walked step by step toward us, these poor wretches who had already lost all power to resist. However, just then, put. A dull thud, like a sharp blade piercing flesh. I made a careless mistake. His shoulder was pierced by that ghostly blood priest with a single claw. The scalding blood instantly stained my entire left arm. Hu Ming. Upon seeing this, Long Yuexin, Xia Liuli, and Su Mengyao all let out a mournful cry filled with endless worry and anxiety. Chapter 118 All Trump Cards Revealed, the Thunder Dragon Descends. Hu Ming. When that mournful cry, filled with endless worry and anxiety, pierced my already numb and stiff heart like the sharpest, coldest daggers, I laughed. He was laughing hysterically. His laugh was ferocious. He, give up, you brats. The demon-like blood priest looked at us, already wounded and teetering on the brink of collapse, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. He let out a burst of arrogant laughter filled with endless cruelty and glee. Your struggles are no different from those of a bunch of pathetic ants in my eyes. Now, let me end your pathetic, laughable, and pitiful lives with my own hands. As he spoke, he slowly raised his terrifying ghost claw, powerful enough to instantly tear even a peak B-level expert to shreds. They're going to wipe us, these pathetic creatures who have long since lost all power to resist, completely and utterly erase us from this world. However, yeah. A hoarse voice, filled with endless coldness and violence, suddenly rang out from the mountain of corpses and sea of blood that had long been completely stained red with blood. Upon hearing this, the blood priest frowned. Subconsciously, he cast his bloodshot gaze, filled with doubt and confusion, at the terrifying boy who should have been exhausted and unable to even stand up. All I could see was... I don't know when, but I slowly rose again from that mountain of corpses and sea of blood filled with death and despair. My body is covered with horrific wounds, large and small, deep enough to expose bone. My left arm was already torn to shreds, bloody and mangled, and was no longer recognizable. Hot blood, like a free stream, dripped continuously down my already tattered combat uniform. The blood made the already icy ground beneath my feet, stained completely red, even more shocking. I look utterly disheveled. It looks like it could collapse at any moment. But my dark eyes, already stained red with blood and killing intent, burned with a raging fire powerful enough to incinerate the heavens and earth. And that indomitable fighting spirit that never dies. I watched as my poor teammates, who had fought so bravely to protect me, fell one by one into pools of blood. That is, the icy beauty Lang Yuexin, who has long since fainted and whose fate is unknown. On her equally unconscious face, there remained a trace of unwillingness and stubbornness in the fiery little pepper, Xiaolioli. That mysterious girl, Su Mangyao, who forcibly activated a forbidden secret technique to protect us, is already bleeding from all 7 orifices and her soul is on the verge of shattering. That honest, chubby Wang Hao, who endured the full force of an A-level peak expert's attack to create a chance for me, and whose sternum had collapsed and whose internal organs were shattered. And then there was Chen Mo, the silent boy who fearlessly launched a suicidal attack to buy me that fleeting glimmer of hope, and whose body has long since vanished without a trace. My eyes turned red. My heart is bleeding. My soul is roaring. Ah! I let out a silent roar, filled with endless resentment and rage, like a wild beast. Give me. Roll. Boom. An ancient dragon's might, hundreds or even thousands of times more terrifying than before, filled with boundless arrogance and majesty, suddenly erupted. I awakened the ancient thunder dragon soul within me, which had long been fused with me but had been dormant for so long, without reservation. Presumptuous. A mere A-level, an ant. How dare you be so insolent before me? A hoarse voice, filled with boundless pride and majesty, resounded throughout the entire world. Immediately afterwards. Buzz. The dragon's gallant silver spear in my hand suddenly erupted with a huge, holy pillar of purple gold light, 100 times more dazzling and radiant than the sun. The entire Olympic Sports Center, which had long been shrouded in endless darkness and fear, was illuminated as bright as day. What is this? The once arrogant blood-slaughter priest looked at the terrifying pillar of light filled with endless holiness and majesty and let out a desperate cry filled with horror and disbelief. He sensed a terrifying threat of death from that pillar of light, a threat powerful enough to completely crush his soul into dust. He tried to run away. But it was too late. Awah! A majestic and awe-inspiring ancient dragon roar resounded throughout the entire world. A terrifying, lifelike lightning dragon, thousands of meters long and formed from pure purple gold lightning power, shot into the sky from the enormous pillar of light. It hovered there, high in the sky. A pair of majestic dragon eyes, like 2 purple gold suns, were fixed on the poor worm who was already terrified. It was as if I were looking at a lowly ant that was oblivious to its own mortality. The terrifying dragon's might, enough to make even S-class powerhouses tremble, instantly illuminated the entire Olympic Sports Center, which had been completely shrouded in darkness, as bright as day. It also completely shattered all the pride of that arrogant and terrifying demon god, the blood slaughter priest, which was already fragile and pitiful. Dragon god? Chapter 119 Slaying Blood Butcher, the Dragon Soul Legion appears. Dragon god? When those 2 trembling words, filled with endless fear and despair, came from the mouth of that arrogant blood priest. The Olympic Sports Center, which had long been shrouded in endless darkness and fear, instantly fell into an unprecedented deathly silence. All the surviving men in black robes seemed to have their throats gripped by an invisible hand. One by one, they stared wide-eyed at the terrifying thunder dragon that hovered in the sky above the heavens, seemingly invincible like a creator god, with eyes that looked at a monster, a god, or a completely incomprehensible being. My mind went completely blank. They never expected this. This poor little brat, whom they see as an ant that they can manipulate at will. They were actually hiding such a terrifying, world-destroying trump card? How the hell are we supposed to fight like this? Run! All that remained in their minds was this one cold thought, filled with endless fear and despair. However, it's too late. A bunch of pathetic worms who have even sold their souls to the devil. You dare to be so insolent before me? A majestic and arrogant ancient dragon roar resounded throughout the entire world. The terrifying thunder dragon that hovered in the sky slowly lowered its noble head, which was enough to make the sun and moon pale in comparison. A pair of majestic dragon eyes, like two purple gold suns, were fixed on all the black-robed men who were already terrified. It was as if I were looking at a group of humble ants. Die! Boom! A chilling death sentence descended with a deafening roar. The next second, the terrifying dragon's might, enough to make even S-class powerhouses tremble, crashed down like a tangible tsunami and landslide, crushing all the black-robed men who were already terrified and running away in panic. Put! 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 Those hundreds of terrifying black-robed men, whose strength was comparable to the peak of sea level. He couldn't even let out a complete scream. Their sturdy bodies were strong enough to withstand heavy artillery bombardment. Just like fragile porcelain dolls, they suddenly shattered. It turned into countless pieces of flesh and blood. And those shrill fragments of a soul, filled with endless resentment and unwillingness. And that arrogant blood priest. Moreover, they are the first to bear the brunt. Although he is a peak level expert. But under that terrifying dragon might, powerful enough to shatter the soul of even an S-class expert on the spot. They are equally vulnerable. No! He let out a roar of resentment. A mouthful of bright red blood gushed out of his mouth without hesitation. He felt like a broken sack that had been slammed head-on by an invisible sacred mountain. He was sent flying backwards on the spot. It slammed hard into the sturdy wall behind it, which was made of a special alloy. The impact created a huge, human-shaped dent in the entire wall. Now, it's your turn. The icy voice, like a death sentence from the deepest hell, exploded in his ears. He turned around in alarm. All I could see was that terrifying boy who should have been exhausted and dying long ago. She had appeared before him silently without him even noticing. His dark eyes, already stained crimson with blood and killing intent, were filled with endless coldness and brutality. You, don't come any closer. He watched as the terrifying figure, like a demon god, walked towards him step by step, and he was so frightened that his liver and gallbladder trembled and he wet himself in fear. I am a blood slaughter priest of the soul-devouring cult. If you dare to kill me, our leader will absolutely not let you get away with this. Yeah? I looked at his horrified eyes, filled with endless fear and despair, and laughed. Rest assured. Soon, I will send him down to keep you company. The words fell the moment they left his lips. I will not say another word. A thought suddenly occurred to me. The terrifying thunder dragon, hovering high in the sky and capable of tearing the heavens and earth apart, swooped down with supreme divine might that could destroy everything towards the pitiful worm who was already terrified. No! He let out a shrill scream filled with endless resentment and bitterness. Then it was completely engulfed by the endless purple gold holy lightning. Not even a trace of residue remained. Bite. Host's forced summoning of the artifact spirit primordial thunder dragon soul has been detected. My mental energy is severely depleted. My body is about to break down. System, self-protection program activated. Boom. That's all that's left in my mind, the last cold, mechanical notification sound. Then, everything went black, and I completely lost consciousness. In the instant before I lost consciousness, I could almost see countless military vehicles with flashing red and blue police lights, like a group of steel behemoths that had smelled blood, rushing madly from every corner of the city. It was as if one could hear Xia Jingguo's aged roar, filled with endless solemnity and worry. Hurry! Hurry, hurry, hurry! At all costs. We must bring that brat Hu Ming back to me. I don't know how much time has passed. As the last, piercing scream fell, As the final, violent energy dissipated, the Olympic Sports Center, which had long been razed to the ground, has finally returned to its former tranquility. All that remained was a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. And that cold communicator, which had fallen from the ruins due to the violent tremors, was still repeating Xiaojinghua's old, worried, and anxious roar. Reporting, General. The scene has been cleared. But our side has also suffered heavy casualties. How is Hu Ming? His fate is uncertain. Chapter 120 Dragon Fang's Invitation, Join the Dragon Soul Legion? The great battle has come to an end. That earth-shattering crisis, enough to make the entire capital tremble, was finally nipped in the bud by my devastating, suicidal attack and the ruthless methods of that old fox, Xiaojinghua. And I was completely overdrawn because I forcibly summoned the soul of the primordial thunder dragon, which was powerful enough to shatter the souls of even S-class powerhouses on the spot. He fell into a deep coma that lasted for half a month. But I have a fearsome reputation. However, it did not diminish in the slightest because of my slumber. On the contrary, it has only gotten worse. It swept across the entire Xia kingdom at an unprecedented and terrifying speed. Have you heard? That freshman named Hu Ming actually single-handedly took down the entire terrifying branch of the soul-devouring cult. That's not all. It's said that even the blood slaughter priest, who is so fearsome that even Pika-level experts tremble in terror, was instantly killed by him in one move. My God! Is this even human? This is a complete monster. From this day forward, he is my one and only idol. God! When I wake up again, I found myself lying once again in that familiar, futuristic, top-of-the-line military medical pod. And, at my bedside. Furthermore, it was already surrounded by beautiful women, a scene of boundless spring. There was that icy beauty, Lung Yuexin, who had long since wept, her face streaked with tears, a sight that evoked pity in me. There's Xia Liuli, the fiery little firecracker who, though she looks annoyed, has deep worry and concern in her eyes. And there's even that stunningly beautiful older sister, Qin Yashuan, who has always taken good care of me and treated me like her own younger brother. And that mysterious girl, Su Mengyao, whom I had already decided to be the first lady of the Starry Sky team. Good heavens! I looked at the scene before me, a top-tier hellish arena that would drive any normal man mad and suffocate. My head is starting to hurt again. Cough cough. I coughed twice and struggled to sit up from that ambiguous and enchanting haven. How long did I sleep? Not long. Lung Yuexin looked at me with a complex emotion that was hard to describe. Only half a month. Half a month? My pupils constricted sharply upon hearing this. What about the League? Don't worry. Xia Liuli rolled her eyes at me and said irritably, that lousy League was forced to stop long ago when you were fighting with those lunatics. It is said that it will not reopen for another month. But... She paused, her tone filled with a hint of schadenfreude that was hard to pinpoint. You've really become famous this time. Right now, all the young superhumans in the entire Xia kingdom regard you as public enemy number one. They're all crying and shouting that they'll crush you, this arrogant nouveau riche, under their feet in the upcoming elimination rounds. Yeah? I laughed as I listened to her gloating account. That's perfect. It also saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. You. Xia Liuli was so angry at my arrogant and confident declaration that she almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Meanwhile, on the side, the stunningly beautiful and mature woman, Qin Yashuan, who had remained silent until now, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. All right, Liuli, stop teasing him. He just woke up. My body is still very weak. You need to get some rest. As she spoke, she slowly walked up to me. He handed me a glass of mysterious, vibrant green liquid that had been prepared long ago. Here you are. Drink this. This is our 7-star pavilion's top-tier S-grade life potion, Fountain of Life. It will be good for your injury. Thank you. I nodded, without being polite. He drank it all in one gulp. Boom! A surge of boundless energy, brimming with endless life and vitality, erupted. My weakened body, which had been somewhat depleted from forcibly summoning the Thunder Dragon's soul, was completely restored to its peak condition in a short, instantaneous moment. It's even stronger than before. This is fucking amazing. I felt the terrifying power surging within me, like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly. I was completely stunned. The S-grade life-saving potion truly lives up to its reputation. Alright, now that you're alright, Then we should go too. Shin Yashuan smiled as she looked at my handsome face, which had already regained its rosy complexion. You should get some rest. We'll be waiting for you on the field. After saying that, she then led the 3 stunningly beautiful women, who also looked reluctant to part, away gracefully. All that remained was the room's enchanting atmosphere and the intoxicating, ambiguous fragrance. He, a poor single guy whose head was already spinning from their fierce and antagonistic rivalry. However, before I could even recover from that complex mix of endless worries and a touch of sweetness, a mysterious figure, filled with an endless, cold, and murderous aura, appeared before me without warning. He was wearing a black, specially made combat suit that exuded a futuristic, technological feel. He also wore a ferocious and terrifying purple-gold dragon-patterned mask on his face. His entire body exuded a terrifying aura that could make even a Pika-level expert tremble with fear. SS rank. This mysterious man appeared before me like a ghost, without a sound. It turns out to be a terrifying existence comparable to my cheap master. Who are you? As I watched this uninvited guest, shrouded in unknown danger, slowly raise my dragon-gallant silver spear. Take it easy. Well, the mysterious man said slowly. His voice was cold yet filled with an indescribable, powerful confidence. I have no ill intentions towards you. I'm just here to relay a message from above. Above? I frowned. Which above? Someone above you that you can't afford to offend. I looked at the mysterious man in front of me, who was even more arrogant and pretentious than me, and laughed. Speak. What's up? It's very simple. The mysterious man looked at me slowly and spoke. The sound wasn't loud, but it was like a series of thunderclaps from the heavens, clearly reaching my ears. It also stirred up a monstrous wave in my heart, which had long been calm and undisturbed. Hu Ming. I am Longya, the captain of the 7th Squad of the Dragon Soul Legion, but I was asked to ask you a question. Are you interested in graduating early?